Chapter 9, Section 3 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 9. The Rate of Surplus Value. Section 3. Senior's Last Hour. One fine morning in the year 1836, Nassau W. Senior, who may be called the bel esprit of English economists, well known alike for his economic science and for his beautiful style, was summoned from Oxford to Manchester to learn in the latter place the political economy that he taught in the former. The manufacturers elected him as their champion, not only against the newly passed Factory Act, but against the still more menacing 10 hours agitation. With their usual practical acuteness, they had found out that the learned professor wanted a good deal of finishing. It was this discovery that caused them to write for him. On his side, the professor has embodied the lecture he received from the Manchester manufacturers in a pamphlet entitled Letters on the Factory Act as it affects the cotton manufacture. London, 1837. Here we find amongst others the following edifying passage. Under the present law, no mill in which persons under 18 years of age are employed can be worked more than 11½ hours a day, that is 12 hours for 5 days in the week, and 9 on Saturday. Now, the following analysis will show that in a mill so worked, the whole net profit is derived from the last hour. I will suppose a manufacturer to invest £100,000, 80,000 in his mill and machinery, and 20,000 in raw material and wages. The annual return of that mill, supposing the capital to be turned once a year, and gross profits to be 15%, ought to be goods worth £15,000. Of this £115,000, each of the 23 half-hours of work produces 5 1/115ths, or 1/23rd. Of these 23 23rds, constituting the whole £115,000, 20, that is to say £100,000 out of the 115, simply replace the capital. 1/23rd, or 5,000 out of the 115,000, makes up for the deterioration of the mill and machinery. The remaining 2 23rds, that is, the last 2 of the 23 half-hours of every day, produce the net profit of 10%. If therefore prices remaining the same, the factory could be kept at work 13 hours instead of 11½, with an addition of about £2,600 to the circulating capital, the net profit would be more than doubled. On the other hand, if the hours of working were reduced by 1 hour per day, prices remaining the same, the net profit would be destroyed. If they were reduced by 1 hour and a half, even the gross profit would be destroyed. Senior, 1st C, pages 12 and 13. We let pass such extraordinary notions as are of no importance for our purpose. For instance, the assertion that the manufacturers reckon as part of their profit, gross or net, the amount required to make good wear and tear of machinery, or in other words, to replace a part of the capital. So too we pass over any question as to the accuracy of his figures. Leonard Horner has shown in a letter to Mr. Senior, etc., London, 1837, that they are worth no more than so-called analysis. Leonard Horner was one of the Factory Inquiry Commissioners in 1833, and inspector or rather censor of factories till 1859. He rendered undying service to the English working class. He carried on a lifelong contest, not only with the embittered manufacturers, but also with the Cabinet, to whom the number of votes given by the masters in the lower house was a matter of far greater importance than the number of hours worked by the hands in the mill. Apart from efforts in principle, Senior's statement is confused. What he really intends to say was this: the manufacturer employs the workman for 11½ hours, or for 23 half-hours daily. As the working day, so too the working year may be conceived to consist of 11½ hours, or 23 half-hours, but each multiplied by the number of working days in the year. On this supposition, the 23 half-hours yield an annual product of £115,000. 1 half-hour yields 1/23rd times 115,000, 20 half-hours yield 20 23rds times 115,000 equals 100,000, i.e. they replace no more than the capital advanced. There remain 3 half-hours, which yield 3 3 23rds times 115,000 equals 5,000, or the gross profit. Of these 3 half-hours, one yields 1 23rd times 115,000 equals 5,000, i.e. it makes up for the wear and tear of the machinery. The remaining 2 half-hours, i.e. the last hour, yield 2 23rds times 115,000 equals 10,000, or the net profit. In the text, Senior converts the last 2 23rd of the product into portions of the working day itself. And the Professor calls this an analysis. If giving credence to the outcries of the manufacturers, he believed that the workmen spend the best part of the day in the production, i.e. the reproduction or replacement of the value of the buildings, machinery, cotton, coal, etc., then his analysis was superfluous. His answer would simply have been, "Gentlemen, if you work your mills for 10 hours instead of 11½, then, other things being equal, the daily consumption of cotton, machinery, etc. will decrease in proportion. You gain just as much as you lose. Your work people will in future spend 1 hour and a half less time in reproducing or replacing the capital that has been advanced." If, on the other hand, he did not believe them without further inquiry, but, as being an expert in such matters, deemed an analysis necessary, then he ought, in a question that is concerned exclusively with the relations of net profit to the length of the working day, before all things to have asked the manufacturers to be careful not to lump together machinery, workshops, raw material, and labor, but to be good enough to place the constant capital, invested in buildings, machinery, raw material, etc., on one side of the account, and the capital advanced in wages on the other side. If the Professor then found that, in accordance with the calculation of the manufacturers, the workman replaced or reproduced his wages in 2 half-hours, in that case he should have continued his analysis thus: "According to your figures, the workman in the last hour but one produces his wages, and in the last hour your surplus value or net profit. Now, since in equal periods he produces equal values, the produce of the last hour but one must have the same value as that of the last hour. Further, it is only while he labors that he produces any value at all, and the amount of his labor is measured by his labor time. This, you say, amounts to 11½ hours a day. He employs one portion of these 11½ hours in producing or replacing his wages, and the remaining portion in producing your net profit. Beyond this he does absolutely nothing. But since, on your assumption, his wages and the surplus value he yields are of equal value, it is clear that he produces his wages in 5 3/4 hours, and your net profit in the other 5 3/4 hours. Again, since the value of the yarn produced in 2 hours is equal to the sum of the values of his wages and of your net profit, the measure of the value of this yarn must be 11½ working hours, of which 5 3/4 hours measure the value of the yarn produced in the last hour but one, and 5 3/4 the value of the yarn produced in the last hour. We come now to a ticklish point, therefore attention. The last working hour but one is, like the first, an ordinary working hour, neither more nor less. How then can the spinner produce in 1 hour, in the shape of yarn, a value that embodies 5 3/4 hours' labor? The truth is that he performs no such miracle. The use value produced by him in 1 hour is a definite quantity of yarn. The value of this yarn is measured by 5 3/4 working hours, of which 4 3/4 were, without any assistance from him, previously embodied in the means of production, in the cotton, the machinery, and so on. The remaining 1 hour alone is added by him. Therefore, since his wages are produced in 5 3/4 hours, and the yarn produced in 1 hour also contains 5 3/4 hours' work, there is no witchcraft in the result, that the value created by his 5 3/4 hours spinning is equal to the value of the product spun in 1 hour. You are altogether on the wrong track if you think that he loses a single moment of his working day in reproducing or replacing the values of the cotton, the machinery, and so on. On the contrary, it is because his labor converts the cotton and spindles into yarn, because he spins, that the values of the cotton and spindles go over to the yarn of their own accord. This result is owing to the quality of his labor, not to its quantity. It is true he will in 1 hour transfer to the yarn more value, in the shape of cotton, than he will in half an hour, but that is only because in 1 hour he spins up more cotton than in half an hour. You see, then, your assertion that the workman produces in the last hour but one the value of his wages, and in the last hour your net profit, amounts to no more than this, that in the yarn produced by him in 2 working hours, whether they are the first 2 or the last 2 hours of the working day, in that yarn there are incorporated 11 1/2 working hours, or just a whole day's work, i.e. 2 hours of his own work and 9 1/2 hours of other people's. And my assertion that, in the first 5 3/4 hours, he produces his wages, and in the last 5 3/4 hours your net profit, amounts only to this, that you pay him for the former but not for the latter. In speaking of payment of labor, instead of payment of labor power, I only talk your own slang. Now, gentlemen, if you compare the working time you pay for with that which you do not pay for, you will find that they are to one another as half a day is to half a day. This gives a rate of 100%, and a very pretty percentage it is. Further, there is not the least doubt that if you make you hands toil for 13 hours instead of 11 1/2, and, as may be expected from you, treat the work done in that extra 1 hour and a half as pure surplus labor, then the latter will be increased from 5 3/4 hours to 7 1/4 hours labor, and the rate of surplus value from 100% to 126 2/23%. So that you are altogether too sanguine in expecting that by such an addition of 1 1/2 hours to the working day, the rate will rise from 100 to 200% and more, in other words, that it will be more than doubled. On the other hand, man's heart is a wonderful thing, especially when carried in the purse. You take too pessimistic a view when you fear that with a reduction of the hours of labor from 11 1/2 to 10, the whole of your net profit will go to the dogs. Not at all. All other conditions remaining the same, the surplus labor will fall from 5 3/4 hours to 4 3/4 hours, a period that still gives a very profitable rate of surplus value, namely 82 14/23%. But this dreadful last hour, about which you have invented more stories than have the millenarians about the Day of Judgment, is all bosh. If it goes, it will cost neither you your net profit nor the boys and girls whom you employ their purity of mind. Whenever your last hour strikes in earnest, think of the Oxford professor. And now, gentlemen, farewell, and may we meet again in yonder better world, but not before. Senior invented the battle cry of the last hour in 1836. In the London Economist of the 15th April, 1848, the same cry was again raised by James Wilson, an economic mandarin of high standing, this time in opposition to the 10 Hours Bill. Footnote: if, on the one hand, Senior proved that the net profit of the manufacturer, the existence of the English cotton industry, and England's command of the markets of the world depend on the last working hour, on the other hand, Dr. Andrew Ure showed that if children and young persons under 18 years of age, instead of being kept the full 12 hours in the warm and pure moral atmosphere of the factory, are turned out an hour sooner into the heartless and frivolous outer world, they will be deprived, by idleness and vice, of all hope of salvation for their souls. Since 1848, the factory inspectors have never tired of twitting the masters with this fatal hour. Thus Mr. Howell, in his report of the 21st May, 1855, had the following ingenious calculation, he quotes Senior, been correct, every cotton factory in the United Kingdom would have been working at a loss since the year 1850. Reports of the Inspector of Factories for the half year ending 30th April, 1855, pages 19 and 20. In the year 1848, after the passing of the 10 Hours Bill, the masters of some flax spinning mills, scattered few and far between, over the country on the borders of Dorset and Somerset, foisted a petition against the bill on to the shoulders of a few of their work people. One of the clauses of this petition is as follows: "Your petitioners, as parents, conceive that an additional hour of leisure will tend more to demoralize the children than otherwise, believing that idleness is the parent of vice." On this the factory report of 31st October 1848 says, "The atmosphere of the flax mills, in which the children of these virtuous and tender parents work, is so loaded with dust and fiber from the raw material that it is exceptionally unpleasant to stand even 10 minutes in the spinning rooms, for you are unable to do so without the most painful sensation, owing to the eyes, the ears, the nostrils, and the mouth being immediately filled by the clouds of flax dust from which there is no escape. The labor itself, owing to the feverish haste of the machinery, demands unceasing application of skill and movement, under the control of a watchfulness that never tires, and it seems somewhat hard to let parents apply the term idling to their own children, who, after allowing for meal times, are fettered for 10 whole hours to such an occupation in such an atmosphere. These children work longer than the laborers in the neighboring villages. Such cruel talk about idleness and vice ought to be branded as the purest cant and the most shameless hypocrisy. That portion of the public, who about 12 years ago were struck by the assurance with which, under the sanction of high authority, it was publicly and most earnestly proclaimed that the whole net profit of the manufacturer flows from the labor of the last hour, and that therefore the reduction of the working day by 1 hour would destroy his net profit, that portion of the public, we say, will hardly believe its own eyes, when it now finds that the original discovery of the virtues of the last hour has since been so far improved as to include morals as well as profit, so that if the duration of the labor of children is reduced to a full 10 hours, their morals, together with the net profits of their employers, will vanish, both being dependent on this fatal hour. See Reports of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1848, page 101. The same report then gives some examples of the morality and virtue of these same pure-minded manufacturers, of the tricks, the artifices, the cajoling, the threats, and the falsifications they made use of, in order first to compel a few defenceless workmen to sign petitions of such a kind, and then to impose them upon Parliament as the petitions of a whole branch of industry, or a whole country. It is highly characteristic of the present status of so-called economic science that neither Senior himself, who at a later period, to his honour be it said, energetically supported the factory legislation, nor his opponents, from first to last, have ever been able to explain the false conclusions of the original discovery. They appeal to actual experience, but the why and wherefore remains a mystery. Note. Nevertheless, the learned professor was not without some benefit from his journey to Manchester. In the Letters on the Factory Act, he makes the whole net gains, including profit and interest, and even something more, depend upon a single unpaid hour's work of the labourer. 1 year previously, in his Outlines of Political Economy, written for the instruction of Oxford students and cultivated Philistines, he had also discovered, in opposition to Ricardo's determination of value by labour, that profit is derived from the labour of the capitalist, and interest from his asceticism, in other words, from his abstinence. The dodge was an old one, but the word abstinence was new. Herr Roscher translates it rightly by Enthaltung. Some of his countrymen, the Browns, Jones, and Robinsons of Germany, not so well versed in Latin as he, have, monk-like, rendered it by Entsagung. End of section 26. Chapter 9, Section 4 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 3, The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 9, The Rate of Surplus Value. Section 4, Surplus Produce. The portion of the product that represents the surplus value, 1/10 of the 20 pounds, or 2 pounds of yarn in the example given in Section 2, we call surplus produce. Just as the rate of surplus value is determined by its relation, not to the total sum of the capital, but to its variable part, in like manner, the relative quantity of surplus produce is determined by the ratio that this produce bears, not to the remaining part of the total product, but to that part of it in which is incorporated the necessary labor. Since the production of surplus value is the chief end and aim of capitalist production, it is clear that the greatness of a man's or a nation's wealth should be measured, not by the absolute quantity produced, but by the relative magnitude of the surplus produce. [Footnote: To an individual with a capital of £20,000, whose profits were £2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men, whether the commodity produced sold for £10,000 or £20,000, provided in all cases his profit were not diminished below £2,000. Is not the real interest of the nation similar? Provided its net real income, its rents and profits, be the same, it is of no importance whether the nation consists of 10 or of 12 millions of inhabitants. Ricardo, page 416. Long before Ricardo, Arthur Young, a fanatical upholder of surplus produce, for the rest, a rambling, uncritical writer, whose reputation is in the inverse ratio of his merit, says: "Of what use in a modern kingdom would be a whole province thus divided, in the old Roman manner, by small independent peasants, however well cultivated, except for the mere purpose of breeding men, which taken singly is a most useless purpose?" Arthur Young, Political Arithmetic, London, 1774, page 47.] The sum of the necessary labour and the surplus labour, i.e. of the periods of time during which the workman replaces the value of his labour power, and produces the surplus value, this sum constitutes the actual time during which he works, i.e. the working day. Section 27.
Chapter 10, Section 1 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 10. The Working Day. Section 1. The Limits of the Working Day. We started with the supposition that labor power is bought and sold at its value. Its value, like that of all other commodities, is determined by the working time necessary to its production. If the production of the average daily means of subsistence of the labourer takes up 6 hours, he must work on the average 6 hours every day, to produce his daily labour power, or to reproduce the value received as the result of its sale. The necessary part of his working day amounts to 6 hours, and is, therefore, caeteris paribus, a given quantity, but with this the extent of the working day itself is not yet given. Let us assume that the line AB represents the length of the necessary working time, say 6 hours. If the labour be prolonged 1, 3, or 6 hours beyond AB, we have 3 other lines, representing 3 different working days of 7, 9, and 12 hours. Working day 1, A, B, C. Working day 2, A, B, C. Working day 3, A, B, C. The extension BC of the line AB represents the length of the surplus labour. As the working day is AB plus BC, or AC, it varies with the variable quantity BC. Since AB is constant, the ratio of BC to AB can always be calculated. In working day 1, it is 1/6. In working day 2, 3/6. In working day 3, 6/6 of AB. Since further the ratio surplus working time over necessary working time determines the rate of the surplus value, the latter is given by the ratio of BC to AB. It amounts in the 3 different working days respectively to 16 2/3, 50, and 100%. On the other hand, the rate of surplus value alone would not give us the extent of the working day. If this rate, e.g., were 100%, The working day might be of 8, 10, 12 or more hours. It would indicate that the two constituent parts of the working day, necessary labor and surplus labor time, were equal in extent, but not how long each of these two constituent parts was. The working day is thus not a constant, but a variable quantity. One of its parts, certainly, is determined by the working time required for the reproduction of the labor power of the laborer himself, but its total amount varies with the duration of the surplus labor. The working day is, therefore, determinable, but is, per se, indeterminate. Footnote: a day's labor is vague, it may be long or short. An essay on trade and commerce, containing observations on taxes, etc. London, 1770, page 73. End of footnote. Although the working day is not a fixed but a fluent quantity, it can, on the other hand, only vary within certain limits. The minimum limit is, however, not determinable. Of course, if we make the extension line BC, or the surplus labor, is 0, we have a minimum limit, i.e., the part of the day which the laborer must necessarily work for his own maintenance. On the basis of capitalist production, however, this necessary labor can form a part only of the working day. The working day itself can never be reduced to this minimum. On the other hand, the working day has a maximum limit. It cannot be prolonged beyond a certain point. This maximum limit is conditioned by two things. First, by the physical bounds of labor power. Within the 24 hours of the natural day, a man can expend only a definite quantity of his vital force. A horse, in like manner, can only work from day to day 8 hours. During part of the day this force must rest, sleep. During another part the man has to satisfy other physical needs, to feed, wash, and clothe himself. Besides these purely physical limitations, the extension of the working day encounters moral ones. The laborer needs time for satisfying his intellectual and social wants, the extent and number of which are conditioned by the general state of social advancement. The variation of the working day fluctuates, therefore, within physical and social bounds. But both these limiting conditions are of a very elastic nature, and allow the greatest latitude. So we find working days of 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 hours, i.e., of the most different lengths. The capitalist has bought the labor power at its day rate. To him its use value belongs during one working day. He has thus acquired the right to make the laborer work for him during one day. But what is a working day? Footnote: this question is far more important than the celebrated question of Sir Robert Peel to the Birmingham Chamber of Commerce, what is a pound? A question that could only have been proposed because Peel was as much in the dark as to the nature of money as the little shilling man of Birmingham. End of footnote. At all events, less than a natural day. By how much? The capitalist has his own views of this ultima thule, the necessary limit of the working day. As capitalist, he is only capital personified. His soul is the soul of capital. But capital has one single life impulse, the tendency to create value and surplus value, to make its constant factor, the means of production, absorb the greatest possible amount of surplus labor. Footnote: it is the aim of the capitalist to obtain with his expended capital the greatest possible quantity of labor. D'obtenir du capital dépense la plus forte somme de travail possible. J.G. Courcelles-Sennul, Traité théorique et pratique des entreprises industrielles, 2nd edition, Paris, 1857, page 63. End of footnote. Capital is dead labor that, vampire-like, only lives by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. The time during which the laborer works is the time during which the capitalist consumes the labor power he has purchased of him. Footnote: an hour's labor lost in a day is a prodigious injury to a commercial state. There is a very great consumption of luxuries among the laboring poor of this kingdom, particularly among the manufacturing populace, by which they also consume their time, the most fatal of consumptions. An essay on trade and commerce, etc., page 47 and 153. End of footnote. If the laborer consumes his disposable time for himself, he robs the capitalist. Footnote. Si le manouvrier libre prend un instant de repos, l'économie sordide qui le suit des jeux avec inquiétude prétend qu'il la vole. N. Linge, Théorie des lois civiles, etc. London, 1767, T2, page 466. End of footnote. The capitalist then takes his stand on the law of the exchange of commodities. He, like all other buyers, seeks to get the greatest possible benefit out of the use value of his commodity. Suddenly the voice of the laborer, which had been stifled in the storm and stress of the process of production, rises. The commodity that I have sold to you differs from the crowd of other commodities in that its use creates value, and a value greater than its own. That is why you bought it. That which on your side appears a spontaneous expansion of capital is on mine extra expenditure of labor power. You and I know on the market only one law, that of the exchange of commodities. And the consumption of the commodity belongs not to the seller who parts with it, but to the buyer who acquires it. To you, therefore, belongs the use of my daily labor power, but by means of the price that you pay for it each day, I must be able to reproduce it daily, and to sell it again. Apart from natural exhaustion through age, etc., I must be able on the morrow to work with the same normal amount of force, health, and freshness as today. You preach to me constantly the gospel of saving and abstinence. Good. I will, like a sensible saving owner, husband my soul wealth, labor power, and abstain from all foolish waste of it. I will each day spend, set in motion, put into action only as much of it as is compatible with its normal duration and healthy development. By an unlimited extension of the working day, you may in one day use up a quantity of labor power greater than I can restore in 3. What you gain in labor, I lose in substance. The use of my labor power and the spoliation of it are quite different things. If the average time that, doing a reasonable amount of work, an average laborer can live is 30 years, the value of my labor power, which you pay me from day to day, is 1 divided by 365 times 30, or 1 divided by 10,950 of its total value. But if you consume it in 10 years, you pay me daily 1 divided by 10,950 instead of 1 divided by 3,650 of its total value, i.e. only 1/3 of its daily value, and you rob me, therefore, every day of 2/3 of the value of my commodity. You pay me for 1 day's labor power, whilst you use that of 3 days. That is against our contract and the law of exchanges. I demand, therefore, a working day of normal length, and I demand it without any appeal to your heart, for in money matters sentiment is out of place. You may be a model citizen, perhaps a member of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and in the odour of sanctity to boot, but the thing that you represent face to face with me has no heart in its breast. That which seems to throb there is my own heart beating. I demand the normal working day because I, like every other seller, demand the value of my commodity. Footnote. During the great strike of the London builders, 1860 to 1861, for the reduction of the working day to 9 hours, their committee published a manifesto that contained, to some extent, the plea of our worker. The manifesto alludes, not without irony, to the fact that the greatest profit-monger amongst the building masters, a certain Sir M. Peto, was in the odour of sanctity. This same Peto, after 1867, came to an end à la Strusberg. End of footnote. We see then that, apart from extremely elastic bounds, the nature of the exchange of commodities itself imposes no limit to the working day, no limit to surplus labour. The capitalist maintains his rights as a purchaser when he tries to make the working day as long as possible, and to make, whenever possible, 2 working days out of 1. On the other hand, the peculiar nature of the commodity sold implies a limit to its consumption by the purchaser, and the labourer maintains his right as seller when he wishes to reduce the working day to one of definite normal duration. There is here, therefore, an antinomy right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchanges. Between equal rights force decides. Hence is it that in the history of capitalist production, the determination of what is a working day presents itself as the result of a struggle between collective capital, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e. the working class. End of Part 3, Chapter 10, Section 1. Chapter 10, Section 2 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3, The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 10, The Working Day. Section 2, The Greed for Surplus Labour, Manufacture and Boyard. Capital has not invented surplus labour. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the labourer, free or not free, must add to the working time necessary for his own maintenance an extra working time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owners of the means of production, whether this proprietor be the Athenian Gallos Chakatos, Etruscan theocrat, Civis Romanus, Norman baron, American slave owner, Wallachian boyard, modern landlord or capitalist. 2 footnotes. First footnote: those who labour in reality feed both the pensioners, called the rich, and themselves. Edmund Burke, 1c. p. 2. Second footnote: Niebuhr in his Roman History says very naively, "It is evident that works like the Etruscan, which in their ruins astound us, presuppose in little states lords and vassals." Sismondi says far more to the purpose, that Brussels lace presupposes wage lords and wage slaves. End of footnotes. It is, however, clear that in any given economic formation of society, where not the exchange value but the use value of the product predominates, surplus labour will be limited by a given set of wants, which may be greater or less, and that here no boundless thirst for surplus labour arises from the nature of the production itself. Hence, in antiquity, overwork becomes horrible only when the object is to obtain exchange value in its specific independent money form, in the production of gold and silver. Compulsory working to death is here the recognized form of overwork. Only read Diodorus Siculus. Footnote. One cannot see these unfortunates in the gold mines between Egypt, Ethiopia, and Arabia, who cannot even have their bodies clean or their nakedness clothed, without pitying their miserable lot. There is no indulgence, no forbearance for the sick, the feeble, the aged, for woman's weakness. All must, forced by blows, work on until death puts an end to their sufferings and their distress. Diodorus Siculus, Book 2, Chapter 13. End of footnote. Still, these are exceptions in antiquity. But as soon as people, whose production still moves within the lower forms of slave labour, corvée labour, etc., are drawn into the whirlpool of an international market dominated by the capitalistic mode of production, the sale of their products for export becoming their principal interest, the civilized horrors of overwork are grafted on the barbaric horrors of slavery, serfdom, etc. Hence, the Negro labor in the southern states of the American Union preserved something of a patriarchal character so long as production was chiefly directed to immediate local consumption. But in proportion as the export of cotton became of vital interest to these states, the overworking of the Negro and sometimes the using up of his life in 7 years of labor became a factor in a calculated and calculating system. It was no longer a question of obtaining from him a certain quantity of useful products. It was now a question of production of surplus labor itself. So was it also with the corvée, e.g. in the Danubian Principalities, now Romania. The comparison of the greed for surplus labour in the Danubian Principalities with the same greed in English factories has a special interest, because surplus labour in the corvée has an independent and palpable form. Suppose the working day consists of 6 hours of necessary labour and 6 hours of surplus labour. Then the free labourer gives the capitalist every week 6 times 6, or 36 hours of surplus labour. It is the same as if he worked 3 days in the week for himself, and 3 days in the week gratis for the capitalist. But this is not evident on the surface. Surplus labour and necessary labour glide one into the other. I can therefore express the same relationship by saying, e.g., that a labourer in every minute works 30 seconds for himself and 30 for the capitalist, etc. It is otherwise with the corvée. The necessary labour which the Wallachian peasant does for his own maintenance is distinctly marked off from his surplus labour on behalf of the boyard. The one he does on his own field, the other on the seigneurial estate. Both parts of the labour time exist, therefore, independently, side by side one with the other. In the corvée, the surplus labour is accurately marked off from the necessary labour. This, however, can make no difference with regard to the quantitative relation of surplus labour to necessary labour. 3 days surplus labour in the week remain 3 days that yield no equivalent to the labourer himself, whether it be called the corvée or wage labour. But in the capitalist the greed for surplus labour appears in the straining after an unlimited extension of the working day, in the boyard more simply in a direct hunting after days of corvée. Footnote: that which follows refers to the situation in the Romanian provinces before the change effected since the Crimean War. End of footnote. In the Danubian Principalities, the corvée was mixed up with rents in kind and other appurtenances of bondage, but it formed the most important tribute paid to the ruling class. Where this was the case, the corvée rarely arose from serfdom. Serfdom much more frequently, on the other hand, took origin from the corvée. Footnote: this holds likewise for Germany, and especially for Prussia east of the Elbe. In the 15th century, the German peasant was nearly everywhere a man who, whilst subject to certain rents paid in produce and labour, was otherwise at least practically free. The German colonists in Brandenburg, Pomerania, Silesia, and eastern Prussia were even legally acknowledged as free men. The victory of the nobility in the Peasants' War put an end to that. Not only were the conquered South German peasants again enslaved. From the middle of the 16th century, the peasants of eastern Prussia, Brandenburg, Pomerania, and Silesia, and soon after the free peasants of Schleswig-Holstein, were degraded to the condition of serfs. Maurer, Fraunhofer, 4th volume, Meitzen, Der Boden des preußischen Staats. Hansen, Leibeigenschaft in Schleswig-Holstein, F.E. End of footnote. This is what took place in the Romanian provinces. Their original mode of production was based on community of the soil, but not in the Slavonic or Indian form. Part of the land was cultivated in severalty as freehold by the members of the community. Another part, ager publicus, was cultivated by them in common. The products of this common labour served partly as a reserve fund against bad harvests and other accidents, partly as a public store for providing the costs of war, religion, and other common expenses. In course of time, military and clerical dignitaries usurped, along with the common land, the labour spent upon it. The labour of the free peasants on their common land was transformed into corvée for the thieves of the common land. This corvée soon developed into a servile relationship existing in point of fact, not in point of law, until Russia, the liberator of the world, made it legal under pretence of abolishing serfdom. The code of the corvée, which the Russian general Kiselev proclaimed in 1831, was of course dictated by the boyards themselves. Thus Russia conquered with one blow the magnates of the Danubian provinces and the applause of liberal cretins throughout Europe. According to the Règlement Organique, as this code of the corvée is called, every Wallachian peasant owes to the so-called landlord, besides a mass of detailed payments in kind, 1. 12 days of general labor, 2. 1 day of field labor, 3. 1 day of wood carrying, in all 14 days in the year. With deep insight into political economy, however, the working day is not taken in its ordinary sense, but as the working day necessary to the production of an average daily product, and that average daily product is determined in so crafty a way that no Cyclops would be done with it in 24 hours. In dry words, the Reglement itself declares with true Russian irony that by 12 working days one must understand the product of the manual labor of 36 days, by 1 day of field labor 3 days, and by 1 day of wood carrying in like manner 3 times as much, in all 42 corvée days. To this had to be added the so-called yobagi, service due to the lord for extraordinary occasions. In proportion to the size of its population, every village has to furnish annually a definite contingent to the yobagi. This additional corvée is estimated at 14 days for each Wallachian peasant. Thus, the prescribed corvée amounts to 56 working days yearly. But the agricultural year in Wallachia numbers, in consequence of the severe climate, only 210 days, of which 40 for Sundays and holidays, 30 on an average for bad weather, together 70 days do not count. 140 working days remain. The ratio of the corvée to the necessary labour, 56 divided by 84, or 66 2/3%, gives a much smaller rate of surplus value than that which regulates the labour of the English agricultural or factory labourer. This is, however, only the legally prescribed corvée. And, in a spirit yet more liberal than the English Factory Acts, the Règlement Organique has known how to facilitate its own evasion. After it has made 56 days out of 12, the nominal day's work of each of the 56 corvée days is again so arranged that a portion of it must fall on the ensuing day. In 1 day, e.g., must be weeded an extent of land which, for this work, especially in maize plantations, needs twice as much time. The legal day's work for some kinds of agricultural labour is interpretable in such a way that the day begins in May and ends in October. In Moldavia, conditions are still harder. The 12 corvée days of the Règlement Organique, cried a boyard drunk with victory, amount to 365 days in the year. Footnote. Further details are to be found in E. Regnault's Histoire politique et sociale des principautés danubiens, Paris, 1855. End of footnote. If the Règlement Organique of the Danubian provinces was a positive expression of the greed for surplus labour which every paragraph legalized, the English Factory Acts are the negative expression of the same greed. These acts curb the passion of capital for a limitless draining of labour power by forcibly limiting the working day by state regulations made by a state that is ruled by capitalist and landlord. Apart from the working class movement that daily grew more threatening, the limiting of factory labour was dictated by the same necessity which spread guano over the English fields. The same blind eagerness for plunder that in the one case exhausted the soil had in the other torn up by the roots the living force of the nation. Periodical epidemics speak on this point as clearly as the diminishing military standard in Germany and France. Footnote. In general and within certain limits, exceeding the medium size of their kind is evidence of the prosperity of organic beings. As to man, his bodily height lessens if his due growth is interfered with, either by physical or local conditions. In all European countries in which the conscription holds, since its introduction, the medium height of adult men, and generally their fitness for military service, has diminished. Before the Revolution, 1789, the minimum for the infantry in France was 165 centimeters. In 1818, law of March 10th, 157. By the law of March 21st, 1832, 156 centimeters. On the average, in France, more than half are rejected on account of deficient height or bodily weakness. The military standard in Saxony was in 1780 178 centimeters. It is now 155. In Prussia it is 157. According to the statement of Dr. Meyer in the Bavarian Gazette, May 9, 1862, the result of an average of 9 years is that in Prussia, out of 1,000 conscripts, 716 were unfit for military service, 317 because of deficiency in height, and 399 because of bodily defects. Berlin, 1858, could not provide its contingent of recruits, and it was 156 men short. J. von Liebig, Die Chemie in ihrer Anwendung auf Agrikultur und Physiologie, 1862, 7th edition, volume 1, pages 117 and 118. End of footnote. The Factory Act of 1850, now in force, 1867, allows for the average working day 10 hours, i.e. for the first 5 days 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., including half an hour for breakfast and an hour for dinner, and thus leaving 10½ working hours and 8 hours for Saturday, from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., of which half an hour is subtracted for breakfast. 60 working hours are left, 10½ for each of the first 5 days, 7½ for the last. Footnote: the history of the Factory Act of 1850 will be found in the course of this chapter. End of footnote. Certain guardians of these laws are appointed, factory inspectors, directly under the Home Secretary, whose reports are published half-yearly by order of Parliament. They give regular and official statistics of the capitalistic greed for surplus labour. Let us listen for a moment to the factory inspectors. Footnote: I only touch here and there on the period from the beginning of modern industry in England to 1845. For this period I refer the reader to Die Lage der Arbeiterklasse in England, von Friedrich Engels, Leipzig, 1845. How completely Engels understood the nature of the capitalist mode of production is shown by the factory reports, reports on mines, etc., that have appeared since 1845, and how wonderfully he painted the circumstances in detail is seen on the most superficial comparison of his work with the official reports of the Children's Employment Commission published 18 to 20 years later, 1863 to 1867. These deal especially with the branches of industry in which the Factory Acts had not, up to 1862, been introduced, in fact are not yet introduced. Here then little or no alteration had been enforced by authority in the conditions painted by Engels. I borrow my examples chiefly from the free trade period after 1849, that age of paradise of which the commercial travellers for the great firm of free trade, blatant as ignorant, tell such fabulous tales. For the rest, England figures here in the foreground because she is the classic representative of capitalist production, and she alone has a continuous set of official statistics of the things we are considering. End of footnote. Start of citation. The fraudulent mill owner begins work a quarter of an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, before 6 a.m., and leaves off a quarter of an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, after 6 p.m. He takes 5 minutes from the beginning and from the end of the half hour nominally allowed for breakfast, and 10 minutes at the beginning and end of the hour nominally allowed for dinner. He works for a quarter of an hour, sometimes more, sometimes less, after 2 p.m. on Saturday. Thus his gain is: before 6 a.m. 15 minutes, after 6 p.m. 15 minutes, at breakfast time 10 minutes, at dinner time 20 minutes, for 1 day 60 minutes, 5 days 300 minutes. On Saturday before 6 a.m. 15 minutes, at breakfast time 10 minutes, after 2 p.m. 15 minutes, total for Saturday 40 minutes, total weekly 340 minutes. Or 5 hours and 40 minutes weekly, which, multiplied by 50 working weeks in the year, allowing 2 for holidays and occasional stoppages, is equal to 27 working days. End of quotation. Footnote. Suggestions, etc., by Mr. L. Horner, Inspector of Factories, in Factories Regulation Acts, ordered by the House of Commons to be printed 9th August 1859, pages 4 and 5. End of footnote. Start quote: 5 minutes a day's increased work multiplied by weeks are equal to 2½ days of produce in the year. End of quote. Footnote. Reports of the Inspector of Factories for the half year, October 1856, page 35. End of footnote. Start of quote, an additional hour a day gained by small instalments before 6 a.m., after 6 p.m., and at the beginning and end of the times nominally fixed for meals is nearly equivalent to working 13 months in the year. End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc., 30th April 1858, page 9. End of footnote. Crises during which production is interrupted and the factories work short time, i.e., for only a part of the week, naturally do not affect the tendency to extend the working day. The less business there is, the more profit has to be made on the business done. The less time spent in work, the more of that time has to be turned into surplus labor time. Thus the factory inspectors report on the period of the crisis from 1857 to 1858. Start quote: It may seem inconsistent that there should be any overworking at a time when trade is so bad, but that very badness leads to the transgression by unscrupulous men that they get the extra profit of it. In the last half year, says Leonard Horne, 122 mills in my district have been given up. 143 were found standing. Yet overwork is continued beyond the legal hours. End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc., 1c, page 10. End of footnote. Start quote: For a great part of the time, says Mr. Hole, owing to the depression of trade, many factories were altogether closed, and a still greater number were working short time. I continue, however, to receive about the usual number of complaints that half or three-quarters of an hour in the day are snatched from the workers by encroaching upon the times professedly allowed for rest and refreshment. End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc., L.C., page 25. End of footnote. The same phenomenon was reproduced on a smaller scale during the frightful cotton crises from 1861 to 1865. Footnote: Reports, etc., for the half year ending 30 April 1861. See Appendix No. 2. Reports, etc., 31st October 1862, pages 7, 52, 53. The violations of the Acts became more numerous during the last half year 1863. Conform Reports, etc., ending 31st of October 1863, page 7. End of footnote. Start of quote: It is sometimes advanced by way of excuse, when persons are found at work in a factory either at a meal hour or at some illegal time, that they will not leave the mill at the appointed hour, and that compulsion is necessary to force them to cease work, cleaning their machinery, etc., especially on Saturday afternoons. But if the hands remain in the factory after the machinery has ceased to revolve, they would not have been so employed if sufficient time had been set apart specially for cleaning, etc., either before 6 a.m. or before 2 p.m. on Saturday afternoons. End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc., October 31st, 1860, page 23. With what fanaticism, according to the evidence of manufacturers given in courts of law, their hands set themselves against every interruption in factory labour, the following curious circumstance shows. In the beginning of June 1836, information reached the magistrates of Dewsbury, Yorkshire, that the owners of 8 large mills in the neighbourhood of Batley had violated the Factory Acts. Some of these gentlemen were accused of having kept at work 5 boys between 12 and 15 years of age, from 6 a.m. on Friday to 4 p.m. on the following Saturday, not allowing them any respite except for meals and 1 hour of sleep at midnight. And these children had to do this ceaseless labour of 30 hours in the shoddy hole, as the hole is called, in which the woolen rags are pulled in pieces, and where a dense atmosphere of dust, shreds, etc., forces even the adult workman to cover his mouth continually with handkerchiefs for the protection of his lungs. The accused gentlemen affirm, in lieu of taking an oath, as Quakers they were too scrupulously religious to take an oath, that they had, in their great compassion for the unhappy children, allowed them 4 hours for sleep, but the obstinate children absolutely would not go to bed. The Quaker gentlemen were mulcted in 20 pounds. Dryden anticipated these gentry. Foxful fraud in seeming sanctity, that feared an oath, but like the devil would lie, that looked like Lent, and had the holy leer, and durst not sin before he said his prayer. End of footnote. Start of quote. The profit to be gained by it, overworking in violation of the Act, appears to be, to many, a greater temptation than they can resist. They calculate upon the chance of not being found out, and when they see the small amount of penalty and costs which those who have been convicted have had to pay, they find that if they should be detected, there will still be a considerable balance of gain. Footnote: Report 31st of October 1856, page 34. End of footnote. In cases where the additional time is gained by a multiplication of small thefts in the course of the day, there are insuperable difficulties to the inspectors making out a case. End of quote. Footnote: LC, page 35. End of footnote. These small thefts of capital from the labourer's meal and recreation time the factory inspectors also designate as petty pilferings of minutes, snatching a few minutes, or, as the labourers technically called them, nibbling and cribbling at meal times. Footnotes: LC, page 48. End of footnote. It is evident that in this atmosphere the formation of surplus value by surplus labour is no secret. Start of quote. If you allow me, said a highly respectable master to me, to work only 10 minutes in the day overtime, you put 1,000 a year in my pocket. End of quote. Footnote: LC, page 48. End of footnote. Start of quote. Moments are the elements of profit. End of quote. Footnote: Report of the inspectors, etc., 30th April 1860, page 56. End of footnote. Nothing is from this point of view more characteristic than the designation of the workers who work full-time as full-timers, and the children under 13 who are only allowed to work 6 hours as half-timers. The worker is here nothing more than personified labour time. All individual distinctions are merged in those of full-timers and half-timers. Footnote: This is the official expression, both in the factories and in the reports. End of footnote. End of Part 3, Chapter 10, Section 2. Chapter 10, Section 3 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The production of absolute surplus value. Chapter 10. The working day. Section 3. Branches of English industry without legal limits to exploitation. We have hitherto considered the tendency to the extension of the working day, the werewolf's hunger for surplus labour in a department where the monstrous exactions, not surpassed, says an English bourgeois economist, by the cruelties of the Spaniards to the American redskins, caused capital at last to be bound by the chains of legal regulations. Footnote: quote, "The cupidity of mill owners whose cruelties in the pursuit of gain have hardly been exceeded by those perpetrated by the Spaniards on the conquest of America in the pursuit of gold." End of quote. John Wade, History of the Middle and Working Classes, 3rd edition, London, 1835, page 114. The theoretical part of this book, a kind of handbook of political economy, is, considering the time of its publication, original in some parts, e.g. on commercial crises. The historical part is, to a great extent, a shameless plagiarism of Sir F. M. Eden's The State of the Poor, London, 1797. End of footnote. Now let us cast a glance at certain branches of production in which the exploitation of labour is either free from fetters to this day, or was so yesterday. Quote, Mr. Broughton Charlton, County Magistrate, declared, as chairman of a meeting held at the Assembly Rooms, Nottingham, on the 14th January 1860, that there was an amount of privation and suffering among that portion of the population connected with the lace trade unknown in other parts of the kingdom, indeed in the civilized world. Children of 9 or 10 years are dragged from their squalid beds at 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning, and compelled to work for a bare subsistence until 10, 11, or 12 at night, their limbs wearing away, their frames dwindling, their faces whitening, and their humanity absolutely sinking into a stone-like torpor, utterly horrible to contemplate. We are not surprised that Mr. Mallet, or any other manufacturer, should stand forward and protest against discussion. The system, as the Reverend Montague Valpy describes it, is one of unmitigated slavery, socially, physically, morally, and spiritually. What can be thought of a town which holds a public meeting to petition that the period of labour for men shall be diminished to 18 hours a day? We declaim against the Virginian and Carolinian cotton planters. Is their black market, their lash, and their barter of human flesh more detestable than this slow sacrifice of humanity which takes place in order that veils and colours may be fabricated for the benefit of capitalists? End of quote. Footnote: Daily Telegraph, 17th January 1860. End of footnote. The potteries of Staffordshire have, during the last 22 years, been the subject of 3 parliamentary inquiries. The result is embodied in Mr. Scriven's report of 1841 to the Children's Employment Commissioners, in the report of Dr. Greenhow of 1860, published by order of the Medical Officer of the Privy Council, Public Health, 3rd Report, 112 to 113. Lastly, in the report of Mr. Long of 1862, in the first report of the Children's Employment Commission of the 13th June 1863. For my purpose it is enough to take, from the reports of 1860 and 1863, some depositions of the exploited children themselves. From the children we may form an opinion as to the adults, especially the girls and women, and that in a branch of industry by the side of which cotton spinning appears an agreeable and healthful occupation. Footnote: Conform F. Engels, Lage, etc. Pages 249 through 251. End of footnote. William Wood, 9 years old, was 7 years and 10 months when he began to work. He ran moulds, carried ready-moulded articles into the drying-room, afterwards bringing back the empty mould, from the beginning. He came to work every day in the week at 6 a.m. and left off about 9 p.m. Quote, I worked till 9 o'clock at night 6 days in the week. I have done so 7 or 8 weeks. End of quote. 15 hours of labour for a child 7 years old. J. Murray, 12 years of age, says, I turn jigger and run moulds. I come at 6. Sometimes I come at 4. I worked all night last night till 6 o'clock this morning. I've not been in bed since the night before last. There were 8 or 9 other boys working last night. All but one have come this morning. I get 3 shillings and 6pence. I do not get any more for working at night. I worked 2 nights last week. Fernyhough, a boy of 10. I have not always an hour for dinner. I have only half an hour sometimes, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, First Report, etc., 1863. Evidence, pages 16, 19, 18. End of footnote. Dr. Greenhow states that the average duration of life in the pottery districts of Stoke-on-Trent and Woolstanton is extraordinarily short. Although in the district of Stoke only 36.6%, and in Woolstanton only 30.4% of the adult male population above 20 are employed in the potteries, among the men of that age in the first district more than half, in the second nearly 2/5 of the whole deaths are the result of pulmonary diseases among the potters. Dr. Boothroyd, a medical practitioner at Henley, says, "Each successive generation of potters is more dwarfed and less robust than the preceding one." In like manner, another doctor, Mr. McBean, since he began to practice among the potters 25 years ago, he had observed a marked degeneration especially shown in diminution of stature and breadth. These statements are taken from the report of Dr. Greenhow in 1860. Footnote: Public Health, Third Report, etc., pages 102, 104, 105. End of footnote. From the report of the Commissioners in 1863 the following. Dr. J. T. Arledge, senior physician of the North Staffordshire Infirmary, says, "The potters as a class, both men and women, represent a degenerated population, both physically and morally. They are, as a rule, stunted in growth, ill-shaped, and frequently ill-formed in the chest. They become prematurely old, and are certainly short-lived. They are phlegmatic and bloodless, and exhibit their debility of constitution by obstinate attacks of dyspepsia, and disorders of the liver and kidneys, and by rheumatism. But of all diseases they are especially prone to chest diseases, to pneumonia, phthisis, bronchitis, and asthma. One form would appear peculiar to them, and is known as potter's asthma, or potter's consumption. Scrofula, attacking the glands, or bones, or other parts of the body, is a disease of 2/3 or more of the potters. That the degenerescence of the population of this district is not even greater than it is due to the constant recruiting from the adjacent country, and intermarriages with more healthy races." Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, First Report, page 24. End of footnote. Mr. Charles Parsons, late house surgeon of the same institution, writes in a letter to Commissioner Long, amongst other things, "I can only speak from personal observation and not from statistical data, but I do not hesitate to assert that my indignation has been aroused again and again at the sight of poor children whose health has been sacrificed to gratify the avarice of either parents or employers." He enumerates the causes of the diseases of the potters, and sums them up in the phrase "long hours." The report of the Commission trusts that a manufacture which has assumed so prominent a place in the whole world will not long be subject to the remark that its great success is accompanied with the physical deterioration, widespread bodily suffering, and early death of the work-people, by whose labor and skill such great results have been achieved. Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, page 22 and page Roman 11. End of footnote. And all that holds of the potteries in England is true of those in Scotland. Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, page Roman 48. End of footnote. The manufacture of lucifer matches dates from 1833, from the discovery of the method of applying phosphorus to the match itself. Since 1845 this manufacture has rapidly developed in England, and has extended especially among the thickly populated parts of London, as well as in Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Bristol, Norwich, Newcastle, and Glasgow. With it has spread the form of lockjaw, which a Vienna physician in 1845 discovered to be a disease peculiar to lucifer matchmakers. Half the workers are children under 13, and young persons under 18. The manufacture is, on account of its unhealthiness and unpleasantness, in such bad odor that only the most miserable part of the laboring class, half-starved widows and so forth, deliver up their children to it, "the ragged, half-starved, untaught children." Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, page Roman 54. End of footnote. Of the witnesses that Commissioner White examined, 1863, 270 were under 18, 50 under 10, 10 only 8, and 5 only 6 years old. A range of the working day from 12 to 14 or 15 hours, night labour, irregular meal times, meals for the most part taken in the very workrooms that are pestilent with phosphorus. Dante would have found the worst horrors of his Inferno surpassed in this manufacture. In the manufacture of paper hangings the coarser sorts are printed by machine, the finer by hand, block printing. The most active business months are from the beginning of October to the end of April. During this time the work goes on fast and furious without intermission from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. or further into the night. J. Leach deposes, "Last winter 6 out of 19 girls were away from ill health at one time from overwork. I have to bawl at them to keep them awake." W. Duffy, "I have seen when the children could none of them keep their eyes open for the work, indeed none of us could." J. Lightbourne, M13. "We worked last winter till 9 evening, and the winter before till 10. I used to cry with sore feet every night last winter." G. Epston, "That boy of mine, when he was 7 years old, I used to carry him on my back to and fro through the snow, and he used to have 16 hours a day. I have often knelt down to feed him as he stood by the machine, for he could not leave it or stop." Smith, the managing partner of a Manchester factory, "We," he means his hands who work for us, "work on with no stoppage for meals, so that the day's work of 10½ hours is finished by 4:30 p.m., and all after that is overtime." Footnote: This is not to be taken in the same sense as our surplus labour time. These gentlemen consider 10½ hours of labour as a normal working day, which includes of course the normal surplus labour. After this begins overtime, which is paid a little better. It will be seen later that the labour expended during the so-called normal day is paid below its value, so that the overtime is simply a capitalist trick in order to extort more surplus labour, which it would still be even if the labour power expended during the normal working day were properly paid. End of footnote. Does this Mr. Smith take no meals himself during 10½ hours? We, this same Smith, seldom leave off working before 6 p.m. He means leave off the consumption of our labour power machines, so that we, iterum Crispinus, are really working overtime the whole year round. For all these, children and adults alike, 152 children and young persons and 140 adults, the average work for the last 18 months has been at the very least 7 days 5 hours, or 78½ hours a week. For the 6 weeks ending May 2nd this year, 1862, the average was higher, 8 days or 84 hours a week. Still this same Mr. Smith, who is so extremely devoted to the pluralis majestatis, adds with a smile, "Machine work is not great. So the employers in the block printing say, hand labour is more healthy than machine work." On the whole, manufacturers declare with indignation against the proposal to stop the machines at least during meal times. "A clause," says Mr. Otley, manager of a wallpaper factory in the borough, "which allowed work between, say, 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. would suit us. Note: very well, but the factory hours, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., are not suitable. Our machine is always stopped for dinner. What generosity! There is no waste of paper and colour to speak of, but," he adds sympathetically, "I can understand the loss of time not being liked." The report of the Commission opines with naivete that the fear of some leading firms of losing time, i.e., the time for appropriating the labour of others, and thence losing profits, is not a sufficient reason for allowing children under 13 and young persons under 18 working 12 to 16 hours per day to lose their dinner, nor for giving it to them as coal and water are supplied to the steam engine, soap to wool, oil to the wheel, as merely auxiliary material to the instruments of labour during the process of production itself. Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, Evidence, pages 123, 124, 125, 140, and 54. End of footnote. No branch of industry in England, we do not take into account the making of bread by machinery recently introduced, has preserved up to the present day a method of production so archaic, so, as we see from the poets of the Roman Empire, pre-Christian, as baking. But capital, as was said earlier, is at first indifferent as to the technical character of the labour process. It begins by taking it just as it finds it. The incredible adulteration of bread especially in London, was first revealed by the House of Commons Committee on the Adulteration of Articles of Food, 1855 to 1856, and Dr. Hessel's work Adulterations Detected. Footnote: alum finely powdered or mixed with salt is a normal article of commerce bearing the significant name of baker's stuff. End of footnote. The consequence of these revelations was the Act of August 6, 1860, for preventing the adulteration of articles of food and drink, an inoperative law, as it naturally shows the tenderest consideration for every free trader who determines by the buying or selling of adulterated commodities to turn an honest penny. Footnote: soot is a well-known and very energetic form of carbon, and forms a manure that capitalistic chimney sweeps sell to English farmers. Now, in 1862, the British jurymen had in a lawsuit to decide whether soot, with which, unknown to the buyer, 90% of dust and sand are mixed, is genuine soot in the commercial sense, or adulterated soot in a legal sense. The Amis du Commerce decided it to be genuine commercial soot, and non-suited the plaintiff farmer, who had in addition to pay the cost of the suit. End of footnote. The committee itself formulated more or less naively its conviction that free trade meant essentially trade with adulterated, or as the English ingeniously put it, sophisticated goods. In fact, this kind of sophistry knows better than Protagoras how to make white black and black white, and better than the Eleatics how to demonstrate ad oculus that everything is only appearance. Footnote: the French chemist Chevalier, in his treatise on the sophistications of commodities, enumerates for many of the 600 or more articles which he passes in review 10, 20, 30 different methods of adulteration. He adds that he does not know all the methods, and does not mention all that he knows. He gives 6 kinds of adulteration of sugar, 9 of olive oil, 10 of butter, 12 of salt, 19 of milk, 20 of bread, 23 of brandy, 24 of meal, 28 of chocolate, 30 of wine, 32 of coffee, etc. Even God Almighty does not escape this fate. See Rouard Descartes on the falsifications of the materials of the sacrament. De la falsification des substances sacramentelles. Paris, 1856. End of footnote. At all events, the committee had directed the attention of the public to its daily bread, and therefore to the baking trade. At the same time, in public meetings and in petitions to Parliament, rose the cry of the London journeyman bakers against their overwork, etc. The cry was so urgent that Mr. H.S. Tremenhere, also a member of the Commission of 1863 several times mentioned, was appointed Royal Commissioner of Inquiry. His report, together with the evidence given, roused capitalist or landlord or sinecurist, is commanded to eat his bread in the sweat of his brow. But they did not know that he had to eat daily in his bread a certain quantity of human perspiration mixed with the discharge of abscesses, cobwebs, dead blackbeetles, and putrid German yeast, without counting alum, sand, and other agreeable mineral ingredients. Footnote: report, etc., relative to the grievances complained of by the journeyman bakers, etc., London, 1862, and second report, etc., London, 1863. End of footnote. Without any regard to His Holiness Free Trade, the free baking trade was therefore placed under the supervision of the State Inspectors, close of the Parliamentary Session of 1863, and by the same Act of Parliament, work from 9 in the evenings to 5 in the morning was forbidden for journeyman bakers under 18. The last clause speaks volumes as to the overwork in this old-fashioned, homely line of business. Quote, "The work of a London journeyman baker begins as a rule at about 11 at night. At that hour he makes the dough, a laborious process which lasts from half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, according to the size of the batch or the labour bestowed upon it. He then lies down upon a kneading board, which is also the covering of the trough in which the dough is made, and with a sack under him, and another rolled up as a pillow, he sleeps for about a couple of hours. He is then engaged in a rapid and continuous labour for about 5 hours, throwing out the dough, scaling it off, moulding it, putting it into the oven, preparing and baking rolls and fancy bread, taking the batch bread out of the oven, and up into the shop, etc., etc. The temperature of a bakehouse ranges from about 75 to upwards of 90 degrees, and in the smaller bakehouses approximates usually to the higher rate than to the lower degree of heat. When the business of making the bread, rolls, etc. is over, that of its distribution begins, and a considerable proportion of the journeymen in the trade, after working hard in the manner described during the night, are upon their legs for many hours during the day, carrying baskets or wheeling handcarts, and sometimes again in the bakehouse, leaving off work at various hours between 1 and 6 p.m., according to the season of the year, or the amount and nature of their master's business, while others are again engaged in the bakehouse in bringing out more batches until late in the afternoon. Footnote: First Report, etc., page Roman 6. End of footnote. During what is called the London season, the operatives belonging to the full-priced bakers at the west end of the town generally begin work at 11 p.m. and are engaged in making the bread, with 1 or 2 short, sometimes very short intervals of rest, up to 8 o'clock the next morning. They are then engaged all day long, up to 4, 5, 6, and as late as 7 o'clock in the evening, carrying out bread, or sometimes in the afternoon in the bakehouse again, assisting in the biscuit baking. They may have, after they have done their work, sometimes 5 or 6, sometimes only 4 or 5 hours sleep before they begin again. On Fridays they always begin sooner, some about 10 o'clock, and continue in some cases at work, either in making or delivering the bread, up to 8 p.m. on Saturday night, but more generally up to 4 or 5 o'clock Sunday morning. On Sundays the men must attend 2 or 3 times during the day for an hour or two to make preparations for the next day's bread. The men employed by the underselling masters, who sell their bread under the full price, and who, as already pointed out, comprise 3/4 of the London bakers, have not only to work on the average longer hours, but their work is almost entirely confined to the bakehouse. The underselling masters generally sell their bread in the shop. If they set it out, which is not common, except as supplying chandlers' shops, they usually employ other hands for that purpose. It is not their practice to deliver bread from house to house. Towards the end of the week, the men begin on Thursday night at 10 o'clock, and continue on with only slight intermission until late on Saturday evening. End of quote. Footnote: First Report, etc., page Roman 71. End of footnote. Even the bourgeois intellect understands the position of the underselling masters. Quote, "The unpaid labour of the men was made the source whereby the competition was carried on." End of quote. Footnote: George Read, The History of Baking, London, 1848, page 16. End of footnote. And the full-priced baker denounces his underselling competitors to the Commission of Inquiry as thieves of foreign labour and adulterators. Quote, "They only exist now by first defrauding the public, and next getting 18 hours' work out of their men for 12 hours' wages." End of quote. Footnote: Report, first, etc., Evidence of the full-priced baker Cheeseman, page 108. End of footnote. The adulteration of bread and the formation of a class of bakers that sells the bread below the full price date from the beginning of the 18th century, from the time when the corporate character of the trade was lost, and the capitalist in the form of the miller or flour factor rises behind the nominal master baker. Footnote: George Read, as before. At the end of the 17th and the beginning of the 18th centuries, the factors, agents that crowded into every possible trade, were still denounced as public nuisances. Thus the grand jury at the quarter session of the Justices of the Peace for the county of Somerset addressed a presentment to the Lower House, which, among other things, states that these factors of Blackwell Hall are a public nuisance and prejudice to the clothing trade, and ought to be put down as a nuisance. The Case of Our English Wool, etc., London, 1685, page 6 and 7. End of footnote. Thus was laid the foundation of capitalistic production in this trade, of the unlimited extension of the working day and of night labour, although the latter only since 1824 gained a serious footing, even in London. Footnote: First Report, etc. End of footnote. After what has just been said, it will be understood that the report of the Commission classes journeymen bakers among the short-lived labourers, who, having by good luck escaped the normal decimation of the children of the working class, rarely reach the age of 42. Nevertheless, the baking trade is always overwhelmed with applicants. The sources of the supply of these labour powers to London are Scotland, the western agricultural districts of England, and Germany. In the years 1858 to 1860, the journeyman bakers in Ireland organised at their own expense great meetings to agitate against night and Sunday work. The public, e.g. at the Dublin meeting in May 1860, took their part with Irish warmth. As a result of this movement, day labour alone was successfully established in Wexford, Kilkenny, Clonmel, Waterford, etc. Quote, "In Limerick, where the grievances of the journeymen are demonstrated to be excessive, the movement has been defeated by the opposition of the master bakers, the miller bakers being the greatest opponents. The example of Limerick led to a retrogression in Ennis and Tipperary. In Cork, where the strongest possible demonstration of feeling took place, the masters, by exercising their power of turning the men out of employment, have defeated the movement. In Dublin, the master bakers have offered the most determined opposition to the movement, and by discountenancing as much as possible the journeymen promoting it, have succeeded in leading the men into acquiescence in Sunday work and night work, contrary to the convictions of the men." End of quote. Footnote. Report of Committee on the Baking Trade in Ireland for 1861. End of footnote. The Committee of the English Government, which government in Ireland is armed to the teeth and generally knows how to show it, remonstrates in mild though funereal tones with the implacable master bakers of Dublin, Limerick, Cork, etc. Quote, "The Committee believe that the hours of labour are limited by natural laws, which cannot be violated with impunity; that for master bakers to induce their workmen, by the fear of losing employment, to violate their religious convictions and their better feelings, to disobey the laws of the land, and to disregard public opinion (this all refers to Sunday labour), is calculated to provoke ill feeling between workmen and masters, and affords an example dangerous to religion, morality, and social order. The Committee believe that any constant work beyond 12 hours a day encroaches on the domestic and private life of the working man, and so leads to disastrous moral results, interfering with each man's home, and the discharge of his family duties as a son, a brother, a husband, a father; that work beyond 12 hours has a tendency to undermine the health of the working man, and so leads to premature old age and death, to the great injury of families of working men, thus deprived of the care and support of the head of the family when most required." End of quote. Footnote. Report of Committee on the Baking Trade in Ireland for 1861. End of footnote. So far we have dealt with Ireland. On the other side of the Channel, in Scotland, the agricultural labourer, the ploughman, protests against his 13 to 14 hours' work in the most inclement climate, with 4 hours additional work on Sunday, in this land of Sabbatarians, whilst at the same time 3 railwaymen are standing before a London coroner's jury, a guard, an engine driver, a signalman. A tremendous railway accident has hurried hundreds of passengers into another world. The negligence of the employee is the cause of the misfortune. They declare with one voice before the jury that 10 or 12 years before, the labour only lasted 8 hours a day. During the last 5 or 6 years it had been screwed up to 14, 18, and 20 hours, and under especially severe pressure of holiday makers, at times of excursion trains, it often lasted for 40 or 50 hours without a break. They were ordinary men, not cyclops. At a certain point their labour power failed. Torpor seized them. Their brains ceased to think, their eyes to see. The thoroughly respectable British jurymen answered by a verdict that sent them to the next assizes on a charge of manslaughter, and, in a gentle rider to their verdict, expressed a pious hope that the capitalistic magnates of the railways would in future be more extravagant in the purchase of a sufficient quantity of labour power, and more abstemious, more self-denying, more thrifty in the draining of paid labour power. Footnote. Reynolds Newspaper, January 1866. Every week this same paper has, under the sensational headings, fearful and fatal accidents, appalling tragedies, etc., a whole list of fresh railway catastrophes. On these, an employee on the North Staffordshire line comments, "Everyone knows the consequences that may occur if the driver and fireman of a locomotive engine are not continually on the lookout. How can that be expected from a man who has been at such work for 29 or 30 hours, exposed to the weather, and without rest. The following is an example which is of very frequent occurrence. One fireman commenced work on the Monday morning at a very early hour. When he had finished what is called a day's work, he had been on duty 14 hours 50 minutes. Before he had time to get his tea, he was again called on for duty. The next time he finished, he had been on duty 14 hours 25 minutes, making a total of 29 hours 15 minutes without intermission. The rest of the week's work was made up as follows: Wednesday, 15 hours, Thursday, 15 hours 35 minutes, Friday, 14.5 hours, Saturday, 14 hours 10 minutes, making a total for the week of 88 hours 40 minutes. Now, sir, fancy his astonishment on being paid 6 1/4 days for the whole. Thinking it was a mistake, he applied to the timekeeper, and inquired what they considered a day's work, and was told 13 hours for a goodsman, i.e. 78 hours. He then asked for what he had made over and above the 78 hours per week, but was refused. However, he was at last told they would give him another quarter, i.e. 10 pence. Reynolds Newspaper, 4th February, 1866. End of footnote. From the motley crowd of labourers of all callings, ages, sexes, that press on us more busily than the souls of the slain on Ulysses, on whom, without referring to the blue books under their arms, we see at a glance the mark of overwork, let us take two more figures, whose striking contrast proves that before Kapital all men are alike: a milliner and a blacksmith. In the last week of June 1863, all the London daily papers published a paragraph with the sensational heading, "Death from simple overwork." It dealt with the death of the milliner Mary Ann Walkley, 20 years of age, employed in a highly respectable dressmaking establishment, exploited by a lady with the pleasant name of Eliza. The old, often-told story was once more recounted. Footnote: conform F. Engels, as before, pages 253 and 254, end of footnote. This girl worked on an average 16.5 hours, during the season often 30 hours without a break, whilst her failing labour power was revived by occasional supplies of sherry, port, or coffee. It was just now the height of the season. It was necessary to conjure up in the twinkling of an eye the gorgeous dresses for the noble ladies bidden to the ball in order of the newly imported Princess of Wales. Mary Ann Walkley had worked without intermission for 26.5 hours, with 60 other girls, 30 in one room, that only afforded 3 of the cubic feet of air required for them. At night they slept in pairs in one of the stifling holes into which the bedroom was divided by partitions of board. Footnote: Dr. Lefty, consulting physician of the Board of Health, declared, "The minimum of air for each adult ought to be in a sleeping room 300, and in a dwelling room 500 cubic feet." Dr. Richardson, senior physician to one of the London hospitals: "With needlewomen of all kinds, including milliners, dressmakers, and ordinary seamstresses, there are 3 miseries: overwork, deficient air, and either deficient food or deficient digestion. Needlework in the main is infinitely better adapted to women than to men, but the mischiefs of the trade, in the metropolis especially, are that it is monopolized by some 26 capitalists, who, under the advantages that spring from capital, can bring in capital to force economy out of labor. This power tells throughout the whole class. If a dressmaker can get a little circle of customers, such is the competition that, in her home, she must work to the death to hold together, and this same overwork she must of necessity inflict on any who may assist her. If she fail, or do not try independently, she must join an establishment where her labor is not less, but where her money is safe. Placed thus, she becomes a mere slave, tossed about with the variations of society. Now at home, in one room, starving, or near to it, then engaged 15, 16, aye, even 18 hours out of the 24, in an air that is scarcely tolerable, and on food which, even if it be good, cannot be digested in the absence of pure air. On these victims, consumption, which is purely a disease of bad air, feeds." Dr. Richardson, Work and Overwork, in Social Science Review, 18th July 1863. End of footnote. and this was one of the best millinery establishments in London. Mary Ann Walkley fell ill on the Friday, died on Sunday without, to the astonishment of Madame Eliza, having previously completed the work in hand. The doctor, Mr. Keyes, called too late to the deathbed, duly bore witness before the coroner's jury that Mary Ann Walkley had died from long hours of work in an overcrowded workroom and a too small and badly ventilated bedroom. In order to give the doctor a lesson in good manners, the coroner's jury thereupon brought in a verdict that the deceased had died of apoplexy, but there was reason to fear that her death had been accelerated by overwork in an overcrowded workroom, etc. "Our white slaves," cried the Morning Star, the organ of the Free Traders, Cobden and Bride, "our white slaves who are toiled into the grave for the most part silently pine and die." Footnote: Morning Star, 23rd June 1863. The Times made use of these circumstances to defend the American slave owners against Bright, etc. "Very many of us think," says a leader of July 2nd, 1863, "that while we work our own young women to death, using the scourge of starvation instead of the crack of the whip as the instrument of compulsion, we have scarcely a right to hound on fire and slaughter against families who are born slave owners, and who, at least, feed their slaves well and work them lightly." In the same manner the Standard, a Tory organ, fell foul of the Reverend Newman Hall. He excommunicated the slave owners, but praised with the fine folk who, without remorse, make the omnibus drivers and conductors of London, etc., work 16 hours a day for the wages of a dog. Finally spake the oracle, Thomas Carlyle, of whom I wrote in 1850, "Zum Teufel ist der Genius, der Kultus ist geblieben." In a short parable he reduces the one great event of contemporary history, the American Civil War, to this level, that the Peter of the North wants to break the head of the Pole of the South with all his might, because the Peter of the North hires his labor by the day, and the Pole of the South hires his by the life. Macmillan's Magazine, Ilias Americana in Nutria, August 1863. Thus the bubble of Tory sympathy for the urban workers, by no means for the rural, has burst at last. The sum of all is slavery. End of footnote. Quote, "It is not only in dressmakers' rooms that working to death is the order of the day, but in 1,000 other places, in every place I had almost said, where a thriving business has to be done. We will take the blacksmith as a type. If the poets were true, there is no man so hearty, so merry as the blacksmith. He rises early and strikes his sparks before the sun. He eats and drinks and sleeps as no other man. Working in moderation, he is, in fact, in one of the best of human positions, physically speaking. But we follow him into the city or town, and we see the stress of work on that strong man, and what then is his position in the death rate of his country? In Marylebone, blacksmiths die at the rate of 31 per 1,000 per annum, or 11 above the mean of the male adults of the country in its entirety. The occupation, instinctive almost as a portion of human art, unobjectionable as a branch of human industry, is made by mere excess of work, the destroyer of the man. He can strike so many blows per day, walk so many steps, breathe so many breaths, produce so much work, and live an average, say, of 50 years. He is made to strike so many more blows, to walk so many more steps, to breathe so many more breaths per day, and to increase altogether a fourth of his life. He meets the effort. The result is that producing for a limited time a fourth more work, he dies at 37 for 50. End of quote. Footnote: Dr. Richardson, as above. End of footnote. End of Part 3, Chapter 10, Section 3. Chapter 10, Section 4 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 10. The Working Day. Section 4. Day and Night Work. The Relay System. Constant capital, the means of production, considered from the standpoint of the creation of surplus value, only existed to absorb labor, and with every drop of labor a proportional quantity of surplus labor. While they fail to do this, their mere existence causes a relative loss to the capitalist, for they represent, during the time they lie fallow, a useless advance of capital. And this loss becomes positive and absolute as soon as the intermission of their employment necessitates additional outlay at the recommencement of work. The prolongation of the working day beyond the limits of the natural day into the night only acts as a palliative. It quenches only in a slight degree the vampire thirst for the living blood of labor. To appropriate labor during all the 24 hours of the day is, therefore, the inherent tendency of capitalist production. But as it is physically impossible to exploit the same individual labor power constantly during the night as well as the day, to overcome this physical hindrance, an alternation becomes necessary between the workpeople whose powers are exhausted by day and those who are used up by night. This alternation may be effected in various ways, e.g., it may be so arranged that part of the workers are 1 week employed on day work, the next week on night work. It is well known that this relay system, this alternation of two sets of workers, held full sway in the full-blooded youth time of the English cotton manufacture, and that at the present time it still flourishes, among others, in the cotton spinning of the Moscow district. This 24 hours process of production exists today as a system in many of the branches of industry of Great Britain that are still free. In the blast furnaces, forges, plate rolling mills, and other metallurgical establishments in England, Wales, and Scotland. The working time here includes, besides the 24 hours of the 6 working days, a great part also of the 24 hours of Sunday. The workers consist of men and women, adults and children of both sexes. The ages of the children and young persons run through all intermediate grades, from 8, in some cases from 6, to 18. Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, London, 1864, pages Roman 4, 5, and 6. End of footnote. In some branches of industry, the girls and women work through the night together with the males. Footnote: Both in Staffordshire and in South Wales, young girls and women are employed on the pit banks and on the coke heaps, not only by day but also by night. This practice has been often noticed in reports presented to Parliament as being attended with great and notorious evils. These females employed with the men, hardly distinguished from them in their dress, and begrimed with dirt and smoke, are exposed to the deterioration of character arising from the loss of self-respect, which can hardly fail to follow from their unfeminine occupation. Loco citato, 194, page Roman 26. Conform 4th Report, 1865, 61, page Roman 13. It is the same in glass works. End of footnote. Placing on one side the generally injurious influence of night labor, the duration of the process of production, unbroken during the 24 hours, offers very welcome opportunities of exceeding the limits of the normal working day, e.g., in the branches of industry already mentioned, which are of an exceedingly fatiguing nature. The official working day means for each worker usually 12 hours by night or day. Footnote: A steel manufacturer who employs children in night labor remarked, "It seems but natural that boys who work at night cannot sleep and get proper rest by day, but will be running about." Loco citato, 4th Report, 63, page Roman 13. On the importance of sunlight for the maintenance and growth of the body, a physician writes, "Light also acts upon the tissues of the body directly in hardening them and supporting their elasticity. The muscles of animals, when they are deprived of a proper amount of light, become soft and inelastic, the nervous power loses its tone from defective stimulation, and the elaboration of all growth seems to be perverted. In the case of children, constant access to plenty of light during the day, and to the direct rays of the sun for a part of it, is most essential to health. Light assists in the elaboration of good plastic blood, and hardens the fibre after it has been laid down. It also acts as a stimulus upon the organs of sight, and by this means brings about more activity in the various cerebral functions. Dr. W. Strange, senior physician of the Worcester General Hospital, from whose work on Health, 1864, this passage is taken, writes in a letter to Mr. White, one of the commissioners, "I have had opportunities formerly, when in Lancashire, of observing the effects of night work upon children, and I have no hesitation in saying, contrary to what some employers were fond of asserting, those children who were subjected to it soon suffered in their health." Loco citato, 284, page 55. That such a question should furnish the material of serious controversy shows plainly how capitalist production acts on the brain functions of capitalists and their retainers. End of footnote. But the overwork beyond this amount is in many cases, to use the words of the English official report, truly fearful. Footnote. Loco citato, 57, page Roman 12. End of footnote. It is impossible, the report continues, for any mind to realize the amount of work described in the following passages as being performed by boys of from 9 to 12 years of age, without coming irresistibly to the conclusion that such abuses of the power of parents and of employers can no longer be allowed to exist. Footnote. Loco citato, 4th Report, 1865, 58, page Roman 12. End of footnote. Quote, "The practice of boys working at all by day and night turns, either in the usual course of things or at pressing times, seems inevitably to open the door to their not unfrequently working unduly long hours. These hours are indeed, in some cases, not only cruelly, but even incredibly long for children. Amongst a number of boys it will, of course, not unfrequently happen that one or more are from some cause absent. When this happens, their place is made up by one or more boys who work in the other turn. That this is a well understood system is plain, from the answer of the manager of some large rolling mills, who, when I asked him how the place of the boys absent from their turn was made up, "I dare say, sir, you know that as well as I do," and admitted the fact. Footnote. Loco citato. End of footnote. Quote, "At a rolling mill, where the proper hours were from 6 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., a boy worked about 4 nights every week till 8:30 p.m. at least, and this for 6 months. Another, at 9 years old, sometimes made 3 12-hour shifts running, and, when 10, has made 2 days and 2 nights running. A third, now 10, worked from 6 a.m. till 12 p.m. 3 nights, and till 9 p.m. the other nights. Another, now 13, worked from 6 p.m. till 12 noon next day, for a week together, and sometimes for 3 shifts together, e.g. from Monday morning till Tuesday night. Another, now 12, has worked in an iron foundry at Staveley from 6 a.m. till 12 p.m. for a fortnight on end. Could not do it any more. George Allensworth, age 9, came here as cellar boy last Friday. Next morning we had to begin at 3, so I stopped here all night. Live 5 miles off. Slept on the floor of the furnace, overhead, with an apron under me and a bit of a jacket over me. The 2 other days I have been here at 6 a.m. Aye, it is hot in here. Before I came here I was nearly a year at the same work at some works in the country. Began there, too, at 3 on Saturday morning. Always did, but was very gain, near, home, and could sleep at home. Other days I began at 6 in the morning, and gin over at 6 or 7 in the evening, etc. Footnote. Loco citato, page Roman 13. The degree of culture of these labour powers must naturally be such as appears in the following dialogues with one of the commissioners. Jeremiah Haynes, age 12. 4 times 4 is 8, 4 fours are 16. A king is him that has all the money and gold. We have a king. told it is a queen. They call her the Princess Alexandra, told that she married the queen's son. The queen's son is the Princess Alexandra. A princess is a man. William Turner, age 12. Don't live in England. Think it is a country but didn't know before. John Morris, age 14. Have heard say that God made the world and that all the people was drowned but one. Heard say that one was a little bird. William Smith, age 15. God made man, man made woman. Edward Taylor, age 15. Do not know of London. Henry Matthewman, age 17. Had been to chapel but missed a good many times lately. One name that they preached about was Jesus Christ, but I cannot say any others, and I cannot tell anything about him. He was not killed, but died like other people. He was not the same as other people in some ways, because he was religious in some ways, and others isn't. Loco citato, page Roman 15. The devil is a good person. I don't know where he lives. Christ was a wicked man. This girl spelled God as dog, and did not know the name of the Queen. Children Employment Commission, 5th Report, 1866, page 55, N. 278. The same system obtains in the glass and paper works as in the metallurgical, already cited. In the paper factories, where the paper is made by machinery, night work is the rule for all processes, except rag sorting. In some cases night work, by relays, is carried on incessantly through the whole week, usually from Sunday night until midnight of the following Saturday. Those who are on day work 5 days of 12 and 1 day of 18 hours. Those on night work 5 nights of 12 and 1 of 6 hours in each week. In other cases each set works 24 hours consecutively on alternate days, one set working 6 hours on Monday and 18 on Saturday to make up the 24 hours. In other cases an intermediate system prevails, by which all employed on the paper-making machinery work 15 or 16 hours every day in the week. This system, says Commissioner Lord, seems to combine all the evils of both the 12 hours and the 24 hours relays. Children under 13, young persons under 18, and women work under this night system. Sometimes under the 12-hour system they are obliged, on account of the non-appearance of those that ought to relieve them, to work a double turn of 24 hours. The evidence proves that boys and girls very often work overtime, which, not unfrequently, extends to 24 or even 36 hours of uninterrupted toil. In the continuous and unvarying process of glazing are found girls of 12 who work the whole month 14 hours a day, without any regular relief or cessation beyond 2 or at most 3 breaks of half an hour each for meals. In some mills, where regular night work has been entirely given up, overwork goes on to a terrible extent, and that often in the dirtiest and in the hottest and in the most monotonous of the various processes. Children's Employment Commission Report 4, 1865, page Roman 38 and Roman 39. End of footnote. Let us now hear how Kapital itself regards this 24-hour system. The extreme forms of the system, its abuse in the cruel and incredible extension of the working day, are naturally passed over in silence. Kapital only speaks of the system in its normal form. Messrs. Naylor and Vickers, steel manufacturers, who employ between 600 and 700 persons, among whom only 10% are under 18, and of those only 20 boys under 18 work in night sets, thus express themselves. The boys do not suffer from the heat. The temperature is probably from 86 to 90 degrees. At the forges and in the rolling mills the hands work night and day, in relays, but all the other parts of the work are day work, i.e. from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. In the forge the hours are from 12 to 12. Some of the hands always work in the night, without any alternation of day and night work. We do not find any difference in the health of those who work regularly by night and those who work by day, and probably people can sleep better if they have the same period of rest than if it is changed. About 20 of the boys under the age of 18 work in the night sets. We could not well do without lads under 18 working by night. The objection would be the increase in the cost of production. Skilled hands and the heads in every department are difficult to get, but of lads we could get any number. but from the small portion of boys that we employ, the subject, i.e. of restrictions on night work, is of little importance or interest to us. Footnote: 4th Report, etc., 1865, 79, page Roman 16. End of footnote. Mr. J. Ellis, one of the firm of Messrs. John Brown and Co., Steel and Iron Works, employing about 3,000 men and boys, part of whose operations, namely iron and heavier steel work, goes on night and day by relays, states that in the heavier steel work 1 or 2 boys are employed to a score or 2 men. Their concern employs upwards of 500 boys under 18, of whom about 1/3, or 170, are under the age of 13. With reference to the proposed alteration of the law, Mr. Ellis says: I do not think it would be very objectionable to require that no person under the age of 18 should work more than 12 hours in the 24. But we do not think that any line could be drawn over the age of 12 at which boys could be dispensed with for night work. But we would sooner be prevented from employing boys under the age of 13, or even so high as 14 at all, than not be allowed to employ boys that we do have at night. Those boys who work in the day sets must take their turn in the night sets also, because the men could not work in the night sets only, it would ruin their health. We think, however, that night work in alternate weeks is no harm. Messrs. Naylor and Vickers, on the other hand, in conformity with the interest of their business, considered that periodically changed night labour might possibly do more harm than continual night labour. We find the men who do it as well as the others who do other work only by day. Our objections to not allowing boys under 18 to work at night would be on account of the increase of expense, but this is the only reason. Aside, what cynical naivete! Back to quote: we think that the increase would be more than the trade, with due regard to its being successfully carried out, could fairly bear. Aside, what mealy-mouthed phraseology! Back to quote: labor is scarce here, and might fall short if there were such a regulation. Aside, i.e. Ellis, Brown and Co. might fall into the fatal perplexity of being obliged to pay labor power its full value. Footnote: loco citato, 80, page Roman 16. End of footnote. The Cyclops Steel and Iron Works of Messrs. Camel and Co. are concocted on the same large scale as those of the above-mentioned John Brown and Co. The managing director had handed in his evidence to the Government Commissioner, Mr. White, in writing. Later, he found it convenient to suppress the manuscript when it had been returned to him for revision. Mr. White, however, has a good memory. He remembered quite clearly that for the Messrs. Cyclops the forbidding of the night labour of children and young persons would be impossible. It would be tantamount to stopping their works. And yet their business employs little more than 6% of boys under 18 and less than 1% under 13. Footnote: loco citato, 82, page Roman 17. End of footnote. On the same subject, Mr. E. F. Sanderson of the firm of Sanderson Brothers & Co., Steel Rolling Mills and Forges, Attercliffe, says: great difficulty would be caused by preventing boys under 18 from working at night. The chief would be the increase of costs from employing men instead of boys. I cannot say what this would be, but probably it would not be enough to enable the manufacturers to raise the price of steel, and consequently it would fall on them, as of course the men, what queer-headed folk, would refuse to pay it. Mr. Sanderson does not know how much he pays the children, but perhaps the younger boys get from 4 shillings to 8 shillings a week. The boys' work is of a kind for which the strength of the boys is generally, of course not always, quite sufficient, and consequently there would be no gain in the greater strength of the men to counterbalance the loss, or it would be only in the few cases in which the metal is heavy. The men would not like so well not to have boys under them, as men would be less obedient. Besides, boys must begin young to learn the trade. Leaving day work alone open to boys would not answer this purpose. And why not? Why could not boys learn their handicraft in the daytime? Your reason? Owing to the men working days and nights in alternate weeks, the men would be separated half the time from their boys, and would lose half the profit which they make from them. The training which they give to an apprentice is considered as part of the return for the boy's labour, and thus enables the man to get it at a cheaper rate. Each man would want half of this profit. In other words, Messrs. Sanderson would have to pay part of the wages of the adult men out of their own pockets instead of by the night work of the boys. Messrs. Sanderson's profit would thus fall to some extent, and this is the good Sandersonian reason why boys cannot learn their handicraft in the day. Footnote: in our reflecting and reasoning age, a man is not worth much who cannot give a good reason for everything, no matter how bad or how crazy. Everything in the world that has been done wrong for the very best of reasons. Hegel, Loco Citato, page 249. End of footnote. In addition to this, it would throw night labour on those who worked instead of the boys, which they would not be able to stand. The difficulties in fact would be so great that they would very likely lead to the giving up of night work altogether, and, as far as the work itself is concerned, says E.F. Sanderson, this would suit as well, but Mrs. Sanderson have something else to make besides steel. Steel making is simply a pretext for surplus value making. The smelting furnaces, rolling mills, etc., the buildings, machinery, iron, coal, etc., have something more to do than transform themselves into steel. They are there to absorb surplus labour, and naturally absorb more in 24 hours than in 12. In fact, they give, by grace of God and law, the Sandersons a check on the working time of a certain number of hands for all the 24 hours of the day, and they lose their character as capital, and are therefore a pure loss for the Sandersons, as soon as their function of absorbing labour is interrupted. Quote, "But then there would be the loss from so much expensive machinery lying idle half the time, and to get through the amount of work which we are able to do on the present system, we should have to double our premises and plant, which would double the outlay." End of quote. But why should these Sandersons pretend to a privilege not enjoyed by the other capitalists, who only work during the day, and whose buildings, machinery, raw material, therefore lie idle during the night? E.F. Sanderson answers in the name of all the Sandersons: "It is true that there is this loss from machinery lying idle in those manufactories in which work only goes on by day, but the use of furnaces would involve a further loss in our case. If they were kept up, there would be a waste of fuel, aside, instead of, as now, a waste of the living substance of the workers." Back to quote. "And if they were not, there would be a loss of time in laying the fires and getting the heat up. Aside, whilst the loss of sleeping time, even to children of 8, is a gain of working time for the Sanderson tribe." Back to quote. "And the furnaces themselves would suffer from the changes of temperature. Aside, whilst those same furnaces suffer nothing from the day and night change of labour." Footnote: Loco Citato, 85, page Roman 17. To similar tender scruples of the glass manufacturers, that regular meal times for the children are impossible, because as a consequence a certain quantity of heat radiated by the furnaces would be a pure loss, or wasted, Commissioner White makes answer. His answer is unlike that of Urey, Senior, etc., and their puny German plagiarists a la Roscher, who are touched by the abstinence, self-denial, saving of the capitalists in the expenditure of their gold, and by their Timur Tamerlanish prodigality of human life. A certain amount of heat beyond what is usual at present might also be going to waste if meal times were secured in these cases, but it seems likely not equal in money value to the waste of animal power now going on in glass houses throughout the kingdom from growing boys not having enough quiet time to eat their meals at ease, with a little rest afterwards for digestion. Loco Citato, page Roman 14. And this in the year of progress 1865! Without considering the expenditure of strength in lifting and carrying, such a child, in the sheds where bottle and flint glass are made, walks during the performance of his work 15 to 20 miles in every 6 hours. And the work often lasts 14 or 15 hours. In many of these glass works, as in the Moscow spinning mills, the system of 6 hours relays is in force. During the working part of the week 6 hours is the utmost unbroken period ever attained at any one time for rest, and out of this has to come the time spent in coming and going to and from work, washing, dressing, and meals, leaving a very short period indeed for rest, and none for fresh air and play, unless at the expense of the sleep necessary for young boys, especially at such hot and fatiguing work. Even the short sleep is obviously liable to be broken by a boy having to wake himself if it is night, or by the noise if it is day. Mr. White gives cases where a boy worked 36 consecutive hours, others where boys of 12 drudged on until 2 in the morning and then slept in the works till 5 a.m. 3 hours, only to resume their work. The amount of work, say Tremenhere and Tufnell, who drafted the general report, done by boys, youths, girls, and women in the course of their daily or nightly spell of labour is certainly extraordinary. Loco citato, Roman 43 and 44. Meanwhile, late by night, self-denying Mr. Glass Kapital, primed with port wine, reels out of his club homeward, droning out idiotically, "Britons never, never shall be slaves." End of Part 3, Chapter 10, Section 4. Chapter 10, Section 5 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The production of absolute surplus value. Chapter 10. The working day. Section 5. The struggle for a normal working day. Compulsory laws for the extension of the working day from the middle of the 14th to the end of the 17th century. What is a working day? What is the length of time during which capital may consume the labour power whose daily value it buys? How far may the working day be extended beyond the working time necessary for the reproduction of labour power itself? It has been seen that to these questions capital replies: the working day contains the full 24 hours, with the deduction of the few hours of repose without which labour power absolutely refuses its services again. Hence it is self-evident that the labourer is nothing else, his whole life through, than labour power, that therefore all his disposable time is by nature and law labour time, to be devoted to the self-expansion of capital. Time for education, for intellectual development, for the fulfilling of social functions and for social intercourse, for the free play of his bodily and mental activity, even the rest time of Sunday, and that in a country of Sabbatarians, moonshine. Footnote: in England, even now, occasionally in rural districts, a labourer is condemned to imprisonment for desecrating the Sabbath by working in his front garden. The same labourer is punished for breach of contract if he remains away from his metal, paper, or glass works on the Sunday, even if it be from a religious whim. The Orthodox Parliament will hear nothing of the Sabbath breaking if it occurs in the process of expanding capital. A memorial, August 1863, in which the London day labourers in fish and poultry shops asked for the abolition of Sunday labour, states that their work lasts for the first 6 days of the week on an average 15 hours a day, and on Sunday 8 to 10 hours. From this same memorial we learn also that the delicate gourmands among the aristocratic hypocrite of Exeter Hall especially encouraged this Sunday labour. These holy ones, so zealous in cute curanda, show their Christianity by the humility with which they bear the overwork, the privations, and the hunger of others. Obsequum ventris istis, the labourers, perniciosus est. End of footnote. But in its blind unrestrainable passion, its werewolf hunger for surplus labour, capital oversteps not only the moral, but even the merely physical maximum bounds of the working day. It usurps the time for growth, development, and healthy maintenance of the body. it steals the time required for the consumption of fresh air and sunlight. It higgles over mealtime, incorporating it where possible with the process of production itself, so that food is given to the labourer as to a mere means of production, as coal is supplied to the boiler, grease and oil to the machinery. It reduces the sound sleep needed for the restoration, reparation, refreshment of the bodily powers to just so many hours of torpor as the revival of an organism, absolutely exhausted, renders essential. It is not the normal maintenance of the labour power which is to determine the limits of the working day, it is the greatest possible daily expenditure of labour power, no matter how diseased, compulsory, and painful it may be, which is to determine the limits of the labourer's period of repose. Capital cares nothing for the length of life of labour power. All that concerns it is simply and solely the maximum of labour power that can be rendered fluent in a working day. It attains this end by shortening the extent of the labourer's life, as a greedy farmer snatches increased produce from the soil by robbing it of its fertility. The capitalistic mode of production, essentially the production of surplus value, the absorption of surplus labour, produces thus, with the extension of the working day, not only the deterioration of human labour power by robbing it of its normal, moral and physical conditions of development and function, it produces also the premature exhaustion and death of its labour power itself. Footnote: quote, "We have given in our previous reports the statements of several experienced manufacturers to the effect that over-hours certainly tend prematurely to exhaust the working power of the man." Loco citato 64, page Roman 13, end of footnote. It extends the labourer's time of production during a given period by shortening his actual lifetime. But the value of the labour power includes the value of the commodities necessary for the reproduction of the worker or for the keeping up of the working class. If, then, the unnatural extension of the working day that capital necessarily strives after in its unmeasured passion for self-expansion shortens the length of life of the individual labourer, and therefore the duration of his labour power, the forces used up have to be replaced at a more rapid rate, and the sum of the expenses for the reproduction of labour power will be greater. Just as in a machine, the part of its value to be reproduced every day is greater the more rapidly the machine is worn out. It would seem, therefore, that the interest of capital itself points in the direction of a normal working day. The slave owner buys his labourer as he buys his horse. If he loses his slave, he loses capital that can only be restored by new outlay in the slave mart. But, quote, "the rice grounds of Georgia or the swamps of the Mississippi may be fatally injurious to the human constitution, but the waste of human life which the cultivation of these districts necessitates is not so great that it cannot be repaired from the teeming preserves of Virginia and Kentucky. Considerations of economy, moreover, which, under a natural system, afford some security for humane treatment by identifying the master's interest with the slave's preservation, when once trading in slaves is practised, become reasons for racking to the uttermost the toil of the slave; for, when his place can at once be supplied from foreign preserves, the duration of his life becomes a matter of less moment than its productiveness while it lasts. It is accordingly a maxim of slave management, in slave-important countries, that the most effective economy is that which takes out of the human chattel, in the shortest space of time, the utmost amount of exertion it is capable of putting forth. It is in tropical culture, where annual profits often equal the whole capital of plantations, that negro life is most recklessly sacrificed. It is the agriculture of the West Indies, which has been for centuries prolific of fabulous wealth, that has engulfed millions of the African race. It is in Cuba, at this day, whose revenues are reckoned by millions, and whose planters are princes, that we see in the servile class the coarsest fare, the most exhausting and unremitting toil, and even the absolute destruction of a portion of its numbers every year." End of quote. Footnote: Cairns, The Slave Power, page 110 and 111, end of footnote. Mutato nomine de te fabula narratur. For slave trade, read Labour Market, for Kentucky and Virginia, Ireland and the agricultural districts of England, Scotland and Wales, for Africa, Germany. We heard how overwork thinned the ranks of the bakers in London. Nevertheless, the London labour market is always overstocked with German and other candidates for death in the bakeries. Pottery, as we saw, is one of the shortest-lived industries. Is there any want, therefore, of potters? Josiah Wedgwood, the inventor of modern pottery, himself originally a common workman, said in 1785 before the House of Commons that the whole trade employed from 15,000 to 20,000 people. Footnote: John Ward, The Borough of Stoke-upon-Trent, London, 1843, page 42. End of footnote. In the year 1861, the population alone of the town centres of this industry in Great Britain numbered 101,302. Quote, "The cotton trade has existed for 90 years. It has existed for 3 generations of the English race, and I believe I may safely say that during that period it has destroyed 9 generations of factory operatives." End of quote. Footnote: Ferrand's speech in the House of Commons, 27th April 1863. End of footnote. No doubt in certain epochs of feverish activity the labour market shows significant gaps. In 1834, e.g. But then the manufacturers proposed to the Poor Law Commissioners that they should send the surplus population of the agricultural districts to the north, with the explanation that the manufacturers would absorb and use it up. Footnote: Those were the very words used by the cotton manufacturers. Loco citato. End of footnote. Quote, "Agents were appointed with the consent of the Poor Law Commissioners. An office was set up in Manchester, to which lists were sent of those workpeople in the agricultural districts wanting employment, and their names were registered in books. The manufacturers attended at these offices, and selected such persons as they chose. When they had selected such persons as their wants required, they gave instructions to have them forwarded to Manchester, and they were sent, ticketed like bales of goods, by canals or with carriers, others tramping on the road, and many of them were found on the way lost and half-starved. This system had grown up unto a regular trade. This House will hardly believe it, but I tell them that this traffic in human flesh was as well kept up. They were in effect as regularly sold to these Manchester manufacturers as slaves are sold to the cotton growers in the United States. In 1860 the cotton trade was at its zenith. The manufacturers again found that they were short of hands. They applied to the flesh agents, as they are called. Those agents sent to the southern downs of England, to the pastures of Dorsetshire, to the glades of Devonshire, to the people tending kine in Wiltshire, but they sought in vain. The surplus population was absorbed. End of quote. The Bury Guardian said, on the completion of the French treaty, that 10,000 additional hands could be absorbed by Lancashire, and that 30,000 or 40,000 will be needed. After the flesh agents and sub-agents had in vain sought through the agricultural districts, quote, "A deputation came up to London, and waited on the right honourable gentleman, Mr. Villiers, President of the Poor Law Board, with a view of obtaining poor children from certain union houses for the mills of Lancashire." End of quote. Footnote: Loco citato. Mr. Villiers, despite the best of intentions on his part, was legally obliged to refuse the requests of the manufacturers. These gentlemen, however, attained their end through the obliging nature of the local Poor Law Boards. Mr. A. Redgrave, Inspector of Factories, asserts that this time the system under which orphans and pauper children were treated legally as apprentices was not accompanied with the old abuses. On these abuses see Engels, Loco citato. Although in one case there certainly was abuse of this system in respect to a number of girls and young women brought from the agricultural districts of Scotland into Lancashire and Cheshire. Under this system the manufacturer entered into a contract with the workhouse authorities for a certain period. He fed, clothed, and lodged the children, and gave them a small allowance of money. A remark of Mr. Redgrave to be quoted directly seems strange, especially if we consider that even among the years of prosperity of the English cotton trade, the year 1860 stands unparalleled, and that Besides, wages were exceptionally high. For this extraordinary demand for work had to contend with the depopulation of Ireland, with unexampled emigration from the English and Scots agricultural districts to Australia and America, with an actual diminution of the population in some of the English agricultural districts, in consequence partly of an actual breakdown of the vital force of the labourers, partly of the already effected dispersion of the disposable population through the dealers in human flesh. Despite all this, Mr. Redgrave says, "This kind of labour, however, would only be sought after when none other could be procured, for it is a high-priced labour. The ordinary wages of a boy of 13 would be about 4 shillings per week, but to lodge, to clothe, to feed and to provide medical attendance and proper superintendence for 50 or 100 of these boys, and to set aside some remuneration for them, could not be accomplished for 4 shillings a head per week." Report of the Inspector of Factories for 30th April 1860, page 27. Mr. Redgrave forgets to tell us how the labourer himself can do all this for his children out of their 4 shillings a week wages, when the manufacturer cannot do it for the 50 or 100 children lodged, boarded, superintended all together. To guard against false conclusions from the text, I ought here to remark that the English cotton industry, since it was placed under the Factory Act of 1850, with its regulations of labour time, etc., must be regarded as the model industry of England. The English cotton operative is in every respect better off than his continental companion in misery. The Prussian factory operative labours at least 10 hours per week more than his English competitor, and if employed at his own loom in his own house, his labour is not restricted to even those additional hours. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st of October, 1855, page 103. Redgrave, the factory inspector mentioned above, after the industrial exhibition in 1851, travelled on the continent, especially in France and Germany, for the purpose of inquiring into the conditions of the factories. Of the Prussian operative he says, "He receives a remuneration sufficient to procure the simple fare, and to supply the slender comforts to which he has been accustomed. He lives upon his coarse fare, and works hard, wherein his position is subordinate to that of the English operative." Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October, 1855, page 85. End of footnote. What experience shows to the capitalist generally is a constant excess of population, i.e., an excess in relation to the momentary requirements of surplus labor absorbing capital, although this excess is made up of generations of human beings, stunted, short-lived, swiftly replacing each other, plucked, so to say, before maturity. Footnote: the overworked die off with strange rapidity, but the places of those who perish are instantly filled, and a frequent change of persons makes no alteration in the scene. England and America, London, 1833, Volume 1, page 55, by E.G. Wakefield. End of footnote. And indeed, experience shows to the intelligent observer with what swiftness and grip the capitalist mode of production, dating, historically speaking, only from yesterday, has seized the vital power of the people by the very root, shows how the degeneration of the industrial population is only retarded by the constant absorption of primitive and physically uncorrupted elements from the country, shows how even the country labourers, in spite of fresh air and the principle of natural selection that works so powerfully amongst them, and only permits the survival of the strongest, are already beginning to die off. Footnote: see Public Health, 6th Report of the Medical Officer of the Privy Council, 1863, published in London, 1864. This report deals especially with the agricultural labourers. Sutherland is commonly represented as a highly improved county, but recent inquiry has discovered that even there, in districts once famous for fine men and gallant soldiers, the inhabitants have degenerated into a meagre and stunted race. In the healthiest situations, on hillsides fronting the sea, the faces of their famished children are as pale as they could be in the foul atmosphere of a London alley. W.T.H. Thornton, Overpopulation and its Remedy, Loco Citato, pages 74 and 75. They resemble, in fact, the 30,000 gallant Highlanders whom Glasgow picks together in its wains and closes with prostitutes and thieves. Capital, that has such good reasons for denying the sufferings of the legions of workers that surround it, is in practice moved as much and as little by the sight of the coming degradation and final depopulation of the human race, as by the probable fall of the earth into the sun. In every stock-jobbing swindle every one knows that some time or other the crash must come, but every one hopes that it may fall on the head of his neighbour, after he himself has caught the shower of gold and placed it in safety. Après moi le déluge is the watchword of every capitalist and of every capitalist nation. Hence capital is reckless of the health or length of life of the labourer, unless under compulsion from society. Footnote: But though the health of a population is so important a fact of the national capital, we are afraid it must be said that the class of employers of labour have not been the most forward to guard and cherish this treasure. The consideration of the health of the operatives was forced upon the mill owners. Times, November 5, 1861. The men of the West Riding became the clothiers of mankind. The health of the workpeople was sacrificed, and the lace in a few generations must have degenerated. But a reaction set in. Lord Shaftesbury's bill limited the hours of children's labour, etc. Report of the Register General for October 1861. End of footnote. To the outcry as to the physical and mental degradation, the premature death, the torture of overwork, it answers, ought these to trouble us, since they increase our profits? But looking at things as a whole, all this does not, indeed, depend on the good or ill will of the individual capitalist. Free competition brings out the inherent laws of capitalist production in the shape of external coercive laws having power over every individual capitalist. Footnote: We therefore find, e.g., that in the beginning of 1863, 26 firms owning extensive potteries in Staffordshire, amongst others, Josiah Wedgwood and Sons, petition in a memorial for some legislative enactment. Competition with other capitalists permits them no voluntary limitation of working time for children, etc. Much as we deplore the evils before mentioned, it would not be possible to prevent them by any scheme of agreement between the manufacturers. Taking all these points into consideration, we have come to the conviction that some legislative enactment is wanted. Children's Employment Commission, Report 1, 1863, page 322. Most recently, a much more striking example offers. The rise in the price of cotton during a period of feverish activity had induced the manufacturers in Blackburn to shorten, by mutual consent, the working time in their mills during a certain fixed period. This period terminated about the end of November 1871. Meanwhile, the wealthier manufacturers, who combined spinning with weaving, used the diminution of production resulting from this agreement to extend their own business, and thus to make great profits at the expense of the small employers. The latter thereupon turned in their extremity to the operatives, urged them earnestly to agitate for the 9-hour system, and promised contributions in money to this end. End of footnote. The establishment of a normal working day is the result of centuries of struggle between capitalist and labourer. The history of this struggle shows two opposed tendencies. Compare, e.g., the English factory legislation of our time with the English labour statutes from the 14th century to well into the middle of the 18th. Footnote: The labour statutes, the like of which were enacted at the same time in France, the Netherlands, and elsewhere, were first formally repealed in England in 1813, long after the changes in methods of production had rendered them obsolete. End of footnote. Whilst the modern Factory Acts compulsorily shortened the working day, the earlier statutes tried to lengthen it by compulsion. Of course, the pretensions of capital in embryo, when beginning to grow it secures the right of absorbing a quantum sufficit of surplus labour, not merely by the force of economic relations, but by the help of the state, appear very modest when put face to face with the concessions that, growling and struggling, it has to make in its adult condition. It takes centuries ere the free labourer, thanks to the development of capitalistic production, agrees, i.e., is compelled by social conditions to sell the whole of his active life, his very capacity for work, for the price of the necessaries of life, his birthright for a mess of pottage. Hence it is natural that the lengthening of the working day, which Kapital, from the middle of the 14th to the end of the 17th century, tries to impose by state measures on adult labourers, approximately coincides with the shortening of the working day which, in the second half of the 19th century, has here and there been effected by the state to prevent the coining of children's blood into capital. That which today, e.g. in the state of Massachusetts, until recently the freest state of the North American Republic, has been proclaimed as the statutory limit of the labour of children under 12, was in England, even in the middle of the 17th century, the normal working day of able-bodied artisans, robust labourers, athletic blacksmiths. Footnote: quote, "No child under 12 years of age shall be employed in any manufacturing establishment more than 10 hours in one day." End of quote. General Statutes of Massachusetts, 63, Chapter 12. The various statutes were passed between 1836 and 1858. Quote, "Labour performed during a period of 10 hours on any day in all cotton, woolen, silk, paper, glass, and flax factories, or in manufactories of iron and brass, shall be considered a legal day's labour, and be it enacted that hereafter no miner engaged in any factory shall be holden or required to work more than 10 hours in any day, or 60 hours in any week, and that hereafter no miner shall be admitted as a worker under the age of 10 years in any factory within this state." State of New Jersey. An act to limit the hours of labour, etc. Paragraph 1 and 2. Law of 18th March 1851. Quote, "No miner who has attained the age of 12 years and is under the age of 15 years shall be employed in any manufacturing establishment more than 11 hours in any one day, nor before 5 o'clock in the morning, nor after 7:30 in the evening." End of quote. Revised Statutes of the State of Rhode Island, etc. Chapter 139, paragraph 23, 1st of July 1857. End of footnote. The first Statute of Labourers, 23 Edward III, 1349, found its immediate pretext, not its cause, for legislation of this kind lasts centuries after the pretext for it has disappeared, in the great plague that decimated the people, so that, as a Tory writer says, the difficulty of getting men to work on reasonable terms, i.e. at a price that left their employers at a reasonable quantity of surplus labour, grew to such a height as to be quite intolerable. Footnote: Sophisms of Free Trade, 7th edition, London, 1850, page 205, 9th edition, page 253. This same Tory, moreover, admits that Acts of Parliament regulating wages, but against the labourer and in favour of the master, lasted for the long period of 464 years. Population grew. These laws were then found, and really became, unnecessary and burdensome. Loco citato, page 206. End of footnote. Reasonable wages were, therefore, fixed by law as well as the limits of the working day. The latter point, the only one that here interests us, is repeated in the Statute of 1496, Henry VII. The working day for all artificers and field labourers from March to September ought, according to this statute, which however could not be enforced, to last from 5 in the morning to between 7 and 8 in the evening. But the meal times consist of 1 hour for breakfast, 1½ hours for dinner, and half an hour for noon meat, i.e. exactly twice as much as under the Factory Acts now in force. Footnote: in reference to this statute, J. Wade with truth remarks, "From the statement above, i.e. with regard to the statute, it appears that in 1496 the diet was considered equivalent to 1/3 of the income of an artificer and 1/2 the income of a labourer, which indicates a greater degree of independence among the working classes than prevails at present, for the board both of labourers and artificers would now be reckoned at a much higher proportion of their wages." J. Wade, History of the Middle and Working Classes, pages 24, 25, and 577. The opinion that this difference is due to the difference in the price relations between food and clothing then and now is refuted by the most cursory glance at Chronicon Praeciosum, etc., by Bishop Fleetwood, 1st edition, London, 1707, 2nd edition, London, 1745. End of footnote. In winter, work was to last from 5 in the morning until dark, with the same intervals. A statute of Elizabeth of 1562 leaves the length of the working day for all labourers, hired for daily or weekly wage, untouched, but aims at limiting the intervals to 2½ hours in the summer, or to 2 in the winter. Dinner is only to last 1 hour, and the afternoon sleep of ½ an hour is only allowed between the middle of May and the middle of August. For every hour of absence, 1 penny is to be subtracted from the wage. In practice, however, the conditions were much more favourable to the labourers than in the statute book. William Petty, the father of political economy, and to some extent the founder of statistics, says in a work that he published in the last third of the 17th century, quote, "Labouring men," then meaning field labourers, "work 10 hours per diem, and make 20 meals per week, viz. 3 a day for working days and 2 on Sundays, whereby it is plain that if they could fast on Friday nights, and dine in 1 hour and a half, whereas they take 2, from 11 to 1, thereby thus working 1/20th more and spending 1/20th less, the above mentioned tax might be raised." End of quote. Footnote: W. Petty, Political Anatomy of Ireland, Verbum Sapienti, 1672, edition 1691, page 10. End of footnote. Was not Dr. Andrew Ure right in crying down the 12 Hours Bill of 1833 as a retrogression to the times of the Dark Ages? It is true these regulations contained in the statute mentioned by Petty apply also to apprentices, but the condition of child labour even at the end of the 17th century is seen from the following complaint. Quote, "'Tis not their practice in Germany, as with us in this kingdom, to bind an apprentice for 7 years, 3 or 4 is their common standard, and the reason is because they are educated from their cradle to something of employment, which renders them the more apt and docile, and consequently the more capable of attaining to a ripeness and quicker proficiency in business; whereas our youth, here in England, being bred to nothing before they come to be apprentices, make a very slow progress, and require much longer time wherein to reach the perfection of accomplished artists." End of quote. Footnote: A Discourse on the Necessity of Encouraging Mechanic Industry. London, 1690, page 13. Macaulay, who has falsified English history in the interests of the Whigs and the bourgeoisie, declares as follows: "The practice of setting children prematurely to work prevailed in the 17th century to an extent which, when compared with the extent of the manufacturing system, seems almost incredible. At Norwich, the chief seat of the clothing trade, a little creature of 6 years old was thought fit for labour. Several writers of that time, and among them some who were considered as eminently benevolent, mention with exultation the fact that in that single city boys and girls of very tender age create wealth exceeding what was necessary for their own subsistence by £12,000 a year. The more carefully we examine the history of the past, the more reason shall we find to dissent from those who imagine that our age has been fruitful of new social evils. That which is new is the intelligence and the humanity which remedies them." History of England, Volume 1, page 417. Macaulay might have reported further that extremely well disposed amis du commerce in the 17th century narrate with exultation how in a poor house in Holland a child of 4 was employed, and that this example of vertu mise en pratique passes muster in all the humanitarian works à la Macaulay to the time of Adam Smith. It is true that with the substitution of manufacture for handicrafts, traces of the exploitation of children begin to appear. This exploitation existed always to a certain extent among peasants, and was the more developed the heavier the yoke pressing on the husbandman. The tendency of capital is there unmistakably, but the facts themselves are still as isolated as the phenomena of two-headed children. Hence they were noted with exultation, as especially worthy of remark, and as wonders by the far-seeing amis du commerce, and recommended as models for their own time and for posterity. This same Scotch sycophant and fine-talker Macaulay says, "We hear today only of retrogression and see only progress. What eyes, and especially what ears!" End of footnote. Still, during the greater part of the 18th century, up to the epoch of modern industry and machinism, capital in England had not succeeded in seizing for itself, by the payment of the weekly value of labour power, the whole week of the labourer, with the exception, however, of the agricultural labourers. The fact that they could live for a whole week on the wage of 4 days did not appear to the labourers a sufficient reason that they should work the other 2 for the capitalist. One party of English economists, in the interest of capital, denounces this obstinacy in the most violent manner, another party defends the labourers. Let us listen, e.g., to the contest between Postlethwaite, whose Dictionary of Trade then had the same reputation as the kindred works of McCulloch and MacGregor today, and the author, already quoted, of the Essay on Trade and Commerce. Footnote: among the accusers of the workpeople, the most angry is the anonymous author quoted in the text of An Essay on Trade and Commerce, containing observations on taxes, etc., London, 1770. He had already dealt with this subject in his earlier work, Considerations on Taxes, London, 1765. On the same side follows Polonius Arthur Young, the unutterable statistical prattler. Among the defenders of the working classes, the foremost are Jacob van der Linde, in Money Answers All Things, London, 1734; the Reverend Nathaniel Forster, D.D., in An Enquiry into the Causes of the Present High Price of Provisions, London, 1767; Dr. Price, and especially Postlethwaite, as well in the supplement to his Universal Dictionary of Trade and Commerce, as in his Great Britain's Commercial Interest Explained and Improved, 2nd edition, 1755. The facts themselves are confirmed by many other writers of the time, among others by Josiah Tucker. End of footnote. Postlethwaite says among other things, quote, "We cannot put an end to those few observations without noticing that trite remark in the mouth of too many, that if the industrious poor can obtain enough to maintain themselves in 5 days, they will not work the whole 6. Whence they infer the necessity of even the necessaries of life being made dear by taxes or any other means, to compel the working artisan and manufacturer to labour the whole 6 days in the week, without ceasing. I must beg leave to differ in sentiment from those great politicians who contend for the perpetual slavery of the working people of this kingdom. They forget the vulgar adage, all work and no play. Have not the English boasted of the ingenuity and dexterity of her working artists and manufacturers, which have heretofore given credit and reputation to British wares in general? What has this been owing to? To nothing more, probably, than the relaxation of the working people in their own way. Were they obliged to toil the year round, the whole 6 days in the week, in a repetition of the same work, might it not blunt their ingenuity and render them stupid instead of alert and dexterous? And might not our workmen lose their reputation instead of maintaining it by such eternal slavery? And what sort of workmanship could we expect from such hard-driven animals? Many of them will execute as much work in 4 days as a Frenchman will in 5 or 6. But if Englishmen are to be eternal drudges, 'tis to be feared they will degenerate below the Frenchmen. As our people are famed for bravery in war, do we not say that it is owing to good English roast beef and pudding in their bellies, as well as their constitutional spirit of liberty? And why may not the superior ingenuity and dexterity of our artists and manufacturers be owing to that freedom and liberty to direct themselves in their own way? And I hope we shall never have them deprived of such privileges and that good living from whence their ingenuity no less than their courage may proceed." End of quote. Footnote: Postlethwaite, Loco Citato, First Preliminary Discourse, page 14. End of footnote. Thereupon the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce replies: "If the making of every 7th day an holiday is supposed to be of divine institution, as it implies the appropriating the other 6 days to labour," he means capital, as we shall soon see, "surely it will not be thought cruel to enforce it. That mankind in general are naturally inclined to ease and indolence, we fatally experience to be true, from the conduct of our manufacturing populace, who do not labour, upon an average, above 4 days in a week, unless provisions happen to be very dear. Put all the necessaries of the poor under one denomination, for instance, call them all wheat, or suppose that the bushel of wheat shall cost 5 shillings, and that he, a manufacturer, earns a shilling by his labour, he then would be obliged to work 5 days only in a week. If the bushel of wheat should cost but 4 shillings, he would be obliged to work but 4 days. But as wages in this kingdom are much higher in proportion to the price of necessaries, The manufacturer who labours 4 days has a surplus of money to live idle with the rest of the week. I hope I have said enough to make it appear that the moderate labour of 6 days in a week is no slavery. Our labouring people do this, and to all appearance are the happiest of all our labouring poor. Footnote: an essay, etc. He himself relates on page 96, wherein the happiness of the English agricultural labourer already in 1770 considered. Quote, "Their powers are always upon the stretch. They cannot live cheaper than they do, nor work harder." End of quote. End of footnote. But the Dutch do this in manufactures, and appear to be a very happy people. The French do so when holidays do not intervene. Footnote: Protestantism, by changing almost all the traditional holidays into workdays, plays an important part in the genesis of capital. End of footnote. But our populace have adopted a notion that as Englishmen they enjoy a birthright privilege of being more free and independent than in any country in Europe. Now this idea, as far as it may affect the bravery of our troops, may be of some use, but the less the manufacturing poor have of it, certainly the better for themselves and for the state. The labouring people should never think themselves independent of their superiors. It is extremely dangerous to encourage mobs in a commercial state like ours, where, perhaps, 7 parts out of 8 of the whole are people with little or no property. The cure will not be perfect till our manufacturing poor are contented to labour 6 days for the same sum which they now earn in 4 days. End of quote. Footnote: an essay, 4c, pages 15, 41, 96, 97, 55, 57, 69. Jacob Vanderlinde, as early as 1734, declared that the secret of the outcry of the capitalists as to the laziness of the working people was simply that they claimed for the same wages 6 days' labour instead of 4. End of footnote. To this end, and for extirpating idleness, debauchery, and excess, promoting a spirit of industry, lowering the price of labour in our manufactories, and easing the lands of the heavy burden of poor's rates, our faithful Eckert of Kapital proposes this approved device: to shut up such labourers as become dependent on public support, in a word, paupers, in an ideal workhouse. Such ideal workhouse must be made a house of terror, and not an asylum for the poor, where they are to be plentifully fed, warmly and decently clothed, and where they do but little work. Footnote: Loco citato, page 242. End of footnote. In this house of terror, this ideal workhouse, the poor shall work 14 hours in a day, allowing proper time for meals, in such manner that there shall remain 12 hours of neat labour. End of quote. Footnote: Loco citato. The French, he says, laugh at our enthusiastic ideas of liberty. Loco citato, page 78. End of footnote. 12 working hours daily in the ideal workhouse, in the House of Terror of 1770! 63 years later, in 1833, when the English Parliament reduced the working day for children of 13 to 18 in 4 branches of industry to 12 full hours, the judgment day of English industry had dawned. In 1852, when Louis Bonaparte sought to secure his position with the bourgeoisie by tampering with the legal working day, the French working people cried out with one voice, "The law that limits the working day to 12 hours is the one good that has remained to us of the legislation of the Republic." Footnote: quote, "They especially objected to work beyond the 12 hours per day, because the law which fixed those hours is the only good which remains to them of the legislation of the Republic." End of quote. Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1856, page 80. The French 12 Hours Bill of September 5th, 1850, a bourgeois edition of the decree of the Provisional Government of March 2nd, 1848, holds in all workshops without exceptions. Before this law, the working day in France was without definite limit. It lasted in the factories 14, 15, or more hours. See Des classes ouvrières en France pendant l'année 1884, par M. Blanqui. M. Blanqui, the economist, not the revolutionist, had been entrusted by the government with an inquiry into the condition of the working class. End of footnote. At Zurich, the work of children over 10 is limited to 12 hours. In Argo, in 1862, the work of children between 13 and 16 was reduced from 12.5 to 12 hours. In Austria in 1860, for children between 14 and 16, the same reduction was made. Footnote: Belgium is the model bourgeois state in regard to the regulation of the working day. Lord Howard of Weldon, English plenipotentiary at Brussels, reports to the Foreign Office May 12, 1862. Monsieur Rogier, the minister, informed me that children's labour is limited neither by a general law nor by any local regulations; that the government, during the last 3 years, intended in every session to propose a bill on the subject, but always found an insuperable obstacle in the jealous opposition to any legislation in contradiction with the principle of perfect freedom of labour. End of footnote. What a progress since 1770! Macaulay would shout with exultation. The House of Terror for paupers, of which the capitalistic soul of 1770 only dreamt, was realized a few years later in the shape of a gigantic workhouse for the industrial worker himself. It is called the factory, and the ideal this time fades before the reality. End of section 5. Chapter 10, Section 6 of Kapital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3, The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 10, The Working Day. Section 6. The Struggle for the Normal Working Day. Compulsory limitation by law of the working time. The English Factory Acts, 1833 to 1864. After capital had taken centuries in extending the working day to its normal maximum limit, and then beyond this to the limit of the natural day of 12 hours, there followed on the birth of machinism and modern industry in the last third of the 18th century a violent encroachment like that of an avalanche in its intensity and extent. Footnote: quote, "It is certainly much to be regretted that any class of persons should toil 12 hours a day, which, including the time for their meals and for going to and returning from their work, amounts, in fact, to 14 of the 24 hours. Without entering into the question of health, no one will hesitate, I think, to admit that, in a moral point of view, so entire an absorption of the time of the working classes, without intermission, from the early age of 13, and in trades not subject to restriction, much younger, must be extremely prejudicial, and is an evil greatly to be deplored. For the sake, therefore, of public morals, of bringing up an orderly population, and of giving the great body of the people a reasonable enjoyment of life, it is much to be desired that in all trades some portion of every working day should be reserved for rest and leisure." End of quote. Leonard Horner in Reports of the Inspectors of Factories for the 31st of December 1841. End of footnote. All bounds of morals and nature, age and sex, day and night, were broken down. Even the ideas of day and night, of rustic simplicity and the old statutes, became so confused that an English judge as late as 1860 needed a quite Talmudic sagacity to explain judicially what was day and what was night. Footnote: see Judgment of Mr. J. H. Otway, Belfast, Hilary Sessions, County Antrim, 1860. End of footnote. Capital celebrated its orgies. As soon as the working class, stunned at first by the noise and turmoil of the new system of production, recovered, in some measure, its senses, its resistance began, and first in a native land of machinism, in England. For 30 years, however, the concessions conquered by the work people were purely nominal. Parliament passed 5 labour laws between 1802 and 1833, but was shrewd enough not to vote a penny for their carrying out, for the requisite officials, etc. Footnote: it is very characteristic of the regime of Louis Philippe, the bourgeois king, that the one Factory Act passed during his reign, that of March 22, 1841, was never put in force, and this law only dealt with child labour. It fixed 8 hours a day for children between 8 and 12, 12 hours for children between 12 and 16, etc., with many exceptions which allow night work even for children 8 years old. The supervision and enforcement of this law are, in a country where every mouse is under police administration, left to the goodwill of the Amis du Commerce. Only since 1853, in one single department, the Département du Nord, has a paid government inspector been appointed. Not less characteristic of the development of French society generally is the fact that Louis Philippe's law stood solitary among the all-embracing mass of French laws till the Revolution of 1848. End of footnote. They remained a dead letter. Quote, "The fact is that prior to the Act of 1833 young persons and children were worked all night, all day, or both ad libitum." End of quote. Footnote: Report of Inspectors of Factories, 30th of April, 1860, page 50. End of footnote. A normal working day for modern industry only dates from the Factory Act of 1833, which included cotton, wool, flax, and silk factories. Nothing is more characteristic of the spirit of capital than the history of the English Factory Acts from 1833 to 1864. The Act of 1833 declares the ordinary factory working day to be from 5:30 in the morning to 8:30 in the evening, and within these limits, a period of 15 hours, it is lawful to employ young persons, i.e. persons between 13 and 18 years of age, at any time of the day, provided no one individual young person should work more than 12 hours in any one day, except in certain cases especially provided for. The 6th section of the Act provided, quote, "that there shall be allowed in the course of every day not less than 1½ hours for meals to every such person restricted as herein before provided." End of quote. The employment of children under 9, with exceptions mentioned later, was forbidden. The work of children between 9 and 13 was limited to 8 hours a day. Night work, i.e., according to this Act, work between 8:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. was forbidden for all persons between 9 and 18. The lawmakers were so far from wishing to trench on the freedom of capital to exploit adult labour power, or as they called it, quote, "the freedom of labour," end of quote, that they created a special system in order to prevent the Factory Acts from having a consequence so outrageous. "The great evil of the factory system as at present conducted," says the first report of the Central Board of the Commission of June 28, 1833, "has appeared to us to be that it entails the necessity of continuing the labour of children to the utmost length of that of the adults. The only remedy for this evil, short of the limitation of the labour of adults, which would, in our opinion, create an evil greater than that which is sought to be remedied, appears to be the plan of working double sets of children." End of quote. Under the name of system of relays, this plan was therefore carried out, so that, e.g., from 5:30 a.m. until 1:30 in the afternoon, one set of children between 9 and 13, and from 1:30 p.m. to 8:30 in the evening another set were put on, etc. In order to reward the manufacturers for having, in the most barefaced way, ignored all the acts as to children's labour passed during the last 22 years, the pill was yet further gilded for them. Parliament decreed that after March 1, 1834, no child under 11, after March 1, 1835, no child under 12, and after March 1, 1836, no child under 13 was to work more than 8 hours in a factory. This liberalism, so full of consideration for capital, was the more noteworthy as Dr. Farr, Sir A. Carlyle, Sir B. Brodie, Sir C. Bell, Mr. Guthrie, etc., in a word, the most distinguished physicians and surgeons in London, had declared in their evidence before the House of Commons that there was danger in delay. Dr. Farr expressed himself still more coarsely. Quote, "Legislation is necessary for the prevention of death, in any form in which it can be prematurely inflicted, and certainly this, i.e. the factory method, must be viewed as a most cruel mode of inflicting it." End of quote. That same reformed Parliament which in its delicate consideration for the manufacturers condemned children under 13 for years to come to 72 hours of work per week in the factory hell, on the other hand, in the Emancipation Act, which also administered freedom drop by drop, forbade the planters from the outside to work any Negro slave more than 45 hours a week. But, in no wise conciliated, Kapital now began a noisy agitation that went on for several years. It turned chiefly on the age of those who, under the name of children, were limited to 8 hours' work, and were subjected to a certain amount of compulsory education. According to capitalistic anthropology, the age of childhood ended at 10, or at the outside at 11. The more nearly the time approached for the coming into full force of the Factory Act, the fatal year 1836, the more wildly raged the mob of manufacturers. They managed, in fact, to intimidate the government to such an extent that in 1835 it proposed to lower the limit of the age of childhood from 13 to 12. In the meantime, the pressure from without grew more threatening. Courage failed the House of Commons. It refused to throw children of 13 under the juggernaut car of capital for more than 8 hours a day, and the Act of 1833 came into full operation. It remained unaltered until June 1844. In the 10 years during which it regulated factory work, first in part and then entirely, the official reports of the factory inspectors teem with complaints as to the impossibility of putting the Act into force. As the law of 1833 left it optional with the Lords of Capital during the 15 hours from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. to make every young person and every child begin, break off, resume or end its 12 or 8 hours at any moment they liked, had also permitted them to assign to different persons different times for meals, these gentlemen soon discovered a new system of relays, by which the labour horses were not changed at fixed stations, but were constantly reharnessed at changing stations. We do not pause longer on the beauty of this system, as we shall have to return to it later. But this much is clear at the first glance, that this system annulled the whole Factory Act, not only in the spirit, but in the letter. How could factory inspectors, with this complex bookkeeping in respect to each individual child or young person, enforce the legally determined work time and the granting of the legal meal times? In a great many of the factories, the old brutalities soon blossomed out again unpunished. In an interview with the Home Secretary, 1844, the factory inspectors demonstrated the impossibility of any control under the newly invented relay system. Footnote: Report of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1849, page 6. End of footnote. In the meantime, however, circumstances had greatly changed. The factory hands, especially since 1838, had made the 10 hours bill their economic, as they had made the charter their political election cry. Some of the manufacturers, even, who had managed their factories in conformity with the Act of 1833, overwhelmed Parliament with memorials on the immoral competition of their false brethren whom greater impudence, or more fortunate local circumstances, enabled to break the law. Moreover, however much the individual manufacturer might give the rein to his old lust for gain, the spokesmen and political leaders of the manufacturing class ordered a change of front and of speech towards the workpeople. They had entered upon the contest for the repeal of the Corn Laws, and needed the workers to help them to victory. They promised, therefore, not only a double-sized loaf of bread, but the enactment of the 10 hours bill in the Free Trade Millennium. Footnote: Report of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1848, page 98. End of footnote. Thus they still less dared to oppose a measure intended only to make the law of 1833 a reality. Threatened in their holiest interest, the rent of land, the Tories thundered with philanthropic indignation against the nefarious practices of their foes. Footnote: Leonard Horner uses the expression nefarious practices in his official reports. Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1859, page 7. End of footnote. This was the origin of the Additional Factory Act of June 7, 1844. It came into effect on September 10, 1844. It places under protection a new category of workers, viz., the women over 18. They were placed in every respect on the same footing as the young persons, their work time limited to 12 hours, their night labour forbidden, etc. For the first time, legislation saw itself compelled to control directly and officially the labour of adults. In the Factory Report of 1844 to 1845, it is said with irony, quote, "No instances have come to my knowledge of adult women having expressed any regret at their rights being thus far interfered with." End of quote. Footnote: Report, etc., 30th September 1844, page 15. End of footnote. The working time of children under 13 was reduced to 61, and in certain circumstances to 7 hours a day. Footnote: The Act allows children to be employed for 10 hours if they do not work day after day, but only on alternate days. In the main, this clause remained inoperative. End of footnote. To get rid of the abuses of the spurious relay system, the law established besides others the following important regulations. Quote, "That the hours of work of children and young persons shall be reckoned from the time when any child or young person shall begin to work in the morning." End of quote. So that if A, e.g., begins work at 8 in the morning and B at 10, B's workday must nevertheless end at the same hour as A's. Quote, "The time shall be regulated by a public clock." End of quote. For example, the nearest railway clock by which the factory clock is to be set. The occupier is to hang up a legible printed notice stating the hours for the beginning and ending of work and the times allowed for the several meals. Children beginning work before 12 noon may not be again employed after 1 p.m. The afternoon shift must therefore consist of other children than those employed in the morning. Of the hour and a half for meal times, quote, "1 hour thereof at the least shall be given before 3 of the clock in the afternoon, and at the same period of the day. No child or young person shall be employed more than 5 hours before 1 p.m. without an interval for meal time of at least 30 minutes. No child or young person, or female, shall be employed or allowed to remain in any room in which any manufacturing process is then, i.e. at meal times, carried on." End of quote, etc. It has been seen that these minutiae, which, with military uniformity, regulate by stroke of the clock the times, limits, pauses of the work, were not at all the products of parliamentary fancy. They developed gradually out of circumstances as natural laws of the modern mode of production. Their formulation, official recognition, and proclamation by the state were the result of a long struggle of classes. One of the first consequences was that in practice the working day of the adult males in factories became subject to the same limitations, since in most processes of production the co-operation of the children, young persons, and women is indispensable. On the whole, therefore, during the period from 1844 to 1847, the 12 hours working day became general and uniform in all branches of industry under the Factory Act. The manufacturers, however, did not allow this progress without a compensating retrogression. At their instigation, the House of Commons reduced the minimum age for exploitable children from 9 to 8, in order to assure that additional supply of factory children which is due to capitalists, according to divine and human law. Footnote: quote, "As a reduction in their hours of work would cause a larger number of children to be employed, it was thought that the additional supply of children from 8 to 9 years of age would meet the increased demand." End of quote. Loco citato, page 13. End of footnote. The years 1846 to 1847 are epoch-making in the economic history of England. The repeal of the Corn Laws and of the duties on cotton and other raw material, free trade proclaimed as the guiding star of legislation, in a word, the arrival of the millennium. On the other hand, in the same years, the Chartist movement and the 10 hours agitation reached their highest point. They found allies in the Tories panting for revenge. Despite the fanatical opposition of the army of perjured free traders, with Bright and Cobden at their head, the 10 Hours Bill, struggled for so long, went through Parliament. The new Factory Act of June 8, 1847, enacted that on July 1, 1847, there should be a preliminary shortening of the working day for young persons from 13 to 18, and all females to 11 hours, but that on May 1, 1848, there should be a definite limitation of the working day to 10 hours. In other respects, the Act only amended and completed the Acts of 1833 and 1844. Kapital now entered upon a preliminary campaign in order to hinder the Act from coming into full force on May 1, 1848. And the workers themselves, under the presence that they had been taught by experience, were to help in the destruction of their own work. The moment was cleverly chosen. Quote, It must be remembered, too, that there has been more than 2 years of great suffering, in consequence of the terrible crisis of 1846 to 1847, among the factory operatives, from many mills having worked short time, and many being altogether closed. A considerable number of the operatives must therefore be in very narrow circumstances, many, it is to be feared, in debt, so that it might fairly have been presumed that at the present time they would prefer working the longer time in order to make up for past losses, perhaps to pay off debts, or get their furniture out of pawn, or replace that sold, or to get a new supply of clothes for themselves and their families." Footnote: Report of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1848, page 16. The manufacturers tried to aggravate the natural effect of these circumstances by a general reduction of wages by 10%. This was done, so to say, to celebrate the inauguration of the new free trade era. Then followed a further reduction of 8 1/3% as soon as the working day was shortened to 11, and a reduction of double that amount as soon as it was finally shortened to 10 hours. Wherever, therefore, circumstances allowed it, a reduction of wages of at least 25% took place. Footnote: I found that men who had been getting 10 shillings a week had had 1 shilling taken off for a reduction in the rate of 10%, and 1 shilling 6pence off the remaining 9 shillings for the reduction in time, together 2 shillings 6pence, and notwithstanding this, many of them said they would rather work 10 hours. Locus citato. Under such favourably prepared conditions, the agitation among the factory workers for the repeal of the Act of 1847 was begun. Neither lies, bribery, nor threats were spared in this attempt. But all was in vain. Concerning the half-dozen petitions in which workpeople were made to complain of their oppression by the Act, the petitioners themselves declared under oral examination that their signatures had been extorted from them. "They felt themselves oppressed, but not exactly by the Factory Act." Footnote: "Though I signed it (the petition), I said at the time I was putting my hand to a wrong thing. Then why did you put your hand to it? Because I should have been turned off if I had refused. Whence it would appear that this petitioner felt himself oppressed, but not exactly by the Factory Act." Locus citato, page 102. But if the manufacturers did not succeed in making the workpeople speak as they wished, they themselves shrieked all the louder in press and parliament in the name of the workpeople. They denounced the factory inspectors as a kind of revolutionary commissioners, like those of the French National Convention, ruthlessly sacrificing the unhappy factory workers to their humanitarian crotchet. This manoeuvre also failed. Factory Inspector Leonard Horner conducted in his own person, and through his sub-inspectors, many examinations of witnesses in the factories of Lancashire. About 70% of the workpeople examined declared in favour of 10 hours, a much smaller percentage in favour of 11, and an altogether insignificant minority for the old 12 hours. Footnote: page 17, locus citato. In Mr. Horner's district 10,270 adult male labourers were thus examined in 181 factories. Their evidence is to be found in the appendix to the factory reports for the half year ending October 1848. These examinations furnish valuable material in other connections also. End of footnote. Another friendly dodge was to make the adult males work 12 to 15 hours, and then to blazon abroad this fact as the best proof of what the proletariat desired in its heart of hearts. But the ruthless factory inspector Leonard Horner was again to the fore. The majority of the overtimes declared, "They would much prefer working 10 hours for less wages, but that they had no choice; that so many were out of employment, so many spinners getting very low wages by having to work as piecers, being unable to do better, that if they refused to work the longer time, others would immediately get their places, so that it was a question with them of agreeing to work the longer time or of being thrown out of employment altogether." Footnote: Locus citato. See the evidence collected by Leonard Horner himself, numbers 69, 70, 71, 72, 92, 93, and that collected by Sub-Inspector A, numbers 51, 52, 58, 59, 62, 70 of the appendix. One manufacturer, too, tells the plain truth. See number 14 and number 265, loco citato, end of footnote. The preliminary campaign of Kapital thus came to grief, and the 10 Hours Act came into force May 1, 1848. But meanwhile the fiasco of the Chartist party, whose leaders were imprisoned and whose organization was dismembered, had shaken the confidence of the English working class in its own strength. Soon after this the June insurrection in Paris and its bloody suppression united, in England as on the Continent, all fractions of the ruling classes, landlords and capitalists, stock exchange wolves and shopkeepers, protectionists and free traders, government and opposition, priests and freethinkers, young whores and old nuns, under the common cry for the salvation of property, religion, the family, and society. The working class was everywhere proclaimed, placed under a ban, under a virtual law of suspects. The manufacturers had no need any longer to restrain themselves. They broke out in open revolt not only against the 10 Hours Act, but against the whole of the legislation that since 1833 had aimed at restricting in some measure the free exploitation of labour power. It was a pro-slavery rebellion in miniature, carried on for over 2 years with a cynical recklessness, a terrorist energy, all the cheaper because the rebel capitalist risked nothing except the skin of his hands. To understand that which follows, we must remember that the Factory Acts of 1833, 1844 and 1847 were all three in force so far as the one did not amend the other, that not one of these limited the working day of the male worker over 18, and that since 1833 the 15 hours from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. had remained the legal day, within the limits of which at first the 12 and later the 10 hours labour of young persons and women had to be performed under the prescribed conditions. The manufacturers began by here and there discharging a part of, in many cases half of the young persons and women employed by them, and then, for the adult males, restoring the almost obsolete night work. The 10 Hours Act, they cried, leaves no other alternative. Footnote: Reports, etc. for 31st October 1848, pages 133 and 134. End of footnote. Their second step dealt with the legal pauses for meals. Let us hear the factory inspectors. Quote, "Since the restriction of the hours of work to 10, the factory occupiers maintain, although they have not yet practically gone the whole length, that supposing the hours of work to be from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., they fulfil the provisions of the statutes by allowing an hour before 9 a.m. and half an hour after 7 p.m. for meals. In some cases they now allow an hour or half an hour for dinner, insisting at the same time that they are not bound to allow any part of the hour and a half in the course of the factory working day." End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc. for 30th April 1848, page 47. End of footnote. The manufacturers maintained, therefore, that the scrupulously strict provisions of the Act of 1844 with regard to meal times only gave the operatives permission to eat and drink before coming into and after leaving the factory, i.e. at home. And why should not the workpeople eat their dinner before 9 in the morning? The Crown lawyers, however, decided that the prescribed meal times, quote, "must be in the interval during the working hours, and that it will not be lawful to work for 10 hours continuously from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. without any interval." End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc. for 31st October 1848, page 130. End of footnote. After these pleasant demonstrations, Kapital preluded its revolt by a step which agreed with the letter of the law of 1844 and was therefore legal. The Act of 1844 certainly prohibited the employment after 1 p.m. of such children from 8 to 13 as had been employed before noon, but it did not regulate in any way the 6½ hours' work of the children whose work time began at 12 midday or later. The children of 8 might, if they began work at noon, be employed from 12 to 1 hour, from 2 to 4 in the afternoon 2 hours, from 5 to 8:30 in the evening 3½ hours, in all the legal 6½ hours. Or better still, in order to make their work coincide with that of the adult male labourers up to 8:30 p.m., the manufacturers only had to give them no work till 2 in the afternoon. They could then keep them in the factory without intermission till 8:30 in the evening. Quote, "And it is now expressly admitted that the practice exists in England from the desire of mill owners to have their machinery at work for more than 10 hours a day, to keep the children at work with male adults after all the young persons and women have left, and until 8:30 p.m. if the factory owners choose." Footnote: Reports etc. Loco citato, page 142. End of footnote. Workmen and factory inspectors protested on hygienic and moral grounds, but Kapital answered, quote, "My deeds upon my head, I crave the law, the penalty and forfeit of my bond." End of quote. In fact, according to statistics laid before the House of Commons on July 26, 1850, in spite of all protests, on July 15, 1850, 3,742 children were subjected to this practice in 257 factories. Footnote: Reports etc. for 31st October 1850, pages 5 and 6. End of footnote. Still, this was not enough. The lynx eye of Kapital discovered that the Act of 1844 did not allow 5 hours' work before midday without a pause of at least 30 minutes for a refreshment, but prescribed nothing of the kind for work after midday. Therefore it claimed and obtained the enjoyment of not only of making children of 8 drudge without an intermission from 2 to 8:30 p.m., but also of making them hunger during that time. Quote, "Aye, his heart, so says the bond." End of quote. This Shylock clinging to the letter of the law of 1844, so far as it regulated children's labour, was but to lead up to an open revolt against the same law, so far as it regulated the labour of young persons and women. Footnote: The nature of Kapital remains the same in its developed as in its undeveloped form. In the code which the influence of the slave owners shortly before the outbreak of the American Civil War imposed on the territory of New Mexico, it is said that the laborer, inasmuch as the capitalist has bought his labor power, is his, the capitalist's, money. The same view was current among the Roman patricians. The money they had advanced to the plebeian debtor had been transformed via the means of subsistence into the flesh and blood of the debtor. This flesh and blood were, therefore, their money. Hence the Shylock law of the 10 tables. Lingwood's hypothesis that the patrician creditors from time to time prepared, beyond the Tiber, banquets of debtors' flesh, may remain as undecided as that of Dahmer on the Christian Eucharist. End of footnote. It will be remembered that the abolition of the false relay system was the chief aim and object of that law. The masses began their revolt with the simple declaration that the sections of the Act of 1844 which prohibited the ad libitum use of young persons and women in such short fractions of the day of 15 hours as the employer chose, were comparatively harmless, so long as the work time was fixed at 12 hours. But under the 10 Hours Act they were a grievous hardship. Footnote: Reports etc. for 30th April 1848, page 28. End of footnote. They informed the inspectors in the coolest manner that they should place themselves above the letter of the law, and reintroduce the old system on their own account. Footnote: Thus, among others, philanthropist Ashworth to Leonard Horner, in a disgusting Quaker letter. Reports etc. April 1849, page 4. End of footnote. They were acting in the interests of the ill-advised operatives themselves, quote, in order to be able to pay them higher wages. End of quote. Quote, "This was the only possible plan by which to maintain, under the 10 Hours Act, the industrial supremacy of Great Britain." End of quote. Quote, "Perhaps it may be a little difficult to detect irregularities under the relay system, but what of that? Is the great manufacturing interest of this country to be treated as a secondary matter in order to save some little trouble to inspectors and sub-inspectors of factories?" End of quote. Footnote: Loco citato, page 140. End of footnote. All these shifts naturally were of no avail. The factory inspectors appealed to the law courts. But soon such a cloud of dust in the way of petitions from the masters overwhelmed the Home Secretary, Sir George Grey, that in a circular of August 5, 1848, he recommends the inspectors not, quote, "to lay informations against mill owners for a breach of the letter of the Act, or for employment of young persons by relays in cases in which there is no reason to believe that such young persons have been actually employed for a longer period than that sanctioned by law." End of quote. Hereupon Factory Inspector J. Stewart allowed the so-called relay system during the 15 hours of the factory day throughout Scotland, where it soon flourished again as of old. The English factory inspectors, on the other hand, declared that the Home Secretary had no power dictatorially to suspend the law, and continued their legal proceedings against the pro-slavery rebellion. But what was the good of summoning the capitalists when the courts, in this case the country magistrates, Cobbett's great unpaid, acquitted them? In these tribunals the masters sat in judgment on themselves. An example: one Escrick, cotton spinner of the firm of Kershaw, Lees & Co., had laid before the factory inspector of his district the scheme of a relay system intended for his mill. Receiving a refusal, he at first kept quiet. A few months later, an individual named Robinson, also a cotton spinner, and if not his man Friday, at all events related to Escrick, appeared before the borough magistrate of Stockport on a charge of introducing the identical plan of relays invented by Escrick. 4 justices sat, among them 3 cotton spinners, at their head this same inevitable Escrick. Escrick acquitted Robinson, and now was of opinion that what was right for Robinson was fair for Escrick. Supported by his own legal decision, he introduced the system at once into his own factory. Footnote: Reports, etc., for 30th April 1849, page 21-22. Conform like examples, ibid, pages 4 and 5. End of footnote. Of course, the composition of this tribunal was in itself a violation of the law. Footnote: By Roman I and II, will Roman IV, Chapter 24, Section 10, known as Sir John Wobhouse's Factory Act, it was forbidden to any owner of a cotton spinning or weaving mill, or the father, son, or brother of such owner, to act as justice of the peace in any inquiries that concerned the Factory Act. End of footnote. These judicial farces, exclaims Inspector Howell, quote, urgently call for a remedy, either that the law should be so altered as to be made to conform to these decisions, or that it should be administered by a less fallible tribunal, whose decisions would conform to the law when these cases are brought forward. I long for a stipendiary magistrate. End of quote. Footnote: Loco citato. End of footnote. The Crown lawyers declared the master's interpretation of the Act of 1848 absurd, but the saviours of society would not allow themselves to be turned from their purpose. Leonard Horner reports, quote, having endeavoured to enforce the Act by 10 prosecutions in 7 magisterial divisions, and having been supported by the magistrates in 1 case only, I considered it useless to prosecute more for this evasion of the law. That part of the Act of 1848 which was framed for securing uniformity in the hours of work is thus no longer in force in my district, Lancashire. Neither have the sub-inspectors or myself any means of satisfying ourselves, when we inspect a mill working by shifts, that the young persons and women are not working more than 10 hours a day. In a return of the 30th of April of mill owners working by shifts, the number amounts to 114, and has been for some time rapidly increasing. In general, the time of working the mill is extended to 13½ hours from 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. In some instances it amounts to 15 hours from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc., for 30th April 1849, page 5. End of footnote. Already in December 1848 Leonard Horner had a list of 65 manufacturers and 29 overlookers who unanimously declared that no system of supervision could, under this relay system, prevent enormous overwork. Footnote: Reports, etc., for 31st October 1849, page 6. End of footnote. Now the same children and young persons were shifted from the spinning room to the weaving room, now during 15 hours from one factory to another. Footnote: Reports, etc., for 30th April 1849, page 21. End of footnote. How was it possible to control a system which, quote, under the guise of relays is some one of the many plans for shuffling the hands about in endless variety, and shifting the hours of work and of rest for different individuals throughout the day, so that you may never have one complete set of hands working together in the same room at the same time. End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc., for 31st October 1848, page 95. End of footnote. but altogether independently of actual overwork, this so-called relay system was an offspring of capitalistic fancy, such as Fourier, in his humorous sketches of course séance, has never surpassed, except that the extraction of labour was changed into the extraction of capital. Look, for example, at those schemes of the masters which the respectable press praised as models of what a reasonable degree of care and method can accomplish. The personnel of the workpeople was sometimes divided into from 12 to 14 categories, which themselves constantly changed and recharged their constituent parts. During the 15 hours of the factory day, capital dragged in the labourer now for 30 minutes, now for an hour, and then pushed him out again, to drag him into the factory and to thrust him out afresh, hounding him hither and thither in scattered threads of time, without ever losing hold of him until the full 10 hours' work was done. As on the stage, the same persons had to appear in turns in the different scenes of the different acts. But as an actor during the whole course of the play belongs to the stage, so the operatives during 15 hours belonged to the factory, without reckoning the time for going and coming. Thus the hours of rest were turned into hours of enforced idleness, which drove the youth to the pothouse and the girls to the brothel. At every new trick the capitalist from day to day hit upon for keeping his machinery going 12 or 15 hours without increasing the number of his hands. The worker had to swallow his meals now in this fragment of time, now in that. At the time of the 10 hours' agitation, the masters cried out that the working mob petitioned in the hope of obtaining 12 hours' wages for 10 hours' work. Now they reversed the medal. They paid 10 hours' wages for 12 or 15 hours' lordship over labour power. Footnote. See Reports etc. for 30th April 1849, page 6, and the detailed explanation of the shifting system by factory inspectors Howell and Saunders in Reports etc. for 31st October 1848. See also the petition to the Queen from the clergy of Ashton and vicinity in the spring of 1849 against the shift system. End of footnote. This was the gist of the matter, this the master's interpretation of the 10 hours law. These were the same unctuous free traders, perspiring with a love of humanity, who for full 10 years, during the anti-corn law agitation, had preached to the operatives, by a reckoning of pounds, shillings, and pence, that with free importation of corn and with the means possessed by English industry, 10 hours' labour would be quite enough to enrich the capitalists. Footnote. Conform, for example, the factory question in the 10 hours bill, by R.H. Gregg, 1837. End of footnote. This revolt of capital, after 2 years, was at last crowned with victory by a decision of one of the 4 highest courts of justice in England, the Court of Exchequer, which in a case brought before it on February 8, 1850, decided that the manufacturers were certainly acting against the sense of the Act of 1844, but that this Act itself contained certain words that rendered it meaningless. Quote, by this decision the 10 Hours Act was abolished. End of quote. Footnote. Frederick Engels, The English 10 Hours Bill, in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, Politisch-Ökonomische Revue, edited by K. Marx, April number 1850, page 13. The same high court of justice discovered, during the American Civil War, a verbal ambiguity which exactly reversed the meaning of the law against the arming of pirate ships. End of footnote. A crowd of masters, who until then had been afraid of using the relay system for young persons and women, now took it up heart and soul. Footnote. Reports etc. for 30th April 1850. End of footnote. But on this apparently decisive victory of capital followed at once a revulsion. The workpeople had hitherto offered a passive, although inflexible and unremitting persistence. They now protested in Lancashire and Yorkshire in threatening meetings. The pretended 10 Hours Act was thus simple humbug. Parliamentary cheating had never existed. The factory inspectors urgently warned the government that the antagonism of classes had arrived at an incredible tension. Some of the masters themselves murmured, quote, on account of the contrary decisions of the magistrates, a condition of things altogether abnormal and anarchical obtains. One law holds in Yorkshire, another in Lancashire, one law in one parish of Lancashire, another in its immediate neighbourhood. The manufacturer in large towns could evade the law, The manufacturer in country districts could not find the people necessary for the relay system, still less for the shifting of hands from one factory to another," etc. And the first birthright of capital is equal exploitation of labour power by all capitalists. Under these circumstances, a compromise between masters and men was effected that received the seal of Parliament in the Additional Factory Act of August 5, 1850. The working day for young persons and women was raised from 10 to 10½ hours for the first 5 days of the week, and shortened to 7½ on the Saturday. The work was to go on between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Footnote: in winter from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. may be substituted, with pauses of not less than 1½ hours for meal times, these meal times to be allowed at one and the same time for all, and conformably to the conditions of 1844. By this an end was put to the relay system once for all. Footnote: "The present law of 1850 was a compromise whereby the employed surrendered the benefits of the 10 Hours Act for the advantage of one uniform period for the commencement and termination of the labour of those whose labour is restricted." Reports, etc. for 30th April 1852, page 14. For children's labour, the Act of 1844 remained in force. One set of masters, this time as before, secured to itself special seigneurial rights over the children of the proletariat. These were the silk manufacturers. In 1833 they had howled out in threatening fashion, "If the liberty of working children of any age for 10 hours a day were taken away, it would stop their works." Footnote: Reports, etc. for September 1844, page 13. It would be impossible for them to buy a sufficient number of children over 13. They extorted the privilege they desired. The pretext was shown on subsequent investigation to be a deliberate lie. Footnote: Loco citato, It did not, however, prevent them during 10 years from spinning silk 10 hours a day out of the blood of little children who had to be placed upon stools for the performance of their work. Footnote: Loco citato, The Act of 1844 certainly robbed them of the liberty of employing children under 11 longer than 6½ hours a day, but it secured to them, on the other hand, the privilege of working children between 11 and 13 10 hours a day, and of annulling in their case the education made compulsory for all other factory children. This time the pretext was, "the delicate texture of the fabric in which they were employed, requiring a lightness of touch only to be acquired by their early introduction to these factories." Footnote: Reports, etc. for 31st October 1846, page 20. The children were slaughtered out and out for the sake of their delicate fingers, as in southern Russia the horned cattle for the sake of their hide and tallow. At length, in 1850, the privilege granted in 1844 was limited to the departments of silk twisting and silk winding. But here, to make amends to capital bereft of its freedom, the work time for children from 11 to 13 was raised from 10 to 10½ hours. Pretext: "Labour in silk mills was lighter than in mills for other fabrics, and less likely in other respects also to be prejudicial to health." Footnote: Reports, etc. for 31st October 1861, page 26. Official medical inquiries proved afterwards that, on the contrary, "the average death rate is exceedingly high in the silk districts, and amongst the female part of the population is higher even than it is in the cotton districts of Lancashire." Footnote: Loco citato, page 27. On the whole, the working population subject to the Factory Act has greatly improved physically. All medical testimony agrees on this point, and personal observation at different times has convinced me of it. Nevertheless, and exclusive of the terrible death rate of the children in the first years of their life, the official reports of Dr. Greenhow show the unfavourable health condition of the manufacturing districts as compared with agricultural districts of normal health. As evidence, take the following table from his 1861 report. Summary of table. This table shows death rates from pulmonary affections in males and females in 8 different manufacturing districts compared to 8 healthy agricultural districts. The 8 manufacturing districts are Wigan and Blackburn for cotton, Halifax and Bradford for worsted, Macclesfield and Leek for silk, and Stoke-upon-Trent and Woolstanton for earthenware. The percentage of adult males engaged in manufactures in these districts ranges from 14.9 to 42.6%, while the death rate from pulmonary affections per 100,000 males ranges from 547 to 726 in these 8 districts, while in the 8 healthy agricultural districts the death rate per 100,000 males is 305. For the females, the percentage of adult females engaged in manufacturers ranges in these 8 districts from 13.9 to 34.9, and the death rate ranges from 564 to 804 per 100,000 females, compared to a death rate from pulmonary affections per 100,000 females of 340 in 8 healthy agricultural districts. And a footnote. Despite the protests of the factory inspector, renewed every 6 months, the mischief continues to this hour. Footnote. It is well known with what reluctance the English free traders gave up the protective duty on the silk manufacture. Instead of the protection against French importation, the absence of protection to English factory children now serves their turn. End of footnote. The Act of 1850 changed the 15 hours time from 6 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. into the 12 hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for young persons and women only. It did not, therefore, affect children, who could always be employed for half an hour before and 2.5 hours after this period, provided the whole of their labour did not exceed 6.5 hours. Whilst the bill was under discussion, the factory inspectors laid before Parliament statistics of the infamous abuses due to this anomaly. To no purpose. In the background lurked the intention of screwing up, during prosperous years, the working day of adult males to 15 hours by the aid of the children. The experience of the 3 following years showed that such an attempt must come to grief against the resistance of the adult male operatives. The Act of 1850 was therefore finally completed in 1853 by forbidding the quote, employment of children in the morning before and in the evening after young persons and women. End of quote. Henceforth, with a few exceptions, the Factory Act of 1850 regulated the working day of all workers in the branches of industry that come under it. Footnote. During 1859 and 1860, the zenith years of the English cotton industry, some manufacturers tried, by the decoy bait of higher wages for overtime, to reconcile the adult male operatives to an extension of the working day. The hand-mule spinners and self-actor mincers put an end to the experiment by a petition to their employers in which they say, quote, plainly speaking, our lives are to us a burthen, and while we are confined to the mills nearly 2 days a week more than the other operatives of the country, we feel like helots in the land, and that we are perpetuating a system injurious to ourselves and future generations. This, therefore, is to give you most respectful notice that when we commence work again after the Christmas and New Year's holidays, we shall work 60 hours per week, and no more, or from 6 to 6, with 1.5 hours out. Reports, etc. for 30th April 1860, page 30. End of footnote. Since the passing of the first Factory Act, half a century had elapsed. Footnote. On the means that the wording of this Act afforded for its violation of the parliamentary return, Factories Regulation Act, 6 August 1859, and in it Leonard Horner's suggestions for amending the Factory Acts to enable the inspectors to prevent illegal working now becoming very prevalent. End of footnote. Factory legislation for the first time went beyond its original sphere in the Print Works Act of 1845. The displeasure with which Kapital received this new extravagance speaks through every line of the Act. It limits the working day for children from 8 to 13 and for women to 16 hours between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. without any legal pause for mealtimes. It allows males over 13 to be worked at will day and night. Footnote. Quote, Children of the age of 8 years and upwards have, indeed, been employed from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. during the last half year in my district." End of quote. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1857, page 39. End of footnote. It is a parliamentary abortion. Footnote. Quote, "The Print Works Act is admitted to be a failure both with reference to its educational and protective provisions." End of quote. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1862, page 52. End of footnote. However, the principle had triumphed with its victory in those great branches of industry which form the most characteristic creation of the modern mode of production. Their wonderful development from 1853 to 1860, hand in hand with the physical and moral regeneration of the factory workers, struck the most purblind. The masters from whom the legal limitation and regulation had been wrung, step by step, after a civil war of half a century, themselves referred ostentatiously to the contrast with the branches of exploitation still "free." Footnote. Thus, e.g., E. Potter in a letter to the Times of March 24, 1863. The Times reminded him of the manufacturers' revolt against the 10 hours bill. End of quote. The Pharisees of political economy now proclaimed the discernment of the necessity of a legally fixed working day as a characteristic new discovery of their so-called science. Footnote. Thus, among others, Mr. W. Newmarch, collaborator and editor of Tooke's History of Prices. Is it a scientific advance to make cowardly concessions to public opinion? End of footnote. It will be easily understood that after the factory magnates had resigned themselves and become reconciled to the inevitable, the power of resistance of capital gradually weakened, whilst at the same time the power of attack of the working class grew with a number of its allies in the classes of society not immediately interested in the question. Hence the comparatively rapid advance since 1860. The dye works and bleach works all came under the Factory Act of 1850 in 1860. Lace and stocking manufacturers in 1861. Footnote. The Act passed in 1860 determined that in regard to dye and bleach works, the working day should be fixed on August 1, 1861, provisionally at 12 hours, and definitely on August 1, 1862, at 10 hours, i.e. at 10½ hours for ordinary days and 7½ for Saturday. Now, when the fatal year 1862 came, the old farce was repeated. Besides, the manufacturers petitioned Parliament to allow the employment of young persons and women for 12 hours during 1 year longer. Quote, "In the existing condition of the trade, the time of the cotton famine, it was greatly to the advantage of the operatives to work 12 hours per day and make wages when they could." End of quote. A bill to this effect had been brought in, quote, "and it was mainly due to the action of the operative bleachers in Scotland that the bill was abandoned." End of quote. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1862, pages 14 and 15. Thus defeated by the very work people in whose name it pretended to speak, Kapital discovered, with the help of lawyers' spectacles, that the Act of 1860, drawn up, like all the Acts of Parliament for the protection of labour, in equivocal phrases, gave them a pretext to exclude from its working the calendarers and finishers. English jurisprudence, ever the faithful servant of capital, sanctioned in the Court of Common Pleas this piece of pettifogging. Quote, "The operatives have been greatly disappointed. They have complained of overwork, and it is greatly to be regretted that the clear intention of the legislator should have failed by reason of a faulty definition." End of quote. Loco citato, page 18. End of footnote. In consequence of the first report of the Commission on the Employment of Children, 1863, the same fate was shared by the manufacturers of all earthenwares, not merely pottery, lucifer matches, percussion caps, cartridges, carpets, fustian cutting, and many processes including under the name of finishing. In the year 1863, bleaching in the open air and baking were placed under special acts, by which, in the former, the labour of young persons and women during the night time, from 8 in the evening to 6 in the morning, and in the latter, the employment of journeyman bakers under 18 between 9 in the evening and 5 in the morning were forbidden. Footnote. The open-air bleachers had evaded the law of 1860 by means of the lie that no women worked at it in the night. The lie was exposed by the factory inspectors, and at the same time Parliament was, by petitions from the operatives, bereft of its notions as to the cool meadow fragrance in which bleaching in the open air was reported to take place. In this aerial bleaching, drying rooms were used at temperatures of from 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, in which the work was done for the most part by girls. Cooling is a technical expression for their occasional escape from the drying rooms into the fresh air. Quote, 15 girls in stoves, heat from 80 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit for linens, and 100 degrees and upwards for cambrics. 12 girls ironing and doing up in a small room about 10 feet square, in the center of which is a closed stove. The girls stand round the stove, which throws out a terrific heat, and dries the cambrics rapidly for the ironers. The hours of work for these hands are unlimited. If busy, they work till 9 or 12 at night for successive nights." End of quote. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1862, page 56. A medical man states, quote, "No special hours are allowed for cooling, but if the temperature gets too high, or the workers' hands get soiled from perspiration, they are allowed to go out for a few minutes. My experience, which is considerable, in treating the diseases of stove workers, compels me to express the opinion that their sanitary condition is by no means so high as that of the operatives in a spinning factory." Aside, and Kapital, in its memorials to Parliament, had painted them as floridly healthy after the manner of Rubens. End of aside. The diseases most observable amongst them are phthisis, bronchitis, irregularity of uterine functions, hysteria in its most aggravated forms, and rheumatism. All of these, I believe, are either directly or indirectly induced by the impure, overheated air of the apartments in which the hands are employed, and the want of sufficient comfortable clothing to protect them from the cold, damp atmosphere in winter when going to their homes." End of quote. Logo Citato, pages 56 and 57. The factory inspectors remarked on the supplementary law of 1860, torn from these open-air bleachers. Quote, "The Act has not only failed to afford that protection to the workers which it appears to offer, but contains a clause, apparently so worded that, unless persons are detected working after 8 o'clock at night, they appear to come under no protective provisions at all, and if they do so work, the mode of proof is so doubtful that a conviction can scarcely follow." End of quote. Logo Citato, page 52. Quote, "To all intents and purposes, therefore, as an act for any benevolent or educational purpose, it is a failure, since it can scarcely be called benevolent to permit, which is tantamount to compelling, women and children to work 14 hours a day, with or without meals, as the case may be, and perhaps for longer hours than these, without limit as to age, without reference to sex, and without regard to the social habits of the families of the neighbourhood, in which such works, bleaching and dyeing, are situated." End of quote. Reports, etc. for 30th April 1863, page 40. End of footnote. We shall return to the later proposals of the same Commission, which threatened to deprive of their freedom all the important branches of English industry, with the exception of agriculture, mines, and the means of transport. Footnote. Note to the second edition: since 1866, when I wrote the above passages, a reaction has again set in. End of footnote. End of Part 3, Chapter 10, Section 6. Chapter 10, Section 7 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx, translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The production of absolute surplus value. Chapter 10. The Working Day. Section 7. The struggle for the normal working day. Reaction of the English Factory Acts on other countries. The reader will bear in mind that the production of surplus value, or the extraction of surplus labor, is the specific end and aim, the sum and substance of capitalist production, quite apart from any changes in the mode of production which may arise from the subordination of labor to capital. He will remember that as far as we have at present gone, only the independent laborer, and therefore only the laborer legally qualified to act for himself, enters as a vendor of a commodity into a contract with the capitalist. If therefore in our historical sketch, on the one hand, modern industry, on the other, the labor of those who are physically and legally minors, play important parts, the former was to us only a special department, and the latter only a specially striking example of labor exploitation. Without, however, anticipating the subsequent development of our inquiry, from the mere connection of the historic facts before us, it follows: First, the passion of capital for an unlimited and reckless extension of the working day is first gratified in the industries earliest revolutionized by water power, steam, and machinery, in those first creations of the modern mode of production: cotton, wool, flax, and silk spinning, and weaving. The changes in the material mode of production, and the corresponding changes in the social relations of the producers, gave rise first to an extravagance beyond all bounds, and then, in opposition to this, called forth a control on the part of society which legally limits, regulates, and makes uniform the working day and its pauses. [Footnote: "The conduct of each of these classes, capitalists and workmen, has been the result of the relative situation in which they have been placed." Reports, etc., for 31st October 1848, page 113.] This control appears, therefore, during the first half of the 19th century simply as exceptional legislation. [Footnote: "The employments placed under restriction were connected with the manufacture of textile fabrics by the aid of steam or water power. There were two conditions to which an employment must be subject to cause it to be inspected, viz., the use of steam or water power, and the manufacture of certain specified fibre." Reports, etc., for 31st October 1864, page 8.] As soon as this primitive dominion of the new mode of production was conquered, it was found that, in the meantime, not only had many other branches of production been made to adopt the same factory system, but that manufacturers with more or less obsolete methods, such as potteries, glass making, etc., that old-fashioned handcrafts, like baking, and finally, even that the so-called domestic industries, such as nail-making, had long since fallen as completely under capitalist exploitation as the factories themselves. [Footnote: On the condition of the so-called domestic industries, specially valuable materials are to be found in the latest reports of the Children's Employment Commission.] Legislation was, therefore, compelled to gradually get rid of its exceptional character, or, where, as in England, it proceeds after the manner of the Roman casuists, to declare any house in which work was done to be a factory. [Footnote: "The Acts of last session (1864) embrace a diversity of occupations, the customs in which differ greatly, and the use of mechanical power to give motion to machinery is no longer one of the elements necessary, as formerly, to constitute, in a legal phrase, a factory." Reports, etc., for 31st October 1864, page 8.] Second, the history of the regulation of the working day in certain branches of production, and the struggle still going on in others in regard to this regulation, prove conclusively that the isolated laborer, the laborer as so-called free vendor of his labor power, when capitalist production has once attained a certain stage, succumbs without any power of resistance. The creation of a normal working day is therefore the product of a protracted civil war, more or less dissembled, between the capitalist class and the working class. As the contest takes place in the arena of modern industry, it first breaks out in the home of that industry, England. [Footnote: Belgium, the paradise of continental liberalism, shows no trace of this movement. Even in the coal and metal mines, laborers of both sexes and all ages are consumed in perfect so-called freedom at any period and through any length of time. Of every 1,000 persons employed there, 733 are men, 88 women, 135 boys, and 44 girls under 16. In the blast furnaces, etc., of every 1,000, 668 are men, 149 women, 98 boys, and 85 girls under 16. Add to this the low wages for the enormous exploitation of mature and immature labour power. The average daily pay for a man is 2 shillings 8 pence, for a woman 1 shilling 8 pence, for a boy 1 shilling 2.5 pence. As a result, Belgium had in 1863, as compared with 1850, nearly doubled both the amount and the value of its exports of coal, iron, etc. End of footnote. The English factory workers were the champions not only of the English, but of the modern working class generally, as their theorists were the first to throw down the gauntlet to the theory of capital. Footnote. Robert Owen, soon after 1810, not only maintained the necessity of a limitation of the working day in theory, but actually introduced a 10-hours day into his factory at New Lanark. This was laughed at as a communistic utopia. So were his combination of children's education with productive labour and the cooperative society's working men, first called into being by him. Today, the first utopia is a factory act, the second figures as an official phrase in all factory acts, the third is already being used as a cloak for reactionary humbug. End of footnote. Hence the philosopher of the factory, Ure, denounces as an ineffable disgrace the English working class that they inscribed, quote, the slavery of the factory acts, end of quote, on the banner which they bore against capital, manfully striving for, quote, perfect freedom of labour, end of quote. Footnote. Ure. French translation, Philosophie des Manufactures. Paris, 1836, volume 2, pages 39, 40, 67, 77, etc. End of footnote. France limps slowly behind England. The February Revolution was necessary to bring into the world the 12 hours law, which is much more deficient than its English original. Footnote. In the Compte Rendu of the International Statistical Congress at Paris 1855 it is stated, quote, the French law, which limits the length of daily labour in factories and workshops to 12 hours, does not confine this work to definite fixed hours. For children's labour, only the work time is prescribed as between 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. Therefore, some of the masters use the right which this fatal silence gives them to keep their works going without intermission, day in, day out, possibly with the exception of Sunday. For this purpose they use 2 different sets of workers, of whom neither is in the workshop more than 12 hours at a time, but the work of the establishment lasts day and night. The law is satisfied, but is humanity? End of quote. Besides, quote, the destructive influence of night labour on the human organism, end of quote, stress is also laid upon, quote, the fatal influence of the association of the 2 sexes by night in the same badly lighted workshops, end of quote. End of footnote. For all that, the French revolutionary method has its special advantages. It once for all commands the same limit to the working day in all shops and factories without distinction, whilst English legislation reluctantly yields to the pressure of circumstances, now on this point, now on that, and is getting lost in a hopelessly bewildering tangle of contradictory enactments. Footnote. Quote, for instance, there is within my district one occupier who, within the same curtilage, is at the same time a bleacher and dyer under the Bleaching and Dyeing Works Act, a printer under the Print Works Act, and a finisher under the Factory Act. End of quote. Report of Mr. Baker and Reports, etc. for October 31st, 1861, page 20. After enumerating the different provisions of these acts, and the complications arising from them, Mr. Baker says, quote, it will hence appear that it must be very difficult to secure the execution of these 3 Acts of Parliament where the occupier chooses to evade the law. End of quote. But what is assured to the lawyers by this is lawsuits. End of footnote. On the other hand, the French law proclaims as a principle that which in England was only one in the name of children, minors, and women, and has been only recently for the first time claimed as a general right. Footnote. Thus the factory inspectors at last ventured to say, quote, these objections of capital to the legal limitation of the working day must succumb before the broad principle of the rights of labour. There is a time when the master's right in his workman's labour ceases, and his time becomes his own, even if there were no exhaustion in the question. End of quote. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1862, page 54. End of footnote. In the United States of North America, every independent movement of the workers was paralyzed so long as slavery disfigured a part of the Republic. Labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin, where in the black it is branded. But out of the death of slavery a new life at once arose. The first fruit of the Civil War was the 8 hours agitation that ran with the 7-league boots of the locomotive from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from New England to California. The General Congress of Labor at Baltimore, August 16, 1866, declared, quote, "The first and great necessity of the present, to free the labor of this country from capitalistic slavery, is the passing of a law by which 8 hours shall be the normal working day in all States of the American Union. We are resolved to put forth all our strength until this glorious result is attained." End of quote. Footnote, quote, "We, the workers of Dunkirk, declare that the length of time of labor required under the present system is too great, and that, far from leaving the worker time for rest and education, it plunges him into a condition of servitude but little better than slavery. That is why we decide that 8 hours are enough for a working day, and ought to be legally recognized as enough; why we call to our help that powerful lever, the press; and why we shall consider all those that refuse us this help as enemies of the reform of labor and of the rights of the laborer." End of quote. Resolution of the Working Men of Dunkirk, New York State, 1866. End of footnote. At the same time, the Congress of the International Workingmen's Association at Geneva, on the proposition of the London General Council, resolved that, quote, "the limitation of the working day is a preliminary condition without which all further attempts at improvement and emancipation must prove abortive. The Congress proposes 8 hours as the legal limit of the working day." End of quote. Thus the movement of the working class on both sides of the Atlantic, that had grown instinctively out of the conditions of production themselves, endorsed the words of the English factory inspector R. J. Saunders, quote, "Further steps towards a reformation of society can never be carried out with any hope of success unless the hours of labor be limited and the prescribed limit strictly enforced." End of quote. Footnote: Reports, etc. for October 1848, page 112. End of footnote. It must be acknowledged that our laborer comes out of the process of production other than he entered. In the market he stood as owner of the commodity labor power, face to face with other owners of commodities, dealer against dealer. The contract by which he sold to the capitalist his labor power proved, so to say, in black and white, that he disposed of himself freely. The bargain concluded, it is discovered that he was no free agent, that the time for which he is free to sell his labor power is the time for which he is forced to sell it; that in fact the vampire will not lose its hold on him, quote, "so long as there is a muscle, a nerve, a drop of blood to be exploited." End of quote. Footnote: Friedrich Engels, Locus Aetato, page 5. Quote, "The proceedings, the manoeuvres of Kapital, e.g. from 1848 to 1850, have afforded, moreover, incontrovertible proof of the fallacy of the assertion so often advanced, that operatives need no protection, but may be considered as free agents in the disposal of the only property which they possess, the labor of their hands and the sweat of their brows." End of quote. Reports, etc. for April 30th, 1850, page 45. Quote, "Free labor, if so it may be termed, even in a free country, requires the strong arm of the law to protect it." End of quote. Reports, etc. for October 31st, 1864, page 34. Quote, "To permit, which is tantamount to compelling, to work 14 hours a day with or without meals." End of quote, etc. Reports, etc. for April 30th, 1863, page 40. End of footnote. For protection against "the serpent of their agonies," the labourers must put their heads together, and, as a class, compel the passing of a law, an all-powerful social barrier that shall prevent the very workers from selling, by voluntary contract with capital, themselves and their families into slavery and death. Footnote: The 10 Hours Act has, in the branches of industry that come under it, quote, "put an end to the premature decrepitude of the former long-hour workers." End of quote. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1859, page 47. Quote, "Capital in factories can never be employed in keeping the machinery in motion beyond a limited time, without certain injury to the health and morals of the labourers employed, and they are not in a position to protect themselves." End of quote. Locus Citato, page 8. End of footnote. In place of the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man, comes the modest Magna Carta of a legally limited working day, which shall make clear, quote, "when the time which the worker sells is ended, and when his own begins." End of quote. Quantum mutatis ab illo. Footnote, quote, "A still greater boon is the distinction at last made clear between the worker's own time and his master's. The worker knows now when that which he sells is ended, and when his own begins, and by possessing a sure foreknowledge of this, is enabled to prearrange his own minutes for his own purposes." End of quote. Locus Citato, page 52. Quote, "By making them masters of their own time, the factory acts have given them a moral energy which is directing them to the eventual possession of political power." End of quote. Locus Citato, page 47. With suppressed irony and in very well-weighed words, the factory inspectors hint that the actual law also frees the capitalist from some of the brutality natural to a man who is a mere embodiment of capital, and that it has given him time for a little culture. Quote, "Formerly the master had no time for anything but money, the servant had no time for anything but labour." End of quote. Locus Citato, page 48. End of footnote. End of Part 3, Chapter 10, Section 7.
Chapter 11 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Jake Baker, October 2007. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 3. The Production of Absolute Surplus Value. Chapter 11. Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. In this chapter, as hitherto, the value of labor power, and therefore the part of the working day necessary for the reproduction or maintenance of that labor power, are supposed to be given constant magnitudes. This premised, with the rate, the mass is at the same time given of the surplus value that the individual labor furnishes to the capitalist in a definite period of time. If, e.g., the necessary labor amounts to 6 hours daily, expressed in a quantum of gold equal to 3 shillings, then 3 shillings is the daily value of one labor power, or the value of the capital advanced in the buying of one labor power. If, further, the rate of surplus value be equal to 100%, this variable capital of 3 shillings produces a massive surplus value of 3 shillings, or the laborer supplies daily a massive surplus labor equal to 6 hours. But the variable capital of a capitalist is the expression in money of the total value of all the labor powers that he employs simultaneously. Its value is, therefore, equal to the average value of one labor power multiplied by the number of labor powers employed. With a given value of labor power, therefore, the magnitude of the variable capital varies directly as the number of laborers employed simultaneously. If the daily value of one labor power equals 3 shillings, then a capital of 300 shillings must be advanced in order to exploit daily 100 labor powers of n times 3 shillings, in order to exploit daily n labor powers. In the same way, if a variable capital of 3 shillings, being the daily value of 1 labor power, produce a daily surplus value of 3 shillings, a variable capital of 300 shillings will produce a daily surplus value of 300 shillings, and one of n times 3 shillings a daily surplus value of n times 3 shillings. The mass of the surplus value produced is therefore equal to the surplus value which the working day of one laborer supplies multiplied by the number of laborers employed. But as further the mass of surplus value which a single laborer produces, the value of labor power being given is determined by the rate of the surplus value. This law follows. The mass of the surplus value produced is equal to the amount of variable capital advanced, multiplied by the rate of surplus value. In other words, it is determined by the compound ratio between the number of labor powers exploited simultaneously by the same capitalist and the degree of exploitation of each individual labor power. Let the mass of the surplus value be capital S. The surplus value supplied by the individual laborer in the average day, lowercase s, the variable capital daily advanced in the purchase of one individual labor power, lowercase v, the sum total of the variable capital, uppercase V, the value of an average labor power, uppercase P, its degree of exploitation, A prime over A, surplus labor over necessary labor, and the number of laborers employed N, we have capital S equals quantity, lowercase s over lowercase v, and quantity, times uppercase V. Equivalently, capital P times A prime over A times N. It is always supposed not only that the value of an average labor power is constant, but that the laborers employed by a capitalist are reduced to average laborers. There are exceptional cases in which the surplus value produced does not increase in proportion to the number of laborers exploited, but then the value of the labor power does not remain constant. In the production of a definite mass of surplus value, therefore the decrease of one factor may be compensated by the increase of the other. If the variable capital diminishes, and at the same time the rate of surplus value increases in the same ratio, the mass of surplus value produced remains unaltered. If, on our earlier assumption, the capitalist must advance 300 shillings in order to exploit 100 laborers a day, and if the rate of surplus value amounts to 50%, this variable capital of 300 shillings yields a surplus value of 150 shillings, or of 100 times 3 working hours. If the rate of surplus value doubles, or the working day, instead of being extended from 6 to 9, is extended from 6 to 12 hours, and at the same time variable capital is lessened by half, and reduced to 150 shillings, it yields also a surplus value of 150 shillings, or 50 times 6 working hours. Diminution of the variable capital may therefore be compensated by a proportionate rise in the degree of exploitation of labor power, or the decrease in the number of the laborers employed by a proportionate extension of the working day. Within certain limits, therefore, the supply of labor exploitable by capital is independent of the supply of laborers. Footnote: this elementary law appears to be unknown to the vulgar economists, who, upside down Archimedes, in the determination of the market price of labor by supply and demand, imagine they have found the fulcrum by means of which not to move the world, but to stop its motion. End footnote. On the contrary, a fall in the rate of surplus value leaves unaltered the mass of the surplus value produced if the amount of the variable capital, or the number of the laborers employed, increases in the same proportion. Nevertheless, the compensation of a decrease in the number of laborers employed, or of the amount of variable capital advanced by a rise in the rate of surplus value, or by the lengthening of the working day, has impassable limits. Whatever the value of labor power may be, whether the working time necessary for the maintenance of the laborer is 2 or 10 hours, the total value that a laborer can produce day in, day out, is always less than the value in which 24 hours of labor are embodied, less than 12 shillings if 12 shillings is the money expression for 24 hours of realized labor. In our former assumption, according to which 6 working hours are daily necessary in order to reproduce the labor power itself or to replace the value of the capital advanced in its purchase, a variable capital of 1,500 shillings that employs 500 laborers at a rate of surplus value of 100% with a 12 hours working day produces daily a surplus value of 1,500 shillings, or of 6 times 500 working hours. A capital of 300 shillings that employs 100 laborers a day with a rate of surplus value of 200%, or with a working day of 18 hours, produces only a massive surplus value of 600 shillings, or 12 times 100 working hours, and its total value product, the equivalent of the variable capital advanced plus the surplus value, can day in, day out, never reach the sum of 1,200 shillings, or 24 times 100 working hours. The absolute limit of the average working day, this being by nature always less than 24 hours, sets an absolute limit to the compensation of a reduction of variable capital by a higher rate of surplus value, or of the decrease of the number of laborers exploited by a higher degree of exploitation of labor power. This palpable law is of importance for the clearing up of many phenomena, arising from a tendency, to be worked out later on, of capital to reduce as much as possible the number of laborers employed by it, or its variable constituent transformed into labor power, in contradiction to its other tendency to produce the greatest possible mass of surplus value. On the other hand, if the mass of labor power employed, or the amount of variable capital, increases, but not in proportion to the fall in the rate of surplus value, the mass of the surplus value produced falls. A third law results from the determination of the mass of the surplus value produced, by 2 factors, rate of surplus value and amount of variable capital advanced. The rate of surplus value, or the degree of exploitation of labor power, and the value of labor power, or the amount of necessary working time being given, it is self-evident that the greater the variable capital, the greater would be the mass of the value produced and of the surplus value. If the limit of the working day is given, and also the limit of its necessary constituent, the mass of value and surplus value that an individual capitalist produces, is clearly exclusively dependent on the mass of labor that he sets in motion. But this, under the conditions supposed above, depends on the mass of labor power, or the number of laborers whom he exploits, and this number in its turn is determined by the amount of the variable capital advanced. With a given rate of surplus value, and a given value of labor power therefore, the masses of surplus value produced vary directly as the amounts of the variable capitals advanced. Now we know that the capitalist divides his capital into 2 parts. One part he lays out in means of production. This is the constant part of his capital. The other part he lays out in living labor power. This part forms his variable capital. On the basis of the same mode of social production, the division of capital into constant and variable differs in different branches of production, and within the same branch of production too, this relation changes with changes in the technical conditions and in the social combinations of the processes of production. But in whatever proportion a given capital breaks up into a constant and a variable part, whether the latter is to the former as 1 is to 2, or 1 to 10, or 1 to x. The law just laid down is not affected by this, for, according to our previous analysis, the value of the constant capital reappears in the value of the product, but does not enter into the newly produced value, the newly created value product. To employ 1,000 spinners, more raw materials, spindles, etc. are of course required than to employ 100. The value of these additional means of production, however, may rise, fall, remain unaltered, be large or small. It has no influence on the process of creation of surplus value by means of the labor powers that put them in motion. The law demonstrated above now, therefore, takes this form. The masses of value and of surplus value produced by different capitals, the value of labor power being given and its degree of exploitation being equal, vary directly as the amounts of the variable constituents of these capitals, i.e., as their constituents transformed into living labor power. This law clearly contradicts all experience based on appearance. Everyone knows that a cotton spinner, who, reckoning the percentage on the whole of his applied capital, employs much constant and little variable capital, does not, on account of this, pocket less profit or surplus value than a baker, who relatively sets in motion much variable and little constant capital. For the solution of this apparent contradiction, many intermediate terms are as yet wanted. As from the standpoint of elementary algebra, many intermediate terms are wanted to understand that 0 over 0 may represent an actual magnitude. Classical economy, although not formulating the law, holds instinctively to it, because it is a necessary consequence of the general law of value. It tries to rescue the law from collision with contradictory phenomenon by a violent abstraction. It will be seen later how the school of Ricardo has come to grief over this stumbling block. Footnote. Further particulars will be given in Book 4. End footnote. Vulgar economy, which indeed, quote, has really learnt nothing, unquote, here as everywhere sticks to appearances, in opposition to the law which regulates and explains them. In opposition to Spinoza, it believes that, quote, ignorance is a sufficient reason, end quote. The labor which is set in motion by the total capital of a society, day in, day out, may be regarded as a single collective working day. If, e.g., the number of laborers is 1,000,000, and the average working day of a laborer is 10 hours, the social working day consists of 10 million hours. With a given length of this working day, whether its limits are fixed physically or socially, the mass of surplus value can only be increased by increasing the number of laborers, i.e., of the laboring population. The growth of population here forms the mathematical limit to the production of surplus value by the total social capital. On the contrary, with a given amount of population, this limit is formed by the possible lengthening of the working day. Footnote. Quote, the labor, that is, the economic time of society, is a given portion, say 10 hours a day of 1,000,000 people, or 10 million hours. Capital has its boundary of increase. This boundary may, at any given period, be attained in the actual extent of economic time employed. End quote. An essay on the Political Economy of Nations, London, 1821, pages 47-49. End footnote. It will, however, be seen in the following chapter that this law holds only for the form of surplus value dealt with up to the present. From the treatment of the production of surplus value, so far it follows that not every sum of money or of value is at pleasure transformable into capital. To effect this transformation, in fact, a certain minimum of money or of exchange value must be presupposed in the hands of the individual possessor of money or commodities. The minimum of variable capital is the cost price of a single labor power, employed the whole year through, day in, day out, for the production of surplus value. If this laborer were in possession of his own means of production, and were satisfied to live as a laborer, he need not work beyond the time necessary for the reproduction of his means of subsistence, say 8 hours a day. He would, besides, only require the means of production sufficient for 8 working hours. The capitalist, on the other hand, who makes him do besides these 8 hours, say 4 hours surplus labor, requires an additional sum of money for furnishing the additional means of production. On our supposition, however, he would have to employ 2 laborers in order to live on the surplus value appropriated daily, as well and no better than a laborer, i.e., to be able to satisfy his necessary wants. In this case, the mere maintenance of life would be the end of his production, not the increase of wealth, but this latter is implied in capitalist production. That he may live only twice as well as an ordinary laborer, and besides turn half of the surplus value produced into capital, he would have to raise, with the number of laborers, the minimum of the capital advanced 8 times. Of course he can, like his laborer, take to work himself, participate directly in the process of production. But he is then only a hybrid between a capitalist and a laborer, a small master. A certain stage of capitalist production necessitates that the capitalist be able to devote the whole of the time during which he functions as a capitalist, i.e., as personified capital, to the appropriation and therefore control of the labor of others, and to the selling of the products of this labor. Footnote. Quote, "The farmer cannot rely on his own labor, and if he does, I will maintain that he is a loser by it. His employment should be a general attention to the whole. His thresher must be watched, or he will soon lose his wages in corn not threshed out. His mowers, reapers, etc. must be looked after. He must constantly go round his fences. He must see there is no neglect, which would be the case if he was confined to any one spot." End quote. An inquiry into the connection between the present price of provisions and the size of farms, etc., by a farmer. London, 1773, page 12. This book is very interesting. In it, the genesis of the capitalist farmer, or merchant farmer, as he is explicitly called, may be studied, and his self-glorification at the expense of the small farmer, who has only to do with bare subsistence, be noted. Quote, "The class of capitalists are from the first partially, and they become ultimately completely discharged from the necessity of the manual labor." End quote. Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations by the Reverend Richard Jones, Hertford, 1852, Lecture 3, page 39. End footnote. The guilds of the Middle Ages therefore tried to prevent by force the transformation of the master of a trade into a capitalist, by limiting the number of laborers that could be employed by one master within a very small maximum. The possessor of money or commodities actually turns into a capitalist in such cases only where the minimum sum advanced for production greatly exceeds the maximum of the Middle Ages. Here, as in natural science, is shown the correctness of the law discovered by Hegel in his Logic, that merely quantitative differences between a certain point pass into qualitative changes. Footnote. The molecular theory of modern chemistry, first scientifically worked out by Laurent and Gerhardt, rests on no other law. Addition to third edition. For the explanation of this statement, which is not very clear to non-chemists, we remark that the author speaks here of the homologous series of carbon compounds, first so named by C. Gerhardt in 1843, each series of which has its own general algebraic formula. Thus the series of paraffins, CnH2n plus 2, that of the normal alcohols, CnH2n plus 2O, of the normal fatty acids, CnH2nO2, and many others. And the above examples, by the simple quantitative addition of CH2 to the molecular formula, a qualitatively different body is each time formed. On the share, overestimated by Marx, of Laurent and Gerhardt in the determination of this important fact. See Kopp. Entwicklung der Chemie, Munich, 1873, pages 709, 716, and Schorkemer, The Rise and Development of Organic Chemistry, London, 1879, page 54. Signed Frederick Engels. See Letter from Marx to Engels, 22 June 1867. For Hegel's formulation of the idea in the Logic, see Remark. Examples of such nodal lines, the maxim, nature does not make leaps. End footnote. The minimum of the sum of value that the individual possessor of money or commodities must command, in order to metamorph himself into a capitalist, changes with the different stages of development of capitalist production, and is at given stages different in different spheres of production according to their special and technical conditions. Certain spheres of production demand, even at the very outset of capitalist production, a minimum of capital that is not as yet found in the hands of single individuals. This gives rise partly to state subsidies to private persons, as in France in the time of Clobert, and as in many German states up to our own epoch, partly to the formation of societies with legal monopolies for the exploitation of certain branches of industry and commerce, the forerunners of our modern joint stock companies. Footnote. Martin Luther calls these kinds of institutions the company monopolia. End footnote. Within the process of production, as we have seen, capital acquired the command over labor, i.e., over functioning labor power or the laborer himself. Personified capital, the capitalist takes care that the laborer does his work regularly and with the proper degree of intensity. Capital further developed into a coercive relation, which compels the working class to do more work than the narrow round of its own life wants prescribes. As a producer of the activity of others, as a pumper out of surplus labor and exploiter of labor power, it surpasses in energy, disregards of bounds, recklessness, and efficiency all earlier systems of production based on directly compulsory labor. At first, capital subordinates labor on the basis of the technical conditions in which it historically finds it. It does not, therefore, change immediately the mode of production. The production of surplus value, in the form hitherto considered by us, by means of simple extension of the working day proved, therefore, to be independent of any change in the mode of production itself. It was not less active in the old-fashioned bakeries than in the modern cotton factories. If we consider the process of production from the point of view of the simple labor process, the laborer stands in relation to the means of production, not in their quality as capital, but as the mere means and material of his own intelligent productive activity. In tanning, e.g., he deals with the skins of his simple object of labor. It is not the capitalist whose skin he tans. But it is different as soon as we deal with the process of production from the point of view of the process of creation of surplus value. The means of production are at once changed into means for the absorption of the labor of others. It is now no longer the laborer that employs the means of production, but the means of production that employ the laborer. Instead of being consumed by him as material elements of his productive activity, they consume him as the ferment necessary to their own life process, and the life process of capital consists only in its movement as value constantly expanding, constantly multiplying itself. Furnaces and workshops that stand idle by night and absorb no living labor are a mere loss to the capitalist. Hence, furnaces and workshops constitute lawful claims upon the night labor of the work people. The simple transformation of money into the material factors of the process of production into means of production transforms the later into a title and a right to labor and surplus labor of others. An example will show, in conclusion, how this sophistication, peculiar to and characteristic of capitalist production, this complete inversion of the relation between dead and living labor, between value and the force that creates value, mirrors itself in the consciousness of capitalists. during the revolt of the English factory lords between 1848 and 1850. Quote, "The head of one of the oldest and most respectable houses in the west of Scotland, Messrs. Carlisle, Sons and Company, of the linen and cotton thread factory at Paisley, a company which has now existed for about a century, which was in operation in 1752, and 4 generations of the same family have conducted it. This very intelligent gentleman then wrote a letter." Footnote. Reports of Inspection of Fact, April 30th, 1849, page 59. End footnote. Then wrote a letter in the Glasgow Daily Mail of April 25th, 1849, with the title, "The Relay System," in which, among other things, the following grotesquely naive passage appears. Quote, "Let us now see what evils will attend limiting to 10 hours the working of the factory. They amount to the most serious damage to the mill owner's prospects and property. If he, i.e. his hands, worked 12 hours before, and is limited to 10, then every 12 machines or spindles in his establishment shrink to 10, and should the works be disposed of, they will be valued only as 10, so that a 6th part would thus be deducted from the value of every factory in the country." Footnote. Local Citato, page 60. Factory Inspector Stewart, himself a Scotchman, and in contrast to the English factory inspectors, quite taken captive by the capitalistic method of thinking, remarks expressly on this letter, which he incorporates in his report, that it is, quote, "the most useful of the communications which any of the factory owners working with relays have given to those engaged in the same trade, and which is the most calculated to remove the prejudices of such of them as have scruples respecting any change of the arrangement of the hours of work." End quote. End footnote. To this west of Scotland bourgeois brain, inheriting the accumulated capitalistic qualities of 4 generations, the value of the means of production, spindles, etc., is so inseparably mixed up with their property as capital, to expand their own value, and to swallow up daily a definite quantity of the unpaid labor of others, that the head of the firm of Carlisle and Company actually imagines that if he sells his factory, not only will the value of the spindles be paid to him, but in addition, their power of annexing surplus value, not only the labor which is embodied in them, and is necessary to the production of spindles of this kind, but also the surplus labor which they help to pump out daily from the brave Scots of Paisley. And for that very reason he thinks that with the shortening of the working day by 2 hours, the selling price of 12 spinning machines dwindles to that of 10. End of Chapter 11 of Kapital, Volume 1. Chapter 12 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Jake Baker, October 2007. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 12. The Concept of Relative Surplus Value. That portion of the working day which merely produces an equivalent for the value paid by the capitalist for his labor power has, up to this point, been treated by us as a constant magnitude, and such in fact it is, under given conditions of production and at a given stage in the economic development of society. Beyond this, his necessary labor time, the laborer we saw, could continue to work for 2, 3, 4, 6, etc. hours. the rate of surplus value and the length of the working day depended on the magnitude of this prolongation. Though the necessary labor time was constant, we saw, on the other hand, that the total working day was variable. Now suppose we have a working day whose length and whose apportionment between necessary labor and surplus labor are given. Let the whole line AC, A to B to C, represent, for example, a working day of 12 hours, the portion of AB 10 hours of necessary labor, and the portion BC 2 hours of surplus labor. How now can the production of surplus value be increased? i.e., how can the surplus labor be prolonged without or independently of any prolongation of AC? Although the length of AC is given, BC appears to be capable of prolongation, if not by extension beyond its end C, which is also the end of the working day AC, yet, at all events, by pushing back its starting point B in the direction of A. Assume that B' to B in the line A B' B C is equal to half of B C, or to 1 hour's labor time. If now, in AC, the working day of 12 hours, we move the point B to B', BC becomes B'C. The surplus labor increases by 1/2, from 2 hours to 3 hours, although the working day remains as before at 12 hours. This extension of the surplus labor time from BC to B'C, from 2 hours to 3 hours, is, however, evidently impossible without a simultaneous contraction of the necessary labor time from AB into AB' from 10 hours to 9 hours. The prolongation of the surplus labor would correspond to a shortening of the necessary labor, or a portion of the labor time previously consumed in reality for the laborer's own benefit would be converted into labor time for the benefit of the capitalist. There would be an alteration, not in the length of the working day, but in its division into necessary labor time and surplus labor time. On the other hand, it is evident that the duration of the surplus labor is given when the length of the working day and the value of labor power are given. The value of labor power, i.e., the labor time requisite to produce labor power, determines the labor time necessary for the reproduction of that value. If 1 working hour be embodied in 6 pence, and the value of a day's labor power be 5 shillings, the laborer must work 10 hours a day in order to replace the value paid by capital for his labor power, or to produce an equivalent for the value of his daily necessary means of subsistence. Given the value of these means of subsistence, the value of his labor power is given, and given the value of his labor power, the duration of his necessary labor time is given. Footnote: the value of his average daily wages is determined by what the laborer requires, quote, so as to live, labor, and generate, end quote. William Petty, Political Anatomy of Ireland, 1672, page 64. Quote, the price of labor is always constituted of the price of necessaries. Whenever the laboring man's wages will not, suitably to his low rank and station, as a laboring man, support such a family as is often the lot of many of them to have, end quote, he does not receive proper wages. J. Vanderland, Loco Citato, page 15. Quote, the mere workman, who has only his arms and his industry, has nothing unless he succeeds in selling his labor to others. In every kind of work it cannot fail to happen, as a matter of fact it does happen, that the wages of the workman are limited to what is necessary to procure him his subsistence. End quote. Turgot, Réflexions, etc., Ouvre, Edition d'Air, Tito Premier, page 10. Quote, the price of the necessaries of life is, in fact, the cost of producing labor." End quote. Malthus, Inquiry into etc. Rent, London, 1815, page 48, note. End footnote. The duration of the surplus labor, however, is arrived at by subtracting the necessary labor time from the total working day. 10 hours subtracted from 12 leave 2, and it is not easy to see how, under the given conditions, the surplus labor can possibly be prolonged beyond 2 hours. No doubt the capitalist can, instead of 5 shillings, pay the laborer 4 shillings and 6pence, or even less. For the reproduction of this value of 4 shillings and 6pence, 9 hours labor time would suffice, and consequently 3 hours of surplus labor instead of 2 would accrue to the capitalist, and the surplus value would rise from 1 shilling to 18pence. This result, however, would be obtained only by lowering the wages of the laborer below the value of his labor power. With the 4 shillings and 6pence which he produces in 9 hours, he commands 1/10 less of the necessaries of life than before, and consequently the proper reproduction of his labor power is crippled. The surplus labor would in this case be prolonged only by an overstepping of its normal limits. Its domain would be extended only by an usurpation of part of the domain of necessary labor time. Despite the important part which this method plays in actual practice, we are excluded from considering it in this place by our assumption that all commodities, including labor power, are bought and sold at their full value. Granted this, it follows that the labor time necessary for the production of labor power, or for the reproduction of its value, cannot be lessened by a fall in the laborer's wages below the value of his labor power, but only by a fall in this value itself. Given the length of the working day, the prolongation of the surplus labor must of necessity originate in the curtailment of the necessary labor time. The latter cannot arise from the former. In the example we have taken, it is necessary that the value of labor power should actually fall by 1/10, in order that the necessary labor time may be diminished by 1/10, i.e. from 10 hours to 9, and in order that the surplus labor may consequently be prolonged from 2 hours to 3. Such a fall in the value of labor power implies, however, that the same necessaries of life which were formerly produced in 10 hours can now be produced in 9 hours. But this is impossible without an increase in the productiveness of labor. For example, suppose a shoemaker, with given tools, makes in one working day of 12 hours 1 pair of boots. If he must make 2 pairs in the same time, the productiveness of his labor must be doubled, and this cannot be done except by an alteration in his tools or in his mode of working, or in both. Hence, the conditions of production, i.e. his mode of production, and the labor process itself must be revolutionized. By increase in the productiveness of labor, we mean generally an alteration in the labor process of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for the production of a commodity, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. Footnote. Quote, "Perfection of the crafts means nothing other than the discovery of new ways of making a product with fewer people, or, which is the same thing, in less time than previously." End quote. Sismondi, Étude, Tito Primaire, page 22. End footnote. Hitherto, in treating of surplus value, arising from a simple prolongation of the working day, we have assumed the mode of production to be given and invariable. But when surplus value has to be produced by the conversion of necessary labor into surplus labor, it by no means suffices for capital to take over the labor process in the form under which it has been historically handed down, and then simply to prolong the duration of that process. The technical and social conditions of the process, and consequently the very mode of production, must be revolutionized, before the productiveness of labor can be increased. By that means alone can the value of labor power be made to sink, and the portion of the working day necessary for the reproduction of that value be shortened. The surplus value produced by prolongation of the working day I call absolute surplus value. On the other hand, the surplus value arising from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, I call relative surplus value. In order to effect a fall in the value of labor power, the increase in the productiveness of labor must seize upon those branches of industry whose products determine the value of labor power, and consequently either belong to the class of customary means of subsistence, or are capable of supplying the place of those means. But the value of a commodity is determined not only by the quantity of labor which the laborer directly bestows upon that commodity, but also by the labor contained in the means of production. For instance, the value of a pair of boots depends not only on the cobbler's labor, but also the value of the leather, wax, thread, etc. Hence, a fall in the value of labor power is also brought about by an increase in the productiveness of labor, and by a corresponding cheapening of commodities in those industries which supply the instruments of labor and the raw material, that form the material elements of the constant capital required for producing the necessaries of life. But an increase in the productiveness of labor in those branches of industry which supply neither the necessaries of life nor the means of production of such necessaries leaves the value of labor power undisturbed. The cheapened commodity, of course, causes only a pro tanto fall in the value of labor power, a fall proportional to the extent of that commodity's employment in the reproduction of labor power. Shirts, for instance, are a necessary means of subsistence, but are only one out of many. The totality of the necessaries of life consists, however, of various commodities, each the product of a distinct industry, and the value of each of those commodities enters as a component part into the value of labor power. This latter value decreases with the decrease of the labor time necessary for its reproduction, the total decrease being the sum of all the different curtailments of labor time effected in those various and distinct industries. This general result is treated here as if it were the immediate result directly aimed at in each individual case. Wherever an individual capitalist cheapens shirts, for instance, by increasing the productiveness of labor, he by no means necessarily aims at reducing the value of labor power and shortening pro tanto the necessary labor time. But it is only insofar as he ultimately contributes to this result that he assists in raising the general rate of surplus value. Footnote. Quote, "Let us suppose the products of the manufacturer are doubled by improvement in machinery. He will be able to clothe his workmen by means of a smaller proportion of the entire return, and thus his profit will be raised, but in no other way will it be influenced." End quote. Ramsey, Loco Citato, pages 168 and 169. End footnote. The general and necessary tendencies of capital must be distinguished from their forms of manifestation. It is not our intention to consider here the ways in which the laws, immanent in capitalist production, manifest themselves in the movements of individual masses of capital, where they assert themselves as coercive laws of competition, and are brought home to the mind and consciousness of the individual capitalist as the directing motives of his operations. But this much is clear. A scientific analysis of competition is not possible before we have a conception of the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are not intelligible to any but him who is acquainted with their real motions, motions which are not directly perceptible by the senses. Nevertheless, for the better comprehension of the production of relative surplus value, we may add the following remarks, in which we assume nothing more than the results we have already obtained. If 1 hour's labor is embodied in 6 pence, the value of 6 shillings will be produced in a working day of 12 hours. Suppose that with the prevailing productiveness of labor, 12 articles are produced in these 12 hours. Let the value of the means of production used up in each article be 6 pence. Under these circumstances, each article costs 1 shilling, 6 pence for the value of the means of production, and 6 pence for the value newly added in working with those means. Now let some one capitalist contrive to double the productiveness of labor, and to produce in the working day of 12 hours, 24 instead of 12 such articles. The value of the means of production remaining the same, the value of each article will fall to 9 pence, made up of 6 pence for the value of the means of production, and 3 pence for the value newly added by the labor. Despite the doubled productiveness of labor, the day's labor creates, as before, a new value of 6 shillings and no more, which, however, is now spread over twice as many articles. Of this value, each article now has embodied in it 1/24th instead of 1/12th, 3 pence instead of 6, or, what amounts to the same thing, only half an hour's instead of a whole hour's labor time is now added to the means of production while they are being transformed into each article. The individual value of these articles is now below their social value. In other words, they have cost less labor time than the great bulk of the same article produced under the average social conditions. Each article costs, on an average, 1 shilling, and represents 2 hours of social labor. But under the altered mode of production, it costs only 9 pence, or contains only 1½ hours labor. The real value of a commodity is, however, not its individual value, but its social value. That is to say, the real value is not measured by the labor time that the article in each individual case costs the producer, but by the labor time socially required for its production. If, therefore, the capitalist who applies the new method sells his commodity at its social value of 1 shilling, he sells it for 3 pence above its individual value, and thus realizes an extra surplus value of 3 pence. On the other hand, the working day of 12 hours is, as regards him, now represented by 24 articles instead of 12. Hence, in order to get rid of the product of 1 working day, the demand must be double what it was, i.e., the market must become twice as extensive. Other things being equal, his commodities can command a more extended market only by a diminution of their prices. He will therefore sell them above their individual but under their social value, say at 10 pence each. This means he still squeezes an extra surplus value of 1 penny out of each. This augmentation of surplus value is pocketed by him, whether his commodities belong or not to the class of necessary means of subsistence that participate in determining the general value of labor power. Hence, independently of this latter circumstance, there is a motive for each individual capitalist to cheapen his commodities by increasing the productiveness of labor. Nevertheless, even in this case, the increased production of surplus value arises from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding prolongation of the surplus labor. Footnote, quote, "A man's profit does not depend upon his command of the produce of other men's labor, but upon his command of labor itself. If he can sell his goods at a higher price, while his workmen's wages remain unaltered, he is clearly benefited. A smaller proportion of what he produces is sufficient to put that labor into motion, and a larger proportion consequently remains for himself." End quote. Outlines of Political Economy, London, 1832, pages 49 and 50. End footnote. Let the necessary labor time amount to 10 hours. the value of a day's labor power to 5 shillings, the surplus labor time to 2 hours, and the daily surplus value to 1 shilling. But the capitalist now produces 24 articles, which he sells at 10 pence apiece, making 20 shillings in all. Since the value of the means of production is 12 shillings, 14 2/5 of these articles merely replace the constant capital advanced. The labor of the 12 hours working day is represented by the remaining 9 3/5 articles. Since the price of the labor power is 5 shillings, 6 articles represent the necessary labor time, and 3 3/5 articles the surplus labor. The ratio of the necessary labor to the surplus labor, which under average social conditions was 5 to 1, is now only 5 to 3. The same result may be arrived at in the following way. The value of the product of the working day of 12 hours is 20 shillings. Of this sum, 12 shillings belong to the value of the means of production, a value that merely reappears. There remain 8 shillings, which are the expression in money of the value newly created during the working day. This sum is greater than the sum in which average social labor of the same kind is expressed. 12 hours of the latter labor are expressed by 6 shillings only. The exceptionally productive labor operates as intensified labor. It creates in equal periods of time greater values than average social labor of the same kind. See Chapter 1, Section 2, page 44. But our capitalist still continues to pay as before only 5 shillings as the value of the day's labor power. Hence, instead of 10 hours, the laborer need now work only 7.5 hours in order to reproduce this value. His surplus labor is therefore increased by 2.5 hours, and the surplus value he produces grows from 1 into 3 shillings. Hence, the capitalist who applies the improved method of production appropriates to surplus labor a greater portion of the working day than the other capitalists in the same trade. He does individually what the whole body of capitalists engaged in producing relative surplus value do collectively. On the other hand, however, this extra surplus value vanishes so soon as the new method of production has become general, and has consequently caused the difference between the individual value of the cheapened commodity and its social value to vanish. The law of the determination of value by labor time, a law which brings under its sway the individual capitalist who applies the new method of production, by compelling him to sell his goods under their social value, this same law, acting as a corrosive law of competition, forces his competitors to adopt the new method. Footnote: quote, "If my neighbor, by doing much with little labor, can sell cheap, I must contrive to sell as cheap as he, so that every art, trade, or engine, doing work with labor of fewer hands, and consequently cheaper, begets in others a kind of necessity and emulation, either of using the same art, trade, or engine, or of inventing something like it, that every man may be upon the square, that no man may be able to undersell his neighbor." End quote. The Advantages of the East India Trade to England, London, 1720, page 67. End footnote. The general rate of surplus value is, therefore, ultimately affected by the whole process, only when the increase in the productiveness of labor has seized upon those branches of production that are connected with, and has cheapened those commodities that form part of, the necessary means of subsistence, and are therefore elements of the value of labor power. The value of commodities is in inverse ratio to the productiveness of labor, and so too is the value of labor power, because it depends on the values of commodities. Relative surplus value is, on the contrary, directly proportional to that productiveness. It rises with rising and falls with falling productiveness. The value of money being assumed to be constant, an average social working day of 12 hours always produces the same new value, 6 shillings, no matter how the sum may be apportioned between surplus value and wages. But if, in consequence of increased productiveness, the value of the necessaries of life fall, and the value of a day's labor power be thereby reduced from 5 shillings to 3, the surplus value increases from 1 shilling to 3. 10 hours were necessary for the reproduction of the value of the labor power. Now, only 6 are required. 4 hours have been set free, and can be annexed to the domain of surplus labor. Hence there is immanent in capital an inclination and constant tendency to heighten the productiveness of labor in order to cheapen commodities, and by such cheapening to cheapen the laborer himself. Footnote. Quote, in whatever proportion the expenses of the laborer are diminished, in the same proportion will his wages be diminished, if the restraints upon industry are at the same time taken off. End quote. Considerations concerning taking off the bounty of corn exported, etc. London, 1753, page 7. Quote, the interest of trade requires that corn and all provisions should be as cheap as possible, for whatever makes them dear must make labor dear also. In all countries where industry is not restrained, the price of provisions must affect the price of labor. This will always be diminished when the necessaries of life grow cheaper. End quote. Loco Citato, page 3. Quote, wages are decreased in the same proportion as the powers of production increase. Machinery, it is true, cheapens the necessaries of life, but it also cheapens the laborer. End quote. A prize essay on the comparative merits of competition and cooperation. London, 1834, page 27. End footnote. The value of a commodity is, in itself, of no interest to the capitalist. What alone interests him is the surplus value that dwells in it, and is realizable by sale. Realization of the surplus value necessarily carries with it the refunding of the value that was advanced. Now, since relative surplus value increases in direct proportion to the development of the productiveness of labor, while, on the other hand, the value of commodities diminishes in the same proportion, since one and the same process cheapens commodities and augments the surplus value contained in them, we have here the solution to the riddle. Why does the capitalist, whose sole concern is the production of exchange value, continually strive to depress the exchange value of commodities? A riddle with which Quesnay, one of the founders of political economy, tormented his opponents, and to which they could give him no answer. Quote, you acknowledge, he says, that the more expenses and the cost of labor can, in the manufacture of industrial products, be reduced without injury to production, the more advantageous is such reduction because it diminishes the price of the finished article. And yet you believe that the production of wealth, which arises from the labor of the workpeople, consists in the augmentation of the exchange value of their products. End quote. Footnote. Quesnay, Dialogue sur le commerce et les travaux des artisans, pages 188 and 189. End footnote. The shortening of the working day is, therefore, by no means what is aimed at in capitalist production when labor is economized by increasing its productiveness. Footnote. Quote, these speculators, who are so economical of the labor of workers they would have to pay, end quote. J. and Bidault, du monopole qui s'habite dans les arts industriels et les commerces. Paris, 1828, page 13. Quote, the employer will be always on the stretch to economize time and labor. End quote. Dugald Stewart, Works edition by Sir W. Hamilton, Edinburgh, VII, 1855, Lectures on Political Economy, page 318. Quote, there, the capitalists' interest in that the productive powers of the laborers they employ should be the greatest possible. On promoting that power, their attention is fixed and almost exclusively fixed. End quote. R. Jones, Loco Citato, Lecture 3. End footnote. It is only the shortening of the labor time necessary for the production of a definite quantity of commodities that is aimed at. The fact that the workman, when the productiveness of his labor has been increased, produces, say, 10 times as many commodities as before, and thus spends 1/10 as much labor time on each, by no means prevents him from continuing to work 12 hours as before, nor from producing in those 12 hours 1,200 articles instead of 120. Nay, more, his working day may be prolonged at the same time, so as to make him produce, say, 1,400 articles in 14 hours. In the treatises, therefore, of economists of the stamp of McCulloch, Urre Senior, and Tutto Quanti, the like, we may read upon one page that the laborer owes a debt of gratitude to capital for developing his productiveness, because the necessary labor time is thereby shortened, and on the next page that he must prove his gratitude by working in future for 15 hours instead of 10. The object of all development of the productiveness of labor, within the limits of capitalist production, is to shorten that part of the working day during which the workman must labor for his own benefit, and by that very shortening to lengthen the other part of the day, during which he is at liberty to work gratis for the capitalist. How far this result is also attainable without cheapening commodities will appear from an examination of the particular modes of producing relative surplus value, to which examination we now proceed. End of Chapter 12 of Kapital, Volume 1.
Chapter 13 of Kapital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production. Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 13. Cooperation. Capitalist production only then really begins, as we've already seen, when each individual capital employs simultaneously a comparatively large number of laborers, when consequently the labor process is carried on an extensive scale and yields relatively large quantities of products. A greater number of laborers working together at the same time in one place, or, if you will, in the same field of labor, in order to produce the same sort of commodity under the mastership of one capitalist, constitutes, both historically and logically, the starting point of capitalist production. With regard to the mode of production itself, manufacture, in its strict meaning, is hardly to be distinguished, in its earliest stages, from the handicraft trades of the guilds, otherwise than by the greater number of workmen simultaneously employed by one and the same individual capital. The workshop of the medieval master handicraftsman is simply enlarged. At first, therefore, the difference is purely quantitative. We have shown that the surplus value produced by a given capital is equal to the surplus value produced by each workman multiplied by the number of workmen simultaneously employed. The number of workmen in itself does not affect either the rate of surplus value or the degree of exploitation of labor power. If a working day of 12 hours be embodied in 6 shillings, 1,200 such days will be embodied in 1,200 times 6 shillings. In one case 12 times 1,200 working hours, and in the other 12 such hours are incorporated in the product. In the production of value a number of workmen rank merely as so many individual workmen, and it therefore makes no difference in the value produced whether the 1,200 men work separately or united under the control of one capitalist. Nevertheless, within certain limits a modification takes place. The labor realized in value is labor of an average social quality. is consequently the expenditure of average labor power. Any average magnitude, however, is merely the average of a number of separate magnitudes all of one kind, but differing as to quantity. In every industry, each individual laborer, be he Peter or Paul, differs from the average laborer. These individual differences, or errors, as they are called in mathematics, compensate one another, and vanish whenever a certain minimum number of workmen are employed together. The celebrated sophist and sycophant Edmund Burke goes so far as to make the following assertion, based on his practical observations as a farmer, that is, that in so small a platoon as that of 5 farm labourers, all individual differences in the labour vanish, and that consequently any given 5 adult farm labourers taken together will in the same time do as much work as any other 5. Footnote. Quote, "Unquestionably, there is a good deal of difference between the value of one man's labour and that of another, from strength, dexterity, and honest application. But I am quite sure, from my best observation, that any given 5 men will, in their total, afford a proportion of labour equal to any other 5 within the periods of life I have stated. That is, that among such 5 men there will be one possessing all the qualifications of a good workman, one bad, and the other 3 middling, and approximating to the first and the last, so that in so small a platoon as that of even 5 you will find the full complement of all that 5 men can earn." End quote. E. Burke, Locus Citato, pages 15 and 16. Compare Catalet on the average individual. End footnote. But, however that may be, it is clear that the collective working day of a large number of workmen simultaneously employed, divided by the number of these workmen, gives 1 day of average social labour. For example, let the working day of each individual be 12 hours. Then the collective working day of 12 men simultaneously employed consists of 144 hours, and although the labour of each of the dozen men may deviate more or less from average social labour, each of them requiring a different time for the same operation, yet since the working day of each is 1/12 of the collective working day of 144 hours, it possesses the qualities of an average social working day. From the point of view, however, of the capitalist who employs these 12 men, the working day is that of the whole dozen. Each individual man's day is an aliquot part of the collective working day, no matter whether the 12 men assist one another in their work, or whether the connection between their operations consists merely in the fact that the men are all working for the same capitalist. But if the 12 men are employed in 6 pairs, by as many different small masters, it will be quite a matter of chance whether each of these masters produces the same value, and consequently whether he realizes the general rate of surplus value. Deviations would occur in individual cases. If one workman required considerably more time for the production of a commodity than is socially necessary, the duration of the necessary labor time would, in his case, sensibly deviate from the labor time socially necessary on an average, and consequently his labor would not count as average labor, nor his labor power as average labor power. It would either be not saleable at all, or only at something below the average value of labor power. A fixed minimum of efficiency in all labor is therefore assumed, and we shall see, later on, that capitalist production provides the means of fixing this minimum. Nevertheless, this minimum deviates from the average, although on the other hand the capitalist has to pay the average value of labor power. Of the 6 small masters, one would therefore squeeze out more than the average rate of surplus value, another less. The inequalities would be compensated for the society at large, but not for the individual masters. Thus the laws of the production of value are only fully realized for the individual producer when he produces as a capitalist and employs a number of workmen together, whose labor, by its collective nature, is at once stamped as average social labor. Footnote. Professor Roscher claims to have discovered that one needlewoman employed by Mrs. Roscher during 2 days does more work than 2 needlewomen employed together during 1 day. The learned professor should not study the capitalist process of production in the nursery, nor under circumstances where the principal personage, the capitalist, is wanting. End footnote. Even without an alteration in the system of working, the simultaneous employment of a large number of laborers effects a revolution in the material conditions of the labor process. The buildings in which they work, the storehouses for the raw material, the implements and utensils used simultaneously or in turns by the workmen, in short, a portion of the means of production, are now consumed in common. On the one hand, the exchange value of these means of production is not increased, for the exchange value of a commodity is not raised by its use value being consumed more thoroughly and to greater advantage. On the other hand, they are used in common, and therefore on a larger scale than before. A room where 20 weavers work at 20 looms must be larger than the room of a single weaver with 2 assistants. But it costs less labor to build one workshop for 20 persons than to build 10 to accommodate 2 weavers each. Thus the value of the means of production that are concentrated for use in common on a large scale does not increase in direct proportion to the expansion and to the increased useful effect of those means. When consumed in common, they give up a smaller part of their value to each single product, partly because the total value they part with is spread over a greater quantity of products, and partly because their value, though absolutely greater, is, having regard to their sphere of action in the process, relatively less than the value of isolated means of production. Owing to this, the value of a part of the constant capital falls, and in proportion to the magnitude of the fall, the total value of the commodity also falls. The effect is the same as if the means of production had cost less. The economy in their application is entirely owing to their being consumed in common by a large number of workmen. Moreover, this character of being necessary conditions of social labor, a character that distinguishes them from the dispersed and relatively more costly means of production of isolated, independent laborers or small masters, is acquired even when the numerous workmen assembled together do not assist one another, but merely work side by side. A portion of the instruments of labor acquires this social character before the labor process itself does so. Economy in the use of the means of production has to be considered under 2 aspects. First, as cheapening commodities, and thereby bringing about a fall in the value of labor power. Secondly, as altering the ratio of the surplus value to the total capital advanced, that is, to the sum of the values of the constant and variable capital. The latter aspect will not be considered until we come to the 3rd book, to which, with the object of treating them in their proper connection, we also relegate many other points that relate to the present question. The march of our analysis compels this splitting up of the subject matter, a splitting up that is quite in keeping with the spirit of capitalist production. For since, in this mode of production, the workman finds the instruments of labor existing independently of him as another man's property, economy in their use appears, with regard to him, to be a distinct operation, one that does not concern him, and which, therefore, has no connection with the methods by which his own personal productiveness is increased. When numerous laborers work together side by side, whether in one and the same process or in different but connected processes, they are said to cooperate, or to work in cooperation. Footnote: Concours de force, Destutt de Tracy, Locus Aeteto, page 80, end footnote. Just as the offensive power of a squadron of cavalry, or the defensive power of a regiment of infantry, is essentially different from the sum of the offensive or defensive powers of the individual cavalry or infantry soldiers taken separately, so the sum total of the mechanical forces exerted by isolated workmen differs from the social force that is developed when many hands take part simultaneously in one and the same undivided operation, such as raising a heavy weight, turning a winch, or removing an obstacle. Footnote: quote, There are numerous operations of so simple a kind as not to admit a division into parts, which cannot be performed without the cooperation of many pairs of hands. I would instance the lifting of a large tree onto a wain. Everything, in short, which cannot be done unless a great many pairs of hands help each other in the same undivided employment and at the same time. End quote. E. G. Wakefield, A View of the Art of Colonization. London, 1849, page 168. End footnote. In such cases, the effect of the combined labor could either not be produced at all by isolated individual labor, or it could only be produced by a great expenditure of time, or on a very dwarfed scale. Not only have we here an increase in the productive power of the individual by means of cooperation, but the creation of a new power, namely the collective power of masses. Footnote: quote, As one man cannot, and 10 men must strain to lift a ton of weight, yet 100 men can do it only by the strength of a finger of each of them. End quote. John Bettis, Proposals for Raising a College of Industry. London, 1696, page 21. End footnote. Apart from the new power that arises from the fusion of many forces into one single force, mere social contact begets in most industries an emulation and a stimulation of the animal spirits that heighten the efficiency of each individual workman. Hence it is that a dozen persons working together will, in their collective working day of 144 hours, produce far more than 12 isolated men each working 12 hours, or than one man who works 12 days in succession. Footnote. Quote, "There is also, when the same number of men are employed by one farmer on 300 acres instead of by 10 farmers with 30 acres apiece, an advantage in the proportion of servants, which will not so easily be understood but by practical men, for it is natural to say, as 1 is to 4, so are 3 to 12, but this will not hold good in practice, for in harvest time and many other operations which require that kind of dispatch by the throwing many hands together, the work is better and more expeditiously done. For instance, in harvest, 2 drivers, 2 loaders, 2 pitchers, 2 rakers, and the rest at the rick or in the barn will dispatch double the work that the same number of hands would do if divided into different gangs on different farms." End quote. An inquiry into the connection between the present price of provisions and the size of farms, by a farmer, London, 1773, pages 7 and 8. End footnote. The reason of this is that man is, if not as Aristotle contends, a political, at all events a social animal. Footnote. Strictly, Aristotle's definition is that man is by nature a town citizen. This is quite as characteristic of ancient classical society as Franklin's definition of man as a tool-making animal is characteristic of Yankeedom. End footnote. Although a number of men may be occupied together at the same time on the same or the same kind of work, yet the labor of each, as a part of the collective labor, may correspond to a distinct phase of the labor process, through all whose phases, in consequence of cooperation, the subject of their labor passes with greater speed. For instance, if a dozen masons place themselves in a row so as to pass stones from the foot of a ladder to its summit, each of them does the same thing. Nevertheless, their separate acts form connected parts of one total operation. They are particular phases, which must be gone through by each stone, and the stones are thus carried up quicker by the 24 hands of the row of men than they could be if each man went separately up and down the ladder with his burden. Footnote. Quote, "On doit encore remarquer que cette division partielle de travail peut se faire quand même les ouvriers sont occupés du même besoin. Des maçons, par exemple, occupés à faire passer de main à main des briques à un échafaudage supérieur, font tout la même besogne, et pourtant il existe parmi eux une espèce de division de travail qui consiste en ce que chacun d'eux fait passer la brique par un espace donné, et que tous ensemble la font parvenir beaucoup plus promptement à l'endroit marqué qu'ils ne le feraient si chacun d'eux portait sa brique séparément jusqu'à l'échafaudage supérieur." End quote. F. Scarbeck, Théorie des richesses sociales, Paris, 1839, Volume 1, pages 97 and 98. End footnote. The object is carried over the same distance in a shorter time. Again, a combination of labor occurs whenever a building, for instance, is taken in hand on different sides simultaneously, although here also the co-operating masons are doing the same or the same kind of work. The 12 masons, in their collective working day of 144 hours, make much more progress with the building than one mason could make working for 12 days or 144 hours. The reason is that a body of men working in concert has hands and eyes both before and behind, and is to a certain degree omnipresent. The various parts of the work progress simultaneously. In the above instances we have laid stress upon the point that the men do the same or the same kind of work, because this, the most simple form of labor in common, plays a great part in cooperation, even in its most fully developed stage. If the work be complicated, then the mere number of the men who cooperate allows of the various operations being apportioned to different hands, and, consequently, of being carried on simultaneously. The time necessary for the completion of the whole work is thereby shortened. Footnote. Quote, "Est-il question d'exécuter un travail compliqué? Plusieurs choses doivent être faites simultanément. L'un en fait une pendant que l'autre en fait une autre, et tout contribuant à l'effet qu'un seul homme n'aurait pu produire. L'une rame pendant que l'autre tient le gouvernet, et qu'un troisième jette le filet ou harpon le poisson. Et la pêche a un succès impossible sans ces concours. End quote. De Stude Tracy, Loco Citato. End footnote. In many industries, there are critical periods determined by the nature of the process during which certain definite results must be obtained. For instance, if a flock of sheep has to be shorn, or a field of wheat to be cut and harvested, the quantity and quality of the product depends on the work being begun and ended within a certain time. In these cases, the time that ought to be taken by the process is prescribed, just as it is in herring fishing. A single person cannot carve a working day of more than, say, 12 hours out of the natural day, but 100 men cooperating extend the working day to 1200 hours. The shortness of the time allowed for the work is compensated for by the large mass of labor thrown upon the field of production at the decisive moment. The completion of the task within the proper time depends on the simultaneous application of numerous combined working days. The amount of useful effect depends on the number of laborers. This number, however, is always smaller than the number of isolated laborers required to do the same amount of work in the same period. Footnote. Quote, "The doing of it, agricultural work, at the critical juncture is of so much the greater consequence." End quote. An inquiry into the connection between the present price, etc., page 9. Quote, "In agriculture there is no more important factor than that of time." End quote. Liebig, Über Theorie und Praxis in der Landwirtschaft, 1856, page 23. End footnote. It is owing to the absence of this kind of cooperation that, in the western part of the United States, quantities of corn, and in those parts of East India where English rule has destroyed the old communities, quantities of cotton are yearly wasted. Footnote. Quote, "The next evil is one which one would scarcely expect to find in a country which exports more labor than any other in the world, with the exception, perhaps, of China and England, the impossibility of procuring a sufficient number of hands to clean the cotton. The consequence of this is that large quantities of the crop are left unpicked, while another portion is gathered from the ground when it has fallen, and is of course discoloured and partially rotted, so that for want of labour at the proper season, the cultivator is actually forced to submit to the loss of a large part of that crop for which England is so anxiously looking." End quote. Bengal Hurkaru, Bi-monthly Overland Summary of News, 22nd July 1861. End footnote. On the one hand, cooperation allows of the work being carried on over an extended space. It is consequently imperatively called for in certain undertakings, such as draining, constructing dikes, irrigation works, and the making of canals, roads, and railways. On the other hand, while extending the scale of production, it renders possible a relative contraction of the arena. This contraction of arena, simultaneous with and arising from extension of scale, whereby a number of useless expenses are cut down, is owing to the conglomeration of labourers, to the aggregation of various processes, and to the concentration of the means of production. Footnote. In the progress of culture, quote, "all, and perhaps more than all, the capital and labour which once loosely occupied 500 acres are now concentrated for the more complete tillage of 100, end quote. Although, quote, "relatively to the amount of capital and labour employed, space is concentrated, it is an enlarged sphere of production, as compared to the sphere of production formerly occupied or worked upon by one single independent agent of production." End quote. R. Jones, An Essay on the Distribution of Wealth, Part 1, on Rent, London, 1831, page 191. End footnote. The combined working day produces, relatively to an equal sum of isolated working days, a greater quantity of use values, and, consequently, diminishes the labour time necessary for the production of a given useful effect. Whether the combined working day in a given case acquires this increased productive power because it heightens the mechanical force of labour, or extends its sphere of action over a greater space, or contracts the field of production relatively to the scale of production, or at the critical moment sets large masses of labour to work, or excites emulation between individuals and raises their animal spirits, or impresses on the similar operations carried on by a number of men the stamp of continuity and many-sidedness, or performs simultaneously different operations, or economizes the means of production by using common, or lends to individual labor the character of average social labor, whichever of these be the cause of the increase, the special productive power of the combined working day is, under all circumstances, the social productive power of labor, or the productive power of social labor. This power is due to cooperation itself. When the laborer cooperates systematically with others, he strips off the fetters of his individuality and develops the capabilities of his species. Footnote. Quote,
La forza di ciascuno uomo è minima, ma la riunione delle minime forze forma una forza totale maggiore anche della somma delle forze medesime, fino a che le forze per essere riunite possono diminuire il tempo ed accrescere lo spazio della loro azione.
End quote. G.R. Carley, Note to P. Very, Locus Citato, Volume 15, page 196. End footnote. As a general rule, laborers cannot cooperate without being brought together. Their assemblage in one place is a necessary condition of their cooperation. Hence, wage laborers cannot cooperate unless they are employed simultaneously by the same capital, the same capitalist, and unless therefore their labor powers are bought simultaneously by him. The total value of these labor powers, or the amount of the wages of these laborers for a day or a week as the case may be, must be ready in the pocket of the capitalist before the workmen are assembled for the process of production. The payment of 300 workmen at once, though only for one day, requires a greater outlay of capital than does the payment of a smaller number of men, week by week, during a whole year. Hence the number of laborers that cooperate, or the scale of cooperation, depends in the first instance on the amount of capital that the individual capitalist can spare for the purchase of labor power. In other words, on the extent to which a single capitalist has command over the means of subsistence of a number of laborers. And as with the variable, so it is with the constant capital. For example, the outlay on raw material is 30 times as great for the capitalist who employs 300 men as it is for each of the 30 capitalists who employ 10 men. The value and quantity of the instruments of labor used in common do not, it is true, increase at the same rate as the number of workmen, but they do increase very considerably. Hence, concentration of large masses of the means of production in the hands of individual capitalists is a material condition for the cooperation of wage laborers, and the extent of the cooperation, or the scale of production, depends on the extent of this concentration. We saw in a former chapter that a certain minimum amount of capital was necessary in order that the number of laborers simultaneously employed, and consequently the amount of surplus value produced, might suffice to liberate the employer himself from manual labor, to convert him from a small master into a capitalist, and thus formally to establish capitalist production. We now see that a certain minimum amount is the necessary condition for the conversion of numerous isolated and independent processes into one combined social process. We also saw that at first the subjection of labor to capital was only a formal result of the fact that the laborer, instead of working for himself, works for and consequently under the capitalist. By the cooperation of numerous wage laborers, the sway of capital develops into a requisite for carrying on the labor process itself, into a real requisite of production. That a capitalist should command on the field of production is now as indispensable as that a general should command on the field of battle. All combined labor on a large scale requires, more or less, a directing authority in order to secure the harmonious working of the individual activities, and to perform the general functions that have their origin in the action of the combined organism, as distinguished from the action of its separate organs. A single violin player is his own conductor. An orchestra requires a separate one. The work of directing, superintending, and adjusting becomes one of the functions of capital, from the moment that the labor under the control of capital becomes cooperative. Once a function of capital, it acquires special characteristics. The directing motive, the end and aim of capitalist production, is to extract the greatest possible amount of surplus value, and consequently to exploit labor power to the greatest possible extent. Footnote. Quote, "Profits is the sole end of trade." End quote. J. van der Linde, Locus Citato, page 11. End footnote. As the number of cooperating laborers increases, so too does their resistance to the domination of capital, and with it the necessity for capital to overcome this resistance by counter-pressure. The control exercised by the capitalist is not only a special function due to the nature of the social labor process and peculiar to that process, but it is at the same time a function of the exploitation of a social labor process, and is consequently rooted in the unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the living and laboring raw material he exploits. Again, in proportion to the increasing mass of the means of production, now no longer the property of the laborer, but of the capitalist, the necessity increases for some effective control over the proper application of those means. Footnote: that Philistine paper, The Spectator, states that after the introduction of a sort of partnership between capitalist and workmen in the Warwork Company of Manchester, quote, the first result was a sudden decrease in waste, the men not seeing why they should waste their own property any more than any other masters, and waste is, perhaps, next to bad debts, the greatest source of manufacturing loss. End quote. The same paper finds that the main defect in the Rochdale cooperative experiments is this, quote, they showed that associations of workmen could manage shops, mills, and almost all forms of industry with success, and they immediately improved the condition of the men, but then they did not leave a clear place for masters. End quote. Quelle horreur! End footnote. Moreover, the cooperation of wage labourers is entirely brought about by the capital that employs them. Their union into one single productive body and the establishment of a connection between their individual functions are matters foreign and external to them, are not their own act, but the act of the capital that brings and keeps them together. Hence the connection existing between their various labours appears to them ideally in the shape of a preconceived plan of the capitalist, and practically in the shape of the authority of the same capitalist, in the shape of the powerful will of another, who subjects their activity to his aims. If then the control of the capitalist is in substance twofold by reason of the twofold nature of the process of production itself, which on the one hand is a social process for producing use values, on the other a process for creating surplus value, in form that control is despotic. As cooperation extends its scale, this despotism takes forms peculiar to itself. Just as at first the capitalist is relieved from actual labor so soon as his capital has reached that minimum amount with which capitalist production, as such, begins, so now he hands over the work of direct and constant supervision of the individual workman and groups of workmen to a special kind of wage laborer. An industrial army of workmen under the command of a capitalist requires, like a real army, officers, managers, and sergeants, foremen, overlookers, who, while the work is being done, command in the name of the capitalist. The work of supervision becomes their established and exclusive function. When comparing the mode of production of isolated peasants and artisans with production by slave labor, the political economist counts this labor of superintendence among the faux frais of production. Footnote. Professor Cairns, after stating that the superintendence of labor is a leading feature of production by slaves in the southern states of North America, continues, quote, the peasant proprietor of the North, appropriating the whole produce of his toil, needs no other stimulus to exertion. Superintendence is here completely dispensed with. End quote. Cairns, Loco Citato, pages 48 and 49, end footnote. But when considering the capitalist mode of production, he, on the contrary, treats the work of control made necessary by the cooperative character of the labor process as identical with the different work of control necessitated by the capitalist character of that process and the antagonism of interests between capitalist and laborer. Footnote. Sir James Stewart, a writer altogether remarkable for his quick eye for the characteristic social distinctions between different modes of production, says, quote, why do large undertakings in the manufacturing way ruin private industry, but by coming nearer to the simplicity of slaves? End quote. Principles of Political Economy, London, 1767, Volume 1, pages 167 and 168. End footnote. It is not because he is a leader of industry that a man is a capitalist. On the contrary, he is a leader of industry because he is a capitalist. The leadership of industry is an attribute of capital, just as in feudal times the functions of general and judge were attributes of landed property, Footnote: Auguste Comte and his school might therefore have shown that feudal lords are an eternal necessity in the same way that they have done in the case of the lords of capital. End footnote. The laborer is the owner of his labor power until he has done bargaining for its sale with the capitalist, and he can sell no more than what he has, that is, his individual, isolated labor power. This state of things is in no way altered by the fact that the capitalist, instead of buying the labor power of one man, buys that of 100, and enters into separate contracts with 100 unconnected men instead of with one. He is at liberty to set the 100 men to work without letting them cooperate. He pays them the value of 100 independent labor powers, but he does not pay for the combined labor power of the 100. Being independent of each other, the laborers are isolated persons, who enter into relations with the capitalist, but not with one another. This cooperation begins only with the labor process, but they have then ceased to belong to themselves. On entering that process, they become incorporated with capital. As cooperators, as members of a working organism, they are but special modes of existence of capital. Hence, the productive power developed by the laborer when working in cooperation is the productive power of capital. This power is developed gratuitously, whenever the workmen are placed under given conditions, and it is capital that places them under such conditions. Because this power costs capital nothing, and because, on the other hand, the laborer himself does not develop it before his labor belongs to capital, it appears as a power with which capital is endowed by nature, a productive power that is immanent in capital. The colossal effects of simple cooperation are to be seen in the gigantic structures of the ancient Asiatics, Egyptians, Etruscans, etc. Quote, "It has happened in times past that these Oriental states, after supplying the expenses of their civil and military establishments, have found themselves in possession of a surplus which they could apply to works of magnificence or utility, and in the construction of these their command over the hands and arms of almost the entire non-agricultural population has produced stupendous monuments which still indicate their power. The teeming valley of the Nile produced food for a swarming non-agricultural population, and this food, belonging to the monarch and the priesthood, afforded the means of erecting the mighty monuments which filled the land. In moving the colossal statues and vast masses of which the transport creates wonder, human labor almost alone was prodigiously used. The number of the laborers and the concentration of their efforts sufficed. We see mighty coral reefs rising from the depths of the ocean into islands and firm land, yet each individual depositor is puny, weak, and contemptible. The non-agricultural laborers of an Asiatic monarchy have little but their individual bodily exertions to bring to the task, but their number is their strength, and the power of directing these masses gave rise to the palaces and temples, the pyramids, and the armies of gigantic statues of which the remains astonish and perplex us. It is that confinement of the revenues which feed them, to one or a few hands, which makes such undertakings possible." End quote. Footnote: R. Jones, Textbook of Lectures, etc., pages 77 and 78. The ancient Assyrian, Egyptian, and other collections in London and in other European capitals make us eye-witnesses of the modes of carrying on that cooperative labor. End footnote. This power of Asiatic and Egyptian kings, Etruscan theocrats, etc., has in modern society been transferred to the capitalist, whether he be an isolated or, as in joint stock companies, a collective capitalist. Cooperation, such as we find it at the dawn of human development among races who live by the chase, or, say, in the agriculture of Indian communities, is based, on the one hand, on ownership in common of the means of production, and, on the other hand, on the fact that in those cases each individual has no more torn himself off from the navel string of his tribe or community than each bee has freed itself from connection with the hive. Footnote: Linguet is improbably right when in his Théorie des lois civiles he declares hunting to be the first form of cooperation, and man-hunting, war, one of the earliest forms of hunting. End footnote. Such cooperation is distinguished from capitalistic cooperation by both of the above characteristics. The sporadic application of cooperation on a large scale in ancient times, in the Middle Ages, and in modern colonies reposes on relations of dominion and servitude, principally on slavery. The capitalistic form, on the contrary, presupposes from first to last the free wage laborer who sells his labor power to capital. Historically, however, this form is developed in opposition to peasant agriculture and to the carrying on of independent handicrafts, whether in guilds or not. Footnote: peasant agriculture on a small scale and the carrying on of independent handicrafts, which together form the basis of the feudal mode of production, and after the dissolution of that system continue side by side with the capitalist mode, also form the economic foundation of the classical communities at their best, after the primitive form of ownership of land in common had disappeared, and before slavery had seized on production in earnest. End footnote. From the standpoint of these, capitalistic cooperation does not manifest itself as a particular historical form of cooperation, but cooperation itself appears to be a historical form peculiar to and specifically distinguishing the capitalist process of production. Just as the social productive power of labor that is developed by cooperation appears to be the productive power of capital, so cooperation itself, contrasted with the process of production carried on by isolated independent laborers or even by small employers, appears to be a specific form of the capitalist process of production. It is the first change experienced by the actual labor process when subjected to capital. This change takes place spontaneously. The simultaneous employment of a large number of wage laborers in one and the same process, which is a necessary condition of this change, also forms the starting point of capitalist production. This point coincides with the birth of capital itself. If then, on the one hand, the capitalist mode of production presents itself to us historically as a necessary condition to the transformation of the labor process into a social process, so, on the other hand, this social form of the labor process presents itself as a method employed by capital for the more profitable exploitation of labor, by increasing that labor's productiveness. In the elementary form under which we have hitherto viewed it, cooperation is a necessary concomitant of all production on a large scale, but it does not in itself represent a fixed form characteristic of a particular epoch in the development of the capitalist mode of production. At the most it appears to do so, and that only approximately, in the handicraft-like beginnings of manufacture, and in that kind of agriculture on a large scale which corresponds to the epoch of manufacture, and is distinguished from peasant agriculture mainly by the number of the laborers simultaneously employed, and by the mass of the means of production concentrated for their use. Footnote: whether the united skill, industry, and emulation of many together on the same work be not the way to advance it, and whether it had been otherwise possible for England to have carried on her woolen manufacture to so great a perfection. Berkeley, The Querist, London, 1751, page 56, paragraph 521. End footnote. Simple cooperation is always the prevailing form in those branches of production in which capital operates on a large scale, and division of labor and machinery play but a subordinate part. Cooperation ever constitutes the fundamental form of the capitalist mode of production. Nevertheless, the elementary form of cooperation continues to subsist as a particular form of capitalist production, side by side with the more developed forms of that mode of production. End of Part 4, Chapter 13.
Chapter 14, Section 1 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 14. Division of Labor and Manufacture. Section 1. twofold origin of manufacture. That cooperation which is based on division of labor assumes its typical form in manufacture, and is the prevalent characteristic form of the capitalist process of production throughout the manufacturing period properly so called. That period, roughly speaking, extends from the middle of the 16th to the last third of the 18th century. Manufacture takes its rise in two ways. First, by the assemblage in one workshop under the control of a single capitalist of laborers belonging to various independent handicrafts, but through whose hands a given article must pass on its way to completion. A carriage, for example, was formerly the product of the labor of a great number of independent artificers, such as wheelwrights, harness makers, tailors, locksmiths, upholsterers, turners, fringe makers, glaziers, painters, polishers, gilders, etc. In the manufacture of carriages, however, all these different artificers are assembled in one building where they work into one another's hands. It is true that a carriage cannot be gilt before it has been made, but if a number of carriages are being made simultaneously, some may be in the hands of the gilders, while others are going through an earlier process. So far, we are still in the domain of simple cooperation, which finds its materials ready to hand in the shape of men and things. But very soon an important change takes place. The tailor, the locksmith, and the other artificers being now exclusively occupied in carriage making, each gradually loses, through want of practice, the ability to carry on to its full extent his old handicraft. But, on the other hand, his activity now confined in one groove assumes the form best adapted to the narrowed sphere of action. At first, carriage manufacture is a combination of various independent handicrafts. By degrees, it becomes the splitting up of carriage making into its various detail processes, each of which crystallizes into the exclusive function of a particular workman, the manufacture as a whole being carried on by the men in conjunction. In the same way, cloth manufacture, as also a whole series of other manufactures, arose by combining different handicrafts together under the control of a single capitalist. Footnote 1. To give a more modern instance, the silk spinning and weaving of Léon and Nîmes, quote, est toute patriarcale. Elle emploie beaucoup de femmes et d'enfants, mais sans les épouser ni les corrompre. Elle les laisse dans la belle valise de leur trône, du Var, du Lysère, du Vaucluse, pour y élever des vers et d'éviter le cocon. Jamais elle n'entre dans une véritable fabrique. Pour être aussi bien observé, le principe de la division du travail s'y revêt d'un caractère spécial. Il y a bien des individus, des moulinières, des tintonneux, des encolleurs, puis des tisserands, mais ils ne sont pas réunis dans un même établissement, ne dépendent pas d'un même maître, tous ils sont indépendants. The silk spinning and weaving of Lyon and Nîmes is entirely patriarchal. It employs a large number of women and children, but without exhausting or ruining them. It allows them to stay in their beautiful valleys of the Drôme, the Var, the Isère, the Vaucluse, cultivating their silkworms and unwinding their cocoons. It never becomes a true factory industry. However, the principle of the division of labor takes on a special character here. There do indeed exist winders, throsters, dyers, sizers, and, finally, weavers. But they are not assembled in the same workshop, nor are they dependent on a single master. They are all independent. unquote. A Blanqui, cœur d'économie industrielle, recueilli par A. Blaise. Since Blanqui wrote this, the various independent laborers have to some extent been united in factories. End footnote 1. Second, manufacture also arises in a way exactly the reverse of this, namely, by one capitalist employing simultaneously in one workshop a number of artificers who all do the same or the same kind of work, such as making paper, type, or needles. This is cooperation in its most elementary form. Each of these artificers, with the help perhaps of one or two apprentices, makes the entire commodity, and he consequently performs in succession all the operations necessary for its production. He still works in his old handicraft-like way. But very soon, external circumstances cause a different use to be made of the concentration of the workmen on one spot, and of the simultaneousness of their work. An increased quantity of the article has perhaps to be delivered within a given time. The work is therefore redistributed. Instead of each man being allowed to perform all the various operations in succession, these operations are changed into disconnected, isolated ones, carried on side by side. Each is assigned to a different artificer, and the whole of them together are performed simultaneously by the cooperating workmen. This accidental repartition gets repeated, develops advantages of its own, and gradually ossifies into a systematic division of labor. The commodity, from being the individual product of an independent artificer, becomes the social product of a union of artificers, each of whom performs one and only one of the constituent partial operations. The same operations which, in the case of a papermaker belonging to a German guild, merged one into the other as the successive acts of one artificer, became in the Dutch paper manufacture so many partial operations carried on side by numerous co-operating laborers. The needlemaker of the Nuremberg Guild was the cornerstone on which the English needle manufacture was raised. But, while in Nuremberg, that single artificer performed a series of perhaps 20 operations, one after another, in England, it was not long before there were 20 needlemakers side by side, each performing one alone of those 20 operations, and in consequence of further experience, each of those 20 operations was again split up, isolated, and made the exclusive function of a separate workman. The mode in which manufacture arises, its growth out of handicrafts, is therefore twofold. On the one hand, it arises from the union of various independent handicrafts, which become stripped of their independence, and specialized to such an extent as to be reduced to mere supplementary partial processes in the production of one particular commodity. On the other hand, it arises from the co-operation of artificers of one handicraft. It splits up that particular handicraft into its various detail operations, isolating and making these operations independent of one another, up to the point where each becomes the exclusive function of a particular laborer. On the one hand, therefore, manufacture either introduces diversion of labor into a process of production or further develops that division. On the other hand, it unites together handicrafts that were formerly separate. But whatever may have been its particular starting point, its final form is invariably the same, a productive mechanism whose parts are human beings. For a proper understanding of the division of labor in manufacture, it is essential that the following points be firmly grasped. First, the decomposition of a process of production into its various successive steps coincides here strictly with the resolution of a handicraft into its successive manual operations. Whether complex or simple, Each operation has to be done by hand, retains the character of a handicraft, and is therefore dependent on the strength, skill, quickness, and sureness of the individual workman in handling his tools. The handicraft continues to be the basis. This narrow technical basis excludes a really scientific analysis of any definite process of industrial production, since it is still a condition that each detail process gone through by the product must be capable of being done by hand, and of forming in its way a separate handicraft. It is just because handicraft skill continues in this way to be the foundation of the process of production that each workman becomes exclusively assigned to a partial function, and that, for the rest of his life, his labor power is turned into the organ of this detail function. Secondly, this division of labor is a particular sort of cooperation, and many of its disadvantages spring from the general character of cooperation, and not from this particular form of it. End Section 1. Twofold Origin of Manufacture. Chapter 14. Division of Labor and Manufacture. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Section 2 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 14. Division of Labor and Manufacture. Section 2. The Detail Laborer and His Implements. If we now go into more detail, it is, in the first place, clear that a laborer who all his life performs one and the same simple operation converts his whole body into the automatic, specialized implement of that operation. Consequently, he takes less time in doing it than the artificer who performs a whole series of operations in succession. But the collective laborer, who constitutes the living mechanism of manufacture, is made up solely of such specialized detail laborers. Hence, in comparison with the independent handicraft, more is produced in a given time, or the productive power of labor is increased. Footnote 2. Quote, "The more any manufacture of much variety shall be distributed and assigned to different artists, the same must needs be better done, and with greater expedition, with less loss of time and labor." Unquote. The Advantages of the East India Trade, London, 1720, page 71. End footnote 2. Moreover, when once this fractional work is established as the exclusive function of one person, the methods it employs become perfected. The workman's continued repetition of the same simple act, and the concentration of his attention on it, teach him by experience how to attain the desired effect with the minimum of exertion. But since there are always several generations of laborers living at one time, and working together at the manufacture of a given article, the technical skill, the tricks of the trade thus acquired, become established, and are accumulated and handed down. Footnote 3. quote, "Easy labor is transmitted skill," unquote. Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, page 48. End footnote 3. Manufacture, in fact, produces the skill of the detail laborer by reproducing, and systematically driving to an extreme within the workshop, the naturally developed differentiation of trades which it found ready to hand in society at large. On the other hand, the conversion of fractional work into the life calling of one man corresponds to the tendency shown by earlier societies to make trades hereditary, either to petrify them into castes, or whenever definite historical conditions beget in the individual a tendency to vary in a manner incompatible with the nature of castes, to ossify them into guilds. Castes and guilds arise from the action of the same natural law that regulates the differentiation of plants and animals into species and varieties, except that, when a certain degree of development has been reached, the heredity of castes and the exclusiveness of guilds are ordained as a law of society. Footnote 4. Quote, "The arts also have in Egypt reached the requisite degree of perfection, for it is the only country where artificers may not in any way meddle with the affairs of another class of citizens, but must follow that calling alone which by law is hereditary in their clan. In other countries it is found that tradesmen divide their attention between too many objects. At one time they try agriculture, at another they take to commerce, at another they busy themselves with 2 or 3 occupations at once. In free countries they mostly frequent the assemblies of the people. In Egypt, on the contrary, every artificer is severely punished if he meddles with affairs of state, or carries on several trades at once. Thus, there is nothing to disturb their application to their calling. Moreover, since they inherit from their forefathers numerous rules, they are eager to discover fresh advantages." Unquote. Diodorus Siculus, Bibliotheca Historica, Book 1, Chapter 1, 74. End footnote 4. Quote, "The muslins of Dhaka in fineness, the calicos and other piece goods of Coromandel in brilliant and durable colors have never been surpassed. Yet they are produced without capital, machinery, division of labor, or any of those means which give such facilities to the manufacturing interest of Europe. The weaver is merely a detached individual, working a web when ordered of a customer, and with a loom of the rudest construction, consisting sometimes of a few branches or bars of wood, put roughly together. There is even no expedient for rolling up the warp. The loom must therefore be kept stretched to its full length, and become so inconveniently large that it cannot be contained within the hut of the manufacturer, who is therefore compelled to ply his trade in the open air, where it is interrupted by every vicissitude of the weather." Unquote. Footnote 5. Historical and Descriptive Account of British India, etc., by Hugh Murray and James Wilson, etc., Edinburgh, 1832, Volume 2, page 449. The Indian loom is upright. That is, the warp is stretched vertically. End footnote 5. It is only the special skill accumulated from generation to generation, and transmitted from father to son, that gives to the Hindu, as it does to the spider, this proficiency. And yet the work of such a Hindu weaver is very complicated compared with that of a manufacturing laborer. An artificer who performs one after another the various fractional operations in the production of a finished article must at one time change his place, at another his tools. The transition from one operation to another interrupts the flow of his labor and creates, so to say, gaps in his working day. These gaps close up so soon as he is tied to one and the same operation all day long. They vanish in proportion as the changes in his work diminish. The resulting increased productive power is owing either to an increased expenditure of labor power in a given time, that is, to increased intensity of labor, or to a decrease in the amount of labor power unproductively consumed. The extra expenditure of power demanded by every transition from rest to motion is made up for by prolonging the duration of the normal velocity when once acquired. On the other hand, constant labor of one uniform kind disturbs the intensity and flow of a man's animal spirits, which find recreation and delight in mere change of activity. The productiveness of labor depends not only on the proficiency of the workman, but on the perfection of his tools. Tools of the same kind, such as knives, drills, gimlets, hammers, etc., may be employed in different processes, and the same tool may serve various purposes in a single process. But so soon as the different operations of a labor process are disconnected, the one from the other, and each fractional operation acquires in the hands of the detail laborer a suitable and peculiar form, alterations become necessary in the implements that previously served more than one purpose. The direction taken by this change is determined by the difficulties experienced in consequence of the unchanged form of the implement. Manufacture is characterized by the differentiation of the instruments of labor, a differentiation whereby implements of a given sort acquire fixed shapes, adapted to each particular application, and by the specialization of those instruments, giving to each special implement its full play only in the hands of a specific detail laborer. In Birmingham alone, 500 varieties of hammers are produced, and not only is each adapted to one particular process, but several varieties often serve exclusively for the different operations in one and the same process. The manufacturing period simplifies, improves, and multiplies the implements of labor by adapting them to the exclusively special functions of each detail laborer. Footnote 6. Darwin, in his epoch-making work on the origin of species, remarks with reference to the natural organs of plants and animals, quote, "So long as one and the same organ has different kinds of work to perform, a ground for its changeability may possibly be found in this, that natural selection preserves or suppresses each small variation of form less carefully than if that organ were destined for one special purpose alone. Thus, knives that are adapted to cut all sorts of things may on the whole be of one shape, but an implement destined to be used exclusively in one way must have a different shape for every different use." Unquote. End footnote 6. It thus creates at the same time one of the material conditions for the existence of machinery, which consists of a combination of simple instruments. The detail laborer and his implements are the simplest elements of manufacture. Let us now turn to its aspect as a whole. End Section 2. The Detail Laborer and His Implements. Chapter 14. Division of Labor and Manufacture. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Section 3 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 14. Division of Labor and Manufacture. Section 3. The two fundamental forms of manufacture: heterogeneous manufacture, serial manufacture. The organization of manufacture has two fundamental forms which, in spite of occasional blending, are essentially different in kind, and, moreover, play very distinct parts in the subsequent transformation of manufacture into modern industry carried on by machinery. This double character arises from the nature of the article produced. This article either results from the mere mechanical fitting together of partial products made independently, or owes its completed shape to a series of connected processes and manipulations. A locomotive, for instance, consists of more than 5,000 independent parts. It cannot, however, serve as an example of the first kind of genuine manufacture, for it is a structure produced by modern mechanical industry. But a watch can, and William Petty used it to illustrate the division of labor in manufacture. Formerly, the individual work of a Nuremberg artificer, the watch has been transformed into the social product of an immense number of detail laborers, such as mainspring makers, dial makers, spiral spring makers, jeweled hole makers, ruby lever makers, hand makers, case makers, screw makers, gilders, with numerous subdivisions, such as wheel makers, brass and steel separate, pin makers, movement makers, acheveur de pignon, fixes the wheels on the axles, polishes the facets, etc., pivot makers, planteur de finissage, puts the wheels and springs in the works, finisseur de perrier, cuts teeth in the wheels, makes the holes of the right size, etc., escapement makers, cylinder makers for cylinder escapements, escapement wheel makers, balance wheel makers, raquette makers, apparatus for regulating the watch, the planteur d'échappement, escapement maker proper, then the repasseur de barrière, finishes the box for the spring, etc., steel polishers, wheel polishers, screw polishers, figure painters, dial enamelers, melt the enamel on the copper, fabricant de pendant, makes the ring by which the case is hung, finisseur de charnière, puts the brass hinge in the cover, etc., faiseur de secrète, puts in the springs that open the case, graveur, ciseleur, polisseur de bois, etc., etc., and last of all, the repasseur, who fits together the whole watch and hands it over in a going state. Only a few parts of the watch pass through several hands, and all of these membra disjecta come together for the first time in the hand that binds them into one mechanical whole. This external relation between the finished product and its various and diverse elements makes it, as well in this case as in the case of all similar finished articles, a matter of chance whether the detail laborers are brought together in one workshop or not. The detail operations may further be carried on like so many independent handicrafts, as they are in the cantons of Vaud and Neuchâtel, while in Geneva there exist large watch manufactories where the detail laborers directly cooperate under the control of a single capitalist. And even in the latter case, The dial, the springs, and the case are seldom made in the factory itself. To carry on the trade as a manufacture, with concentration of workmen, is, in the watch trade, profitable only under exceptional conditions, because competition is greater between the laborers who desire to work at home, and because the splitting up of the work into a number of heterogeneous processes permits but little use of the instruments of labor in common, and the capitalist, by scattering the work, saves the outlay on workshops, etc. Footnote. In the year 1854, Geneva produced 80,000 watches, which is not 1/5 of the production in the canton of Neuchâtel. La Chaux-de-Fonds alone, which we may look upon as a huge watch manufactory, produces yearly twice as many as Geneva. From 1850 to 1861, Geneva produced 720,000 watches. See Report from Geneva on the Watch Trade in Reports by H's Secretaries of Embassy and Legislation on the Manufacture, Commerce, etc., No. 6, 1863. The want of connection alone between the processes into which the production of articles that merely consist of parts fitted together is split up makes it very difficult to convert such a manufacture into a branch of modern industry carried on by machinery. But in the case of a watch, there are two other impediments in addition: the minuteness and delicacy of its parts, and its character as an article of luxury. Hence their variety, which is such that, in the best London houses, scarcely a dozen watches are made alike in the course of a year. The watch manufactory of Messieurs Vacheron and Constantin, in which machinery has been employed with success, produces at the most 3 or 4 different varieties of size and form. End footnote. Nevertheless, the position of this detail laborer who, though he works at home, does so for a capitalist, manufacturer, établisseur, is very different from that of the independent artificer who works for his own customers. Footnote. In watchmaking, that classical example of heterogeneous manufacture, we may study with great accuracy the above-mentioned differentiation and specialization of the instruments of labor caused by the subdivision of handicrafts. End footnote. The second kind of manufacture, its perfected form, produces articles that go through connected phases of development, through a series of processes step by step, like the wire in the manufacture of needles, which passes through the hands of 72 and sometimes even 92 different detail workmen. Insofar as such a manufacture, when first started, combines scattered handicrafts, it lessens the space by which the various phases of production are separated from each other. The time taken in passing from one stage to another is shortened. So is the labor that effectuates this passage. Footnote. Quote, in so close a cohabitation of the people, the carriage must needs be less. Unquote. The Advantages of the East India Trade, page 106. End footnote. In comparison with a handicraft, productive power is gained, and this gain is owing to the general cooperative character of manufacture. On the other hand, division of labor, which is the distinguishing principle of manufacture, requires the isolation of the various stages of production and their independence of each other. The establishment and maintenance of a connection between the isolated functions necessitates the incessant transport of the article from one hand to another, and from one process to another. From the standpoint of modern mechanical industry, this necessity stands forth as a characteristic and costly disadvantage, and one that is immanent in the principle of manufacture. Footnote. Quote, the isolation of the different stages of manufacture consequent upon the employment of manual labor adds immensely to the cost of production, the loss mainly arising from the mere removals from one process to another." Unquote. The Industry of Nations, London, 1855, Part 2, page 200. End footnote. If we confine our attention to some particular lot of raw materials, of rags, for instance, in paper manufacture, or of wire in needle manufacture, we perceive that it passes in succession through a series of stages in the hands of the various detail workmen until completion. On the other hand, if we look at the workshop as a whole, we see the raw material in all the stages of its production at the same time. The collective laborer, with one set of his many hands armed with one kind of tools, draws the wire. With another set, armed with different tools, he at the same time straightens it. With another, he cuts it. With another, points it, and so on. The different detail processes, which were successive in time, have become simultaneous, go on side by side in space. Hence, production of a greater quantum of finished commodities in a given time. Footnote. Quote, "It, the division of labor, produces also an economy of time by separating the work into its different branches, all of which may be carried on into execution at the same moment. By carrying on all the different processes at once, which an individual must have executed separately, it becomes possible to produce a multitude of pins completely finished in the same time as a single pin might have been either cut or pointed." Unquote. To Gold Stewart, page 319. End footnote. This simultaneity, it is true, is due to the general cooperative form of the process as a whole, but manufacture not only finds the conditions for cooperation ready to hand, it also, to some extent, creates them by the subdivision of handicraft labor. On the other hand, it accomplishes this social organization of the labor process only by riveting each laborer to a single fractional detail. Since the fractional product of each detail laborer is, at the same time, only a particular stage in the development of one and the same finished article, each laborer, or each group of laborers, prepares the raw material for another laborer or group. The result of the labor of the one is the starting point for the labor of the other. The one workman, therefore, gives occupation directly to the other. The labor time necessary in each partial process for attaining the desired effect is learnt by experience, and the mechanism of manufacture as a whole is based on the assumption that a given result will be obtained in a given time. It is only on this assumption that the various supplementary labor processes can proceed uninterruptedly, simultaneously, and side by side. It is clear that this direct dependence of the operations, and therefore of the laborers, on each other, compels each one of them to spend on his work no more than the necessary time, and thus a continuity, uniformity, regularity, order, and even intensity of labor of quite a different kind is begotten than is to be found in an independent handicraft or even in simple cooperation. Footnote. Quote, "The more variety of artists to each manufacture, the greater the order and regularity of every work. The same must needs be done in less time, the labor must be less." Unquote. The Advantages, etc., page 68. End footnote. The rule that the labor time expended on a commodity should not exceed that which is socially necessary for its production appears, in the production of commodities generally, to be established by the mere effect of competition, since, to express ourselves superficially, each single producer is obliged to sell his commodity at its market price. In manufacture, on the contrary, the turning out of a given quantum of product in a given time is a technical law of the process of production itself. Footnote. Nevertheless, the manufacturing system, in many branches of industry, attains this result but very imperfectly, because it knows not how to control with certainty the general chemical and physical conditions of the process of production. End footnote. Different operations take, however, unequal periods, and yield, therefore, in equal times, unequal quantities of fractional products. If, therefore, the same laborer has, day after day, to perform the same operation, there must be a different number of laborers for each operation. For instance, in type manufacture, there are 4 founders and 2 breakers to 1 rubber. The founder casts 2,000 type an hour, the breaker breaks up 4,000, and the rubber polishes 8,000. Here we have again the principle of cooperation in its simplest form, the simultaneous employment of many doing the same thing, only now this principle is the expression of an organic relation. The division of labor, as carried out in manufacture, not only simplifies and multiplies the qualitatively different parts of the social collective laborer, but also creates a fixed mathematical relation or ratio which regulates the quantitative extent of those parts, that is, the relative number of laborers, or the relative size of the group of laborers for each detail operation. It develops, along with the qualitative subdivision of the social labor process, a quantitative rule and proportionality for that process. When once the most fitting proportion has been experimentally established for the numbers of the detail laborers in the various groups when producing on a given scale, that scale can be extended only by employing a multiple of each particular group. Footnote. Quote, when, from the peculiar nature of the produce of each manufactory, the number of processes into which it is most advantageous to divide it is ascertained, as well as the number of individuals to be employed, then all other manufactories which do not employ a direct multiple of this number will produce the article at a greater cost. Hence arises one of the causes of the great size of manufacturing establishments." Unquote. See Babbage, On the Economy of Machinery, 1st edition, London, 1832, Chapter 21, pages 172 to 73. End footnote. There is this to boot, that the same individual can do certain kinds of work just as well on a large as on a small scale. For instance, the labor of superintendence, the carriage of the fractional product from one stage to the next, etc. The isolation of such functions, their allotment to a particular laborer, does not become advantageous till after an increase in the number of laborers employed. But this increase must affect every group proportionally. The isolated group of laborers to whom any particular detail function is assigned is made up of homogeneous elements, and is one of the constituent parts of the total mechanism. In many manufactures, however, the group itself is an organized body of labor, the total mechanism being a repetition or multiplication of these elementary organisms. Take, for instance, the manufacture of glass bottles. It may be resolved into three essentially different stages. First, the preliminary stage, consisting of the preparation of the components of the glass, mixing the sand and lime, etc., and melting them into a fluid mass of glass. Footnote. In England, the melting furnace is distinct from the glass furnace, in which the glass is manipulated. In Belgium, one and the same furnace serves for both processes. End footnote. Various detail laborers are employed in this first stage, as also in the final one of removing the bottles from the drying furnace, sorting and packing them, etc. In the middle, between these two stages, comes the glass melting proper, the manipulation of the fluid mass. At each mouth of the furnace, there works a group called the whole, consisting of one bottle maker or finisher, one blower, one gatherer, one putter up or wetter off, and one taker in. These 5 detail workers are so many special organs of a single working organism that acts only as a whole, and therefore can operate only by the direct cooperation of the whole 5. The whole body is paralyzed if but one of its members be wanting. But a glass furnace has several openings, in England from 4 to 6, each of which contains an earthenware melting pot full of molten glass, and employs a similar 5-membered group of workers. The organization of each group is based on division of labor, but the bond between the different groups is simple cooperation, which, by using in common one of the means of production, the furnace, causes it to be more economically consumed. Such a furnace, with its 4 to 6 groups, constitutes a glass house, and a glass manufactory comprises a number of such glass houses, together with the apparatus and workmen requisite for the preparatory and final stages. Finally, just as manufacture arises in part from the combination of various handicrafts, so too it develops into a combination of various manufactures. The larger English glass manufacturers, for instance, make their own earthenware melting pots because on the quality of these depends, to a great extent, the success or failure of the process. The manufacture of one of the means of production is here united with that of the product. On the other hand, the manufacture of the product may be united with other manufactures, of which that product is the raw material, or with the products of which it is itself subsequently mixed. Thus, we find the manufacture of flint glass combined with that of glass cutting and brass founding, the latter for the metal settings of various articles of glass. The various manufactures, so combined, form more or less separate departments of a larger manufacture, but are at the same time independent processes, each with its own division of labor. In spite of the many advantages offered by this combination of manufactures, it never grows into a complete technical system on its own foundation. That happens only on its transformation into an industry carried on by machinery. Early in the manufacturing period, the principle of lessening the necessary labor time in the production of commodities was accepted and formulated, and the use of machines, especially for certain simple first processes that have to be conducted on a very large scale and with the application of great force, sprang up here and there. Footnote. This can be seen from W. Petty, John Bellers, Andrew Yarrington, The Advantages of the East India Trade, and J. Vanderlint, not to mention others. End footnote. Thus, at an early period in paper manufacture, the tearing up of the rags was done by paper mills, and in metal works, the pounding of the ores was effected by stamping mills. Footnote. Towards the end of the 16th century, mortars and sieves were still used in France for pounding and washing ores. End footnote. The Roman Empire had handed down the elementary form of all machinery in the water wheel. Footnote. The whole history of the development of machinery can be traced in the history of the corn mill. The factory in English is still a, quote, mill, unquote. In German technological works of the first decade of this century, the term Mühle is still found in use, not only for all machinery driven by the forces of nature, but also for all manufactures where apparatus in the nature of machinery is applied. End footnote. The handicraft period bequeathed to us the great inventions of the compass, of gunpowder, of type printing, and of the automatic clock. But, on the whole, machinery played that subordinate part which Adam Smith assigns to it in in comparison with division of labor. Footnote. As will be seen in more detail in the fourth book of this work, Adam Smith has not established a single new proposition relating to the division of labor. What, however, characterizes him as the political economist par excellence of the period of manufacture is the stress he lays on division of labor. The subordinate part, which he assigns to machinery, gave occasion in the early days of modern mechanical industry to the polemic of Lauderdale, and, at a later period, to that of Ure. Adam Smith also confounds differentiation in the instruments of labor, in which the detail laborers themselves took an active part, with the invention of machinery. In this latter, it is not the workmen in manufactories, but learned men, handicraftsmen, and even peasants, according to Brindley, who play a part. End footnote. The sporadic use of machinery in the 17th century was of the greatest importance because it supplied the great mathematicians of that time with a practical basis and stimulant to the creation of the science of mechanics. The collective laborer, formed by the combination of a number of detail laborers, is the machinery specially characteristic of the manufacturing period. The various operations that are performed in turns by the producer of a commodity and coalesce one with another during the progress of production lay claim to him in various ways. In one operation he must exert more strength, in another more skill, in another more attention, and the same individual does not possess all these qualities in an equal degree. After manufacture has once separated, made independent, and isolated the various operations, the laborers are divided, classified, and grouped according to their predominating qualities. If their natural endowments are, on the one hand, the foundation on which the division of labor is built up, on the other hand, manufacture, once introduced, develops in them new powers that are by nature fitted only for limited and special functions. The collective laborer now possesses in an equal degree of excellence all the qualities requisite for production, and expends them in the most economical manner, by exclusively employing all his organs, consisting of particular laborers, or groups of laborers, in performing their special functions. Footnote. Quote, the master manufacturer, by dividing the work to be executed into different processes, each requiring different degrees of skill or of force, can purchase exactly that precise quantity of both which is necessary for each process. Whereas, if the whole work were executed by one workman, that person must possess sufficient skill to perform the most difficult, and sufficient strength to execute the most laborious of the operations into which the article is divided. Unquote. Charles Babbage, Chapter 19. End footnote. The one-sidedness and the deficiencies of the detail laborer become perfections when he is part of the collective laborer. Footnote. For instance, abnormal development of some muscles, curvature of bones, etc. End footnote. The habit of doing only one thing converts him into a never-failing instrument, while his connection with the whole mechanism compels him to work with the regularity of the parts of a machine. Footnote. The question put by one of the inquiry commissioners, how the young persons are kept steadily to their work, is very correctly answered by Mr. William Marshall, the general manager of a glass manufactory. Quote, they cannot well neglect their work. When they once begin, they must go on. They are just the same as parts of a machine. Unquote. Children's Employment Commission, 4th Report, 1865, page 247. End footnote. Since the collective laborer has functions, both simple and complex, both high and low, his members, the individual labor powers, require different degrees of training, and must therefore have different values. Manufacture, therefore, develops a hierarchy of labor powers, to which there corresponds a scale of wages. If, on the one hand, the individual laborers are appropriated and annexed for life by a limited function, on the other hand, the various operations of the hierarchy are parceled out among the laborers according to both their natural and their acquired capabilities. Footnote. Dr. Urre, in his Apotheosis of Modern Mechanical Industry, brings out the peculiar character of manufacture more sharply than previous economists, who had not his polemical interest in the matter, and more sharply even than his contemporaries, Babbage, for example, who, though much his superior as a mathematician and mechanician, treated mechanical industry from the standpoint of manufacture alone. Urre says, quote, "This appropriation, to each a workman of appropriate value and cost was naturally assigned, forms the very essence of division of labor." Unquote. On the other hand, he describes this division as, quote, "adaptation of labor to the different talents of men," unquote, and lastly, characterizes the whole manufacturing system as, quote, "a system for the division or gradation of labor," unquote, as, quote, "the division of labor into degrees and skills," unquote, etc. Urre, pages 19 to 23, Passim. End footnote. Every process of production, however, requires certain simple manipulations which every man is capable of doing. They too are now severed from their connection with the more pregnant moments of activity, and ossified into exclusive functions of specially appointed laborers. Hence, manufacture begets, in every handicraft that it seizes upon, a class of so-called unskilled laborers, a class which handicraft industry strictly excluded. If it develops a one-sided speciality into a perfection at the expense of the whole of a man's working capacity, it also begins to make a speciality of the absence of all development. Alongside of the hierarchic gradation, there steps the simple separation of the laborers into skilled and unskilled. For the latter, the cost of apprenticeship vanishes. For the former, it diminishes compared with that of artificers, in consequence of the functions being simplified. In both cases, the value of labor power falls. Footnote. Quote, "Each handicraftsman being enabled to perfect himself by practice in one point became a cheaper workman." Unquote. Urre, page 19. End footnote. An exception to this law holds good whenever the decomposition of the labor process begets new and comprehensive functions that either had no place at all or only a very modest one in handicrafts. The fall in the value of labor power caused by the disappearance or diminution of the expenses of apprenticeship implies a direct increase of surplus value for the benefit of capital. For everything that shortens the necessary labor time required for the reproduction of labor power extends the domain of surplus labor. End of Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value, Chapter 14, Division of Labor and Manufacture, Section 3. The two fundamental forms of manufacture: heterogeneous manufacture, serial manufacture. Chapter 14, Section 4 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 14. Division of Labor and Manufacture. Section 4. Division of labor in manufacture and division of labor in society. We first considered the origin of manufacture, then its simple elements, then the detail laborer and his implements, and finally, the totality of the mechanism. We shall now lightly touch upon the relation between the division of labor and manufacture and the social division of labor, which forms the foundation of all production of commodities. If we keep labor alone in view, we may designate the separation of social production into its main divisions, or genera, namely, agriculture, industries, etc., as division of labor in general, and the splitting up of these families into species and subspecies, as division of labor in particular, and the division of labor within the workshop, as division of labor in singular or in detail. Footnote. Quote, division of labor proceeds from the separation of professions the most widely different to that division, where several laborers divide between them the preparation of one and the same product, as in manufacture. Unquote. Storch, Cours d'économie politique, Paris, page 173. Quote, nous rencontrons chez le peuple parvenu à un certain degré de civilisation trois genres de divisions d'industrie. La première, que nous nommerons générale, amène la distinction de producteurs en agriculteurs, manufacturiers et commerçants. Elle se rapporte à trois principales branches d'industrie nationale. La seconde, qu'on pourrait appeler spéciale, est la division de chaque genre d'industrie en espèces. La troisième division d'industrie, celle afin qu'on devrait qualifier de division des besoins, de travail proprement dit, et celle qui s'établit dans les arts et les métiers séparés, qui s'établit dans la plupart des manufactures et des ateliers. Unquote. Starbeck, pages 84 to 85. End footnote. Division of labor in a society and the corresponding tying down of individuals to a particular calling develops itself, just as it does the division of labor and manufacture, from opposite starting points. Within a family, and after further development within a tribe, there springs up naturally a division of labor caused by differences of sex and age, a division that is consequently based on a purely physiological foundation, which division enlarges its materials by the expansion of the community, by the increase of population, and, more especially, by the conflicts between different tribes and the subjugation of one tribe by another. Footnote. Note to the third edition. Subsequent, very searching study of the primitive condition of man led the author to the conclusion that it was not the family that originally developed into the tribe, but that, on the contrary, the tribe was the primitive and spontaneously developed form of human association, on the basis of blood relationship, and that out of the first incipient loosening of the tribal bonds, the many and various forms of the family were afterwards developed. Friedrich Engels. End footnote. On the other hand, as I have before remarked, the exchange of products springs up at the points where different families, tribes, communities come in contact, for, in the beginning of civilization, it is not private individuals but families, tribes, etc. that meet on an independent footing. Different communities find different means of production, and different means of subsistence in their natural environment. Hence, their modes of production and of living, and their products, are different. It is this spontaneously developed difference which, when different communities come in contact, calls forth the mutual exchange of products, and the consequent, gradual conversion of those products into commodities. Exchange does not create the differences between the spheres of production, but brings what are already different into relation, and thus converts them into more or less interdependent branches of the collective production of an enlarged society. In the latter case, the social division of labor arises from the exchange between spheres of production that are originally distinct and independent of one another. In the former, where the physiological division of labor is the starting point, the particular organs of a compact whole grow loose and break off, principally owing to the exchange of commodities with foreign communities, and then isolate themselves so far that the sole bond still connecting the various kinds of work is the exchange of the products as commodities. In the one case, it is the making dependent what was before independent. In the other case, the making independent what was before dependent. The foundation of every division of labor that is well developed and brought about by the exchange of commodities is the separation between town and country. Footnote. Sir James Stewart is the economist who has handled this subject best. How little his book, which appeared 10 years before The Wealth of Nations, is known, even at the present time, may be judged from the fact that the admirers of Malthus do not even know that the first edition of the latter's work on population contains, except in the purely declamatory part, very little but extracts from Stewart, and, in a less degree, from Wallace and Townsend. End footnote. It may be said that the whole economic history of society is summed up in the movement of this antithesis. We pass it over, however, for the present. Just as a certain number of simultaneously employed laborers are the material prerequisites for the division of labor and manufacture, so are the number and density of the population, which here correspond to the agglomeration in one workshop, a necessary condition for the division of labor in society. Footnote. Quote, there is a certain density of population which is convenient, both for social intercourse and for that combination of powers by which the produce of labor is increased. Unquote. James Mill, page 50. Quote, as the number of laborers increases, the productive power of society augments in the compound ratio of that increase, multiplied by the effects of the division of labor. Unquote. Thomas Hodgkin, pages 125, 126. End footnote. Nevertheless, this density is more or less relative. A relatively thinly populated country with well-developed means of communication has a denser population than a more numerously populated country with badly developed means of communication. And in this sense, the northern states of the American Union, for instance, are more thickly populated than India. Footnote. In consequence of the great demand for cotton after 1861, the production of cotton in some thickly populated districts of India was extended at the expense of rice cultivation. In consequence, there arose local famines, the defective means of communication not permitting the failure of rice in one district to be compensated by importation from another. End footnote. Since the production and circulation of commodities are the general prerequisites of the capitalist mode of production, division of labor and manufacture demands that division of labor in society at large should previously have attained a certain degree of development. Inversely, the former division reacts upon and develops and multiplies the latter. Simultaneously, With the differentiation of the instruments of labor, the industries that produce these instruments become more and more differentiated. Footnote. Thus, the fabrication of shuttles formed as early as the 17th century, a special branch of industry in Holland. End footnote. If the manufacturing system seize upon an industry which previously was carried on in connection with others, either as a chief or as a subordinate industry, and by one producer, these industries immediately separate their connection and become independent. If it seize upon a particular stage in the production of a commodity, the other stages of its production become converted into so many independent industries. It has already been stated that where the finished article consists merely of a number of parts fitted together, the detail operations may re-establish themselves as genuine and separate handicrafts. In order to carry out more perfectly the division of labor and manufacture, a single branch of production is, according to the varieties of its raw material, or the various forms that one and the same raw material may assume, split up into numerous and, to some extent, entirely new manufactures. Accordingly, in France alone, in the first half of the 18th century, over 100 different kinds of silk stuffs were woven, and in Avignon it was law that, quote, every apprentice should devote himself to only one sort of fabrication, and should not learn the preparation of several kinds of stuff at once, unquote. The territorial division of labor, which confines special branches of production to special districts of a country, acquires fresh stimulus from the manufacturing system, which exploits every special advantage. Footnote. Quote, whether the woolen manufacture of England is not divided into several parts or branches appropriated to particular places, where they are only or principally manufactured. Fine cloths in Somersetshire, coarse in Yorkshire, long ells at Exeter, soys at Sudbury, crepes at Norwich, linseys at Kendal, blankets at Whitney, and so forth. Unquote. Barclay, The Querist, 1751, subsection 520. End footnote. The colonial system and the opening out of the markets of the world, both of which are included in the general conditions of existence of the manufacturing period, furnish rich material for developing the division of labor in society. It is not the place here to go on to show how division of labor seizes upon not only the economic but every other sphere of society, and everywhere lays the foundation of that all-engrossing system of specializing and sorting men, that development in a man of one single faculty at the expense of all other faculties, which caused A. Ferguson, the master of Adam Smith, to exclaim, quote, we make a nation of helots and have no free citizens, unquote. Footnote. A. Ferguson, History of Civil Society, Edinburgh, 1767, Part 4, Section 2, page 285. End footnote. But in spite of the numerous analogies and links connecting them, division of labor in the interior of a society, and that in the interior of a workshop, differ not only in degree, but also in kind. The analogy appears most indisputable where there is an invisible bond uniting the various branches of trade. For instance, the cattle breeder produces hides, the tanner makes the hides into leather, and the shoemaker the leather into boots. Here the thing produced by each of them is but a step towards the final form, which is the product of all their labors combined. There are, besides, all the various industries that supply the cattle breeder, the tanner, and the shoemaker with the means of production. Now it is quite possible to imagine, with Adam Smith, that the difference between the above social division of labor and the division in manufacture is merely subjective, exists merely for the observer, who, in a manufacture,
can see with one glance all the numerous operations being performed on one spot, while, in the instance given above, the spreading out of the work over great areas and the great number of people employed in each branch of labor obscure the connection. Footnote. In manufacture proper, he says, the division of labor appears to be greater, because, quote, those employed in every different branch of the work can often be collected into the same workhouse, and placed at once under the view of the spectator. In those great manufactures, on the contrary, which are destined to supply the great wants of the great body of the people, every different branch of their work employs so great a number of workmen that it is impossible to collect them all into the same workhouse. The division is not near so obvious. Unquote. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 1, Chapter 1. The celebrated passage in the same chapter that begins with the words, quote, observe the accommodation of the most common artificer or day laborer in a civilized and thriving society, unquote, etc., and then proceeds to depict what an enormous number and variety of industries contribute to the satisfaction of the wants of an ordinary laborer, is copied almost word for word from de Mandeville's remarks in his Fable of the Bees, or Private Vices, Public Benefits. End footnote. But what is it that forms the bond between the independent labors of the cattle breeder, the tanner, and the shoemaker? It is the fact that their respective products are commodities. What, on the other hand, characterizes division of labor in manufactures? The fact that the detail laborer produces no commodities. Footnote. Quote, there is no longer anything which we can call the natural reward of individual labor. Each laborer produces only some part of a whole, and each part, having no value or utility in itself, there is nothing on which the laborer can seize and say, it is my product, this I will keep to myself. Unquote. Labor Defended Against the Claims of Capital, London, 1825, page 25. The author of this admirable work is the Thomas Hodgkin I have already cited. End footnote. It is only the common product of all the detail laborers that becomes a commodity. Footnote. This distinction between division of labor in society and in manufacture was practically illustrated to the Yankees. One of the new taxes devised at Washington during the Civil War was the duty of 6%, quote, on all industrial products, unquote. Question. What is an industrial product? Answer the legislature, a thing produced, quote, when it is made, unquote, and it is made when it is ready for sale. Now, for one example out of many. The New York and Philadelphia manufacturers had previously been in the habit of, quote, making, unquote, umbrellas with all their belongings. But since an umbrella is a mixtum compositum of very heterogeneous parts, by degrees, these parts became the products of various separate industries carried on independently in different places. They entered as separate commodities into the umbrella manufactory, where they were fitted together. The Yankees have given to articles thus fitted together the name of, quote, assembled articles, unquote, a name they deserve for being an assemblage of taxes. Thus the umbrella, quote, assembles, unquote, first 6% on the price of each of its elements, and a further 6% on its own total price. End footnote. Division of labor in society is brought about by the purchase and sale of the products of different branches of industry, while the connection between the detail operations in a workshop is due to the sale of the labor power of several workmen to one capitalist, who applies it as combined labor power. The division of labor in the workshop implies concentration of the means of production in the hands of one capitalist. the division of labor in society implies their dispersion among many independent producers of commodities. While within the workshop, the iron law of proportionality subjects definite numbers of workmen to definite functions. In the society outside the workshop, chance and caprice have full play in distributing the producers and their means of production among the various branches of industry. The different spheres of production, it is true, constantly tend to an equilibrium, for, on the one hand, while each producer of a commodity is bound to produce a use value to satisfy a particular social want, and while the extent of these wants differs quantitatively, there still exists an inner relation which settles their proportions into a regular system, and that system, one of spontaneous growth. And, on the other hand, the law of the value of commodities ultimately determines how much of its disposable working time society can expend on each particular class of commodities. But this constant tendency to equilibrium of the various spheres of production is exercised only in the shape of a reaction against the constant upsetting of this equilibrium. The a priori system on which the division of labor within the workshop is regularly carried out becomes, in the division of labor within the society, an a posteriori, nature-imposed necessity, controlling the lawless caprice of the producers, and perceptible in the barometrical fluctuations of the market prices. Division of labor within the workshop implies the undisputed authority of the capitalist over men, that are but parts of a mechanism that belongs to him. The division of labor within the society brings into contact independent commodity producers, who acknowledge no other authority but that of competition, of the coercion exerted by the pressure of their mutual interests. Just as in the animal kingdom, the bellum omnium contra omnes more or less preserves the conditions of existence of every species. The same bourgeois mind which praises division of labor in the workshop, lifelong annexation of the laborer to a partial operation, and his complete subjugation to capital, as being an organization of labor that increases its productiveness, that same bourgeois mind denounces with equal vigor every conscious attempt to socially control and regulate the process of production as an inroad upon such sacred things as the rights of property, freedom, and unrestricted play for the bent of the individual capitalist. It is very characteristic that the enthusiastic apologists of the factory system have nothing more damning to urge against a general organization of the labor of society than that it would turn all society into one immense factory. If, in a society with capitalist production, anarchy in the social division of labor and despotism in that of the workshop are mutual conditions, the one of the other, we find, on the contrary, in those earlier forms of society in which the separation of trades has been spontaneously developed, then crystallized, and finally made permanent by law, on the one hand, a specimen of the organization of labor in society, in accordance with an approved and authoritative plan, and, on the other, the entire exclusion of division of labor in the workshop, or at all events, a mere dwarf-like or sporadic and accidental development of the same. Footnote, quote, On peut établir en règle générale que moins l'autorité préside à la division du travail dans l'intérieur de la société, plus la division du travail se développe dans l'intérieur de l'atelier et plus elle y est soumise à l'autorité d'en dessous. Ainsi, l'autorité dans l'atelier et celle dans la société par rapport à la division du travail sont en raison inverse l'une de l'autre. Unquote. Karl Marx, Misere, etc., pages 130 to 131. End footnote. Those small and extremely ancient Indian communities, some of which have continued down to this day, are based on possession in common of the land, on the blending of agriculture and handicrafts, and on an unalterable division of labor, which serves, whenever a new community is started, as a plan and scheme ready cut and dried. Occupying areas from 100 up to several thousand acres, each forms a compact whole producing all it requires. The chief part of the products is destined for direct use by the community itself, and does not take the form of a commodity. Hence, production here is independent of that division of labor brought about, in Indian society as a whole, by means of the exchange of commodities. It is the surplus alone that becomes a commodity, and a portion of even that not until it has reached the hands of the state, into whose hands, from time immemorial, a certain quantity of these products has found its way in the shape of rent in kind. The constitution of these communities varies in different parts of India. In those of the simplest form, the land is tilled in common, and the produce divided among the members. At the same time, spinning and weaving are carried on in each family as subsidiary industries. Side by side with the masses thus occupied with one and the same work, we find the chief inhabitant, who is judge, police, and tax gatherer in one, the bookkeeper, who keeps the accounts of the tillage and registers everything relating thereto, another official who prosecutes criminals, protects strangers traveling through, and escorts them to the next village, the boundary man, who guards the boundaries against neighboring communities, the water overseer, who distributes the water from the common tanks for irrigation, the Brahmin, who conducts the religious services, the schoolmaster, who on the sand teaches the children reading and writing, the calendar Brahmin, or astrologer, who makes known the lucky or unlucky days for seed time and harvest, and for every other kind of agricultural work, a smith and a carpenter, who make and repair all the agricultural implements, the potter, who makes all the pottery of the village, the barber, the washerman, who washes clothes, the silversmith, here and there the poet, who in some communities replaces the silversmith, in others the schoolmaster. This dozen of individuals is maintained at the expense of the whole community. If the population increases, a new community is founded on the pattern of the old one, on unoccupied land. The whole mechanism discloses a systematic division of labor, but a division like that in manufactures is impossible, since the smith and the carpenter, etc., find an unchanging market, and at the most there occur, according to the sizes of the villages, 2 or 3 of each, instead of 1. Footnote: Lieutenant Colonel Mark Wilkes, Historical Sketches of the South of India, London, 1810-17, Volume 1, pages 118-20. A good description of the various forms of the Indian communities is to be found in George Campbell's Modern India, London, 1852. End footnote. The law that regulates the division of labor in the community acts with the irresistible authority of a law of nature, at the same time that each individual artificer, the smith, the carpenter, and so on, conducts in his workshop all the operations of his handicraft in the traditional way, but independently, and without recognizing any authority over him. The simplicity of the organization for production in these self-sufficing communities that constantly reproduce themselves in the same form, and when accidentally destroyed, spring up again on the spot and with the same name, this simplicity supplies the key to the secret of the unchangeableness of Asiatic societies, and unchangeableness in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and refounding of Asiatic states, and the never-ceasing changes of dynasty. Footnote: Quote, under this simple form, the inhabitants of the country have lived from time immemorial. The boundaries of the villages have been but seldom altered, and though the villages themselves have been sometimes injured and even desolated by war, famine, and disease, the same name, the same limits, the same interests, and even the same families have continued for ages. The inhabitants give themselves no trouble about breaking up and division of kingdoms. While the village remains entire, they care not to what power it is transferred, or to what sovereign it devolves. Its internal economy remains unchanged." Unquote. Thomas Stamford Raffles, late Lieutenant Governor of Java. The History of Java, London, 1817, Volume 1, page 285. End footnote. The structure of the economic elements of society remains untouched by the storm clouds of the political sky. The rules of the guilds, as I have said before, by limiting most strictly the number of apprentices and journeymen that a single master could employ, prevented him from becoming a capitalist. Moreover, he could not employ his journeymen in many other handicrafts than the one in which he was a master. The guilds zealously repelled every encroachment by the capital of merchants, the only form of free capital with which they came in contact. A merchant could buy every kind of commodity, but labor as a commodity he could not buy. He existed only on sufferance, as a dealer in the products of the handicrafts. If circumstances called for a further division of labor, the existing guilds split themselves up into varieties, or founded new guilds by the side of the old ones. All this, however, without concentrating various handicrafts in a single workshop. Hence, the guild organization, however much it may have contributed by separating, isolating, and perfecting the handicrafts to create the material conditions for the existence of manufacture, excluded division of labor in the workshop. On the whole, the laborer and his means of production remained closely united, like the snail with its shell, and thus there was wanting the principal basis of manufacture, the separation of the laborer from his means of production, and the conversion of these means into capital. While division of labor in society at large, whether such division be brought about or not by exchange of commodities, is common to economic formations of society the most diverse, division of labor in the workshop, as practiced by manufacture, is a special creation of the capitalist mode of production alone. End of Part 4, Chapter 14, Section 4.
Chapter 14, Section 5 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4, Chapter 14, Division of Labor and Manufacture. Section 5, The Capitalistic Character of Manufacture. An increased number of laborers under the control of one capitalist is the natural starting point, as well of cooperation generally as of manufacture in particular. But the division of labor in manufacture makes this increase in the number of workmen a technical necessity. The minimum number that any given capitalist is bound to employ is here prescribed by the previously established division of labor. On the one hand, the advantages of further division are obtainable only by adding to the number of workmen, and this can be done only by adding multiples of the various detail groups. But an increase in the variable component of the capital employed necessitates an increase in its constant component too, in the workshops, implements, etc., and in particular in the raw material, the call for which grows quicker than the number of workmen. The quantity of it consumed in a given time by a given amount of labor increases in the same ratio as does the productive power of that labor in consequence of its division. Hence, it is a law based on the very nature of manufacture that the minimum amount of capital, which is bound to be in the hands of each capitalist, must keep increasing. In other words, that the transformation into capital of the social means of production and subsistence must keep extending. Footnote 39. Quote, "It is not sufficient that the capital," end quote, paren, the writer should have said the necessary means of subsistence and of production, close paren, quote, "required for the subdivision of handicrafts should be in readiness in the society. It must also be accumulated in the hands of the employers in sufficiently large quantities to enable them to conduct their operations on a large scale. The more the division increases, the more does the constant employment of a given number of laborers require a greater outlay of capital in tools, raw materials, etc." Storch, Cours d'économie politique, Paris edition, volume 1, pages 250 to 251. Quote, "La concentration des instruments de production et la division du travail sont aussi inséparables l'une de l'autre que le sont dans le régime politique la concentration des pouvoirs publics et la division des intérêts privés." End of quote. The concentration of the instruments of production and the division of labor are as inseparable one from the other as are in the political sphere the concentration of public powers and the division of private interests. Karl Marx, location cited, page 134, end of footnote 39. In manufacture, as well as in simple cooperation, the collective working organism is a form of existence of capital. The mechanism that is made up of numerous individual detail laborers belongs to the capitalist. Hence the productive power resulting from a combination of laborers appears to be the productive power of capital. Manufacture proper not only subjects the previously independent workman to the discipline and command of capital, but in addition creates a hierarchic gradation of the workmen themselves. While simple cooperation leaves the mode of working by the individual for the most part unchanged, manufacture thoroughly revolutionizes it and seizes labor power by its very roots. It converts the laborer into a crippled monstrosity by forcing his detailed dexterity at the expense of a world of productive capabilities and instincts. Just as in the states of La Plata, they butcher a whole beast for the sake of his hide or his tallow. Not only is the detail work distributed to the different individuals, but the individual himself is made the automatic motor of a fractional operation, and the absurd fable of Menenius Agrippa, which makes man a mere fragment of his own body, becomes realized. Footnote 40. Dougal Stewart calls manufacturing laborers, quote, "living automatons employed in the details of the work," end of quote, location cited, page 318, end of footnote 40. Footnote 41. In chorals, each individual is in fact the stomach of the whole group, but it supplies the group with nourishment instead of, like the Roman patrician, withdrawing it. End of footnote 41. If at first the workman sells his labor power to capital because the material means of producing a commodity fail him, now his very labor power refuses its services unless it has been sold to capital. Its functions can be exercised only in an environment that exists in the workshop of the capitalist after the sale. By nature unfitted to make anything independently, the manufacturing laborer develops productive activity as a mere appendage of the capitalist's workshop. Footnote 42. Quote, "L'ouvrier qui porte dans ses bras tout un métier peut aller partout exercer son industrie et trouver des moyens de subsister. L'autre, the manufacturing labor, n'est qu'un accessoire qui, séparé de ses confrères, n'a plus ni capacité ni indépendance et qui se trouve forcé d'accepter la loi qu'on juge à propos de lui imposer." End of quote. The worker who is the master of a whole craft can work and find the means of subsistence anywhere. The other, the manufacturing laborer, is only an appendage who, when he is separated from his fellows, possesses neither capability nor independence, and finds himself forced to accept any law it is thought fit to impose. Storch, location cited, Petersburg edition 1815, volume 1, page 204, end of footnote 42. As the chosen people bore in their features the sign manual of Jehovah, so division of labor brands the manufacturing workman as the property of capital. The knowledge, the judgment, and the will, which, though in ever so small a degree, are practiced by the independent peasant or handicraftsman, in the same way as the savage makes the whole art of war consist in the exercise of his personal cunning, these faculties are now required only for the workshop as a whole. Intelligence in production expands in one direction because it vanishes in many others. What is lost by the detail laborers is concentrated in the capital that employs them. Footnote 43. A. Ferguson, location cited, page 281, quote, "The former may have gained what the other has lost," end of quote, end of footnote 43. It is a result of the division of labor in manufactures that the laborer is brought face to face with the intellectual potencies of the material process of production as the property of another and as a ruling power. This separation begins in simple cooperation, where the capitalist represents to the single workman the oneness and the will of the associated labor. It is developed in manufacture, which cuts down the laborer into a detail laborer. It is completed in modern industry, which makes science a productive force distinct from labor and presses it into the service of capital. Footnote 44. Quote, "The man of knowledge and the productive laborer come to be widely divided from each other, and knowledge, instead of remaining the handmaid of labor in the hand of the laborer to increase his productive powers, has almost everywhere arrayed itself against labor, systematically deluding and leading them, the laborers, astray in order to render their muscular powers entirely mechanical and obedient." End of quote. W. Thompson, An Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth, London 1824, page 274. End of footnote 44. In manufacture, in order to make the collective laborer and through him capital rich in social productive power, each laborer must be made poor in individual productive powers. Quote, "Ignorance is the mother of industry as well as of superstition. Reflection and fancy are subject to error, but a habit of moving the hand or the foot is independent of either. Manufactures, accordingly, prosper most where the mind is least consulted, and where the workshop may be considered as an engine, the parts of which are men." End of quote. Footnote 45. A. Ferguson, location cited, page 280. End of footnote 45. As a matter of fact, some few manufacturers in the middle of the 18th century preferred for certain operations that were trade secrets to employ half-idiotic persons. Footnote 46. J.D. Tuckett, A History of the Past and Present State of the Laboring Population, London 1846. End of footnote 46. Quote, "The understandings of the greater part of men," says Adam Smith, "are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments. The man whose whole life is spent in performing a few simple operations has no occasion to exert his understanding. He generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become." End of quote. After describing the stupidity of the detail laborer, he goes on, quote, "The uniformity of his stationary life naturally corrupts the courage of his mind. It corrupts even the activity of his body, and renders him incapable of exerting his strength with vigor and perseverance in any other employments than that to which he has been bred. His dexterity at his own particular trade seems in this manner to be acquired at the expense of his intellectual, social, and martial virtues. But in every improved and civilized society, this is the state into which the laboring poor, that is, the great body of the people, must necessarily fall." End of quote. Footnote 47. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 5, Chapter 1, Article 2. Being a pupil of A. Ferguson, who showed the disadvantageous effects of division of labor, Adam Smith was perfectly clear on this point. In the introduction to his work, where he ex professo praises division of labor, he indicates only in a cursory manner that it is the source of social inequalities. It is not till the 5th book, on the revenue of the state, that he reproduces Ferguson. In my Misère de la Philosophie, I have sufficiently explained the historical connection between Ferguson, A. Smith, Lamonte, and Say as regards their criticisms of division of labor, and have shown for the first time that division of labor, as practiced in manufactures, is a specific form of the capitalist mode of production. End of footnote 47. For preventing the complete deterioration of the great mass of the people by division of labor, A. Smith recommends education of the people by the state, but prudently and in homeopathic doses. G. Garnier, his French translator and commentator, who under the First French Empire quite naturally developed into a senator, quite as naturally opposes him on this point. Education of the masses, he urges, violates the first law of the division of labor, and with it, quote, our whole social system would be proscribed. Like all other division of labor, he says, that between hand labor and head labor is more pronounced and decided in proportion as society, he rightly uses this word for capital, landed property in their state, becomes richer. End of quote. Footnote 48. Ferguson had already said, location cited page 281, quote, and thinking itself in this age of separations may become a peculiar craft. End of quote. End of footnote 48. Quote, this division of labor, like every other, is an effect of past and a cause of future progress. Ought the government then to work in opposition to this division of labor and to hinder its natural course? Ought it to expend a part of the public money in the attempt to confound and blend together two classes of labor which are striving after division and separation? End of quote. Footnote 49, G. Garnier, Volume 5 of his translation of Adam Smith, pages 4 and 5. End of footnote 49. Some crippling of body and mind is inseparable even from division of labor in society as a whole. Since, however, manufacture carries this social separation of branches of labor much further, and also by its peculiar division attacks the individual at the very roots of his life, it is the first to afford the materials for and to give a start to industrial pathology. Footnote 50. Ramazzini, professor of practical medicine at Padua, published in 1713 his work De Morbis Artificum, which was translated into French 1781, reprinted 1841 in the Encyclopédie des Sciences Médicales, 7e 10 auteurs classiques. The period of modern mechanical industry has, of course, very much enlarged his catalogue of labor's diseases. See Hygiène physique et morale de l'ouvrier dans les grandes villes en général et dans la ville de Lyon en particulier, par le Dr. A.L. Fonterey, Paris, 1858, and Die Krankheiten, welche verschiedenen Ständen, Altern und Geschlechtern eigentümlich sind, 6 volumes, Ulm, 1860, and others. In 1854, the Society of Arts appointed a commission of inquiry into industrial pathology. The list of documents collected by this commission is to be seen in the catalogue of the Twickenham Economic Museum. Very important are the official reports on public health. See also Edward Reich, MD, über die Entartung des Menschen, Erlangen, 1868, end of footnote 50. Quote, to subdivide a man is to execute him if he deserves the sentence, to assassinate him if he does not. The subdivision of labor is the assassination of a people. End of quote. Footnote 51. The Urquhart, Familiar Words, London, 1855, page 119. Hegel held very heretical views on division of labor. In his Rechtsphilosophie, he says, quote, by well-educated men, we understand in the first instance those who can do everything that others do. End of quote. End of footnote 51. Cooperation based on division of labor, in other words manufacture, commences as a spontaneous formation. So soon as it attains some consistence and extension, it becomes a recognized methodical and systematic form of capitalist production. History shows how the division of labor peculiar to manufacture, strictly so-called, acquires the best adapted form at first by experience, as it were behind the backs of the actors, and then, like the guild handicrafts, strives to hold fast to that form when once found, and here and there succeeds in keeping it for centuries. Any alteration in this form, except in trivial matters, is solely owing to a revolution in the instruments of labor. Modern manufacture, wherever it arises, I do not here allude to modern industry based on machinery, either finds the disjecta membra poetae ready to hand and only waiting to be collected together, as is the case in the manufacture of clothes in large towns, or it can easily apply the principle of division simply by exclusively assigning the various operations of a handicraft, such as bookbinding, to particular men. In such cases a week's experience is enough to determine the proportion between the numbers of the hands necessary for the various functions. Footnote 52. The simple belief in the inventive genius exercised a priori by the individual capitalist in division of labor exists nowadays only among German professors of the stamp of Herr Roscher, who, to recompense the capitalist from whose Jovian head division of labor sprang ready formed, dedicates to him, quote, various wages, end of quote, diverse Arbeitslöhne. The more or less extensive application of division of labor depends on length of purse, not on greatness of genius. End of footnote 52. By decomposition of handicrafts, by specialization of the instruments of labor, by the formation of detail laborers, and by grouping and combining the latter into a single mechanism, division of labor in manufacture creates a qualitative gradation and a quantitative proportion in the social process of production. It consequently creates a definite organization of the labor of society, and thereby develops at the same time new productive forces in the society. In a specific capitalist form, and under the given conditions it could take no other form than a capitalistic one, manufacture is but a particular method of begetting relative surplus value, or of augmenting at the expense of the laborer the self-expansion of capital, usually called social wealth, quote, wealth of nations, end quote, etc. It increases the social productive power of labor, not only for the benefit of the capitalist instead of for that of the laborer, but it does this by crippling the individual laborers. It creates new conditions for the lordship of capital over labor. If therefore on the one hand it presents itself historically as a progress and as a necessary phase in the economic development of society, on the other hand it is a refined and civilized method of exploitation. Political economy, which as an independent science first sprang into being during the period of manufacture, views the social division of labor only from the standpoint of manufacture, and sees in it only the means of producing more commodities with a given quantity of labor, and consequently of cheapening commodities and hurrying on the accumulation of capital. Footnote 53. The older writers like Petty and the anonymous author of Advantages of the East India Trade bring out the capitalist character of division of labor as applied in manufacture more than Adam Smith does. End of footnote 53. In most striking contrast with this accentuation of quantity and exchange value is the attitude of the writers of classical antiquity, who hold exclusively by quality and use value. Footnote 54. Amongst the moderns may be excerpted a few writers of the 18th century, like Beccaria and James Harris, who with regard to division of labor almost entirely follow the ancient. Thus Beccaria, quote, ciascuna prova con l'esperienza che applicando la mano e l'ingegno sempre allo stesso genere di opere e di prodotte, egli più facili, più abbondanti e migliori ne tracca risultati di quello che si ciascuno isolatamente le cose tutte a se necessarie soltanto facesse, dividendosi in tal maniera per la comune e privata utilità gli uomini in varie classi e condizioni. End of quote. Everyone knows from experience that if the hands and the intelligence are always applied to the same kind of work and the same products, these will be produced more easily in greater abundance and in higher quality than if each individual makes for himself all the things he needs. In this way men are divided up into various classes and conditions to their own advantage and to that of the commodity. Cesare Beccaria, Elementi di Economia Pubblica, Edition Custodi, Parte Moderna, Volume 11, page 29. James Harris, afterward Earl of Malmesbury, celebrated for the diaries of his embassy at St. Petersburg, says in a note to his Dialogue Concerning Happiness, London 1741, reprinted afterwards in 3 Treatises, 3rd edition, London 1772, quote, the whole argument to prove society natural, i.e. by division of employments, is taken from the second book of Plato's Republic, end of quote, end of footnote 54. In consequence of the separation of the social branches of production, commodities are better made, the various bents and talents of men select a suitable field, and without some restraint, no important results can be obtained anywhere. Footnote 55. Thus in the Odyssey 14:228, allos gar taloisen aner epiterpetai ergois. For different men take joy in different works, and Archilochus in Sextus Empiricus, allos allo ep ergo cardin ianetai. Men differ as to things cheer their hearts. End of footnote 55. Footnote 56. Pol epistato erga xaxos depistato panta. He could do many works, but all of them badly. Homer. Every Athenian considered himself superior as a producer of commodities to a Spartan, for the latter in time of war had men enough at his disposal, but could not command money, as Thucydides makes Pericles say in the speech inciting the Athenians to the Peloponnesian War. Samasi te etoi moteroi oi autonergoi ton anthropon I cremasi polemein. People producing for their own consumption will rather let war have their bodies than their money. Thucydides 1:1 c41. Nevertheless, even with regard to material production, autarkia or self-sufficiency, as opposed to division of labor, remained their ideal. Paron gar to oi par touton kai to autores. For with the latter there is well-being, but with the former there is independence. It should be mentioned here that at the date of the fall of the 30 tyrants, there were still not 5,000 Athenians without landed property. End of footnote 56. Hence, both product and producer are improved by division of labor. If the growth of the quantity produced is occasionally mentioned, this is only done with reference to the greater abundance of use values. There is not a word alluding to exchange value or to the cheapening of commodities. This aspect, from the standpoint of use value alone, is taken as well by Plato, who treats division of labor as the foundation on which the division of society into classes is based, as by Xenophon, who, with characteristic bourgeois instinct, approaches more nearly to division of labor within the workshop. Footnote 57. With Plato, division of labor within the community is a development from the multifarious requirements and the limited capacities of individuals. The main point with him is that the laborer must adapt himself to the work, not the work to the laborer, which latter is unavoidable if he carries on several trades at once, thus making one or the other of them subordinate. Ugar ethelai to pratomenon ten tu pratonios solen perimenein, alanake ton pratonta to pratomeno epakoluthein meen parergu mere. Anake. Ec de tuton pleo te ecasta gignetai, kai kalion kai raon, otan es en kai ophisin, kai en kairo, sholen ton alon agon prate. For the workman must wait upon the work. It will not wait upon his leisure and allow itself to be done in a spare moment. Yes, he must. So the conclusion is that more will be produced of everything, and the work will be more easily and better done, when every man is set free from all other occupations to do at the right time the one thing for which he is naturally fitted. Republic 1-2, edition Bader, Aurelian Company. So in Thucydides' location cited, C-142, quote, seafaring is an art like any other, and cannot, as circumstances require, be carried on as a subsidiary occupation. Nay, other subsidiary occupations cannot be carried on alongside of this one. End of quote. If the work, says Plato, has to wait for the laborer, the critical point in the process is missed and the article is spoiled. Ergo kairon diolutai. If someone lets slip. The same Platonic idea is found recurring in the protest of the English bleachers against the clause in the Factory Act that provides fixed meal times for all operatives. Their business cannot wait the convenience of the workmen, for, quote, in the various operations of singeing, washing, bleaching, mangling, calendaring, and dyeing, none of them can be stopped at a given moment without risk of damage. To enforce the same dinner hour for all the workpeople might occasionally subject valuable goods to the risk of danger by incomplete operations. End of quote. Le platonisme, où va-t-il se nicher? Where will Platonism be found next? End of footnote 57. Footnote 58. Xenophon says, it is not only an honor to receive food from the table of the king of Persia, but such food is much more tasty than other food. Quote, and there is nothing wonderful in this, for as the other arts are brought to special perfection in the great towns, so the royal food is prepared in a special way. For in the small towns the same man makes bedsteads, doors, ploughs, and tables. Often, too, he builds houses into the bargain, and is quite content if he finds custom sufficient for his sustenance. It is altogether impossible for a man who does so many things to do them all well. But in the great towns, where each can find many buyers, one trade is sufficient to maintain the man who carries it on. Nay, there is often not even need of one complete trade, but one man makes shoes for men, another for women. Here and there one man gets a living by sewing, another by cutting out shoes. One does nothing but cut out clothes, another nothing but sew the pieces together. It follows necessarily, then, that he who does the simplest kind of work undoubtedly does it better than anyone else. So it is with the art of cooking. End of quote. Xenophon, Sirop 1.8c2. Xenophon here lays stress exclusively upon the excellence to be attained in use value, although he well knows that the gradations of the division of labor depend on the extent of the market. End of footnote 58. Plato's Republic, insofar as division of labor is treated in it as the formative principle of the state, is merely the Athenian idealization of the Egyptian system of castes, Egypt having served as the model of an industrial country to many of his contemporaries also, amongst others to Isocrates, and it continued to have this importance to the Greeks of the Roman Empire. Footnote 59. He, Busiris, divided them all into special castes, commanded that the same individuals should always carry on the same trade, for he knew that they who change their occupations become skilled in none, but that those who constantly stick to one occupation bring it to the highest perfection. In truth, we shall also find that in relation to the arts and handicrafts they have outstripped their rivals more than a master does a bungler, and the contrivances for maintaining the monarchy and the other institutions of their state are so admirable that the most celebrated philosophers who treat of this subject praise the constitution of the Egyptian state above all others. Isocrates, Busiris, chapter 8, end of footnote 59. Footnote 60. See Diodorus Siculus, end of footnote 60. During the manufacturing period proper, i.e. the period during which manufacture is the predominant form taken by capitalist production, many obstacles are opposed to the full development of the peculiar tendencies of manufacture. Although manufacture creates, as we have already seen, a simple separation of the laborers into skilled and unskilled, simultaneously with their hierarchic arrangement in classes, yet the number of the unskilled laborers, owing to the preponderating influence of the skilled, remains very limited. Although it adapts the detailed operations to the various degrees of maturity, strength, and development of the living instruments of labor, thus conducing to exploitation of women and children, yet this tendency as a whole is wrecked on the habits and the resistance of the male laborers. Although the splitting up of handicrafts lowers the cost of forming the workman, and thereby lowers his value, yet for the more difficult detailed work a longer apprenticeship is necessary, and even where it would be superfluous is jealously insisted upon by the workmen. In England, for instance, we find the laws of apprenticeship with their 7 years' probation in full force down to the end of the manufacturing period, and they are not thrown on one side till the advent of modern industry. Since handicraft skill is the foundation of manufacture, and since the mechanism of manufacture as a whole possesses no framework apart from the laborers themselves, capital is constantly compelled to wrestle with the insubordination of the workmen. Quote, "By the infirmity of human nature," end quote, says friend Ure, quote, "it happens that the more skillful the workman, the more self-willed and intractable he is apt to become, and of course the less fit a component of a mechanical system in which he may do great damage to the whole." End of quote. Footnote 61, Ure, location cited, page 20, end of footnote 61. Hence, throughout the whole manufacturing period there runs the complaint of want of discipline among the workmen. Footnote 62. This is more the case in England than in France, and more in France than in Holland. End of footnote 62. And had we not the testimony of contemporary writers, the simple facts that during the period between the 16th century and the epoch of modern industry, capital failed to become the master of the whole disposable working time of the manufacturing laborers, that manufacturers are short-lived and change their locality from one country to another with the emigrating or immigrating workmen, these facts would speak volumes. Quote, "Order must in one way or another be established," end of quote, exclaims in 1770 the oft-cited author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce. Order, re-echoes Dr. Andrew Ure 66 years later. Order was wanting in manufacture based on, quote, "the scholastic dogma of division of labor," end of quote, and, quote, "Arkwright created order," end of quote. At the same time, manufacture was unable either to seize upon the production of society to its full extent or to revolutionize that production to its very core. It towered up as an economic work of art on the broad foundation of the town handicrafts and of the rural domestic industries. At a given stage in its development, the narrow technical basis on which manufacture rested came into conflict with requirements of production that were created by manufacture itself. One of its most finished creations was the workshop for the production of the instruments of labor themselves, including especially the complicated mechanical apparatus then already employed. A machine factory, says Ure, quote, displayed the division of labor in manifold gradations, the file, the drill, the lathe, having each its different workmen in the order of skill. End of quote, page 21. This workshop, the product of the division of labor in manufacture, produced in its turn machines. It is they that sweep away the handicraftsman's work as the regulating principle of social production. Thus, on the one hand, the technical reason for the lifelong annexation of the workman to a detail function is removed. On the other hand, the fetters that this same principle laid on the dominion of capital fall away. End of Part 4, Chapter 14, Section 5. Kapital, Volume 1, Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value, Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry, Section 1, The Development of Machinery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value, Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry, Section 1, The Development of Machinery. John Stuart Mill says in his Principles of Political Economy, quote, "It is questionable if all the mechanical inventions yet made have lightened the day's toil of any human being." End of quote. Footnote 1. Mill should have said, quote, "of any human being not fed by other people's labor," end of quote, for without doubt machinery has greatly increased the number of well-to-do idlers. End of footnote 1. That is, however, by no means the aim of the capitalistic application of machinery. Like every other increase in the productiveness of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities, and, by shortening that portion of the working day in which the laborer works for himself, to lengthen the other portion that he gives without an equivalent to the capitalist. In short, it is a means for producing surplus value. In manufacture, the revolution in the mode of production begins with the labor power. In modern industry, it begins with the instruments of labor. Our first inquiry, then, is how the instruments of labor are converted from tools into machines, or what is the difference between a machine and the implements of a handicraft. We're only concerned here with striking and general characteristics, for epochs in the history of society are no more separated from each other by hard and fast lines of demarcation than are geological epochs. Mathematicians and mechanicians, and in this are followed by a few English economists, call a tool a simple machine and a machine a complex tool. They see no essential difference between them, and even give the name of machine to the simple mechanical powers, the lever, the inclined plane, the screw, the wedge, etc. Footnote 2. See, for instance, Hutton, Course of Mathematics. End of footnote 2. As a matter of fact, every machine is a combination of those simple powers, no matter how they may be disguised. From the economic standpoint, this explanation is worth nothing, because a historical element is wanting. Another explanation of the difference between tool and machine is that in the case of a tool, man is the motive power, while the motive power of a machine is something different from man, as for instance an animal, water, wind, and so on. Footnote 3. Quote, "From this point of view, we may draw a sharp line of distinction between a tool and a machine, spades, hammers, chisels, etc., combinations of levers and of screws, in all of which, no matter how complicated they may be in other respects, man is a motive power. All this falls under the idea of a tool. But the plough, which is drawn by animal power, and windmills, etc., must be classed among machines." End of quote. Wilhelm Schultz, Die Bewegung der Produktion, Zurich, 1843, page 38. In many respects a book to be recommended. End of footnote 3. According to this, a plough drawn by oxen, which is a contrivance common to the most different epochs, would be a machine. According to this, a plough drawn by oxen, which is a contrivance common to the most different epochs, would be a machine, while Clausen's circular loom, which, worked by a single labourer, weaves 96,000 picks per minute, would be a mere tool. Nay, this very loom, though a tool when worked by hand, would, if worked by steam, be a machine. And since the application of animal power is one of man's earliest inventions, production by machinery would have preceded production by handicrafts. When in 1735 John Wyatt brought out his spinning machine and began the industrial revolution of the 18th century, not a word did he say about an ass driving it instead of a man, and yet this part fell to the ass. He described it as a machine, quote, "to spin without fingers," end of quote. Footnote 4. Before this time, spinning machines, although very imperfect ones, had already been used, and Italy was probably the country of their first appearance. A critical history of technology would show how little any of the inventions of the 18th century are the work of a single individual. Hitherto there is no such book. Darwin has interested us in the history of nature's technology, in the formation of the organs of plants and animals, which organs serve as instruments of production for sustaining life. Does not the history of the productive organs of man, of organs that are the material basis of all social organization, deserve equal attention? And would not such a history be easier to compile, since, as Vico says, human history differs from natural history in this, that we have made the former but not the latter? Technology discloses man's mode of dealing with nature, the process of production by which he sustains his life, and thereby also lays bare the mode of formation of his social relations and of the mental conceptions that flow from them. Every history of religion, even, that fails to take account of this material basis is uncritical. It is in reality much easier to discover by analysis the earthly core of the mystic creations of religion than, conversely, it is to develop from the actual relations of life the corresponding celestialized forms of those relations. The latter method is the only materialistic and therefore the only scientific one. The weak points in the abstract materialism of natural science, a materialism that excludes history and its process, are at once evident from the abstract and ideological conceptions of its spokesmen whenever they venture beyond the bounds of their own speciality. End of footnote 4. All fully developed machinery consists of three essentially different parts: the motor mechanism, the transmitting mechanism, and finally the tool or working machine. The motor mechanism is that which puts the whole in motion. It either generates its own motive power, like the steam engine, the caloric engine, the electromagnetic machine, etc., or it receives its impulse from some already existing natural force, like the water wheel from a head of water, the windmill from wind, etc. The transmitting mechanism, composed of flywheels, shafting, toothed wheels, pulleys, straps, ropes, bands, pinions, and gearing of the most various kinds, regulates the motion, changes its form where necessary, as for instance from linear to circular, and divides and distributes it among the working machines. These two first parts of the whole mechanism are there solely for putting the working machines in motion, by means of which motion the subject of labor is seized upon and modified as desired. The tool or working machine is that part of the machinery with which the industrial revolution of the 18th century started. and to this day it constantly serves as such a starting point whenever a handicraft or a manufacture is turned into an industry carried on by machinery. On a closer examination of the working machine proper, we find in it as a general rule, though often no doubt under very altered forms, the apparatus and tools used by the handicraftsman or manufacturing workman, with this difference, that instead of being human implements, they are the implements of a mechanism or mechanical implements. Either the entire machine is only a more or less altered mechanical edition of the old handicraft tool, as for instance the power loom, footnote 5. Especially in the original form of the power loom, we recognize at the first glance the ancient loom. In its modern form, the power loom has undergone essential alterations. End of footnote 5. Or the working parts fitted in the frame of the machine are old acquaintances, as spindles are in a mule, needles in a stocking loom, saws in a sawing machine, and knives in a chopping machine. The distinction between these tools and the body proper of the machine exists from their very birth, for they continue for the most part to be produced by handicraft or by manufacture, and are afterwards fitted into the body of the machine, which is the product of machinery. Footnote 6. It is only during the last 15 years, i.e. since about 1850, that a constantly increasing portion of these machine tools have been made in England by machinery, and that not by the same manufacturers who make the machines. Instances of machines for the fabrication of these mechanical tools are the automatic bobbin-making engine, the card-setting engine, shuttle-making machines, and machines for forging mule and throstle spindles. End of footnote 6. The machine proper is therefore a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations that were formerly done by the workman with similar tools. Whether the motive power is derived from man or from some other machine makes no difference in this respect. From the moment that the tool proper is taken from man and fitted into a mechanism, a machine takes the place of a mere implement. The difference strikes one at once, even in those cases where man himself continues to be the prime mover. The number of implements that he himself can use simultaneously is limited by the number of his own natural instruments of production, by the number of his bodily organs. In Germany they tried at first to make one spinner work 2 spinning wheels, that is, to work simultaneously with both hands and both feet. This was too difficult. Later, a treadle spinning wheel with 2 spindles was invented, but adepts in spinning who could spin 2 threads at once were almost as scarce as 2-headed men. The jenny, on the other hand, even at its very birth, spun with 12 to 18 spindles, and the stocking loom knits with many thousand needles at once. The number of tools that a machine can bring into play simultaneously is from the very first emancipated from the organic limits that hedge in the tools of a handicraftsman. In many manual implements, the distinction between man as a mere motive power and man as a workman or operator properly so called is brought into striking contrast. For instance, the foot is merely the prime mover of the spinning wheel, while the hand working with the spindle and drawing and twisting performs the real operation of spinning. It is this last part of the handicraftsman's implement that is first seized upon by the Industrial Revolution, leaving to the workman, in addition to his new labor of watching the machine with his eyes and correcting its mistakes with his hands, the merely mechanical part of being the moving power. On the other hand, implements in regard to which man has always acted as a simple motive power, as for instance by turning the crank of a mill, footnote 7. Moses says, quote, "Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treads the corn," end of quote. The Christian philanthropists of Germany, on the contrary, fastened a wooden board round the necks of the serfs whom they used as a motive power for grinding, in order to prevent them from putting flour into their mouths with their hands. End of footnote 7. By pumping, by moving up and down the arm of a bellows, by pounding with a mortar, etc., such implements soon call for the application of animals, water, footnote 8. It was partly the want of streams with a good fall on them, and partly their battles with superabundance of water in other respects, that compelled the Dutch to resort to wind as a motive power. The windmill itself they got from Germany, where its invention was the origin of a pretty squabble between the nobles, the priests, and the emperor as to which of those three the wind belonged. The air makes bondage, was the cry in Germany, at the same time that the wind was making Holland free. What had reduced to bondage in this case was not the Dutchman, but the land for the Dutchman. In 1836, 12,000 windmills of 6,000 horsepower were still employed in Holland to prevent 2/3 of the land from being reconverted into morasses. End of footnote 8. And wind as motive powers. Here and there, long before the period of manufacture, and also to some extent during that period, these implements pass over into machines, but without creating any revolution in the mode of production. It becomes evident in the period of modern industry that these implements, even under their form of manual tools, are already machines. For instance, the pumps with which the Dutch in 1836 and 7 emptied the Lake of Haarlem were constructed on the principle of ordinary pumps, the only difference being that their pistons were driven by cyclopean steam engines instead of by men. The common and very imperfect bellows of the blacksmith is in England occasionally converted into a blowing engine by connecting its arm with the steam engine. The steam engine itself, such as it was at its invention during the manufacturing period at the close of the 17th century, and such as it continued to be down to 1780, footnote 9. It was indeed very much improved by Watt's first so-called single-acting engine, but in this form it continued to be a mere machine for raising water and the liquor from salt mines. End of footnote 9. Did not give rise to any industrial revolution. It was, on the contrary, the invention of machines that made a revolution in the form of steam engines necessary. As soon as man, instead of working with an implement on the subject of his labor, becomes merely the motive power of an implement machine, it is a mere accident that motive power takes the disguise of human muscle, and it may equally well take the form of wind, water, or steam. Of course, this does not prevent such a change of form from producing great technical alterations in a mechanism that was originally constructed to be driven by man alone. Nowadays, all machines that have their way to make, such as sewing machines, bread-making machines, etc., are, unless from their very nature their use on a small scale is excluded, constructed to be driven both by human and by purely mechanical motive power. The machine, which is the starting point of the Industrial Revolution, supersedes the workman, who handles a single tool, by a mechanism operating with a number of similar tools and set in motion by a single motive power, whatever the form of that power may be. Footnote 10. Quote, "The union of all these simple instruments, set in motion by a single motor, constitutes a machine." End of quote. Babbage, location cited. End of footnote 10. Here we have the machine, but only as an elementary factor of production by machinery. Increase in the size of the machine and in the number of its working tools calls for a more massive mechanism to drive it, and this mechanism requires, in order to overcome its resistance, a mightier moving power than that of man, apart from the fact that man is a very imperfect instrument for producing uniform continued motion. But assuming that he is acting simply as a motor, that a machine has taken the place of his tool, it's evident that he can be replaced by natural forces. Of all the great motors handed down from the manufacturing period, horsepower is the worst, partly because a horse has a head of his own, partly because he is costly, and the extent to which he is applicable in factories is very restricted. Footnote 11. In January 1861, John C. Morton read before the Society of Arts a paper on the forces employed in agriculture. He there states, quote, "Every improvement that furthers the uniformity of the land makes the steam engine more and more applicable to the production of pure mechanical force. Horsepower is requisite wherever crooked fences and other obstructions prevent uniform action. These obstructions are vanishing day by day. For operations that demand more exercise of will than actual force, the only power applicable is that controlled every instant by the human mind, in other words, manpower." End of quote. Mr. Morton then reduces steam power, horsepower, and manpower to the unit in general use for steam engines, namely, the force required to raise 33,000 pounds 1 foot in 1 minute, and reckons the cost of 1 horsepower from a steam engine to be 3 pence, and from a horse to be 5.5 pence per hour. Further, if a horse must fully maintain its health, it can work no more than 8 hours a day. 3 at the least out of every 7 horses used on tillage land during the year can be dispensed with by using steam power at an expense not greater than that which, the horses dispensed with, would cost during the 3 or 4 months in which alone they can be used effectively. Lastly, steam power, in those agricultural operations in which it can be employed, improves, in comparison with horsepower, the quality of the work. To do the work of a steam engine would require 66 men at a total cost of 15 shillings an hour, and to do the work of a horse, 32 men at a total cost of 8 shillings an hour. End of footnote 11. Nevertheless, the horse was extensively used during the infancy of modern industry. This is proved as well by the complaints of contemporary agriculturists as by the term horsepower, which has survived to this day as an expression for mechanical force. Wind was too inconstant and uncontrollable, and besides, in England, the birthplace of modern industry, the use of water power preponderated even during the manufacturing period. In the 17th century, attempts had already been made to turn 2 pairs of millstones with a single water wheel, but the increased size of the gearing was too much for the water power, which had now become insufficient, and this was one of the circumstances that led to a more accurate investigation of the laws of friction. In the same way, the irregularity caused by the motive power in mills that were put in motion by pushing and pulling a lever led to the theory and the application of the flywheel, which afterwards plays so important a part in modern industry. Footnote 12. Faulhaber, 1625, de Cause, 1688. End of footnote 12. In this way, during the manufacturing period, were developed the first scientific and technical elements of modern mechanical industry. Arkwright's throstle spinning mill was from the very first turned by water. But for all that, the use of water as a predominant motive power was beset with difficulties. It could not be increased at will, it failed at certain seasons of the year, and above all it was essentially local. Footnote 13. The modern turbine frees the industrial exploitation of water power from many of its former fetters. End of footnote 13. Not till the invention of Watt's second and so-called double-acting steam engine was a prime mover found that begot its own force by the consumption of coal and water, whose power was entirely under man's control, that was mobile and a means of locomotion, that was urban and not like the water wheel rural, that permitted production to be concentrated in towns instead of, like the water wheels, being scattered up and down the country. Footnote 14. Quote, in the early days of textile manufactures, the locality of the factory depended upon the existence of a stream having a sufficient fall to turn a water wheel. And although the establishment of the water mills was the commencement of the breaking up of the domestic system of manufacture, yet the mills necessarily situated upon streams, and frequently at considerable distances the one from the other, formed part of a rural rather than an urban system. And it was not until the introduction of the steam power as a substitute for the stream that factories were congregated in towns, and localities where the coal and water required for the production of steam were found in sufficient quantities. The steam engine is the parent of manufacturing towns. End of quote. A. Redgrave in Reports of the Inspector of Factories, 30th April 1860, page 36. End of footnote 14. That was of universal technical application, and relatively speaking little affected in its choice of residence by local circumstances. The greatness of Watt's genius showed itself in the specification of the patent that he took out in April 1784. In that specification his steam engine is described not as an invention for a specific purpose, but as an agent universally applicable in mechanical industry. In it he points out applications, many of which, as for instance the steam hammer, were not introduced till half a century later. Nevertheless, he doubted the use of steam engines in navigation. His successors, Boulton and Watt, sent to the exhibition of 1851 steam engines of colossal size for ocean steamers. As soon as tools had been converted from being manual implements of man into implements of a mechanical apparatus of a machine, the motive mechanism also acquired an independent form, entirely emancipated from the restraints of human strength. Thereupon the individual machine that we have hitherto been considering sinks into a mere factor in production by machinery. One motive mechanism was now able to drive many machines at once. The motive mechanism grows with the number of the machines that are turned simultaneously, and the transmitting mechanism becomes a wide-spreading apparatus. We now proceed to distinguish the cooperation of a number of machines of one kind from a complex system of machinery. In the one case, the product is entirely made by a single machine, which performs all the various operations previously done by one handicraftsman with his tool, as for instance by a weaver with his loom, or by several handicraftsmen successively, either separately or as members of a system of manufacture. Footnote 15. From the standpoint of division of labor in manufacture, weaving was not simple, but on the contrary, complicated manual labor, and consequently the power loom is a machine that does very complicated work. It's altogether erroneous to suppose that modern machinery originally appropriated those operations alone which division of labor had simplified. Spinning and weaving were, during the manufacturing period, split up into new species, and the implements were modified and improved, but the labor itself was in no way divided, and it retained its handicraft character. It's not the labor, but the instrument of labor, that serves as the starting point of the machine. End of footnote 15. For example, in the manufacture of envelopes, one man folded the paper with a folder, another laid on the gum, a third turned the flap over on which the device is impressed, a fourth embossed the device, and so on. And for each of these operations the envelope had to change hands. One single envelope machine now performs all these operations at once, and makes more than 3,000 envelopes in an hour. In the London exhibition of 1862, there was an American machine for making paper cornets. It cut the paper, pasted, folded, and finished 300 in a minute. Here the whole process, which, when carried on as manufacture, was split into and carried out by a series of operations, is completed by a single machine working a combination of various tools. Now, whether such a machine be merely a reproduction of a complicated manual implement, or a combination of various simple implements specialized by manufacture, in either case in the factory, i.e. in the workshop in which machinery alone is used, we meet again with simple cooperation. And, leaving the workman out of consideration for the moment, this cooperation presents itself to us in the first instance as the conglomeration in one place of similar and simultaneously acting machines. Thus, a weaving factory is constituted of a number of power looms working side by side, and a sewing factory of a number of sewing machines all in the same building. But there is here a technical oneness in the whole system, owing to all the machines receiving their impulse simultaneously and in an equal degree from the pulsations of the common prime mover by the intermediary of the transmitting mechanism, and this mechanism to a certain extent is also common to them all, since only particular ramifications of it branch off to each machine. Just as a number of tools, then, form the organs of a machine, so a number of machines of one kind constitute the organs of the motive mechanism. A real machinery system, however, does not take the place of these independent machines until the subject of labor goes through a connected series of detailed processes that are carried out by a chain of machines of various kinds, the one supplementing the other. Here we have again the cooperation by division of labor that characterizes manufacture, only now it is a combination of detail machines. The special tools of the various detail workmen, such as those of the beaters, cambers, spinners, etc. in the woolen manufacture, are now transformed into the tools of specialized machines, each machine constituting a special organ with a special function in the system. In those branches of industry in which the machinery system is first introduced, manufacture itself furnishes in a general way the natural basis for the division and consequent organization of the process of production. Footnote 16. Before the epoch of mechanical industry, the wool manufacture was a predominant manufacture in England. Hence it was in this industry that in the first half of the 18th century the most experiments were made. cotton, which required less careful preparation for its treatment by machinery, derived the benefit of the experience gained in wool, just as afterwards a manipulation of wool by machinery was developed on the lines of cotton spinning and weaving by machinery. It was only during the 10 years immediately preceding 1866 that isolated details of the wool manufacture, such as wool combing, were incorporated in the factory system. Quote, "The application of power to the process of combing wool, extensively in operation since the introduction of the combing machine, especially listers, undoubtedly had the effect of throwing a very large number of men out of work. Wool was formerly combed by hand, most frequently in the cottage of the comber. It is now very generally combed in the factory, and hand labor is superseded, except in some particular kinds of work in which hand-combed wool is still preferred. Many of the hand-combers found employment in the factories, but the produce of the hand-combers bears so small a proportion to that of the machine that the employment of a very large number of combers has passed away." End of quote. Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1856, page 16. End of footnote 16. Nevertheless, an essential difference at once manifests itself. In manufacture, it is the workmen who, with their manual implements, must either singly or in groups carry on each particular detail process. If on the one hand the workman becomes adapted to the process, on the other the process was previously made suitable to the workman. This subjective principle of the division of labor no longer exists in production by machinery. Here the process as a whole is examined objectively in itself, that's to say, without regard to the question of its execution by human hands. It is analyzed into its constituent phases, and the problem how to execute each detailed process and bind them all into a whole is solved by the aid of machines, chemistry, and etc. Footnote 17. Quote, "The principle of the factory system then is to substitute the partition of a process into its essential constituents for the division or graduation of labor among artisans." End of quote. Andrew Ure, The Philosophy of Manufactures, London 1835, page 20. End of footnote 17. But of course in this case also theory must be perfected by accumulated experience on a large scale. Each detail machine supplies raw material to the machine next in order, and since they're all working at the same time, the product is always going through the various stages of its fabrication and is also constantly in a state of transition from one phase to another. Just as in manufacture the direct cooperation of the detail laborers establishes a numerical proportion between the special groups, so in an organized system of machinery where one detail machine is constantly kept employed by another, a fixed relation is established between their numbers, their size, and their speed. The collective machine, now an organized system of various kinds of single machines and of groups of single machines, becomes more and more perfect, the more the process as a whole becomes a continuous one, i.e., the less the raw material is interrupted in its passage from its first phase to its last. In other words, the more its passage from one phase to another is effected not by the hand of man, but by the machinery itself. In manufacture, the isolation of each detailed process is a condition imposed by the nature of division of labor. But in the fully developed factory, the continuity of those processes is, on the contrary, imperative. A system of machinery, whether it reposes on the mere cooperation of similar machines, as in weaving, or on a combination of different machines, as in spinning, constitutes in itself a huge automaton, whenever it is driven by a self-acting prime mover. But although the factory as a whole be driven by its steam engine, yet either some of the individual machines may require the aid of the workmen for some of their movements. Such aid was necessary for the running in of the mule carriage before the invention of the self-acting mule, and is still necessary in fine spinning mills. Or to enable a machine to do its work, certain parts of it may require to be handled by the workman like a manual tool. This was the case in machine makers' workshops before the conversion of the slide rest into a self-actor. As soon as a machine executes without man's help all the movements requisite to elaborate the raw material, needing only attendance from him, we have an automatic system of machinery, and one that is susceptible of constant improvement in its details. Such improvements as the apparatus that stops a drawing frame whenever a sliver breaks, and the self-acting stop that stops the power loom so soon as the shuttle bobbin is emptied of weft are quite modern inventions. As an example both of continuity of production and of the carrying out of the automatic principle, we may take a modern paper mill. In the paper industry generally, we may advantageously study in detail not only the distinction between modes of production based on different means of production, but also the connection of the social conditions of production with those modes. For the old German paper-making furnishes us with a sample of handicraft production, that of Holland in the 17th and of France in the 18th century with a sample of manufacturing in the strict sense, and that of modern England with a sample of automatic fabrication of this article. Besides these, there still exist in India and China 2 distinct antique Asiatic forms of the same industry. An organized system of machines to which motion is communicated by the transmitting mechanism from a central automaton is the most developed form of production by machinery. Here we have, in place of the isolated machine, a mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demon power, at first veiled under the slow and measured motions of his giant limbs, at length breaks out into the fast and furious whirl of his countless working organs. There were mules and steam engines before there were any laborers, whose exclusive occupation it was to make mules and steam engines, just as men wore clothes before there were such people as tailors. The inventions of Vaucanson, Arkwright, Watt, and others were, however, practicable only because those inventors found ready to hand a considerable number of skilled mechanical workmen placed at their disposal by the manufacturing period. Some of these workmen were independent handicraftsmen of various trades. Others were grouped together in manufactures in which, as before mentioned, division of labor was strictly carried out. As inventions increased in number and the demand for the newly discovered machines grew larger, the machine-making industry split up more and more into numerous independent branches, and division of labor in these manufactures was more and more developed. Here, then, we see in manufacture the immediate technical foundation of modern industry. Manufacture produced the machinery by means of which modern industry abolished the handicrafted manufacturing systems in those spheres of production that it first seized upon. The factory system was therefore raised in a natural course of things on an inadequate foundation. When the system attained to a certain degree of development, it had to root up this ready-made foundation, which in the meantime had been elaborated on the old lines, and to build up for itself a basis that should correspond to its methods of production. Just as the individual machine retains a dwarfish character so long as it is worked by the power of man alone, and just as no system of machinery could be properly developed before the steam engine took the place of the earlier motive powers, animals, wind, and even water, so too modern industry was crippled in its complete development so long as its characteristic instrument of production, the machine, owed its existence to personal strength and personal skill, and depended upon the muscular development, the keenness of sight, and the cunning of hand with which the detailed workmen in manufacturers and the manual laborers in handicrafts wielded their dwarfish implements. Thus, apart from the dearness of the machines made in this way, a circumstance that is ever present to the mind of the capitalist, the expansion of industries carried on by means of machinery, and the invasion by machinery of fresh branches of production, were dependent on the growth of a class of workmen who, owing to the almost artistic nature of their employment, could increase their numbers only gradually, and not by leaps and bounds. But besides this, at a certain stage of its development, modern industry became technologically incompatible with the basis furnished for it by handicraft and manufacture. The increasing size of the prime movers, of the transmitting mechanism, and of the machines proper, the greater complication, multiformity, and regularity of the details of these machines as they more and more departed from the model of those originally made by manual labor and acquired a form untrammeled except by the conditions under which they worked. Footnote 18. The power loom was at first made chiefly of wood. In its improved modern form it is made of iron. To what an extent the old forms of the instruments of production influenced their new forms at first starting is shown by, amongst other things, the most superficial comparison of the present power loom with the old one, of the modern blowing apparatus of a blast furnace with the first inefficient mechanical reproduction of the ordinary bellows, and perhaps more strikingly than in any other way, by the attempts before the invention of the present locomotive to construct a locomotive that actually had 2 feet, which after the fashion of a horse it raised alternately from the ground. It's only after considerable development of the science of mechanics and accumulated practical experience that the form of a machine becomes settled entirely in accordance with mechanical principles and emancipated from the traditional form of the tool that gave rise to it. End of footnote 18. The perfecting of the automatic system and the use, every day more unavoidable, of a more refractory material such as iron instead of wood, the solution of all these problems, which sprang up by the force of circumstances, everywhere met with a stumbling block in the personal restrictions which even the collective laborer of manufacture could not break through except to a limited extent. Such machines as the modern hydraulic press, the modern power loom, and the modern carding engine could never have been furnished by manufacture. A radical change in the mode of production in one sphere of industry involves a similar change in other spheres. This happens at first in such branches of industry as are connected together by being separate phases of a process, and yet are isolated by the social division of labor in such a way that each of them produces an independent commodity. Thus, spinning by machinery made weaving by machinery a necessity, and both together made the mechanical and chemical revolution that took place in bleaching, printing, and dyeing imperative. So too, on the other hand, the revolution in cotton spinning called forth the invention of the gin for separating the seeds from the cotton fiber. It was only by means of this invention that the production of cotton became possible on the enormous scale at present required. Footnote 19. Eli Whitney's cotton gin had until very recent times undergone less essential changes than any other machine of the 18th century. It's only during the last decade, i.e. since 1856, that another American, Mr. Emery of Albany, New York, has rendered Whitney's gin antiquated by an improvement as simple as it is effective. End of footnote 19. But more especially, the revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e. in the means of communication and of transport. In a society whose pivot, to use an expression of Fourier, was agriculture on a small scale, with its subsidiary domestic industries and the urban handicrafts, the means of communication and transport were so utterly inadequate to the productive requirements of the manufacturing period, with its extended division of social labor, its concentration of the instruments of labor and of the workman, and its colonial markets, that they became in fact revolutionized. In the same way, the means of communication and transport handed down from the manufacturing period soon became unbearable trammels on modern industry, with its feverish haste of production, its enormous extent, its constant flinging of capital and labor from one sphere of production into another, and its newly created connections with the markets of the whole world. Hence, apart from the radical changes introduced in the construction of sailing vessels, the means of communication and transport became gradually adapted to the modes of production of mechanical industry by the creation of a system of river steamers, railways, ocean steamers, and telegraphs. But the huge masses of iron that had now to be forged, to be welded, to be cut, to be bored, and to be shaped, demanded on their part cyclopean machines, for the construction of which the methods of the manufacturing period were utterly inadequate. Modern industry had therefore itself to take in hand the machine, its characteristic instrument of production, and to construct machines by machines. It was not till it did this that it built up for itself a fitting technical foundation and stood on its own feet. Machinery, simultaneous with the increasing use of it in the first decades of this century, appropriated by degrees the fabrication of machines proper. But it was only during the decade preceding 1866 that the construction of railways and ocean steamers on a stupendous scale called into existence the cyclopean machines now employed in the construction of prime movers. The most essential condition to the production of machines by machines was a prime mover capable of exerting any amount of force and yet under perfect control. Such a condition was already supplied by the steam engine, but at the same time it was necessary to produce the geometrically accurate straight lines, planes, circles, cylinders, cones, and spheres required in the detailed parts of the machines. This problem Henry Maudslay solved in the first decade of this century by the invention of the slide rest, a tool that was soon made automatic and in a modified form was applied to other constructive machines besides the lathe for which it was originally intended. This mechanical appliance replaces not some particular tool, but the hand itself, which produces a given form by holding and guiding the cutting tool along the iron or other material operated upon. Thus it became possible to produce the forms of the individual parts of machinery, quote, with a degree of ease, accuracy, and speed that no accumulated experience of the hand of the most skilled workman could give, end of quote, footnote 20. The Industry of Nations, London, 1855, Part 2, page 239. This work also remarks, quote, simple and outwardly unimportant as this appendage to lathes may appear, it is not, we believe, averring too much to state that its influence in improving and extending the use of machinery has been as great as that produced by Watt's improvements of the steam engine itself. Its introduction went at once to perfect all machinery, to cheapen it, and to stimulate invention and improvement, end of quote. End of footnote 20. If we now fix our attention on that portion of the machinery employed in the construction of machines which constitutes the operating tool, we find the manual implements reappearing, but on a cyclopean scale. The operating part of the boring machine is an immense drill driven by a steam engine. Without this machine, on the other hand, the cylinders of large steam engines and of hydraulic presses could not be made. The mechanical lathe is only a cyclopean reproduction of the ordinary foot lathe. The planing machine is an iron carpenter that works on iron with the same tools that the human carpenter employs on wood. The instrument that on the London wharves cuts the veneers is a gigantic razor. The tool of the shearing machine, which shears iron as easily as a tailor's scissors cut cloth, is a monster pair of scissors. And the steam hammer works with an ordinary hammerhead, but of such weight that not Thor himself could wield it. Footnote 21. One of these machines used for forging paddle wheel shafts in London is called Thor. It forges a shaft of 16.5 tons with as much ease as a blacksmith forges a horseshoe. End of footnote 21. These steam hammers are an invention of Nasmyth, and there's one that weighs over 6 tons and strikes with a vertical fall of 7 feet on an anvil weighing 36 tons. It is mere child's play for it to crush a block of granite into powder, yet it is no less capable of driving with a succession of light taps a nail into a piece of soft wood. Footnote 22. Woodworking machines that are also capable of being employed on a small scale are mostly American inventions. End of footnote 22. The implements of labor in the form of machinery necessitate the substitution of natural forces for human force, and the conscious application of science instead of rule of thumb. In manufacture, the organization of the social labor process is purely subjective. It is a combination of detail laborers. In its machinery system, modern industry has a productive organism that is purely objective, in which the laborer becomes a mere appendage to an already existing material condition of production. In simple cooperation, and even in that founded on division of labor, the suppression of the isolated by the collective workman still appears to be more or less accidental. Machinery, with a few exceptions to be mentioned later, operates only by means of associated labor or labor in common. Hence, the cooperative character of the labor process is, in the latter case, a technical necessity dictated by the instrument of labor itself. End of Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value, Chapter 15, Machinery in Modern Industry, Section 1, The Development of Machinery.
Chapter 15, Section 2 of Kapital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15. Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 2. The value transferred by machinery to the product. We saw that the productive forces resulting from cooperation and division of labor cost capital nothing. They are natural forces of social labor. So also physical forces like steam, water, etc., when appropriated to productive processes, cost nothing. But just as a man requires lungs to breathe with, so he requires something that is work of man's hand in order to consume physical forces productively. A water wheel is necessary to exploit the force of water, and a steam engine to exploit the elasticity of steam. Once discovered, the law of the deviation of the magnetic needle in the field of an electric current, or the law of the magnetization of iron around which an electric current circulates, costs never a penny. Footnote. Science, generally speaking, costs the capitalist nothing, a fact that by no means hinders him from exploiting it. The science of others is as much annexed by capital as the labor of others. Capitalistic appropriation and personal appropriation, whether of science or of material wealth, are, however, totally different things. Dr. Uhre himself deplores the gross ignorance of mechanical science existing among his dear machinery-exploiting manufacturers, and Liebig can a tale unfold about the astounding ignorance of chemistry displayed by English chemical manufacturers. End footnote. But the exploitation of these laws for the purposes of telegraphy, etc., necessitates a costly and extensive apparatus. The tool, as we've seen, is not exterminated by the machine. From being a dwarf implement of the human organism, it expands and multiplies into the implement of a mechanism created by man. Capital now sets the laborer to work, not with a manual tool, but with a machine which itself handles the tools. Although, therefore, it is clear at the first glance that, by incorporating both stupendous physical forces and the natural sciences with the process of production, modern industry raises the productiveness of labor to an extraordinary degree, it is by no means equally clear that this increased productive force is not, on the other hand, purchased by an increased expenditure of labor. Machinery, like every other component of constant capital, creates no new value, but yields up its own value to the product that it serves to beget. In so far as the machine has value, and in consequence parts with value to the product, it forms an element in the value of that product. Instead of being cheapened, the product is made dearer in proportion to the value of the machine. And it is clear as noonday that machines and systems of machinery, the characteristic instruments of labor of modern industry, are incomparably more loaded with value than the implements used in handicrafts and manufacturers. In the first place, it must be observed that the machinery, while always entering as a whole into the labor process, enters into the value-begetting process only by bits. It never adds more value than it loses on an average by wear and tear. Hence, there is a great difference between the value of a machine and the value transferred in a given time by that machine to the product. The longer the life of the machine in the labor process, the greater is that difference. It is true, no doubt, as we have already seen, that every instrument of labor enters as a whole into the labor process, and only piecemeal, proportionally to its average daily loss by wear and tear, into the value-begetting process. But this difference between the instrument as a whole and its daily wear and tear is much greater in the machine than in a tool, because the machine, being made from more durable material, has a longer life, because its employment, being regulated by strictly scientific laws, allows of greater economy in the wear and tear of its parts and in the materials it consumes, and lastly, because its field of production is incomparably larger than that of a tool. After making allowance, both in the case of the machine and of the tool, for their average daily cost, that is, for the value they transmit to the product by their average daily wear and tear, and for their consumption of auxiliary substance, such as oil, coal, and so on, they each do their work gratuitously, just like the forces furnished by nature without the help of man. The greater the productive power of the machinery compared with that of the tool, the greater is the extent of its gratuitous service compared with that of the tool. In modern industry, man succeeded for the first time in making the product of his past labor work on a large scale gratuitously, like the forces of nature. Footnote: Ricardo lays such stress on this effect of machinery, of which in other connections he takes no more notice than he does of the general distinction between the labor process and the process of creating surplus value, that he occasionally loses sight of the value given up by machines to the product, and puts machines on the same footing as natural forces. Thus, quote, Adam Smith nowhere undervalues the services which the natural agents and machinery perform for us, but he very justly distinguishes the nature of the value which they add to commodities. As they perform their work gratuitously, the assistance which they afford us adds nothing to value in exchange. End quote. Ricardo, Locus Aeteto, pages 336 and 337. This observation of Ricardo is of course correct in so far as it is directed against J.B. Say, who imagines that machines render the service of creating value, which forms a part of profits. End footnote. In treating of cooperation and manufacture, it was shown that certain general factors of production, such as buildings, are, in comparison with the scattered means of production of the isolated workman, economized by being consumed in common, and that they therefore make the product cheaper. In a system of machinery, not only is the framework of the machine consumed in common by its numerous operating implements, but the prime mover, together with a part of the transmitting mechanism, is consumed in common by the numerous operative machines. Given the difference between the value of the machinery and the value transferred by it in a day to the product, the extent to which this latter value makes the product dearer depends in the first instance upon the size of the product, so to say, upon its area. Mr. Baines of Blackburn, in a lecture published in 1858, estimates that, quote, each real mechanical horsepower will drive 450 self-acting mule spindles with preparation, or 200 throstle spindles, or 15 looms for 40-inch cloth with the appliances for warping, sizing, etc. End quote. Footnote: a horsepower is equal to a force of 33,000 foot-pounds per minute, that is, to a force that raises 33,000 pounds 1 foot in a minute, or 1 pound 33,000 feet. This is the horsepower meant in the text. In ordinary language, and also here and there in quotations in this work, a distinction is drawn between the nominal and the commercial or indicated horsepower of the same engine. The old or nominal horsepower is calculated exclusively from the length of piston stroke and the diameter of the cylinder, and leaves pressure of steam and piston speed out of consideration. It expresses practically this: this engine would be one of 50 horsepower if it were driven with the same low pressure of steam and the same slow piston speed as in the days of Boulton and Watt. But the two latter factors have increased enormously since those days. In order to measure the mechanical force exerted today by an engine, an indicator has been invented which shows the pressure of the steam in the cylinder. The piston speed is easily ascertained. Thus, the indicated or commercial horsepower of an engine is expressed by a mathematical formula, involving diameter of cylinder, length of stroke, piston speed, and steam pressure simultaneously, and showing what multiple of 33,000 pounds is really raised by the engine in a minute. Hence, one nominal horsepower may exert 3, 4, or even 5 indicated or real horsepowers. This observation is made for the purpose of explaining various citations in the subsequent pages. F.E. End footnote. In the first case, it is the day's produce of 450 mule spindles, in the second of 200 throstle spindles, in the third of 15 power looms, over which the daily cost of 1 horsepower and the wear and tear of the machinery set in motion by that power are spread. so that only a very minute value is transferred by such wear and tear to a pound of yarn or a yard of cloth. The same is the case with the steam hammer mentioned above. Since its daily wear and tear, its coal consumption, etc., are spread over the stupendous masses of iron hammered by it in a day, only a small value is added to a hundredweight of iron, but that value would be very great if the cyclopean instrument were employed in driving in nails. Given a machine's capacity for work, that is, the number of its operating tools, or, where it is a question of force, their mass, the amount of its product will depend on the velocity of its working parts, on the speed, for instance, of the spindles, or on the number of blows given by the hammer in a minute. Many of these colossal hammers strike 70 times in a minute, and Ryder's patent machine for forging spindles with small hammers gives as many as 700 strokes per minute. Given the rate at which machinery transfers its value to the product, the amount of value so transferred depends on the total value of the machinery. Footnote. The reader who is imbued with capitalist notions will naturally miss here the interest that the machine, in proportion to its capital value, adds to the product. It is, however, easily seen that since a machine no more creates new value than any other part of constant capital, it cannot add any value under the name of interest. It is also evident that here, where we are treating of the production of surplus value, we cannot assume a priori the existence of any part of that value under the name of interest. The capitalist mode of calculating, which appears prima facie absurd and repugnant to the laws of the creation of value, will be explained in the third book of this work. End footnote. The less labor it contains, the less value it imparts to the product. The less value it gives up, so much the more productive it is, and so much the more its services approximate to those of natural forces. But the production of machinery by machinery lessens its value, relatively to its extension and efficacy. An analysis and comparison of the prices of commodities produced by handicrafts or manufacturers, and of the prices of the same commodities produced by machinery, shows generally that, in the product of machinery, the value due to the instruments of labor increases relatively, but decreases absolutely. In other words, its absolute amount decreases, but its amount relatively to the total value of the product, of a pound of yarn, for instance, increases. Footnote. This portion of value which is added by the machinery decreases both absolutely and relatively when the machinery does away with horses and other animals that are employed as mere moving forces and not as machines for changing the form of matter. It may here be incidentally observed that Descartes, in defining animals as mere machines, saw with eyes of the manufacturing period, while to eyes of the Middle Ages animals were assistants to man, as they were later to von Haller in his Restauration der Staatswissenschaften. That Descartes, like Bacon, anticipated an alteration in the form of production and the practical subjugation of nature by man as a result of the altered methods of thought is plain from his Discours de la méthode. He there says, "Il est possible, by the methods he introduced in philosophy, de parvenir à des connaissances fort utiles à la vie, et qu'au lieu de cette philosophie spéculative qu'on enseigne dans les écoles, on en peut trouver une pratique par laquelle, connaissant la force et les actions du feu, de l'eau, de l'air, des astres et de tous les autres corps qui nous environnent, aussi distinctement que nous connaissons les divers métiers de nos artisans, nous le pourrions employer en même façon à tous les usages auxquels ils sont propres, et ainsi nous rendre comme maîtres et possesseurs de la nature, and thus contribuer au perfectionnement de la vie humaine." End quote. In the preface to Sir Dudley North's Discourses upon Trade, 1691, it is stated that Descartes' method had begun to free political economy from the old fables and superstitious notions of gold, trade, etc. On the whole, however, the early English economists sided with Bacon and Hobbes as their philosophers, while at a later period the philosopher of political economy in England, France, and Italy was Locke. End footnote. It is evident that whenever it costs as much labor to produce a machine as is saved by the employment of that machine, there is nothing but the transposition of labor. Consequently, the total labor required to produce a commodity is not lessened, or the productiveness of labor is not increased. It is clear, however, that the difference between the labor a machine costs and the labor it saves, in other words, that the degree of its productiveness does not depend on the difference between its own value and the value of the implement it replaces. As long as the labor spent on a machine, and consequently the portion of its value added to the product, remains smaller than the value added by the workman to the product with his tool, there is always a difference of labor saved in favor of the machine. The productiveness of a machine is therefore measured by the human labor power it replaces. According to Mr. Baines, 2 operatives are required for the 450 mule spindles, inclusive of preparation machinery, that are driven by 1 horsepower. Each self-acting mule spindle, working 10 hours, produces 13 ounces of yarn, average number of thickness. Consequently, 2.5 operatives spin weekly 365 5/8 pounds of yarn. Footnote: according to the annual report 1863 of the Essen Chamber of Commerce, that was produced in 1862 at the cast steel works of Krupp, with its 161 furnaces, 32 steam engines. In the year 1800, this was about the number of all the steam engines working in Manchester, and 14 steam hammers, representing in all 1,236 horsepower, 49 forges, 203 tool machines, and about 2,400 workmen, 13 million pounds of cast steel. Here there are not 2 workmen to each horsepower. End footnote. Hence, leaving waste on one side, 366 pounds of cotton absorb, during their conversion into yarn, only 150 hours labor, or 15 days labor of 10 hours each. But with a spinning wheel, supposing the hand spinner to produce 13 ounces of yarn in 60 hours, the same weight of cotton would absorb 2,700 days labor of 10 hours each, or 27,000 hours labor. Footnote: Babbage estimates that in Java, the spinning labor alone adds 117% to the value of the cotton. At the same period, 1832, the total value added to the cotton by machinery and labor in the fine spinning industry amounted to about 33% of the value of the cotton. On the Economy of Machinery, pages 165 and 166. End footnote. Where block printing, the old method of printing calico by hand, has been superseded by machine printing, a single machine prints with the aid of 1 man or boy as much calico of 4 colons in 1 hour as it formerly took 200 men to do. Footnote: machine printing also economizes color. End footnote. Before Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1793, the separation of the seed from a pound of cotton cost an average day's labor. By means of his invention, 1 negress was enabled to clean 100 pounds daily, and since then the efficacy of the gin has been considerably increased. A pound of cotton wool, previously costing 50 cents to produce, included after that invention more unpaid labor, and was consequently sold with greater profit at 10 cents. In India they employ for separating the wool from the seed an instrument, half machine, half tool, called a churka. With this 1 man and a woman can clean 28 pounds daily. With the churka invented some years ago by Dr. Forbes, 1 man and a boy produce 250 pounds daily. If oxen, steam, or water be used for driving it, only a few boys and girls as feeders are required. 16 of these machines, driven by oxen, do as much work in a day as formerly 750 people did on an average. Footnote: see paper read by Dr. Watson, Reporter on Products to the Government of India, before the Society of Arts, 17th April 1860. End footnote. As already stated, a steam plough does as much work in 1 hour at a cost of 3d as 66 men at a cost of 15 shillings. I return to this example in order to clear up an erroneous notion. The 15 shillings are by no means the expression in money of all the labour expended in 1 hour by the 66 men. If the ratio of surplus labour to necessary labour were 100%, these 66 men would produce in 1 hour a value of 30 shillings, although their wages, 15 shillings, represent only their labour for half an hour. Suppose, then, a machine costs as much as the wages for a year of the 150 men it displaces, say £3,000 sterling. This £3,000 sterling is by no means the expression in money of the labour added to the object produced by these 150 men before the introduction of the machine, but only of that portion of their year's labour which was expended for themselves and represented by their wages. On the other hand, the £3,000 sterling, the money value of the machine, expresses all the labour expended on its production, no matter in what proportion this labour constitutes wages for the workman and surplus value for the capitalist. Therefore, though a machine costs as much as the labour power displaced by it costs, yet the labour materialized in it is even then much less than the living labour it replaces. Footnote. Quote, "These mute agents, machines, are always the produce of much less labour than that which they displace, even when they are of the same money value." End quote. Ricardo, Locus Citato, page 40. End footnote. Thus, the use of machinery for the exclusive purpose of cheapening the product is limited in this way, that less labour must be expended in producing the machinery than is displaced by the employment of that machinery. For the capitalist, however, this use is still more limited. Instead of paying for the labour, he only pays the value of the labour power employed. Therefore, the limit to his using a machine is fixed by the difference between the value of the machine and the value of the labour power replaced by it. Since the division of the day's work into necessary and surplus labour differs in different countries, and even in the same country at different periods, or in different branches of industry, and further, since the actual wage of the labourer at one time sinks below the value of his labour power, at another rises above it, it is possible for the difference between the price of the machinery and the price of the labour power replaced by that machinery to vary very much, although the difference between the quantity of labour requisite to produce the machine and the total quantity replaced by it remain constant. Footnote. Hence, in a communistic society, there would be a very different scope for the employment of machinery than there can be in a bourgeois society. End of footnote. But it is the former difference alone that determines the cost to the capitalist of producing a commodity, and, through the pressure of competition, influences his action. Hence the invention nowadays of machines in England that are employed only in North America. Just as in the 16th and 17th centuries machines were invented in Germany to be used only in Holland, and just as many a French invention of the 18th century was exploited in England alone. In the older countries, machinery, when employed in some branches of industry, creates such a redundancy of labour in other branches, that in these latter the fall of wages below the value of labour power impedes the use of machinery, and, from the standpoint of the capitalist, whose profit comes not from a diminution of the labour employed, but of the labour paid for, renders that use superfluous and often impossible. In some branches of the woolen manufacture in England, the employment of children has during recent years been considerably diminished, and in some cases has been entirely abolished. Why? Because the Factory Acts made 2 sets of children necessary, one working 6 hours, the other 4, or each working 5 hours. But the parents refused to sell the half-timers cheaper than the full-timers. Hence the substitution of machinery for the half-timers. Footnote. Quote, "Employers of labour would not unnecessarily retain 2 sets of children under 13. In fact, one class of manufacturers, the spinners of woolen yarn, now rarely employ children under 13 years of age, that is, half-timers. They have introduced improved and new machinery of various kinds, which altogether supersedes the employment of children, that is, under 13 years. For information, I will mention one process as an illustration of this diminution in the number of children, wherein, by the addition of an apparatus called a piecing machine to existing machines, the work of 6 or 4 half-timers, according to the peculiarity of each machine, can be performed by one young person over 13 years. The half-time system stimulated the invention of the piecing machine." End quote. Reports of Inspectors of Factories for 31st October 1858. End footnote. Before the labor of women and of children under 10 years of age was forbidden in mines, capitalists considered the employment of naked women and girls, often in company with men, so far sanctioned by their moral code, and especially by their ledgers, that it was only after the passing of the act that they had recourse to machinery. The Yankees have invented a stone-breaking machine. The English do not make use of it because the wretch who does this work gets paid for such a small portion of his labor that machinery would increase the cost of production to the capitalist. Footnote: wretch is the recognized term in English political economy for the agricultural laborer. Quote, "Machinery can frequently not be employed until labor," he means wages, "rises." End quote. Ricardo, Locus Citato, page 479. End footnote. In England, women are still occasionally used instead of horses for hauling canal boats, because the labor required to produce horses and machines is an accurately known quantity, while that required to maintain the women of the surplus population is below all calculation. Footnote. See Report of the Social Science Congress at Edinburgh, October 1863. End footnote. Hence, nowhere do we find a more shameful squandering of human labor power for the most despicable purposes than in England, the land of machinery. End of Part 4, Chapter 15, Section 2.
Chapter 15, Section 3, subsections A and B of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value, Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 3, The Proximate Effects of Machinery on the Workman. The starting point of modern industry is, as we have shown, the revolution in the instruments of labor. And this revolution attains its most highly developed form in the organized system of machinery in a factory. Before we inquire how human material is incorporated with this objective organism, let us consider some general effects of this revolution on the laborer himself. Subsection A. Appropriation of supplementary labor power by capital, the employment of women and children. Insofar as machinery dispenses with muscular power, it becomes a means of employing laborers of slight muscular strength, and those whose bodily development is incomplete, but whose limbs are all the more supple. The labor of women and children was, therefore, the first thing sought for by capitalists who used machinery. That mighty substitute for labor and laborers was forthwith changed into a means for increasing the number of wage laborers by enrolling under the direct sway of capital every member of the workman's family without distinction of age or sex. Compulsory work for the capitalist usurped the place not only of the children's play, but also of free labor at home within moderate limits for the support of the family. Footnote 38. Dr. Edward Smith, during the cotton crisis caused by the American Civil War, was sent by the English government to Lancashire, Cheshire, and other places to report on the sanitary condition of the cotton operatives. He reported that from a hygienic point of view, and apart from the banishment of the operatives from the factory atmosphere, the crisis had several advantages. The women now had sufficient leisure to give their infants the breast instead of poisoning them with the so-called Godfrey's cordial. They had time to learn to cook. Unfortunately, the acquisition of this art occurred at a time when they had nothing to cook. But from this we see how capital, for the purposes of its self-expansion, has usurped the labor necessary in the home of the family. This crisis was also utilized to teach sewing to the daughters of the workmen in sewing schools. An American Revolution and a universal crisis in order that the working girls who spin for the whole world might learn to sew. End of footnote 38. The value of labor power was determined not only by the labor time necessary to maintain the individual adult laborer, but also by that necessary to maintain his family. Machinery, by throwing every member of that family onto the labor market, spreads the value of the man's labor power over his whole family. It thus depreciates his labor power. To purchase the labor power of a family of 4 workers may perhaps cost more than it formerly did to purchase the labor power of the head of the family, but in return 4 days' labor takes the place of 1, and their price falls in proportion to the excess of the surplus labor of 4 over the surplus labor of 1. In order that the family may live, 4 people must now not only labor, but expend surplus labor for the capitalist. Thus we see that machinery, while augmenting the human material that forms the principal object of capital's exploiting power, at the same time raises the degree of exploitation. Footnote 39. Quote, "The numerical increase of laborers has been great, through the growing substitution of female for male, and above all of childish for adult labor. 3 girls of 13, at wages of from 6 shillings to 8 shillings a week, have replaced the 1 man of mature age, of wages varying from 18 shillings to 45 shillings. End of quote. From Thomas de Quincey, The Logic of Political Economy, London 1844, note to page 147. Since certain family functions, such as nursing and suckling children, cannot be entirely suppressed, the mothers confiscated by capital must try substitutes of some sort. Domestic work, such as sewing and mending, must be replaced by the purchase of ready-made articles. Hence, the diminished expenditure of labor in the house is accompanied by an increased expenditure of money. The cost of keeping the family increases and balances the greater income. In addition to this, economy and judgment in the consumption and preparation of the means of subsistence becomes impossible. Abundant material relating to these facts, which are concealed by official political economy, is to be found in the reports of the inspectors of factories, of the Children's Employment Commission, and more especially in the reports on public health. End of footnote 39. Machinery also revolutionizes out and out the contract between the laborer and the capitalist, which formally fixes their mutual relations. Taking the exchange of commodities as our basis, our first assumption was that capitalist and laborer met as free persons, as independent owners of commodities, the one possessing money and means of production, the other labor power. But now the capitalist buys children and young persons under age. Previously the workman sold his own labor power, which he disposed of nominally as a free agent. Now he sells wife and child. He has become a slave dealer. Footnote 40. In striking contrast with the great fact that the shortening of the hours of labor of women and children in English factories was exacted from capital by the male operatives, we find in the latest reports of the Children's Employment Commission traits of the operative parents in relation to the traffic in children that are truly revolting and thoroughly like slave dealing. But the Pharisee of a capitalist, as may be seen from the same reports, denounces this brutality which he himself creates, perpetuates, and exploits, and which he moreover baptizes as, quote, freedom of labor, end quote. Quote, "Infant labor has been called into aid even to work for their own daily bread. Without strength to endure such disproportionate toil, without instruction to guide their future life, they have been thrown into a situation physically and morally polluted. The Jewish historian has remarked upon the overthrow of Jerusalem by Titus that it was no wonder it should have been destroyed with such a signal destruction when an inhuman mother sacrificed her own offspring to satisfy the cravings of absolute hunger." End of quote. Public Economy Concentrated by Carlyle, 1833, page 66. End of footnote 40. The demand for children's labor often resembles in form the inquiries for Negro slaves, such as were formerly to be read among the advertisements in American journals. Quote, "My attention," end quote, says an English factory inspector, quote, "was drawn to an advertisement in the local paper of one of the most important manufacturing towns of my district, of which the following is a copy. Wanted 12 to 20 young persons not younger than what can pass for 13 years, wages 4 shillings a week, apply, etc." End of quote. Footnote 41. A. Redgrave, in Reports of Inspectors of Factories for the 31st of October 1858, pages 40 and 41. End of footnote 41. The phrase, quote, "what can pass for 13 years," end of quote, has reference to the fact that by the Factory Act, children under 13 years may work only 6 hours. A surgeon officially appointed must certify their age. The manufacturer therefore asks for children who look as if they are already 13 years old. The decrease, often by leaps and bounds, in the number of children under 13 years employed in factories, a decrease that is shown in an astonishing manner by the English statistics of the last 20 years, was for the most part, according to the evidence of the factory inspectors themselves, the work of the certifying surgeons, who overstated the age of the children, agreeably to the capitalist greed for exploitation, and the sordid trafficking needs of the parents. In the notorious district of Bethnal Green, a public market is held every Monday and Tuesday morning, where children of both sexes from 9 years of age upwards hire themselves out to the silk manufacturers. Quote, "The usual terms are 1 shilling 8 pence a week, this belongs to the parents, and 2 shillings for myself in tea," end of quote. The contract is binding only for the week. The scene and language while this market is going on are quite disgraceful, end of quote. Footnote 42. Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, London 1866, page 81, note 31. Added in the 4th German edition, the Bethnal Green silk industry is now almost destroyed. F.E. End of footnote 42. It has also occurred in England that women have taken, quote, "children from the workhouse and let anyone have them out for 2 shillings 6 pence a week," end of quote. Footnote 43. Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, London 1864, page 53, note 15. End of footnote 43. In spite of legislation, the number of boys sold in Great Britain by their parents to act as live chimney-sweeping machines, although there exist plenty of machines to replace them, exceeds 2,000. Footnote 44. Location cited, 5th Report, page 22, note 137. End of footnote 44. The revolution effected by machinery in the juridical relations between the buyer and the seller of labor power, causing the transaction as a whole to lose the appearance of a contract between free persons, afforded the English Parliament an excuse founded on juridical principles for the interference of the state with factories. Whenever the law limits the labor of children to 6 hours and industry is not before interfered with, the complaints of the manufacturers are always renewed. They allege that numbers of the parents withdraw their children from the industry brought under the Act in order to sell them where, quote, "freedom of labor," end of quote, still rules, i.e. where children under 13 years are compelled to work like grown-up people and therefore can be got rid of at a higher price. But since capital is by nature a leveler, since it exacts in every sphere of production equality in the conditions of the exploitation of labor, the limitation by law of children's labor in one branch of industry becomes the cause of its limitation in others. We have already alluded to the physical deterioration as well of the children and young persons as of the women, whom machinery, first directly in the factories that shoot up on its basis, and then indirectly in all the remaining branches of industry, subjects to the exploitation of capital. In this place, therefore, we dwell only on one point, the enormous mortality during the first few years of their life of the children of the operatives. In 16 of the registration districts into which England is divided, there are for every 100,000 children alive under the age of 1 year, only 9,000 deaths in a year on an average. In one district, only 7,047. In 24 districts, the deaths are over 10,000 but under 11,000. In 39 districts, over 11,000 but under 12,000. In 48 districts, over 12,000 but under 13,000. In 22 districts, over 20,000. In 25 districts, over 21,000. In 17, over 22,000. And in 11, over 23,000. In Who, Wolverhampton, Ashton-under-Lyne and Preston, over 24,000. In Nottingham, Stockport and Bradford, over 25,000. In Wisbech, 16,000. And in Manchester, 26,125. Footnote 45. Sixth Report on Public Health, London, 1864, page 34. End of footnote 45. As was shown by an official medical inquiry in the year 1861, the high death rates are, apart from local causes, principally due to the employment of the mothers away from their homes, and to the neglect and maltreatment consequent on her absence, such as, amongst others, insufficient nourishment, unsuitable food, and dosing with opiates. Besides this, there arises an unnatural estrangement between mother and child, and as a consequence intentional starving and poisoning of the children. Footnote 46. Quote, the inquiry of 1861 showed, moreover, that while, with the described circumstances, infants perish under the neglect and mismanagement which their mothers' occupations imply, the mothers become to a grievous extent denaturalized to their offspring, commonly not troubling themselves much at the death, and even sometimes taking direct measures to ensure it. End of quote. Location cited. End of footnote 46. In those agricultural districts, quote, where a minimum in the employment of women exists, the death rate is on the other hand very low. End of quote. Footnote 47. Location cited, page 454. End of footnote 47. The Inquiry Commission of 1861 led, however, to the unexpected result that in some purely agricultural districts bordering on the North Sea, the death rate of children under 1 year old almost equaled that of the worst factory districts. Dr. Julian Hunter was therefore commissioned to investigate this phenomenon on the spot. His report is incorporated with the Sixth Report on Public Health, footnote 48. Location cited, pages 454 to 463, quote, report by Dr. Henry Julian Hunter on the excessive mortality of infants in some rural districts of England, end of quote, end of footnote 48. Up to that time it was supposed that the children were decimated by malaria and other diseases peculiar to low-lying and marshy districts. But the inquiry showed the very opposite, namely that the same cause which drove away malaria, the conversion of the land from a morass in winter and to scanty pasture in summer into fruitful corn land, created the exceptional death rate of the infants. Footnote 49, location cited, page 39, and pages 455 and 456, end of footnote 49. The 70 medical men whom Dr. Hunter examined in that district were, quote, wonderfully in accord, end of quote, on this point. In fact, the revolution in the mode of cultivation had led to the introduction of the industrial system. Married women who work in gangs along with boys and girls are, for a stipulated sum of money, placed at the disposal of the farmer by a man called the undertaker, who contracts for the whole gang. Quote, these gangs will sometimes travel many miles from their own village. They are to be met morning and evening on the roads, dressed in short petticoats with suitable coats and boots and sometimes trousers, looking wonderfully strong and healthy, but tainted with a customary immorality and heedless of the fatal results which their love of this busy and independent life is bringing on their unfortunate offspring who are pining at home. Footnote 50, location cited, page 456. End of footnote 50. Every phenomenon of the factory districts is here reproduced, including, but to a greater extent, ill-disguised infanticide and dosing children with opiates. Footnote 51. In the agricultural as well as in the factory districts, the consumption of opium among the grown-up laborers, both male and female, is extending daily. Quote, to push the sale of opiate is the great aim of some enterprising wholesale merchants. By druggists it is considered the leading article. End of quote. Location cited, page 459. Infants that take opiates, quote, shrank up into little old men, end of quote, or, quote, wizened like little monkeys, end of quote. Location cited, page 460. We see here how India and China avenged themselves on England, end of footnote 51. Quote, my knowledge of such evils, says Dr. Simon, the medical officer of the Privy Council and editor-in-chief of the Reports on Public Health, may excuse the profound misgiving with which I regard any large industrial employment of adult women, end of quote. Footnote 52, location cited, page 37, end of footnote 52. Quote, happy indeed, exclaims Mr. Baker, the factory inspector, in his official report. Happy indeed will it be for the manufacturing districts of England when every married woman having a family is prohibited from working in any textile works at all, end of quote. Footnote 53, report of the inspectors of factories for the 31st October 1862, page 59. Mr. Baker was formerly a doctor, end of footnote 53. The moral degradation caused by the capitalistic exploitation of women and children has been so exhaustively depicted by F. Engels in his Lage der arbeitenden Klasse Englands and other writers that I need only mention the subject in this place. But the intellectual desolation artificially produced by converting immature human beings into mere machines for the fabrication of surplus value, a state of mind clearly distinguishable from that natural ignorance which keeps the mind fallow without destroying its capacity for development, its natural fertility, this desolation finally compelled even the English Parliament to make elementary education a compulsory condition to the so-called productive employment of children under 14 years in every industry subject to the Factory Acts. The spirit of capitalist production stands out clearly in the ludicrous wording of the so-called education clauses in the Factory Acts, in the absence of an administrative machinery, an absence that again makes the compulsion illusory, in the opposition of the manufacturers themselves to these education clauses, and in the tricks and dodges they put in practice for evading them. Quote, for this the legislature is alone to blame, by having passed a delusive law, which, while it would seem to provide that the children employed in factories shall be educated, contains no enactment by which that professed end can be secured. It provides nothing more than that the children shall on certain days of the week, and for a certain number of hours, 3 in each day, be enclosed within the 4 walls of a place called a school, and that the employer of the child shall receive weekly a certificate to that effect, signed by a person designated by the subscriber as a schoolmaster or schoolmistress. End of quote. Footnote 54. L. Horner in Reports of Inspector of Factories for 30th June 1857, page 17. End of footnote 54. Previous to the passing of the amended Factory Act 1844, it happened not unfrequently that the certificates of attendance at school were signed by the schoolmaster or schoolmistress with a cross, as they themselves were unable to write. Quote, on one occasion, on visiting a place called a school, from which certificates of school attendance had issued, I was so struck with the ignorance of the master that I said to him, pray, sir, can you read? His reply was, aye, summat. And as a justification of his right to grant certificates, he added, at any rate, I am before my scholars. End of quote. The inspectors, when the Bill of 1844 was in preparation, did not fail to represent the disgraceful state of the places called schools, certificates from which they were obliged to admit as a compliance with the laws, but they were successful only in obtaining thus much, that since the passing of the Act of 1845, the figures in the school certificate must be filled up in the handwriting of the schoolmaster, who must also sign his Christian and surname in full. Footnote 55. L. Horner in Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1855, pages 18 and 19. End of footnote 55. Sir John Kincaid, Factory Inspector for Scotland, relates experiences of the same kind. Quote, the first school we visited was kept by Mrs. Anne Killen. Upon asking her to spell her name, she straightway made a mistake by beginning with the letter C, but correcting herself immediately, she said her name began with a K. On looking at her signature, however, in the school certificate books, I noticed that she spelt it in various ways, while her handwriting left no doubt as to her unfitness to teach. She herself also acknowledged that she could not keep the register. In a second school I found a schoolroom 15 feet long and 10 feet wide, and counted in this space 75 children who were gabbling something unintelligible." End of quote. Footnote 56. Sir John Kincaid, in Report of the Inspector of Factories for the 31st October 1858, pages 31 and 32. End of footnote 56. But it is not only in the miserable places above referred to that the children obtain certificates of school attendance without having received instruction of any value. For in many schools where there is a competent teacher, his efforts are of little avail from the distracting crowd of children of all ages, from infants of 3 years old and upward. His livelihood miserable at the best, depending on the pence received from the greatest number of children whom it is possible to cram into the space. To this is to be added scanty school furniture, deficiency of books and other materials for teaching, and the depressing effect upon the poor children themselves of a close and noisome atmosphere. I have been in many such schools where I have seen rows of children doing absolutely nothing, and this is certified as school attendance, and in statistical returns such children are set down as being educated. End of quote. Footnote 57. L. Horner, in Reports, etc., for the 31st of October, 1857, pages 17 and 18, end of footnote 57. In Scotland, the manufacturers try all they can to do without the children that are obliged to attend school. Quote, "It requires no further argument to prove that the educational clauses of the Factory Act, being held in such disfavor among mill owners, tend in a great measure to exclude that class of children alike from the employment and the benefit of education contemplated by this Act." End of quote. Footnote 58. Sir John Kincaid, in Reports, etc., 31st October 1856, page 66, end of footnote 58. Horribly grotesque does this appear in print works, which are regulated by a special act. By that act, quote, "Every child, before being employed in a print work, must have attended school for at least 30 days, and not less than 150 hours, during the 6 months immediately preceding such first day of employment, and during the continuance of its employment in the print works, it must attend for a like period of 30 days, and 150 hours during every successive period of 6 months. The attendance at school must be between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. No attendance of less than 2.5 hours, nor more than 5 hours on any one day, shall be reckoned as part of the 150 hours. Under ordinary circumstances, the children attend school morning and afternoon for 30 days, for at least 5 hours each day, and upon the expiration of the 30 days, the statutory total of 150 hours having been attained, having in their language made up their book, they return to the print work, where they continue until the 6 months have expired, when another installment of school attendance becomes due, and they again seek the school until the book is again made up. Many boys, having attended school for the required number of hours, when they return to school after the expiration of their 6 months' work in the print work, are in the same condition as when they first attended school as print work boys, that they have lost all they gained by their previous school attendance. In other print works, the children's attendance at school is made to depend altogether upon the exigencies of the work in the establishment. The requisite number of hours is made up each 6 months by installments consisting of from 3 to 5 hours at a time, spreading over perhaps the whole 6 months. For instance, the attendance on one day might be from 8 to 11 a.m., on another day from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and the child might not appear at school again for several days, when it would attend from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Then it might attend for 3 or 4 days consecutively, or for a week. Then it would not appear at school for 3 weeks or months. After that, upon some odd days at some odd hours, when the operative who employed it chose to spare it, and thus the child was, as it were, buffeted from school to work, from work to school, until the tale of 150 hours was told." End of quote. Footnote 59. A. Redgrave, in Report of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1857, pages 41 to 42. In those industries where the Factory Act proper, not the Print Works Act referred to in the text, has been enforced for some time, the obstacles in the way of the education clauses have in recent years been overcome. In industries not under the Act, the views of Mr. J. Geddes, a glass manufacturer, still extensively prevail. He informed Mr. White, one of the inquiry commissioners, quote, "As far as I can see, the greater amount of education, which a part of the working class has enjoyed for some years past, is an evil. It is dangerous because it makes them independent." End of quote. Children's Employee Commission, 4th Report, London, 1865, page 253. End of footnote 59. By the excessive addition of women and children to the ranks of the workers, machinery at last breaks down the resistance which the male operatives in the manufacturing period continue to oppose to the despotism of capital. Footnote 60. Quote, "Mr. E., a manufacturer, informed me that he employed females exclusively at his power looms, gives a decided preference to married females, especially those who have families at home dependent on them for support. They are attentive, docile, more so than unmarried females, and are compelled to use their utmost exertions to procure the necessaries of life. Thus are the virtues, the peculiar virtues of the female character, to be perverted to her injury. Thus, all that is most dutiful and tender in her nature is made a means of her bondage and suffering." End of quote. 10 Hours Factory Bill, the speech of Lord Ashley, March 15th, London, 1844, page 20. End of footnote 60. Subsection B. Prolongation of the working day. If machinery be the most powerful means for increasing the productiveness of labor, i.e., for shortening the working time required in the production of a commodity, it becomes in the hands of capital the most powerful means, in those industries first invaded by it, for lengthening the working day beyond all bounds set by human nature. It creates on the one hand new conditions by which capital is enabled to give free scope to this its constant tendency, and on the other hand new motives with which to whet capital's appetite for the labor of others. In the first place, in the form of machinery, the implements of labor become automatic, things moving and working independent of the workman. They are thenceforth an industrial perpetuum mobile that would go on producing forever, did it not meet with certain natural obstructions in the weak bodies and the strong wills of its human attendants. The automaton as capital, and because it is capital, is endowed in the person of the capitalist with intelligence and will. It is therefore animated by the longing to reduce to a minimum the resistance offered by that repellent yet elastic natural barrier, man. Footnote 61. Quote, "Since the general introduction of machinery, human nature has been forced far beyond its average strength." End of quote. Robert Owen, Observations on the Effects of the Manufacturing System, 2nd edition, London, 1817. End of footnote 61. This resistance is moreover lessened by the apparent lightness of machine work, and by the more pliant and docile character of the women and children employed on it. Footnote 62. The English, who have a tendency to look upon the earliest form of appearance of a thing as the cause of its existence, are in the habit of attributing the long hours of work in factories to the extensive kidnapping of children practiced by capitalists in the infancy of the factory system, and on workhouses and orphanages, by means of which robbery, unresisting material for exploitation was procured. Thus, for instance, Feisedin, himself a manufacturer, says, quote, "It is evident that the long hours of work were brought about by the circumstance of so great a number of destitute children being supplied from different parts of the country, that the masters were independent of the hands, and that having once established the custom by means of the miserable materials they had procured in this way, they could impose it on their neighbors with the greater facility." End of quote. J. Feisedin, The Curse of the Factory System, London, 1836, page 11. With reference to the labor of women, Saunders, the factory inspector, says in his report of 1844, quote, "Amongst the female operatives there are some women who for many weeks in succession, except for a few days, are employed from 6 a.m. till midnight, with less than 2 hours for meals, so that on 5 days of the week they have only 6 hours left out of the 24 for going to and from their homes and resting in bed." End of quote. End of footnote 62. The productiveness of machinery is, as we saw, inversely proportional to the value transferred by it to the product. The longer the life of the machine, the greater is the mass of the products over which the value transmitted by the machine is spread, and the less is the portion of that value added to each single commodity. The active lifetime of a machine is, however, clearly dependent on the length of the working day, or on the duration of the daily labor process, multiplied by the number of days for which the process is carried on. The wear and tear of a machine is not exactly proportional to its working time. And even if it were so, a machine working 16 hours daily for 7.5 years covers as long a working period as, and transmits to the total product no more value than, the same machine would if it worked only 8 hours daily for 15 years. But in the first case, the value of the machine would be reproduced twice as quickly as in the latter, and the capitalist would, by this use of the machine, absorb in 7.5 years as much surplus value as in the second case he would in 15. The material wear and tear of a machine is of two kinds. The one arises from use, as coins wear away by circulating, the other from non-use, as a sword rusts when left in its scabbard. The latter kind is due to the elements. The former is more or less directly proportional, the latter to a certain extent inversely proportional to the use of the machine. Footnote 63, quote, occasion, injury to the delicate moving parts of a metallic mechanism by inaction, end of quote. Ewer, location cited, page 281, end of footnote 63. But in addition to the material wear and tear, a machine also undergoes what we may call a moral depreciation. It loses exchange value, either by machines of the same sort being produced cheaper than it, or by better machines entering into competition with it. Footnote 64. The Manchester Spinner, Times, 26 November 1862, before referred to, says in relation to this subject, quote, it, namely the allowance for deterioration of machinery, is also intended to cover the loss which is constantly arising from the superseding of machines before they're worn out by others of a new and better construction. End of quote. End of footnote 64. In both cases, be the machine ever so young and full of life, its value is no longer determined by the labor actually materialized in it, but by the labor time requisite to reproduce either it or the better machine. It has therefore lost value more or less. The shorter the period taken to reproduce its total value, the less is the danger of moral depreciation, and the longer the working day, the shorter is that period. When machinery is first introduced into an industry, new methods of reproducing it more cheaply follow blow upon blow, and so do improvements that not only affect individual parts and details of the machine, but its entire build. It is therefore in the early days of the life of machinery that this special incentive to the prolongation of the working day makes itself felt most acutely. Footnote 65, quote, it has been estimated roughly that the first individual of a newly invented machine will cost about 5 times as much as the construction of the second. End of quote. Babbage, location cited, page 349. End of footnote 65. Footnote 66. Quote, the improvements which took place not long ago in frames for making patent net were so great that a machine in good repair which had cost £1,200 sold a few years after for £60. Improvements succeeded each other so rapidly that machines which had never been finished were abandoned in the hands of their makers because new improvements had superseded their utility. End of quote. Babbage, location cited, page 233. In these stormy go-ahead times, therefore, the tulle manufacturers soon extended the working day by means of double sets of hands from the original 8 hours to 24. End of footnote 66. Given the length of the working day, all other circumstances remaining the same, the exploitation of double the number of workmen demands not only a doubling of that part of constant capital which is invested in machinery and buildings, but also of that part which is laid out in raw material and auxiliary substances. The lengthening of the working day, on the other hand, allows of production on an extended scale without any alteration in the amount of capital laid out on machinery and buildings. Footnote 67, quote, it is self-evident that amidst the ebbings and flowings of the markets and the alternate expansions and contractions of demand, occasions will constantly recur in which the manufacturer may employ additional floating capital without employing additional fixed capital, if additional quantities of raw material can be worked up without incurring an additional expense for buildings and machinery. End of quote. R. Torrens, on Wages and Combination, London 1834, page 64. End of footnote 67. Not only is there, therefore, an increase of surplus value, but the outlay necessary to obtain it diminishes. It is true that this takes place more or less with every lengthening of the working day, but in the case under consideration the change is more marked because the capital converted into the instruments of labor preponderates to a greater degree. Footnote 68. This circumstance is mentioned only for the sake of completeness, for I shall not consider the rate of profit, i.e., the ratio of the surplus value to the total capital advanced, until I come to the third book. End of footnote 68. The development of the factory system fixes a constantly increasing portion of the capital in a form in which, on the one hand, its value is capable of continual self-expansion, and in which, on the other hand, it loses both use value and exchange value whenever it loses contact with living labor. Quote, "When a laborer," end of quote, said Mr. Ashworth, a cotton magnate, to Professor Nassau W. Sr., quote, "lays down his spade, he renders useless for that period a capital worth 18 pence. When one of our people leaves the mill, he renders useless a capital that has cost £100,000 sterling." End of quote. Footnote 69. Senior, Letters on the Factory Act, London 1837, pages 13 and 14. End of footnote 69. Only fancy, making useless for a single moment a capital that has cost £100,000 sterling. It is in truth monstrous that a single one of our people should ever leave the factory. The increased use of machinery, as Senior, after the instruction he received from Ashworth, clearly perceives, makes a constantly increasing lengthening of the working day, quote, "desirable," end of quote. Footnote 70. Quote, "The great proportion of fixed to circulating capital makes long hours of work desirable," end of quote. With the increased use of machinery, etc., quote, "the motives to long hours of work will become greater, as the only means by which a large proportion of fixed capital can be made profitable," end of quote. Location cited, pages 11 through 13. Quote, "There are certain expenses upon a mill which go on in the same proportion whether the mill be running short or full time, as for instance rent rates and taxes, insurance against fire, wages of several permanent servants, deterioration of machinery, with various other charges upon a manufacturing establishment, the proportion of which to profits increases as the production decreases." End of quote. Report of the Inspector of Factories for the 31st October 1862, page 19. End of footnote 70. Machinery produces relative surplus value, not only by directly depreciating the value of labor power, and by indirectly cheapening the same through cheapening the commodities that enter into its reproduction, but also when it's first introduced sporadically into an industry, by converting the labor employed by the owner of that machinery into labor of a higher degree and greater efficacy, by raising the social value of the article produced above its individual value, and thus enabling the capitalist to replace the value of a day's labor power by a smaller portion of the value of a day's product. During this transition period, when the use of machinery is a sort of monopoly, the profits are therefore exceptional, and the capitalist endeavors to exploit thoroughly, quote, "the sunny time of this his first love," end of quote, by prolonging the working day as much as possible. The magnitude of the profit whets his appetite for more profit. As the use of machinery becomes more general in a particular industry, the social value of the product sinks down to its individual value. And the law that surplus value does not arise from the labor power that has been replaced by the machinery, but from the labor power actually employed in working with the machinery, asserts itself. Surplus value arises from variable capital alone, and we saw that the amount of surplus value depends on two factors, namely, the rate of surplus value and the number of the workmen simultaneously employed. Given the length of the working day, the rate of surplus value is determined by the relative duration of the necessary labor and of the surplus labor in a day. The number of the laborers simultaneously employed depends on its side on the ratio of the variable to the constant capital. Now, however much the use of machinery may increase the surplus labor at the expense of the necessary labor by heightening the productiveness of labor, it is clear that it attains this result only by diminishing the number of workmen employed by a given amount of capital. It converts what was formerly variable capital, invested in labor power, into machinery which, being constant capital, does not produce surplus value. It is impossible, for instance, to squeeze as much surplus value out of 2 as out of 24 laborers. If each of these 24 men gives only 1 hour of surplus labor in 12, the 24 men give together 24 hours of surplus labor, while 24 hours is the total labor of the 2 men. Hence, the application of machinery to the production of surplus value implies a contradiction which is immanent in it, since of the two factors of the surplus value created by a given amount of capital, one, the rate of surplus value, cannot be increased except by diminishing the other, the number of workmen. This contradiction comes to light as soon as, by the general employment of machinery in a given industry, the value of the machine-produced commodity regulates the value of all commodities of the same sort, and it is this contradiction that in its turn drives the capitalist, without his being conscious of the fact, to excessive lengthening of the working day in order that he may compensate the decrease in the relative number of laborers exploited by an increase not only of the relative but of the absolute surplus labor. Footnote 71. Why it is that the capitalist and also the political economists who are imbued with his views are unconscious of this immanent contradiction will appear from the first part of the third book. End of footnote 71. If then the capitalistic employment of machinery on the one hand supplies new and powerful motives to an excessive lengthening of the working day, and radically changes as well the methods of labor as also the character of the social working organism in such a manner as to break down all opposition to this tendency, on the other hand it produces, partly by opening out to the capitalist new strata of the working class previously inaccessible to him, partly by setting free the laborers it supplants, a surplus working population which is compelled to submit to the dictation of capital. Footnote 72. It is one of the greatest merits of Ricardo to have seen in machinery not only the means of producing commodities, but of creating a, quote, redundant population, end of quote. End of footnote 72. Hence that remarkable phenomenon in the history of modern industry, that machinery sweeps away every moral and natural restriction on the length of the working day. Hence, too, the economic paradox that the most powerful instrument for shortening labor time becomes the most unfailing means for placing every moment of the laborer's time and that of his family at the disposal of the capitalist for the purpose of expanding the value of his capital. If, dreamed Aristotle, the greatest thinker of antiquity, quote, if every tool when summoned, or even of its own accord, could do the work that befits it, just as the creations of Daedalus moved of themselves, or the tripods of Hephaestus went of their own accord to their sacred work, if the weavers' shuttles were to weave of themselves, then there would be no need either of apprentices for the master workers or of slaves for the lords. End of quote. Footnote 73. F. Biese, Die Philosophie des Aristoteles, Volume 2, Berlin 1842, page 408, end of footnote 73. And Antipatros, a Greek poet of the time of Cicero, hailed the invention of the water wheel for grinding corn, an invention that is the elementary form of all machinery, as the giver of freedom to female slaves and the bringer back of the golden age. Footnote 74. I give below the translation of this poem by Stolberg because it brings into relief, quite in the spirit of former quotations referring to division of labor, the antithesis between the views of the ancients and the moderns. Quote, spare the hand that grinds the corn, O miller girls, and softly sleep. let Chanticleer announce the morn in vain. Dio has commanded the work of the girls to be done by the nymphs, and now they skip lightly over the wheels, so that the shaken axles revolve with their spokes and pull round the load of the revolving stones. Let us live the life of our fathers, and let us rest from work and enjoy the gifts that the goddess sends us. Schonet der malenden Hand, o Müllerinnen, und schlafet sanft, es verkünde der Hahn euch den Morgen umsonst. Deo hat die Arbeit der Mädchen den Nymphen befohlen, und itzt hüpfen sie leicht über die Räder dahin, dass die erschütterten Achsen mit ihren Speichen sich wälzen und im Kreise die Last drehen des wälzenden Steins. Lasst uns leben das Leben der Väter, und lasst uns der Gaben arbeitslos uns freuen, welche die Göttin uns schenkt. Gedichte aus dem Griechischen übersetzt von Christian Graf zu Stolberg, Hamburg 1782, and footnote 74. Oh, those heathens! They understood, as the learned Bastiat, and before him the still wiser McCulloch have discovered, nothing of political economy and Christianity. They did not, for example, comprehend that machinery is the surest means of lengthening the working day. They perhaps excused the slavery of one on the grounds that it was a means to the full development of another. But to preach slavery of the masses in order that a few crude and half-educated parvenus might become, quote, eminent spinners or extensive sausage makers and influential shoe-black dealers, to do this they lacked the bump of Christianity. End of subsection B. Chapter 15, Section 3, Subsection C of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 3, The Proximate Effects of Machinery on the Workman. Subsection C, Intensification of Labor. The immoderate lengthening of the working day, produced by machinery in the hands of capital, leads to a reaction on the part of society, the very sources of whose life are menaced, and thence to a normal working day whose length is fixed by law. Thenceforth a phenomenon that we have already met with, namely the intensification of labor, develops into great importance. Our analysis of absolute surplus value had reference primarily to the extension or duration of the labor, its intensity being assumed as given. We now proceed to consider the substitution of a more intensified labor for labor of a more extensive duration and the degree of the former. It is self-evident that in proportion as the use of machinery spreads and the experience of a special class of workmen habituated to machinery accumulates, the rapidity and intensity of labor increase as a natural consequence. Thus, in England, during half a century, lengthening of the working day went hand in hand with increasing intensity of factory labor. Nevertheless, the reader will clearly see that where we have labor not carried on by fits and starts, but repeated day after day with unvarying uniformity, a point must inevitably be reached where extension of the working day and intensity of the labor mutually exclude one another, in such a way that lengthening of the working day becomes compatible only with a lower degree of intensity, and a higher degree of intensity only with a shortening of the working day. So soon as the gradually surging revolt of the working class compelled Parliament to shorten compulsorily the hours of labor, and to begin by imposing a normal working day on factories proper, so soon consequently as an increased production of surplus value by the prolongation of the working day was once for all put a stop to, From that moment, capital threw itself with all its might into the production of relative surplus value by hastening on the further improvement of machinery. At the same time, a change took place in the nature of relative surplus value. Generally speaking, the mode of producing relative surplus value consists in raising the productive power of the workman so as to enable him to produce more in a given time with the same expenditure of labor. Labor time continues to transmit as before the same value to the total product, but this unchanged amount of exchange value is spread over more use value. Hence, the value of each single commodity sinks. Otherwise, however, so soon as the compulsory shortening of the hours of labor takes place, the immense impetus it gives the development of productive power and to economy in the means of production imposes on the workman increased expenditure of labor in a given time, heightened tension of labor power, and closer filling up of the pores of the working day, or condensation of labor to a degree that is attainable only within the limits of the shortened working day. This condensation of a greater mass of labor into a given period thenceforward counts for what it really is, a greater quantity of labor. In addition to a measure of its extension, i.e. duration, labor now acquires a measure of its intensity or of the degree of its condensation or density. Footnote 75. There are, of course, always differences in the intensity of labor in various industries, but these differences are, as Adam Smith has shown, compensated to a partial extent by minor circumstances peculiar to each sort of labor. Labor time as a measure of value is not, however, affected in this case, except insofar as the duration of labor and the degree of its intensity are two antithetical and mutually exclusive expressions for one and the same quantity of labor. End of footnote 75. The denser hour of the 10 hours working day contains more labor, i.e. expended labor power, than the more porous hour of the 12 hours working day. The product, therefore, of one of the former hours has as much or more value than has the product of 1 1/5 of the latter hours. Apart from the increased yield of relative surplus value through the heightened productiveness of labor, the same mass of value is now produced for the capitalist, say, by 3 1/3 hours of surplus labor and 6 2/3 hours of necessary labor, as was previously produced by 4 hours of surplus labor and 8 hours of necessary labor. We now come to the question, how is the labor intensified? The first effect of shortening the working day results from the self-evident law that the efficiency of labor power is in an inverse ratio to the duration of its expenditure. Hence, within certain limits, what is lost by shortening the duration is gained by the increasing tension of labor power. That the workman, moreover, really does expend more labor power is ensured by the mode in which the capitalist pays him. Footnote 76. Especially by piecework, a form we shall investigate in Part 6 of this book. End of footnote 76. In those industries, such as potteries, where machinery plays little or no part, the introduction of the Factory Acts has strikingly shown that the mere shortening of the working day increases to a wonderful degree the regularity, uniformity, order, continuity, and energy of the labor. Footnote 77. See Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1865. End of footnote 77. It seemed, however, doubtful whether this effect was produced in the factory proper, where the dependence of the workman on the continuous and uniform motion of the machinery had already created the strictest discipline. Hence, when in 1844 the reduction of the working day to less than 12 hours was being debated, the masters almost unanimously declared, quote, that their overlookers in the different rooms took good care that the hands lost no time, end of quote, that, quote, the extent of vigilance and attention on the part of the workmen was hardly capable of being increased, end of quote, and therefore that the speed of the machinery and other conditions remaining unaltered, quote, to expect in a well-managed factory any important result from increased attention of the workmen was an absurdity, end of quote. A footnote 78, Report of the Inspector of Factories for 1844 and the quarter ending 30th April 1845, pages 20 to 21. End of footnote 78. This assertion was contradicted by experiments. Mr. Robert Gardner reduced the hours of labor in his two large factories at Preston on and after the 20th of April 1844 from 12 to 11 hours a day. The result of about a year's working was that, quote, the same amount of product for the same cost was received, and the workpeople as a whole earned in 11 hours as much wages as they did before in 12. End of quote. Footnote 79. Location cited, page 19. Since the wages for piecework were unaltered, the weekly wages depended on the quantity produced. End of footnote 79. I pass over the experiments made in the spinning and carding rooms because they were accompanied by an increase of 2% in the speed of the machines. But in the weaving department, where moreover many sorts of figured fancy articles were woven, there was not the slightest alteration in the conditions of the work. The result was, quote, from 6th January to 20th April 1844, with a 12-hours day, average weekly wages of each hand 10 shillings 1.5 pence. From 20th April to 29th June 1844, with day of 11 hours, average weekly wages 10 shillings 3.5 pence. Footnote 80, location cited, page 20. End of footnote 80. Here we have more produced in 11 hours than previously in 12, and entirely in consequence of more steady application and economy of time by the workpeople. While they got the same wages and gained 1 hour of spare time, the capitalists got the same amount produced and saved the cost of coal, gas, and other such items for 1 hour. Similar experiments, and with like success, were carried out in the mills of Messrs. Horrocks and Jackson. Footnote 81. The moral element played an important part in the above experiments. The workpeople told the factory inspector, quote, we work with more spirit. We have the reward ever before us of getting away sooner at night, and one active and cheerful spirit pervades the whole mill, from the youngest piecer to the oldest hand, and we can greatly help each other. End of quote. Location cited, page 21. End of footnote 81. The shortening of the hours of labor creates, to begin with, the subjective conditions for the condensation of labor, by enabling the workman to exert more strength in a given time. So soon as that shortening becomes compulsory, machinery becomes in the hands of capital the objective means systematically employed for squeezing out more labor in a given time. This is effected in two ways: by increasing the speed of the machinery, and by giving the workman more machinery to tend. Improved construction of the machinery is necessary, partly because without it greater pressure cannot be put on the workman, and partly because the shortened hours of labor force the capitalist to exercise the strictest watch over the cost of production. The improvements in the steam engine have increased the piston speed, and at the same time have made it possible, by means of greater economy of power, to drive with the same or even a smaller consumption of coal more machinery with the same engine. The improvements in the transmitting mechanism have lessened friction, and what so strikingly distinguishes modern from the older machinery, have reduced the diameter and weight of the shafting to a constantly decreasing minimum. Finally, the improvements in the operative machines have, while reducing their size, increased their speed and efficiency, as in the modern power loom, or, while increasing the size of their framework, have also increased the extent and number of their working parts, as in spinning mules, or have added to the speed of these working parts by imperceptible alterations of details, such as those which 10 years ago increased the speed of the spindles in self-acting mules by 1/5. The reduction of the working day to 12 hours dates in England from 1832. In 1836, a manufacturer stated, quote, the labor now undergone in the factories is much greater than it used to be, compared with 30 or 40 years ago, owing to the greater attention and activity required by the greatly increased speed which is given to the machinery. End of quote. Footnote 82. John Fielden, location cited, page 32. End of footnote 82. In the year 1844, Lord Ashley, now Lord Shaftesbury, made in the House of Commons the following statements, supported by documentary evidence. Quote, the labor performed by those engaged in the processes of manufacture is 3 times as great as in the beginning of such operations. Machinery has executed, no doubt, the work that would demand the sinews of millions of men, but it has also prodigiously multiplied the labor of those who are governed by its fearful movements. In 1815, the labor of following a pair of mules spinning cotton of number 40, reckoning 12 hours to the working day, involved the necessity of walking 8 miles. In 1832, the distance traveled in following a pair of mules spinning cotton yarn of the same number was 20 miles, and frequently more. In 1835, query 1815 or 1825, the spinner put up daily on each of these mules 820 stretches, making a total of 1,640 stretches in the course of the day. In 1832, the spinner put up on each mule 2,200 stretches, making a total of 4,400. In 1844, 2,400 stretches, making a total of 4,800, and in some cases the amount of labor required is even still greater. I have another document sent to me in 1842 stating that the labor is progressively increasing not only because the distance to be traveled is greater, but because the quantity of goods produced is multiplied, while the hands are fewer in proportion than before, and moreover, because an inferior species of cotton is now often spun, which it is more difficult to work. In the carding room there has also been a great increase of labor. One person there does the work formerly divided between 2. In the weaving room, where a vast number of persons are employed, and principally females, the labor has increased within the last few years fully 10%, owing to the increased speed of the machinery in spinning. In 1838, the number of hanks spun per week was 18,000. In 1843, it amounted to 21,000. In 1819, the number of picks in power loom weaving per minute was 60. In 1842, it was 140, showing a vast increase of labor. End of quote. Footnote 83. Lord Ashley, location cited, pages 6 to 9, Passim. End of footnote 83. In the face of this remarkable intensity of labor, which had already been reached in 1844 under the 12 Hours Act, there appeared to be a justification for the assertion made at that time by the English manufacturers that any further progress in that direction was impossible, and therefore that every further reduction of the hours of labor meant a lessened production. The apparent correctness of their reasons will be best shown by the following contemporary statement by Leonard Horner, the factory inspector, their ever-watchful censor. Quote, "Now, as the quantity produced must in the main be regulated by the speed of the machinery, it must be the interest of the mill owner to drive it at the utmost rate of speed consistent with these following conditions, namely, the preservation of the machinery from too rapid deterioration, the preservation of the quality of the article manufactured, and the capability of the workman to follow the motion without a greater exertion than he can sustain for a constancy. One of the most important problems, therefore, which the owner of a factory has to solve, is to find out the maximum speed at which he can run, with a due regard to the above conditions. It frequently happens that he finds he has gone too fast, that breakages and bad work more than counterbalance the increased speed, and that he is obliged to slacken his pace. I therefore concluded that as an active and intelligent mill owner would find out the safe maximum, it would not be possible to produce as much in 11 hours as in 12. I further assumed that the operative paid by piecework would exert himself to the utmost consistent with the power of continuing at the same rate." End of quote. Footnote 84. Report of the Inspector of Factories for quarter ending 30th September 1844 and from 1st October 1844 to 30th April 1845, page 20, end of footnote 84. Horner, therefore, came to the conclusion that a reduction of the working hours below 12 would necessarily diminish production. Footnote 85, location cited, page 22, end of footnote 85. He himself, 10 years later, cites his opinion of 1845 in proof of how much he underestimated in that year the elasticity of machinery and of man's labor power, both of which are simultaneously stretched to an extreme by the compulsory shortening of the working day. We now come to the period that follows the introduction of the 10 Hours Act in 1847 into the English cotton, woolen, silk, and flax mills. Quote, "The speed of the spindles has increased upon throstles 500 and upon mules 1,000 revolutions a minute, i.e., the speed of the throstle spindle, which in 1839 was 4,500 times a minute, is now in 1862 5,000, and of the mule spindle that was 5,000 is now 6,000 times a minute, amounting in the former case to 1/10 and in the second case to 1/5 additional increase." End of quote. Footnote 86. Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1862, page 62, end of footnote 86. James Nasmyth, the eminent civil engineer of Patrickcroft near Manchester, explained in a letter to Leonard Horner written in 1852 the nature of the improvements in the steam engine that had been made between the years 1848 and 1852. After remarking that the horsepower of steam engines, being always estimated in the official returns according to the power of similar engines in 1828, is only nominal, footnote 87, this was altered in the parliamentary return of 1862. In it the actual horsepower of the modern steam engines and water wheels appears in place of the nominal. The doubling spindles, too, are no longer included in the spinning spindles, as was the case in the returns of 1839, 1850, and 1856. Further, in the case of woolen mills, the number of gigs is added, a distinction made between jute and hemp mills on the one hand and flax mills on the other, and finally stocking weaving is for the first time inserted in the report. End of footnote 87. And can serve only as an index of their real power, he goes on to say, quote, "I am confident that from the same weight of steam engine machinery we are now obtaining at least 50% more duty or work performed on the average, and that in many cases the identical steam engines which in the days of the restricted speed of 220 feet per minute yielded 50 horsepower are now yielding upward of 100. The modern steam engine of 100 horsepower is capable of being driven at a much greater force than formerly, arising from improvements in its construction, the capacity and construction of the boilers, etc. Although the same number of hands are employed in proportion to the horsepower as at former periods, there are fewer hands employed in proportion to the machinery." End of quote. Footnote 88. Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1856, pages 13 through 14, 20, and 1852, page 23. End of footnote 88. Quote, "In the year 1850, the factories of the United Kingdom employed 134,217 nominal horsepower to give motion to 25,638,716 spindles and 301,445 looms. The number of spindles and looms in 1856 was respectively 33,503,580 of the former and 369,205 of the latter, which, reckoning the force of the nominal horsepower required to be the same as in 1850, would require a force equal to 175,000 horses, but the actual power given in the return for 1856 is 161,435, less by above 10,000 horses than, calculating upon the basis of the return of 1850, the factories ought to have required in 1856. End of quote. Footnote 89. Location cited, pages 14 through 15. End of footnote 89. Quote, "The facts thus brought out by the return of 1856 appear to be that the factory system is increasing rapidly, that although the same number of hands are employed in proportion to the horsepower as at former periods, there are fewer hands employed in proportion to the machinery, that the steam engine is enabled to drive an increased weight of machinery by economy of force and other methods, and that an increased quantity of work can be turned off by improvements in machinery and in methods of manufacture, by increase of speed of the machinery, and by a variety of other causes." End of quote. Footnote 90. Location cited, page 20. End of footnote 90. Quote, The great improvements made in machines of every kind have raised their productive power very much. Without any doubt, the shortening of the hours of labor gave the impulse to these improvements. The latter, combined with a more intense strain on the workman, have had the effect that at least as much is produced in the shortened, by 2 hours or 1/6 working day, as was previously produced during the longer one. End of quote. Footnote 91. Reports, etc. for 31st October 1858, pages 0 through 10. Compare reports, etc. for 30th April 1860, page 30. End of footnote 91. One fact is sufficient to show how greatly the wealth of the manufacturers increased along with the more intense exploitation of labor power. From 1838 to 1850, the average proportional increase in English cotton and other factories was 32%, while from 1850 to 1856 it amounted to 86%. But however great the progress of English industry had been during the 8 years from 1848 to 1856 under the influence of a working day of 10 hours, it was far surpassed during the next period of 6 years from 1856 to 1862. In silk factories, for instance, there were in 1856 spindles in the number of 1,093,799. In 1862, 1,388,544. In 1856, looms in the amount of 9,260. In 1862, 10,709. But the number of operatives was, in 1856, 56,131. In 1862, 52,429. The increase in the spindles was therefore 26.9%, and in the looms 15.6%, while the number of the operatives decreased 7%. In the year 1850 there were employed in worsted mills 875,830 spindles. In 1856, 1,324,549, an increase of 51.2%. And in 1862, 1,289,172, a decrease of 2.7%. But if we deduct the doubling spindles that figure in the numbers for 1856 but not in those for 1862, it will be found that after 1856 the number of spindles remained nearly stationary. On the other hand, after 1850 the speed of the spindles and looms was in many cases doubled. The number of power looms in worsted mills was in 1850 32,617, in 1856 38,956, in 1862 43,048. The number of the operatives was in 1850 79,737, in 1856 87,794, in 1862 86,063. Included in these, however, the children under 14 years of age were, in 1850, 9,956, in 1856, 11,228, in 1862, 13,178. In spite, therefore, of the greatly increased number of looms in 1862 compared with 1856, the total number of the workpeople employed decreased, and that of the children exploited increased. Footnote 92. Reports of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1862, pages 100 and 130. End of footnote 92. On the 27th of April 1863, Mr. Ferrand said in the House of Commons, quote, "I have been informed by delegates from 16 districts of Lancashire and Cheshire, in whose behalf I speak, that the work in the factories is, in consequence of the improvements in machinery, constantly on the increase. Instead of, as formerly, one person with 2 helps tinting 2 looms, one person now tints 3 looms without helps, and it is no uncommon thing for one person to tint 4. 12 hours' work, as is evident from the facts adduced, is now compressed into less than 10 hours. It is therefore self-evident to what an enormous extent the toil of the factory operative has increased during the last 10 years. End of quote. Footnote 93. On 2 modern power looms, a weaver now makes in a week of 60 hours 26 pieces of a certain quality, length, and breadth, while on the old power looms he could make no more than 4 such pieces. The cost of weaving a piece of such cloth had already soon after 1850 fallen from 2 shillings 9 pence to 5 1/8 pence. Quote, 30 years ago, 1841, one spinner with 3 placers was not required to attend to more than 1 pair of mules with 300 to 324 spindles. At the present time, 1871, he has to mind with the help of 5 piecers 2,200 spindles, and produces not less than 7 times as much yarn as in 1841. End of quote. Alex Redgrave, Factory Inspector, in the Journal of Arts, 5th of January, 1872. End of footnote 93. Although, therefore, the factory inspectors unceasingly and with justice commend the results of the Acts of 1844 and 1850, yet they admit that the shortening of the hours of labor has already called forth such an intensification of the labor as is injurious to the health of the workman and to his capacity for work. Quote, in most of the cotton worsted and silk mills, an exhausting state of excitement necessary to enable the workers satisfactorily to mind the machinery, the motion of which has been greatly accelerated within the last few years, seems to me not unlikely to be one of the causes of that excess of mortality from lung disease which Dr. Greenhow has pointed out in his recent report on this subject. Footnote 94. Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1861, pages 25 and 26. End of footnote 94. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the tendency that urges capital, so soon as a prolongation of the hours of labor is once for all forbidden, to compensate itself by a systematic heightening of the intensity of labor, and to convert every improvement in machinery into a more perfect means of exhausting the workman, must soon lead to a state of things in which a reduction of the hours of labor will again be inevitable. Footnote 95. The agitation for a working day of 8 hours has now, in 1867, begun in Lancashire among the factory operatives. End of footnote 95. On the other hand, the rapid advance of English industry between 1848 and the present time, under the influence of a day of 10 hours, surpasses the advance made between 1833 and 1847, when the day was 12 hours long, by far more than the latter surpasses the advance made during the half-century after the first introduction of the factory system, when the working day was without limits. Footnote 96. The following few figures indicate the increase in the so-called factories of the United Kingdom since 1848. In cotton yarn in 1848 exported were 135,831,162 pounds of weight. In 1851 the quantity exported was 143,966,106 pounds of weight. In 1860, the quantity exported was 197,343,655 pounds of weight, and in 1865 the quantity exported was 103,751,455 pounds of weight. Of sewing thread, in 1848 the quantity exported is not available. In 1851, the quantity exported was 4,392,176 pounds of weight. In 1860, the quantity exported was 6,297,554 pounds of weight, and in 1865, the quantity exported was 4,648,611 pounds of weight. In cotton cloth, the quantity exported in 1848 was 1,091,373,930 yards. In 1851 it was 1,543,161,789 yards. In 1860 the quantity of cotton cloth exported was 2,776,218,427 yards. And in 1865 the quantity exported was 2,015,237,851 yards. Of flax and hemp, In 1848, the quantity exported was 11,722,182 pounds of weight of yarn, and in 1851 the quantity exported was 18,841,326 pounds of yarn. In 1860 the quantity exported was 31,210,612 pounds of yarn, and in 1865 the quantity exported was 36,777,334 pounds of yarn. Of flax and hemp cloth, in 1848, 88,901,519 yards were exported. In 1851, the export of cloth was 129,106,753 yards. In 1860, it was 143,996,773 yards, and in 1865, it was 247,012,529 yards of flax and hemp cloth. In silk yarn, in 1848, the quantity exported was 466,825 pounds of yarn. In 1851, the quantity exported was 462,513. In 1860, the quantity exported was 897,402 pounds of yarn, and in 1865 the quantity exported of silk yarn was 812,589 pounds of yarn. Of silk cloth, the number for 1848 is not available. In 1851, the export consisted of 1,181,455 yards of silk cloth. In 1860, it was 1,307,293 yards of silk cloth, and in 1865 it was 2,869,837 yards of silk cloth. Of wool, woolen and worsted yarns, for 1848 there are no numbers. For 1851, the export was 14,670,880 pounds of woolen and worsted yarns. In 1860, the quantity exported was 27,533,968 pounds of woolen and worsted yarns. And in 1865, the quantity exported was 31,669,267 pounds of yarn. Wool cloth, for 1848 there are no numbers. In 1851, the quantity of woolen cloth exported was 151,231,153 yards. In 1860, the quantity exported was 190,371,507 yards, and in 1865 the quantity exported was 278,837,418 yards of woolen cloth. In cotton, turning to the value of the exports, in 1848 the value of exported cotton yarn was 5,927,831 pounds sterling. In 1851 it was 6,634,026 pounds sterling. In 1860 the value of exported cotton yarn was 9,870,875 pounds sterling, and in 1865 the value of exported cotton yarn was 10,351,049 pounds sterling. The value of exported cotton cloth in 1848 was 16,753,369 pounds sterling. In 1851, the value of exported cotton cloth was 23,454,810 pounds sterling. In 1860, the value of exported cotton cloth was 42,141,505 pounds sterling, and in 1865 it was 46,903,796 pounds sterling, the value of exported cotton cloth. For flax and hemp, In 1848, the value of the exported yarn was £493,449 In 1851, it was £951,426 and in 1860 it was £1,801,272 and in 1865 it was £2,505,497 being the value of exported flax and hemp yarn. For flax and hemp cloth, the number in 1848 was £2,802,789 being the value of exported cloth. In 1851, the value of exported flax and hemp cloth rose to £4,107,396. In 1860, it was £4,804,803, and in 1865 the value of exported flax and hemp cloth was £9,155,358. For silk, the value of silk yarn exported in 1848 was £77,789. In 1851 it was £196,380. In 1860 it was £826,107, and in 1865 the value of exported silk yarn was £768,064. For silk cloth there are no numbers for 1848. In 1851 the value of the exported silk cloth was £1,130,398. In 1860 the value was £1,587,303, and in 1865 the value of exported silk cloth was £1,409,221. Turning to wool, the value of exported wool yarn in 1848 was £776,975. In 1851 it was £1,484,544. In 1860 the value of exported wool yarn was £3,843,450, and in 1865 the value of exported wool yarn was £5,424,047. Exports of wool cloth in 1848 were valued at £5,733,828. In 1851, exports of wool cloth were valued at £8,377,183. By 1860, the value of exported wool cloth stood at £12,156,998, and in 1865 the value of exported wool cloth stood at £20,102,259. See the Blue Book Statistical Abstract of the United Kingdom, numbers 8 and 13, London 1861 and 1866. In Lancashire, the number of mills increased only 4% between 1839 and 1850, 19% between 1850 and 1856, and 33% between 1856 and 1862, while the persons employed in them during each of the above periods of 11 years increased absolutely, but diminished relatively. See Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1862, page 63. The cotton trade preponderates in Lancashire. We may form an idea of the stupendous nature of the cotton trade in that district when we consider that of the gross number of textile factories in the United Kingdom, it absorbs 45.2%, and of the spindles 83.3%, of the power looms 81.4%, of the mechanical horsepower 72.6%, and of the total number of persons employed 58.2%. Location cited, pages 62 to 63, end of footnote 96. End of Chapter 15, Section 3 of Capital, Volume 1.